Shit! Fuck! Fucking? Who be fucking? I be fucking. We gotta get rid of this. Welcome back to
Welcome back to Trenched.
Trenched. Is Fantano a damn idiot? Building the coliseum. Abra, abracadabra. Yeah. Ah, that was loud. Alright, well, I think we better start winning. Let's get some music up in this bitch. Shut up, bitch. Uh-oh. Oh. Do you think it's too late to be streaming? I'm gonna spit in your mouth. Abracadabra. Fuck. Ooh, how Bam Margera? Ooh, this might be fun to watch.
This video features stunts.
Shut up, bitch. Why is this fucking server closed? I'm gonna leak it. What fucking idiot closed it? Oh my fuck. I hate. Alright, Vern, don't say stupid. Uh-oh. Oops, I accidentally leaked. I linked the Addy. Oops. It doesn't matter. Nobody watches these anyway. Fucker, 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 please. You must be smoking rocks, real shit.
This video features stunts performed by professionals.
Yeah, I saw. It was about Mr. Breast. We'll watch that after Bam Margera. Oh, I leaked it again. What it's really like. Can you send the link? Jackass. Are you an ass, Jack?
This video features stunts performed by professionals. Tom and the YouTube community
guidelines
must insist that no one attempt to recreate any stunt or activity performed. This video is not to glorify the life of its subjects, but to document it for educational purposes. And please don't contact or harass anyone involved. Thank you. Brandon Cole Margera was born on September 28th, 1979.
Ew, his name's Brandon. Ugh, what a bitch. Gideon.com, you little butthead. Hey, I need watch time. Can you put your subscriptions on and just stay here? Stop it! Help! Help! Oh, 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 what the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it not letting me on? Anal beads. So how do I get on? You fucking cunt. There we go. No! Fucking cunt! Why is it not working? Oh my fuck. I hate this server. There we go, 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 there we go. Oh, finally, let's start this fucking stream already. Alright, guys, so we're gonna be building, but we're gonna be watching some videos because
he grew up
I'm
in
bored.
Westchester, Pennsylvania with his older
Can y'all
brother
hear
Jess.
me?
If not for them, his parents Phil and April were otherwise typical of the area. They weren't wealthy, but made enough to live comfortably. This allowed them to be easygoing about their children's future. That was at least true for Brandon, who quickly proved to be a problem child. Early on, he had a habit of purposely running into
I hate this fucking server so much. Little cocksucking server, little bitch fucker. Oh my fuck. What are we doing? Stop being a little cunt.
walls, leading his grandfather to nickname him Bam Bam. The name stuck, being shortened to just Bam by schoolmates. This compulsion to danger would never go away. Instead, his yearn for thrill-seeking led him to a lifelong love, skateboarding. He began skating with his brother at the age of just 7. They traveled almost every day to the local landmark, Love Park, for practice. Jess later recalled it was a place of drug deals, violence, and even gunfights. It definitely did not sound like a place for kids. But his parents continued to support their hobby, and by 13, Bam was skilled enough to get his first sponsor. Now attending East High School, by this point he had no interest in college or even graduating. He only stayed because of a childhood friend named Chris Rabb. They enrolled in the same classes to ensure constant hijinks. Chris was just as, if not more mischievous than Bam. He was suspended every other day, with the final straw amid an exam for health class. The boys missed their test and were told to make it up in a separate room. Rabb got so bored that he began urinating on his desk. Bam found this hysterical and dared him to defecate on a locker. Needless to say, Chris was expelled. Without his his best friend, Bam saw no reason to stay in school. His attention was instead fully vested into skating. His teachers chastised this as nothing more than a fad. Because of this, it wasn't long until he dropped out. He'd pursue his GED through homeschooling. For as short as his time at East High was, it proved vital to his future, but not in the way the faculty would have expected. One of the electives they'd enrolled in was for digital media. This led Phil to buy him his first camera, which he used obsessively. But they'd also befriend 3 seniors named Art Webb, Brandon DiCamillo, and Ryan Dunn. Born in 1977, Dunn moved multiple times over the course of his childhood. He was born in Ohio, moved to New York, and finally ended up in Pennsylvania at 16. Ryan went on to become Bam's closest friend, hanging out together the most. The group originally snuck off during class to mess around, but with the 3 graduating and Bam and Chris dropping out, they could now hang out whenever they wanted. Together, they filmed skate videos, skits, and pranks. The foremost primarily starred Bam, who focused on skating full-time. Having a makeshift camera crew certainly helped him to make a name for himself. While Bam was never the best skater, what made him unique was the combination of stunt work and creativity. He'd ride on unusual obstacles with a comedic attitude. In general, their home movies captured the feeling of bros being bros. It showed how much fun they were having every day. They were adrenaline junkies looking to kill time. Because of this, he started to be featured in a variety of video magazines. When you're young, it's
Why am I missing blocks? Did I not get all of them? So, this starts at oak planks. So that means I'm missing all of this. Why?
easy to feel invincible, but as you get older, you realize that's a mistake. And just a year after dropping out, this thrill-seeking would lead the boys to come face-to-face with their own mortality. On September 21st, 1995, Ryan Dunn picked up Bam, Jess, and Rab after work. They began horsing around, so Dunn kept cranking up the volume to drown them out. This distracted them to the point that they reached 100 miles per hour. The vehicle then flipped over 8.
Hold on. Why the fuck am I missing stuff? This is all the, all that. Oh my fucking goodness. Vernon, we might have to do a little bit of, more off-camera, ing. Because now I'm missing more stuff. To get exactly everything I'm missing. What the why? Little cocksuckers. Why is, like, nothing going right? What are we doing? Alright, Vern, here's everything I'm missing. Oh my fuck.
times into oncoming traffic. Thankfully, the four weren't seriously injured. Bam broke a window with his head, and his brother flew out, breaking his arm. It was miraculous, as Bam later revealed that Rab forced him to wear a seatbelt that day, saving his life. The accident should have been a wake-up call. Had things gone even slightly differently, they would have all been dead. But the worst day of their lives quickly became a funny anecdote as Bam's career only evolved. With his name becoming recognizable in the counterculture, he began traveling across the East Coast. It was his job now, netting him $750 a month. That included a stint in California with a debt company called Toy Machine. In 1998, they released a video called Jump Off a Bridge. It had scenes from his home videos, interspersing his tricks and stunts. This brief featurette would inspire Bam to create his own movie. His archive was now half a decade's worth of footage. He realized that with tight editing and a clear artistic vision, it could be made into something special. In pursuit of this, Bam disciplined himself, spending countless nights editing at home. He turned down opportunities to party in order to complete the film. The result was CKY. The name came from Jess's band, whose music underscored the entire tape. From jumping off of buildings to messing with strangers, it was exactly what you'd expect. It had slapstick and a wide variety of poop-related stunts. His parents also made appearances as the victim of pranks. With the film complete, he began looking for a distributor. He eventually secured a deal with Landspeed Wheels, who got it into skate shops. It was released to great acclaim, enough to incentivize a sequel. With more notoriety and income, he knew they had to go further. They filmed throughout their various travels, including a tour sponsored by Nike and a trip to Iceland. In 2000, their second tape was released. CKY2K took the original's format and introduced new bits, grosser pranks, and more polish. It was a much more cohesive experience, as the footage was shot with a specific intent. One notable change about CKY2K is its soundtrack. Bam chose to use copyrighted music from artists like Rammstein, Aphex Twin, and Bjork. It was very indicative of his approach to both film and life at the time. He had no fear of legal action because he had nothing to lose. I wasn't too liked by the police, but I didn't really have anything to lose. My aunt gave me an '89 Buick Regal, so whenever anybody said, "Dude, you're gonna get sued one day doing this," I'd say, "Yeah, what are they gonna sue me for? My Buick Regal that my aunt gave me? I don't care." In Iceland, Bam even wrecked a rental car so badly it ended up completely burnt. However, this mentality backfired. Beyond the obvious, one skit in particular led to legal issues. This is what happens when you tell Bam you'll do anything to be in CKY. The scene shows a 15-year-old fan flashing his bare buttocks and genitals to the camera. Yes, his parents sued and the DVD was discontinued. It more prominently featured Bam's family, including his uncle Vincent. His bizarre speech patterns and stature led him to be nicknamed Don Vito. Meanwhile, the pranks only became more mean-spirited. He just straight up beat his dad, even permanently injuring him during an interview. But it was good TV, and they withstood the antics, becoming important parts of his bit. CKY2K cemented the series as a staple of counterculture. It's important to remember that this was a time before YouTube. Nowadays, you can easily find so many people doing crazy stunts. But back then, this was it. It was everything kids wanted to be doing. Misbehaving in public, messing around with friends, having girls around, and all set to the sound of early 2000s rock. By 2002, he'd sold over 400,000 copies of the series. Bam became one of the most famous skateboarders in the entire world, beaten only by Tony Hawk. He would even star alongside him in the Pro Skater and Underground video games. It's a fact that Bam would have been famous no matter what given his momentum, but what truly catapulted him into the mainstream would be an entirely different venture from skating. And to understand how it came to be, we have to start with Big Brother. No, not the TV show. Big Brother was a skateboard magazine started in 1992. It covered street skating and the eventual subculture that developed around it. There was an edge, as nothing was off limits. There was nudity and various ramblings from staff about things like making a fake ID. It also sometimes had items like trading cards or cassettes. That was the case in 1996 when they produced their first tape, simply titled Shit. While skate-oriented, it also featured sparse stunts and pranks. They were well received and helped start trends of skate video, but they were also completely blown out of the water by Bam's series 3 years later. CKY2K amassed a far greater reception. This gave Jeff Tremaine, the magazine's editor, an idea. Was it possible for this genre to reach a mass audience? They'd already begun filming number 2. It was through this that they met an aspiring writer named Johnny Knoxville. Johnny wanted to pay tribute to gonzo journalist Hunter S. Thompson. He landed on an article in which he'd test self-defense equipment on himself, but every magazine he pitched to refused his idea due to concerns over liability. That is, everyone except Big Brother. In 1996, Tremaine reached out on their behalf. He expressed interest, but asked Knoxville to perform the stunt on camera. So he did, subjecting himself to pepper spray, a stun gun, a taser, and even a .38 caliber gun. He had unexpectedly good stage presence as well, sowing the seeds of his eventual role as a showman. They decided to use the footage for their next movie. The second Big Brother video was released in 1998. It was a hit, pushing the concept of a mainstream iteration forward. With the help of director Spike Jonze, they began discussing what the TV show could be. Knoxville envisioned himself as a host akin to The Daily Show, where people came on and did stunts. But that's when Spike finally said the obvious. You guys already have the show. The Big Brother videos. That's the show. What made the tapes weren't just their stunts, but their presentation. It was the comedy, the skating, and the aesthetic. So who better to call than Bam Margera himself? I remember when Jeff first called me. He flew me out to LA and played CKY2K for him and Johnny. They just loved it. They were like, you'd be perfect for Jackass. Using pre-existing footage from both Big Brother and CKY, they would cut together a rough television pilot. They began pitching it to networks, with MTV prevailing due to their willingness to offer more creative freedom. And just like that, Jackass was born. Jackass drew his cast from the entire scene. Big Brother offered contributors Chris Pontius and Jason Wee Man Acuna. They also invited snowboarders Dave England and Aaron McGahee. Knoxville brought on his friend Preston as a writer, later convincing him to join in their stunts. Steve-O was a flea market circus clown who saw the Big Brother tapes as an opportunity. He auditioned by sending a collection of his extreme stunts, landing him a spot. And of course, CKY. Bam brought with him Chris Rabb and Ryan Dunn, as well as a skater named Brandon Novak. This ragtag team of stuntmen would go on to become iconic and known worldwide for their collective hijinks. But at the time, they had little to no confidence. It was unclear if the humor would land beyond skateboarders. But MTV had confidence. The network were pitched a stunt show every other week, but they picked up Jackass because it felt different. It was genuine, as they'd done these things in the first place to entertain themselves, not an audience. In October of 2000, Jackass premiered and became an immediate runaway success. The cast went from unknown to extremely famous overnight, with the second episode breaking network records with 2.4 million viewers. It was a relief, but also a double-edged sword. Everything about their daredevil lifestyle was being encouraged. Their disregard for the law and self-endangerment. Those negative aspects were what made the show so appealing, and the overnight fame only propelled them to push the envelope even further. The obvious consequence of these injuries was an exposure to painkillers, which quickly led to addiction. Eventually, everyone was reliant on some kind of substance, which worsened their individual abuse. It began a continuous loop of justifying their usage by comparing it to someone else. But without a doubt, the bottom of their hierarchy was Steve-O. Steve-O began drinking as early as 12 and smoking pot at 16. By 17, he was doing acid on the way to high school. By the time he became a clown, he was snorting coke, but this use was irregular as he was impoverished. With jackass money, he was now able to afford loads of the expensive drug. He began to have all-night binges that lasted until the morning, on top of his already sleepless 4-day-long workdays. It was a positive reinforcement to all of his vices, one that only worsened the more he became successful.
I don't have a drinking problem. I have a drinking career.
Bam had his first drink upon turning 20. While Jackass was being made. It slowly became a habit as regular indulgence became a morning routine. He'd describe his alcoholism as, "One is too many, but 1,000 is never enough." Though Knoxville was host, sheer name recognition was enough for Bam to be second billing. I bring this up because there was a significant pay disparity among members. Steve-O was paid $500 for 2 particularly dangerous stunts, and otherwise was only paid $200 per bit. He'd make less than $1,500 after taxes for the first season. Bam, in the same amount of time, made enough to purchase 2 Audi S4s at once. He was paid approximately $4,000 per episode. Jackass also served to propel his other ventures, being a rocket ship to his pre-existing revenue. If Steve-O's earnings were enough to abuse, then Bam caused serious concern. He had the ability to do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, with no one who could tell him no. The Jackass TV show was short-lived. In spite of the disclaimers, it was blamed for a number of injuries and deaths among teens. In 2001, Connecticut
I don't think it matters.
Senator Joe Lieberman sent a letter urging MTV's
Fucking. Who be fucking? I be fucking. Bro, we are 29 minutes in and I still haven't even started building. What the fuck?
parent company to take greater responsibility over the show. This led all airings of Jackass before 10 p.m. to be canceled. That didn't stop Lieberman from continuing his campaign, continuing to chastise them publicly. So MTV began imposing more and more restrictions. They refused to rerun certain episodes, promoted it less, and gave increasingly more notes. It quickly demotivated the cast, who resented they were giving in. Eventually, they decided to quit in protest. Knoxville recalled, "I felt that we couldn't do a watered-down version of the show, so I quit. In hindsight, I didn't know how smart of a move that was, because who did I think I was? I hadn't had any action for 10 years in Hollywood, and suddenly we had a show and I quit? Thankfully, this wouldn't mean the end of Jackass. Far from it. MTV saw Jackass as a golden asset and tried everything they could to keep them, but nothing short of creative liberty would suffice. That's when they realized there was a chance for compromise. MTV needed projects for their film division and had been searching for a sketch movie. That's when they realized Jackass would make a great franchise. It proved to be the perfect solution. Being in theaters meant it could be R-rated, so they could do everything they wanted to on TV. And with that, they were back on board as production began. If the show made them stars, the movie made them icons. Jackass the movie debuted at number 1, grossing $23 million in its first weekend. That was over 4 times his budget of $5 million. Bam, as top billing, made $5 million, significantly more than most of his co-stars. Regardless, they were all able to launch this into their own careers. In 2003, MTV produced 2 Jackass spin-offs. The first was Wild Boys with Steve-O and Chris Pontius. The second was Viva La Bam. Viva La Bam was a reality show centering around Bam and his family and friends. It starred familiar faces like Chris Rabb, Ryan Dunn, and of course his family. Phil and April had already become fan favorites. But also on center stage was Don Vito, who became famous himself. Each episode had a specific theme with rather heavy scripting. Most of the pranks were entirely for the camera, but the show was still a hit, going on to have 5 seasons over the next 3 years. It seemed like his fame could only reach greater heights. He launched his own Sirius radio station called Radio Bam, started a music label, and appeared in a variety of different games and movies. He even began writing and directing his own films, which he funded out of his pocket. This all distracted him from skating, which became more and more sparse. He was completely suckered into the rock star lifestyle, becoming a full-blown celebrity, though it didn't stop his skateboard line from outselling Tony Hawk's. At the peak of his career, he had a net worth of $45 million. This lifestyle meant any need for humility or restraint was gone. He lived a luxurious, drug-laden life, spending every day partying. Joe France, a member of CKY, later revealed that at this point, Bam was a full-fledged cocaine addict. The success stunted his growth as he no longer had to learn important life lessons. That extended to his friends who money to bail them out of trouble. In an interview, Bam recalled Rabb flipped over his car while driving under the influence. This left him with a fine of $2,000, which Bam generously covered, but maybe he shouldn't have. Rabb became trapped in an obsessive cycle, a slave to drugs and alcohol. He recalled binge drinking and doing coke 7 days a week. He'd eventually have to leave the cast and Bam for his own survival. If he hadn't, who knows how bad it could have gotten. At the same time, Bam cracked his skull open doing a stunt on MTV Cribs. The final episode of Viva La Bam aired in March of 2006. This is because, come January, they began filming a second Jackass. With a budget of almost $12 million, they took things to a new level. The extreme stunts were done across the globe, and they were able to shoot high-budget cinematic sequences. Because of his popularity, Jackass 2 was intended to feature stunts from Don Vito, but unfortunately, this is where things take a dark turn. On August 18, 2006, Vito was arrested at a local skate park in Lakewood, Colorado. It was alleged that during an autograph session, he inappropriately touched 3 teenage girls. That included groping a 12-year-old. He was immediately arrested and charged with the sexual assault of minors. The trial concluded a year later in October of 2007, where he was found guilty. Vito reportedly screamed, "Just kill me now," before collapsing to the floor and flailing around. "I can't spend the rest of my life in jail. You cops lied, and you can rot in fucking hell." He was sentenced to 10 years of probation in Pennsylvania. This included registering as a sex offender and not being allowed to portray Don Vito in any capacity. Vito was legally barred from appearing on TV and had to be digitally removed from Jackass 2. They even cut out a sketch he did in which he had an entire tooth pulled out by Bam's Lamborghini. Bam didn't take this lightly. He addressed his uncle's crimes on Radio Bam, viewing it as an injustice. He was so angry that he refused to host his regularly scheduled program.
"Sorry people, I'm too pissed off to do a show today. Let me just say this, fuck America and all you fuckers living in it, because I'm sick of people trying to get money off of slipping on a grape in the grocery store and fucking walking on a weak school roof and then breaking their leg when they're trying to break in, and then they get all kinds of fucking money. I think the lawyers and the people are all fucked up. And let me just sum up some shit about something that I'm not allowed to talk about because of the lawyers. Well, guess what, lady? Vito doesn't have any fucking money. He has a red Ford Ranger, and that's it. And the 75 grand that MTV gave him, he's spending on a fucking lawyer to defend himself. And the fact that he's so unhealthy, he's probably going to die this year. I think it's fucked that he has to spend the last few days of his miserable life flying back and forth to Colorado to defend himself about some piece of fucking bullshit fucking case that you know that you're trying to get money. That's it. That's the only thing.
The defense that Bam and Vito's lawyer would have is that it was a character act gone wrong. He'd mimic choking guys and groping girls for photos. It was usually for show, but Vito was intoxicated that day. He straight up peed himself in public. Of course, this did little to convince people that it was okay to grope a 12-year-old. And Bam himself had previously noted Vito's disregard of consent.
Vito straight up rapes, dude. Novak gets pussy, I'll vouch.
And so does Vito.
Novak gets pussy.
Oh
Vito
my
does not
God.
get
That just
fucking feels and he
no.
rapes.
That just goes to show that
Yo, so many girls.
anybody.
Yo, if you girls are out there listening and Vito copped a feel on you, dude, sue his. You're nuts, man. Straight up, dude. Vito's a fucking little homo. He copped so many feels, ape.
It's unclear what he thought beyond his initial reaction, but it likely did little but complicate his already unstable life. For years, Bam was in a serious relationship with a woman named Jen Rivel. It wasn't a secret, with her presence felt in his various endeavors. To promote the CKY DVD, he even included a tape of them having intercourse as an Easter egg. By Viva La Bam, the two were engaged and living together. But behind the scenes, the relationship was tumultuous. Jen was alleged to be physically abusive, with Bam having to break things off. He'd even file a protective order against her in 2006 after she broke into his house. He alleged that she scaled the 10-foot wall of his mansion to break in through the back door. Then she yelled he shouldn't have broken up with her. He was granted his request. Jackass 2 released in September of 2006. It grossed $84.6 million. The franchise was here to stay. While they hadn't known each other at first, the cast became very close. Knoxville even encouraged them to film more stunts than necessary because he didn't want them to leave. There was so much extra footage they were able to release a second movie called Jackass.
I watched that today.
But constant danger was beginning to take its toll. The film ends with a theatrical performance of the best of times, with decorated sets, complex choreography, and costumes. Bam and Ryan Dunn appear together before being dragged away by a horse. Dunn would get the worst of this. He landed on his shoulder, causing a life-threatening blood clot. This deeply unsettled him as he was told by doctors he could die at any minute. While receiving the treatment, he was then diagnosed with Lyme disease. This pushed him into a deep depression to the point that he cut himself off from everyone for 2 years. Before Jackass 2, Steve-O was a full-on cokehead. But the film's production and family atmosphere actually helped him quit. This did not last once production ended.
Steve-O always really latches on to any family type of atmosphere. When we're doing Jackass, he's got us and that family. When he's doing Wild Boys, he's got that family. But when Jackass number 2 was done, you know, we all kind of went our separate ways for a little bit. And then Steve-O's really left without a family.
Within months of his release, he was back on drugs to an even worse degree. Bam recalled, Steve-O was pretty much 24/7 out of his mind. He'd wake up to nitrous balloons, then drink vodka and grape juice, snort a line of Special K and then a line of Coke, and then smoke PCP with weed in it. Seriously, anything you can think of, he would do. He was on this path of pure destruction. Bam, in spite of his addiction, was comparatively functional. In fact, his life was progressing to the next stage. In high school, he met a girl named Melissa Rothstein. Shortly after his breakup with Jen, he reconnected with Missy, and the two began dating. In 2006, he proposed with their wedding plans filmed for Bam's unholy union. The couple got married in downtown Philadelphia in front of 350 friends and family. That included the Jackass crew. The party became so intense he ended up shelling out $13,000 to cover damages. While Bam was in a better state than Steve-O, he had no shortage of his own issues. His alcoholism only got worse as he began to regularly make headlines in the tabloids. In 2009, Bam was rushed to the hospital after Missy reported a possible overdose. His severe dehydration turned out to be the result of a 4-day drinking binge. He publicly blamed it on marital problems, stating, "I may get a divorce. Booze helps." Missy would later state that his drinking severely affected his personality, likening it to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The two attempted to reconcile by attending couples counseling twice a week. He went into rehab, where he was prescribed Lexapro to help control his mood swings. While optimistic, he was unable to salvage their marriage. In 2010, he revealed on the Howard Stern show that they were now living separately. They only saw each other once a week. He alluded to having extramarital affairs, with his infidelity leading her to file for divorce. Meanwhile, Tremaine and Knoxville began conceptualizing a third Jackass. They intended to take advantage of 3D, with the project being greenlit in early 2010. The entire cast was back together, though there was one problem. Steve-O. On February 23, 2008, the cast appeared on MTV for a 24-hour takeover. He arrived incredibly intoxicated, slurring his words and causing a scene. This led him to be unceremoniously removed. A week and a half later, Steve-O was arrested for vandalizing a neighbor's property. A police search led him to be charged with a felony possession of cocaine. He was so out of his mind that he was involuntarily detained at a psych ward. The sobriety made him suicidal, and he sent a concerning mass email to his co-stars. I figured out that I did a great deal of damage to my brain by abusing drugs. Now that they've all worn off, I'm facing the consequences. This led to his stay being extended from 72 hours to 14 days. On June 4th, he pled guilty but avoided jail by successfully completing treatment. He was now sober, though struggled enough that he returned to the institution a month later. I've had horrible mood swings and severe depression. My brain is fucked up from using so much cocaine, ketamine, PCP, nitrous oxide, and all sorts of other drugs. There was a lifestyle that felt intrinsic to Jackass. It had the potential to cause him to relapse, ruining all of the progress he'd made. Because of this, it was agreed upon that during filming, they were all to remain sober. No alcohol was allowed on set. This didn't mean they would hold back, as their stunts intensified. I mean, this is the one where Steve-O is subjected to the poo cocktail supreme. He's strapped in a porta potty and slingshotted 150 feet in the air. Yet against all odds, it worked, and Steve-O remained sober to this very day. Jackass 3D released in October of 2010 and went on to become the franchise's highest-grossing film. It was actually possible to be a daredevil without falling to substance abuse. With that said, the restriction didn't lead them all to get sober. Everyone except Steve-O would hit the bars after filming, a decision that ended up jeopardizing parts of the film. On June 12th, a fight broke out outside of Bam's bar in Westchester. It's unclear why it began, but it ended with a woman hitting Bam in the back of the head with a baseball bat. She was arrested on 5 charges, including felony assault. The injuries were so severe, Bam was placed in the ICU, with his head having to be stapled together. The assailant later claimed she attacked him because he called her the N-word. Bam denied this, stating, "I called her a crazy bitch and an idiot, but I definitely didn't use the N-word." His injuries forced them to rewrite the intro, as he no longer could handle the originally planned stunt. While one might expect this to have led Bam to become more careful, he continued to find himself in drunken altercations. In March of 2011, he became belligerent after a crowd of people mocked him. He singled out an overweight woman, calling her a sea otter. This led him to be pushed over and knocked out with a kick to the head. If you'll recall, Ryan Dunn became a recluse after the second movie. He cut off the entire cast for 2 years. This ended after being shown test footage for Jackass 3. He was impressed enough that he decided to return. He'd later reflect that it was the most fun he'd had in the franchise. But this comeback was cut tragically short. You see, even outside the 1995 crash, Dunn had a history of reckless driving. He'd amassed 23 traffic citations, including a DUI. It got to the point that in a DVD commentary for Viva La Bam, they predicted it'd lead to his death.
Well, the car he almost killed you kids in was not his car. He was supposed to be working on it.
Well, Dunn learned his lesson when he rolled his car a couple months ago.
Oh, yeah, sure, he learned his lesson. He'll never learn his lesson.
Dunn destroyed his own car by rolling it, by driving like an asshole.
He always drives like an asshole.
Too true.
I'm serious.
He's the worst driver,
he's
too.
He's a grandstander. I'll tell you, he's going to eat it someday in a car accident.
He already has plenty of time. He's going to eat it one of these times. He's wrecked 6 of other people's cars and 3 of his own.
I have him in the death pool for death by vehicle.
Yeah, he's a vehicle guy.
In the late hours of June 19th, 2011, Ryan and his friend Zachary Hartwell visited Barnaby's Westchester bar. He became the life of the party, buying drinks for everyone there. Ryan himself had at least 4 whiskey shots on top of a number of beers. The two left before 3:30 a.m., with Ryan driving in his Porsche 911. He would never make it back home. While driving, Ryan Dunn veered off the road at over 130 miles per hour. The vehicle flew over a guardrail, hitting a tree and bursting into flames. Both of the men were killed. Ryan's blood alcohol level was later found to be more than twice the state's legal limit. The loss of Dunn was felt throughout the entire industry. There was an outpour of grief from both fans and celebrities who mourned his loss. The Jackass cast would issue a statement denoting that they'd lost one of their own, and MTV would produce a 1-hour special paying tribute to his life. But few were as devastated as Bam, who had lost his best friend.
I've never lost anybody that I care about. It's my best friend. I was in Arizona when I heard, and I just remember I was with some friends having the best time ever, and at 12:30, I just started punching out the windows of the rental van and ripping out the speakers, and I don't even know why. I wasn't mad at anything or anybody, and if it's 12:30 there, that means that it was exactly when he crashed. He was the happiest person ever. The smartest guy. He had so much talent. And he had so many things going for him.
Damn it.
Right. It's not right. It was the worst phone call I've ever got in my life.
While there was overwhelming support, not everyone was sympathetic. Roger Ebert, an esteemed film critic, would tweet this out mere hours after his death. "Friends don't let jackasses drink and drive." Bam fired back, "I just lost my best friend. I've been crying hysterical for a full day, and a piece of shit Roger Ebert had the gall to put in his 2 cents about a
Roger Ebert. Who's that fucker? He looks like a pedophile.
jackass drunk driving, and his is one. Fuck you." Millions of people are crying right now. Shut your fat fucking mouth. Though insensitive, many were quick to point out that Ebert was right. He drank, he drove, 2 people died. They could have easily crashed into another car and killed more people, but it was said far too soon. A mistake the critic admitted himself. To lose one of his closest friends since childhood broke him, sparking a very public downward spiral. A month later, he was hospitalized after tackling his neighbor, breaking an arm and several ribs. In September, he was detained after punching a cab driver and kicking in the car door. That spring, he got into a street fight in Australia over a girl. His opponent was an undefeated professional boxer, and in August, he was kicked out of an airport for being loud and combative while reeking of booze. He defended himself by claiming the smell was from a bender the night before. By his own admission, 2012 was the year he lost control of his drinking. Not only was he struggling with the loss of Dunn, but bone spurs forced him to stop skating. With nothing else to do, he descended further and further as an escape from real life. On September 14th, Bam was sexually assaulted. In the middle of the night, a 24-year-old stalker broke into his home. He awoke to find her completely nude and kissing him. He pushed her off, only for the woman to masturbate on his bedroom floor. It was later discovered she'd been secretly living on his property for weeks, hiding out in his giant tree fort. Though the assault led him to get herpes, he didn't press charges. In November, his divorce with Missy was finally settled. His now ex-wife would tweet, "Officially divorced, happy, and finally free. Who want to come to my divorce party? Haha." It had been effectively over before this, but it was finally on paper. The timing couldn't have been better either, as it was around this time Bam entered a new long-term relationship. While at a concert in California, he met a model and photographer named Nicole Boyd. The two fell in love and quickly began dating. Within a year, the couple was engaged, and on October 5th, 2013, married. The ceremony was held at the Random Hero Festival in Iceland. The vows were followed by a charity performance from his band, Fuckface Unstoppable. Bam had vacationed to the country several times that previous year. He recalled it as Dunn's favorite place, with the two first visiting amid CKY, but he refused to respect their laws. He'd end up in legal trouble after wrecking a rental car. Over the span of 5 days, he kicks the door in, left scratches, and covered the back seat in paint. He later explained this trashing was the result of a drunken stupor. Following this, there was a noticeable absence of his name from headlines. His love for Nikki seemed to quell his worst behaviors, at least temporarily. Instead, he found himself at odds with another friend's addiction. Early on, I touched on a skater named Brandon Novak. Bam had known him since he was 10 years old. He'd similarly gone professional at a young age. At 14, Novak joined the Powell Peralta team, which had members like Tony Hawk. However, he left after being given an ultimatum over his drug abuse. This was the beginning of a 2-decade-long battle with addiction. He'd undergo rehab 13 times among multiple arrests and overdoses. He stole from and manipulated loved ones to continue indulging. He even engaged in prostitution to support his habit. In 2003, he managed to stay sober for 5 years, but relapsed on heroin in 2007. It left him worse than before. Bam described it as the worst he'd ever seen, as he was just killing himself now. Yet, throughout it all, Novak made appearances in Jackass and Bam's other ventures. Bam and the crowd I ran with, everyone liked to party, so if people wanted to be friends with me, they came up to me and handed me drugs. It's not like I was running with the most sober of crowds. Bam found himself frequently lending a hand to his childhood friend. Howard Stern would question him on this in an interview with the two in 2014.
Do you ever say to yourself, because you are a movie star and you do have a career, do you ever say, what am I doing with Novak? I mean, do you ever question your friendship with him? Have you ever had a moment where you almost gave up on him?
I know that he's never going to pay me $125,000 back. He already owes $300,000 in hospital bills in Baltimore for ODs.
To be fair, there were several points where they'd institutionalized him or imposed sobriety. That was the case when, after amassing over 30 arrests, Bam finally put his foot down. Novak was the opening act for his band, performing naked and intoxicated as Phil Collins. In May of 2015, they were scheduled to tour in Australia. Novak was only allowed to drink. Yet, shortly before the flight, Bam caught him with $500 worth of heroin. He told him to get out and he banned him from touring. He then called Novak's mother and informed her of what happened, leading him to become homeless. In the end, this decision saved Novak's life. He was forced to detox by his probation officer, and at rock bottom, he finally took it seriously. Ever since that day, he's been completely sober. Now, you might be wondering why I'm going into so much detail about Novak when this video is mostly focused on Bam. That's because, like Steve-O, there was an air of relativity activity. Novak's drug abuse always made Bam's behavior seem insignificant. Bam was the one who got to lecture them on how destructive addiction could be. But eventually, both were able to conquer their demons and come out as functional, fuller people. That June, Bam got into a vicious fight in Iceland at the Secret Solstice Festival. He attempted to drunkenly strong-arm his way into the production room, heckling two women. The commotion was heard by a group of local rappers, who then knocked him out. When Bam returned, he entered rehab for the first time since 2009. But he'd leave without finishing the program, instead deciding to film this video for his so-called Earth Rockers.
You don't have to be a musician to be an Earth Rocker. Payback's a bitch, motherfucker.
He then went on a bender so severe his mother stepped in. April was unable to convince him to go back to rehab, so she instead proposed they appear on a reality show, Family Therapy with Dr. Jen. He surprisingly agreed, and season 1 would partially chronicle his alcoholism.
My mom probably worries about me 98% of the day, because she never knows what kind of call she's gonna get.
This revealed the extent of his issues to the public for the first time. He was overweight and slurred so heavily that subtitles were required to understand him. His right hand is seen bloodied as he drunkenly punched a car window the night prior. He'd admit that he hadn't gone longer than a week without drinking in 10 years. He also reveals that his lifestyle required him to relearn skating. While the decision to appear on this type of show is questionable, it was helpful. Bam was forced to quit cold turkey, and he remained sober for the next 6 months. He moved twice, first to Estonia and then to Spain. He got in better shape and focused on skating for the first time in 5 years. He even began selling merchandise celebrating his sobriety. People were hopeful that he'd finally stop the spiral sparked by Dunn's passing, but a few incidents painted a different picture. That summer, he was arrested in Finland after an extremely heated argument with his wife. It's unclear what it was over, but one thing was for certain. He was back to drinking. Months prior, Nikki had gotten into a car crash herself while under the influence. She wrecked his Porsche. These both indicated that the couple now shared a toxic relationship with alcohol, but things went quiet after the couple moved back to Pennsylvania. It was for good reason. Nikki was now pregnant with his son. On December 23rd, 2017, Phoenix Wolf Margera was born. Bam was now a father, so it was more important than ever he got himself straight. You know where this is going. In an interview, Bam claimed to have been mostly sober since 2015, but to state the obvious, casual drinking for a recovering alcoholic is a recipe for disaster. 16 days after the birth of his child, he was arrested again for drunk driving and given probation. He went back to rehab, which led him to remain sober for the next 7 months. Then, he was robbed at gunpoint while visiting Colombia. Okay, it's kind of understandable why he'd drink then, but that's assuming you can take him at his word. Steve-O would publicly call this out as an excuse, pleading for him to stop on TMZ. He shed doubt on this claim of being 7 months sober.
And then I saw on TMZ talking about him drinking again. It's sad, dude. Like, I kind of saw the signs, right? You know, I mean, it wasn't a surprise.
This is big as fuck. Pause.
It's that he only drank then. You know? Not to be calling him out and trying to talk shit about him, but just looking at what he's posting, you can kind of see where he's at.
The fact this had to be said publicly is a sign of what's to come. It was getting to the point that he couldn't be helped privately. Novak would echo this sentiment, writing, "His demons seem to have the best of him at the moment. So God willing, if and whenever he's ready, I will do whatever it takes to get him sober." It turns out that after the DUI, his friend staged an intervention to no avail. Bam began drinking regularly again, having vodka at clubs every other day. It got to the point that he was blackout pissing on counters and getting into fights again. He'd fully relapsed, a fact that wouldn't be made public until he checked back into rehab for New Year's 2019. Third time's the charm. He left after 10 days, stating he didn't belong there and that he could do better on his own. This was explained in a handwritten letter that was also a bitter response to Steve-O and Novak. "Dear assholes who want to talk shit about my sobriety, I realized all my friends that were raging drug addicts were hell on wheels, piles of pure shit that I thought could never get help. All of them are now sober, including Steve-O and Novak especially. I thought they were lifers who will never stop, and they did." Now keep in mind, Novak was a raging liar, cheater, heroin addict, Xanax addict, Vicodin, Percocet 30s, diluted Suboxone, methadone, and red wine blackouts. He had a major problem and needed to get fixed. My problem is when I get bored, I drink alcohol and then suddenly I'm not bored. I have never had a pill problem of any kind. I am on and off prescribed Adderall, and besides that, I would occasionally do cocaine with a stranger that offered me a bump in the bathroom. So suck on my shit and eat my fuck. If you think I left rehab to go party, I'm not interested. Without alcohol stepping in my way to ruin it again, I am on a mission. Thanks to the rehab, bye to the rehab, now off I go to finish what I started. 2 months later, TMZ released a video showing Margera screaming at his manager in a comedy club.
"We came early because you said to come early. Where is everybody? There's 50 people sold tonight. Take me home. All right, we'll go home. Now, get my Range Rover and take me home. I'm leaving. Take me home now."
Man, I spent like all day placing grass, and now I'm having to remove half of it.
He'd explain his anger in a series of Instagram posts, insulting his street wife.
"My wife left me and she went back with my Range Rover that shit. If I don't see her at the show, I'm canceling it. And she better be in a new outfit, because she always wears the same thing, or else I'll break shit.
The street hoe took all my credit cards and went back home. And now I'm at the Soho Grand, and I can't check in because she took all my credit cards. I better see you in 1 hour and 24 minutes, Nikki.
His family tried to have him committed, but it only lasted a week. There was nothing they could do to force him to get help. Bam needed to want it himself. Instead, he began hosting open house parties at his mansion, Castle Bam. He announced them on Instagram and instantaneously drew crowds of thousands, who were more than willing to indulge him. His postings slowly became more deranged as he seemed to lose grip on reality. Take, for example, this one that proceeded to party. He demanded Novak pay him for all the money he lended over the years. If not, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. He then suggests they collect 50 days worth of skater urine to fill a hot tub. Whoever stays in with a partner who can shit on command will receive a $100 cash prize. $100 whole, how generous. With rants like these, it's no surprise that longtime friends felt he was going to die, and it only got worse as time went on. He claimed to be done with both his wife and Novak. I've spent my whole life fixing Novak. Now that he's fixed, he forgets who fixed him. He also created a secret language called the Vampire Alphabet. There was a new obsession with creating nonsensical drawings. He attempted to explain them, leading viewers to suspect he was abusing Adderall.
It becomes on this side a D, English, and on that side a D. So now it just becomes half. When you read the circle, it's just a C on both angles. So a 0 is technically a C. It's everything of how it got created. So, because, why? Because I said so. That would mean E.
What the fuck?
So, this English language, A, B, C, D, E, F, because D, E, F, G. Good.
Crazy how, like, just a few years ago, I found the shit funny, but, like,
in 2015, Bam and
it's
Joe
just
France
sad.
did a podcast discussing his heroin addiction. 4 years later, and the roles were reversed. They offer unique insight into his situation and dispel many of the excuses offered for him. That included the idea of his spiral being the result of Dunn's death. This is because Ryan had been present at Bam's very first intervention in 2009.
I mean, we're all there begging Bam to go into a rehab. We had the rehab people there. Everything was ready to go. The room was set up, and Bam was so furious. He goes, "This better not be a f***ing intervention. I'm not even drunk." And we were like, "Bam, you're not drunk now. You were drunk 3 hours ago. You just slept it off." He was furious, and he went up, and Ryan Dunn was the one who walked up those stairs and came out of that room with Bam about 25 minutes later, and Bam said, "I'm ready to go." And for years, Bam has been telling everyone, he's been telling the world, he was so heartbroken when Ryan Dunn died. His whole life fell apart, and that's when he began his substance abuse. That is an addict's lie to himself, because Ryan was there for that first intervention.
So now we're seeing this pattern develop that you're explaining very vividly, by the way, might I add. Thank you for that. You're painting a really good picture of the disease of alcoholism. And this pattern has emerged. What it boils down to is justification and deflection. Sleight of hand type tricks, smoking mirrors, if you will. Everything, everyone else, please don't focus on my situation at hand.
Whenever he was on substances, he wasn't reliable, likening him to Jekyll and Hyde once again. This apparently led him to flake on a movie gig, which got him blacklisted from Hollywood. By pushing away his business associates and peers, all that were left were the bottom feeders.
Bam always dictating the terms of how he will get better when he has put himself in these positions.
So now his life is consumed by even worse bottom feeders. By even the biggest scumbags in town are now the only people that can take this anymore, and coming and living at his house and mooching off him. And I mean, one guy came over his house, sold one of his four-wheelers to like a contractor came by the house. He's like, "Hey man, like I'm selling this four-wheeler, you want it?" The guy took it home. and then the fucking people were like stealing so much money.
That was our old coke dealer.
He was now surrounded by people who wanted to use him for his fame and fortune. They claimed to have his best interests at heart while supplying him with parties and liquor. These enablers don't deserve to be recognized by name. The most infamous became the laughingstock of a podcast called Come Town. He'd gotten on the show for them 2 days before the comedy club incidents, a tour that he booked in the first place. That summer, Bam began making vague allusions conclusions to The End. Done is dust, and I'm off to a coffin. This, unsurprisingly, led to a wellness check, which only upset him more. On August 3rd, he was kicked off a flight for berating security. It was fueled by marital woes, as he quickly made clear on Instagram. I ain't playing games, I am done with this relationship. I have one rule, Nikki. When I talk, don't start talking. He then insults her for dropping out of high school to wind up as a sex shop worker. Steve-O and Chris Pontius attempted to calm him down in the comments, but went ignored. He instead publicly asked for help from Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, I need
Dr.
your
Phil.
help in a big, big way. My family is in shambles. It's been worse than it's ever been, ever. I've disowned my mom. Nikki, I can't stand. No, I can't stand her. I'll tell you why. She's stubborn. As a matter of fact, I've printed 5 pages about stubborn, and she's too stubborn to read stubborn. It would drive a person fucking bonkers. So when people say Bam might be going crazy, fucking A, maybe they're right.
Bam's faith in him was bizarre. He claimed that it was due to the failure of his previous 28 doctors. The last time he went to rehab, they even put him on more medication than when he was out. That included treatment for bipolar disorder, of which he was now formally diagnosed. The TV show host agreed immediately, recording a conversation the next day. They were joined by April and Nikki, of whom he aired out his issues with. He argued they were overbearing, likening his wife to the FBI. He rants about his mother not letting bottom feeders live with him. He then spoke about his addiction. He revealed that if not for seeing his son, he would have taken his life amid the latest breakdown. The episode ends with Bam agreeing to rehab and therapy. He did check in, but bailed within days. The first thing he did was get a Dr. Phil tattoo to show his gratitude. Then he stopped taking his bipolar meds and cut off family. Not even a week later, he was arrested at a hotel under bizarre circumstances. He claimed to other patrons that he was hired by one of their wives to catch them cheating. Upon arrival, the officer told him, "This is not a fucking reality TV show. I know you're fresh out of rehab, so let's get your shit together." He was readmitted, this time with serious guidelines. They demanded a commitment from him, which he agreed to, but he left after they wouldn't let him use his phone and went back to hitting up bars. He tried again and failed, and then again, it was bleak. But surprisingly, this visit would actually be his last for a while. That's because he was invited by Steve-O and Johnny Knoxville with a pitch. You see, they were in talks to make a 4th Jackass film, and everyone wanted Bam involved, but they couldn't jeopardize the production or his health to do so. So it was offered with a simple condition: Bam had to stay clean. This had the potential to break the cycle, a catalyst to change his life. It had, after all, done so for Steve-O all those years ago. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He'd be spending time with old friends, making money, and along the way guided to a life of sobriety. On August 22nd, Bam posted, "Today I stopped my shenanigans as a promise to myself and Johnny Monty Knoxville." Knoxville replies, "I'm going to hold you to that, Bam Bam."
Little
Talks
bit,
of Jackass
little
4
bit.
continued over the following months. The two were spotted on Paramount Lot as Bam looked much healthier and upbeat. Even his speech was more coherent. On September 11th, a formal contract was drafted to clarify their terms. It states Bam was to stay in treatment for 30 days. Then he had to remain sober and only take medication approved by medical staff.
Little
Bam
butt
agreed and
nut.
completed the first step, 3 months of rehab, that January. And with that, he was officially on board for the project.
Is it true about Jackass 4? Yes, it is. We start filming in February. Am I scared? Medium, yeah, because I usually break 2 bones while we're filming, and I'm 40 now, so I don't know how much I can handle this time, but
In March, he traveled to Los Angeles where he fell victim to their first prank, Silence of the Lambs. He was trapped in the dark and had rattlesnakes thrown on him. They geared up to continue filming, only for production to shut down shortly due to the pandemic. This forced them to bide time as the shoot was in purgatory. In the meantime, Bam appeared on Steve-O's podcast. Steve-O, who was once paid only $200 per bit, now had a blossoming solo career. He turned his notoriety into a loyal online audience. He was now so known that he passed Bam and became second billing. Yet, he used the platform to hype his friend up, reminiscing about the glory days. Jackass 4 wouldn't resume until 7 months later in October. Bam was understandably quiet, having an NDA. But with his recovery and rekindled friendships, it truly seemed like he'd been saved. That is, until early 2021, when his insane ramblings returned. At the encouragement of followers, he quit his medication. The bottom feeders reappeared, as did his alphabet. And he injured himself while skateboarding, tempting him to take painkillers. Immediately, people realized he was spiraling again, but were helpless to stop it. They hoped that, at least, it wouldn't jeopardize his obligations. Well, whatever hopes they had were dashed on February 10th, when he began lashing out at his co-stars. He leaked several messages in which he accused Novak of lying. He had his eyes on him and derided him as the most f***ed pussy that's ever lived. He went on to fail Paramount sobriety tests and was officially removed from Jackass 4. It immediately led into a public meltdown, fueled by 7 beers and a bottle of wine.
who the cares if I'm drunk as hell or not anymore? Jackass has put me through hell on wheels for
motherfucker. Ow, fucking bitch. Oh shit. I'm scared, guys. A little bit. I can't. There you is, little pussy. Fucking tired of all the perks. Nice aimbot. Damn. Steve-O. I'm fucking tired of all the
For a year and a half, keeping me in Pennsylvania. I couldn't leave. Then I had to wake up every day with a handful of antidepressant pills that I would have to show Paramount Pictures that I took them and swallowed them every single day. I wrote them so many ideas, and if I'm not in the movie and they use my ideas, how do you think that that'll make me feel? The last thing I want to do is be in a courtroom with Jeff Tremaine. I love him. Jackass was everything to me. And now I'm so relieved.
Ugh. Yummy.
Knoxville. You Spike. You Jeff. You never cared about me, man.
He'd been struggling to stay clean for a while. Early in production, he left without notice, with staff rediscovering him back in rehab. But his dismissal led him to contemplate death, attempting to learn how to tie a noose. It was a full-on manic episode. The next day, Bam reversed course and admitted fault. It's going to be fucking awesome, and it's going to be in a way where everyone wins in the end, so I love everybody. He claimed to be getting help from a bipolar specialist. Then he continued ranting and raving. He called for fans to boycott the film, claiming if they all sent him
Jackass about
$1, he'd make a much radder movie. His ideas for stunts include the pissing well shower, which is pretty self-explanatory. Then there's the baby pool piss shower, where the Jackass crew would pee on him and Steve-O. They were leftovers from his time on Jackass 4. So was the title, which he called We're Not Done Yet, in reference to Ryan Dunn. Bam published a letter directed to Jeff Tremaine that is just incomprehensible. I don't know what this means. And in a similar vein, he posted this heartagram that reads, Jackass was my family, abandoned, betrayed, and greed, as well as the 3 producers who betrayed him. They took everything from me. This continued for months. He went so far as to post coded messages in his secret language to prevent Tremaine from reading them, all while ignoring his own responsibility. It was his decision to break their agreement and return to his destructive house parties. The contract had been done for his own well-being, but he was too mentally ill to even acknowledge that. He mockingly made 2 fake contracts, asking for permission to smash their heads in. It refers to the original clause as a ripoff and calls Tremaine a greedy fat pussy. He later compares him to Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey. I'm fucking tired of all the perks that I've tried. Fucking tired of all the perks I've tried. Nothing, everything works for less time. More if I've served my bit of fuck life wasn't what it is. Sorry guys, I had to send something to my friend. I want to like DMs.
Weinstein. His targets, on the other hand, remained completely silent. Things weren't much better in his personal life either. He posted a video in which he purchases sex toys for his wife, but there's a misunderstanding resulting in an uncomfortable argument.
I bought you this awesome big rubber you can go yourself.
So you wasted all your money on that? Okay, where's my wand? And that is too big.
Well,
You deserve to feel the pain.
He complains about his son preventing him from having sex, now only getting
Finally.
every 10 days of his
Oh,
month.
shit.
She seemed dissatisfied anyway, recalling an incident where she said, "I took my tampon out for that." In response, Nikki berates him for not showering or brushing his teeth. I just want to point out that this entire video takes place in a handicapped parking spot. Bam's behavior only continued to escalate. In May, he invoked Dunn to claim that he would have also been upset over this injustice. He then implied he had blackmail on Johnny Knoxville.
Whoa.
Alludes to a secretly recorded sex tape of him cheating on his wife. It's unknown if this has any basis in reality, but he also showed their Instagram DMs where he writes, "If you're gonna fuck me and not give Phoenix his jackass money, then I will just fuck you back way harder." Ryan Dunn is very, very upset with you, PJ. This implies Bam believes he can spiritually talk to the ghost of Ryan Dunn. Needless to say, Bam had burned all the bridges that had just been rebuilt. That is, with the exception of Steve-O. Steve-O continued to talk to him every day and even hung out with him in person. This is all while defending the people Bam was chastising without pulling any punches. The two people who you're saying wronged you are the same two people who organized the intervention which saved my life. Everyone bent over backwards to get you in the movie, and all you had to do was not.
Alright, so I think what we do, all the stone and all that will replace back of grass, except oh yeah. Shit. Huh. Fucking tired of all the perks. So what's this? Dirt. So where does it go low? I don't even know. Ow. Okay, actually, yeah, this helps.
Loaded. You've continued to get loaded. It's that simple. We all love you every bit as much as we all say we do, but nobody who really loves you can enable or encourage you to stay sick. Bam would look past this, though lashed out at far more innocuous comments from strangers. The following was in response to a message that said, "Get well, Bam. I am well, you shithead. I am simply frustrated with people like you. Delete me, or I will fly to your dumb house to shit in your hula hoops and fuck your non-existent girlfriend." As months went on, Bam refused to stop threatening their lives. This ultimately led Tremaine to file a restraining order against him. It turns out he was behaving even worse in private. He'd gone so far as to threaten Jeff's children. "Look at your children and grab your pocketbook and write a check. If you are greedy and cheap, look at your children again. If you don't sign the paper, look at your children. Sign your stupid fucking contract before you're not safe anywhere. You are the reason I am ever batshit crazy." Naturally, the course of action here is to do it again publicly. He leaked himself calling Knoxville a nigger pussy while referencing the alleged revenge porn. He leaked himself calling Knoxville a nigger pussy while referencing the alleged revenge porn. If you're wondering what his day-to-day was like at this point, this post was made at the same time on r/trashy. Met one of the
What's this? What the fuck? Who placed this here? Well, these are... What the fuck? So... The shulker box with my original stuff is here. But that wasn't there before. Huh. So I guess if you want to take this, you can. Actually, I'm going to take the sign because I'm going to get the stuff that I did myself. Alright. And if you want to come back on, here, I'll segregate it because no reason. And I'll put it away from the others if you want to take that and make it go bye-bye.
jackasses the other night. He kicked down my bedroom door, grabbed my friend inappropriately, and called me a bitch. A video from that night shows him fighting on their lawn. 4 days later, Bam traveled to Arizona to hang out with girls on TikTok. He then visited a very special lady in Florida to have some peace and quiet from his son. His words, not mine.
I'm in Florida. I realize that I have the peace and quiet, no offense, Phoenix, but when he hits this certain frequency, when he cries, I can't even think straight. It makes me go more batshit than what Johnny Knoxville and Tremaine made me go through with their stupid contract.
He was looking worse than ever and completely off the rails, so it was no surprise that Jeff was quickly granted a 3-year restraining order. Bam is now legally required to stay 100 yards away from him and his family, though it did nothing to stop Bam from running his mouth, as he only grew more bitter. On July 20th, the first trailer for Jackass Forever was released. It was to great fanfare, with anticipation from everyone who grew up on the franchise. This enraged him to the point that he hired a lawyer. On August 9th, he filed a wrongful termination suit against Paramount, Johnny Knoxville, and Spike Jonze. It claimed he was subjected to inhumane treatment, likening the wellness agreement to psychological torture. He also requested an injunction prohibiting its release. The latter was unsuccessful, though the case wasn't dismissed. There were legitimately some grounds of potential coercion. He'd been approached with the offer after just 1 day in rehab. This made it possible to argue it was signed under duress. Tremaine responded by outlining the specifics of his firing. He alleged that Bam began taking illicit amphetamines in July of 2020. The only reason he was allowed to stay was because the cast was desperate to keep him in, but Paramount ultimately disagreed and dropped the axe. Yeah, it wasn't even his decision. The case was ultimately settled out of court, with Bam having it dismissed. It's unknown what the agreement was, but there was likely some monetary recourse. The producers had, after all, previously agreed to put money in a trust account for Phoenix. The film was released in 2022 and made a total of $80 million worldwide. He appears in only one stunt, in which they play instruments on a treadmill. For all the troubles he caused them, no one ever returned fire. Knoxville's only public comment was, "I don't want to get into a public back and forth with Bam. I just want him to get better." I mentioned that in June, Bam mentioned visiting a very special woman. This was actually a private celebrity specialist named Lima Jevrimovic. It was an intervention with a legal layer that made her his guardian. He was taking daily outpatient classes in Florida while living with a friend and relative. This also meant intentional distance from his marriage, with Nikki filing for custody but not divorce. However, this proved controversial as Lima had a dubious track record. Her company specializes in unproven virtual reality therapy, and in one instance, a patient died under her care. This raised fear that Bam was being taken advantage of and unable to escape. It wasn't helped that he lost phone privileges after drinking at a casino. It's unclear how invasive the relationship was, but Bam did appear to be getting better. He was in better shape and seemed to be healing his relationships. In May 2022, Nikki and Phoenix began living with him again. Not long after, he completed a 12-month drug and alcohol treatment program. His brother remarked in an interview,
I feel like I'm talking to Bam again, you know? Right.
But then the couple began arguing again. It culminated in a breakup, with Nikki taking their son and leaving. He was unable to contact her for the next 2 weeks, and so on June 15th, he fled rehab. He was found by police at a hotel later that day. He returned, only to leave again a week and a half later. All the progress he'd made thrown away in the blink of an eye. But there was now a new element in the mix. These headlines fueled conspiracies that he was under control. They believed he was under a conservatorship, a la Britney Spears. The result was a movement of people calling to free Bam. While it's true many consider Lima questionable, many of these supporters were little more than enablers. This is something even Steve-O pointed out himself in a podcast.
I would love to set the record straight that number one, Bam has not ever been under a conservatorship. The temporary guardianship he was under did not ever have any financial implications.
So I'm gonna need that
what's come to be known as the Free Bam movement has really been very toxic. It serves to try to assassinate the character of Bam's former guardian, Lima, who has never been paid to work on Bam's case, has never done anything but try to help Bam, and it's been very upsetting to see people not only encouraging Bam to leave treatment and go get loaded, but just attacking this woman who's been so helpful and so beloved by Bam's family and friends. So I just wanted to set the record straight on that.
When Bam left the facility on June 25th, he went to meet with friends at a sports bar. Then they went out to a strip club. Afterward, he crashed at a friend's house and can be seen nodding in and out of consciousness.
What up, cuz? Let's go,
In response, his family issued a statement calling the movement a threat to his sobriety. It did little to convince them, but shows how much faith they'd personally put into her progress. It's no secret that Bam has struggled with mental health and addiction. The Free Bam movement has caused confusion and a threat to Bam and our families. Although we love sharing our lives with you, some things need to be handled privately. Bam has never been in a conservatorship, but rather a temporary healthcare guardianship for reasons not shared with the public. If Bam chooses to speak to this, he will when he is ready. The Free Bam theorists have encouraged his exit from treatment, despite their lacking knowledge of the details, his health, and well-being. We kindly ask you to respect the process and our family. On September 4th, Bam left treatment once more. But this time there was a catch. He began bragging about a new lawyer friend he'd met who offered to undermine his court-mandated rehab. Within days, Bam was spotted at a bar with a mysterious woman and no longer speaking to his parents. His program was then restructured to an outpatient approach. The lawyer had
This is the best way to do this?
Bam was
No.
then seen at a
Am
party
I going to
with
do it
Bam.
anyways?
He was drinking with strangers
Yeah.
and name-dropping
The fuck?
himself for attention. A month later, he hit Vegas, never completing treatment. Jess vented about it on Twitter. I was just informed my brother's lawyer sent him a text saying it's totally fine if he has a drink or two. How do I stand a chance when there's a constant barrage of clueless assholes with him at all times? Please, people, help me. My beard is gray and I'm fucking dying. My brother now has a team of 2 or 3 enabling lawyers that would have no problem invoicing me and fill their bills for helping him die after fake crying at his funeral. If Bam was spiraling before, he was now reaching terminal velocity. But no one could have predicted what happened next. That December, Bam faced death closer than he'd ever had to before. It started when, amid his partying, he caught COVID-19. This led his body to shut down and suffer from 4 seizures, with each lasting 10 to 20 minutes. The 4th led him to bite his tongue so hard that he began swallowing his own infected blood. He contracted pneumonia, which sent him into another seizure. He was placed in an intensive care unit, requiring a ventilator as he couldn't breathe on his own. He was briefly pronounced dead, though did thankfully survive. He was released just in time to be there for his son's birthday. In light of this, Steve-O reached out to once again extend his hand. He invited Bam to open for 9 shows in his comedy tour. He was terrified of where his friend's path was headed, and wanted him to help find a happy ending. It was a hit, with his appearances drawing huge applause. Their last show was in Santa Rosa, California on January 29th. There, Bam got to see Phoenix and brought him on stage. Bam was in an environment where he was ensured to be sober. He was given an opportunity to see his estranged son, but it was all in vain, as Bam immediately went back to his old ways. That night, he posted an old picture of himself with Johnny Knoxville and Steve-O. It was captioned, "One arm is my best friend who had my fucking back all along. Another is a poser, a procreation thief. If Jeff Tremaine was in this photo, he would be too greedy to fit. Fuck Jeff. Remember I tattooed that on me long ago, Jeff? It was because I knew who you were all along. Much love and respect, Steve-O." This is when Steve-O finally gave up. Bam, last night you had your 5-year-old son with you on stage at my show, and you were blessed with a chance to spend another day or 2 with him. Then as soon as you left my show, you stayed up all night getting loaded enough to think it was a good idea to post more vile nonsense like this. I hope you understand how awful that is. You say you want to have a relationship with your son, but your actions guarantee the exact opposite will happen. I brought you on tour with me in hopes that I could get you to see what's possible for you if you choose recovery. I've tried everything I can, but I can't force you to get honest and do the work of recovery. I wish you could know how much I've hated feeling braced for news of your death, but you're making it clear that I have no other choice. You're dying, brother, and it sucks that I can't do anything to save you. On February 15th, Nikki filed for legal separation. This was triggered by a specific incident when Bam spent time with her in Phoenix. He was acting inappropriately, leading her to believe he was intoxicated. Not only that, but he stopped sending $5,000 a month in support. This was troubling as she was evicted and couldn't afford to send their child to school. That's not to say Bam was in the best position financially either. At his peak, he had a net worth of $45 million. In 2021, that halved to 20. By January of 2023, it reportedly dwindled to $5 million. In response, Bam took to Instagram and chastised Nikki and her lawyer. He claimed they were never officially married as he didn't live in Iceland. Then he hit the strip club. On March 7th at 5:30 a.m., Bam was arrested for domestic violence. The victim alleged her husband kicked her, but it wasn't Nikki, and instead a new girlfriend. He was released after posting the $50,000 bail. The case remains unsettled. While Bam was upset with Nikki, he offered support if he was able to see Phoenix. He vowed to be a better father, even getting a tattoo of his son's name in Arabic. On March 29th, the two had a phone call to negotiate visitation. Bam was in a hotel room at the time with his girlfriend. However, things got heated as he began shouting. It was so loud that a guest reported it to authorities. They were subsequently asked to leave, and they did. But instead of calming down, Bam decided to confront her in person. He traveled to the restaurant where Nikki and Phoenix were dining and began screaming. He demanded her to let Phoenix have his own mind, as she wanted him to wait 5 days. The other patrons watched silently as onlookers began recording his outburst.
Phoenix has his own mind. I want to see Daddy now. Well, Phoenix, maybe we should be fighting. No, but I want to see Daddy now. You're making up his own mind. Let him have his own mind. Let him have his own mind. I want to see Daddy now.
alerted law enforcement who attempted to reason with him. He can be seen sitting on the curb and continuing to argue. Because of this, he was arrested and booked for public intoxication. 5 days later, he was bailed out and threatened violence, this time against Johnny Knoxville. He is, to this day, still upset over the sobriety clause.
Knoxville and Tremaine made me sign this basically a death waiver.
Stop.
18 medications. It made me a zombie. I couldn't get my car. I couldn't my own wife. I couldn't stiff muscles, bald hair, fat, weight gain.
Oh my.
You motherfuckers. Jeff Tremaine is too much of a pussy to get in the ring with me. But Knoxville, if I double dog dare him, he says if I double dog dare anything, he'll do it. So
what the fuck are we doing?
I double dog dare you to get in the ring with me without any boxing gloves, so I could ring. 1, 2, 3, let's go. I fuck you up. Let's go.
3 days later, a restraining order was filed by Daniel Cardenas. Bam's current girlfriend is a woman named Jessica, who has an 8-year-old daughter. The couple began staying in his home after the domestic violence case. This caused issues after Daniel began having very loud intercourse. It apparently led Bam to threaten him in the middle of the night. "You have 12 hours to leave the house or I will kill you with my brass knuckles." Daniel's roommate heard this and forced Bam to leave, only for him to return an hour and a half later. This time he was given 12 seconds and shown his handful of rings. Bam responded by confirming the events happened.
I just love these restraining orders. Jeff Tremaine put one out on me because he was so scared of me and I was in Florida. How am I going to do anything? But this dude, Danny, put one out on me because I told him I beat him up with brass knuckles. No, I got rings on. But he showed up at 3 a.m. when my 8-year-old daughter, Isabel, is in there, and he stepped over her with a 60-year-old lady and an 18-year-old and had a fucking threesome as she's hearing sex noises. She's going to have PTSD, so yes, I will fuck you up.
The petition was dismissed for unknown reasons. Bam's behavior, meanwhile, was becoming more alarming by the day. The erratic behavior was turning into a propensity for violence, both in public and private. He was only becoming more and more detached from normalcy, losing the few earnest ties he had. Following his arrest for public intoxication, several longtime friends held an intervention. According to TMZ, he was receptive at first, but Jessica would have nowhere to live if he went to rehab. The final straw was Nikki's phone call, who said he'd be welcomed back if he got sober. This upset his current girlfriend, who kicked them all out. If true, this was an incredibly selfish decision, one that would immediately lead to his lowest point yet. On March 24th, Pennsylvania State Police responded to a disturbance near Pocopson Township. Bam was accused of some sort of physical confrontation, but by the time they arrived, he'd fled the scene. This led to a warrant for his arrest, and made headlines, though the circumstances wouldn't become clear until hours later. It turned out the alleged victims were his own family. It began around 8 a.m. when he banged on Jess's bedroom door with a note. It read, "If you even fucking think of calling the police on me, I will officially fuck you up." Jess went downstairs to find his brother peeing in the kitchen sink. He attempted to make coffee, at which point a fight broke out. Bam struck him multiple times on the head before stating, "I'll kill you. I'll put a bullet in your head." He then allegedly threatened to kill everyone in the house, which included his dad and 2 other women. He then fled into the woods. Police observed visible injuries, as Jess later speculated he may have suffered permanent hearing damage. He took to Twitter to give insight to how bad things had gotten. He claimed Bam was addicted to meth and now suffered from hallucinations. This included an incident in which he screamed at a person that wasn't there. He also called out Jessica for endangering her child. Bam remained missing for the next 3 days, but he'd find time to make hateful calls to his family. He was angry they'd put him in rehab the year prior. He accused them of selling his home and stealing money. He threatened to sue them for it. On March 27th, Bam surrendered to the authorities. He immediately shared a photo to Instagram and denied the allegations. He states that he'll be sued for defamation and be evicted from Castle Bam sooner than later. "The reason I lost my cool is because he wants to find a way to 302 me. Fuck him." He continued the next day, this time denying his meth use. "Well, my brother made false accusations of me being on meth. Guess what, Jesse Margera? The results are negative. People expel 70% of meth in their urine within 24 hours. But for the sake of his son, he was done drinking." Right. In response, Jess wrote, "A fun fact that Bam Bam doesn't realize is that his girlfriend went through his pants pockets in front of my own very eyes and found little bags of meth in his very pockets." Whoops, that's also ignoring the years of people around Bam referencing his habit.
Now there's like serious Adderall in play, lots of sniffing of blow, and then somewhere along the line he's picked up to like graduating to crystal meth, right? Like that's another icing on this cake, is that he's into meth these days.
Jess is, as of writing, planning to leave Castle Bam on his own accord, cutting his brother off for good. Bam, meanwhile, has only continued to chastise his parents, ranting about April's attempts at checking in. Jess claims he frequently threatens to put a bullet in her brain. His net worth, as of 2023, is speculated to be just $1 million, 1/45th of what he had at his peak. This was a guy who at one point could afford 2 brand new Audi S4s, just for fun. Now he's basically destined to be broke. With the most recent allegations occurring so frequently, it's unclear how things will unfold. But one thing is for certain, with even his family unable to tolerate him, he's reached a lower point than ever before. The only people left are his most diehard sycophants who parrot his bizarre ramblings uncritically. But if former associates, friends, and family are telling you that you have a problem, maybe everyone isn't crazy. There's a lot of factors throughout Bam's life that undoubtedly contributed to his current state. The coddling from his parents early on enabled his rebellious behavior. His young fame and wealth allowed him to never grow up. But for every variable and circumstance you could blame, there's always someone else whose outcome stands contrary. The only difference then is that Bam is Bam. He refuses to change. But with his bank account rapidly depleting and his loved ones drifting away, it seems unlikely for now that this spiral will ever stop. But only time can tell. Or perhaps he'll finally wake up when he truly hits rock bottom. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. Also, a special thanks to Bernie Bids for his help with this video. Bye.
Fucking tired of all the perks I've tried. Nothing, everything. I've served my bit of fuck. Too Mad was alone.
Months he grew to 160,000. The original upload of this video was deleted by YouTube for a very dumb reason, so I've decided to original upload of this video was deleted by YouTube for a very dumb reason, so I've decided to re-upload it here because I think it's a very important story to tell. So without further ado, this is Too Mad Was Alone.
Oh hey, I'm just about to go to bed. I know we couldn't Skype tonight, but that's alright. Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Too Mad was one of the most talented YouTubers of his generation. In a few short years, he went from a literal nobody to having millions of subscribers. He was featured by PewDiePie, collaborated with Max Mofo, Anything for Views, Jay Schlatt, and other extremely popular legacy creators. His audience was loyal, following him to any platform or medium, and his style of comedy influenced millions of people during a time when they were all locked inside and wearing masks. On February 14th, 2024, he was found dead of what was presumed to be an overdose. When Overwatch was released in 2016, it quickly became one of the most popular games in the world, with every content creator hopping on the bandwagon to try and capitalize. One such aspiring creator was a young man named Medea Sadiq, a 16-year-old boy living in Winnipeg, Canada. Now Winnipeg is cold as sometimes, so he had a lot of time to stay inside, and at the time, he was also lacking any real-life connection whatsoever. According to Too Mad himself, he was basically mute throughout his time in school, and barely had a single friend. He was constantly getting into fights with people, and just had a very hard time growing up. The friends he did have were called Sony Vegas and Premiere Pro, so he got cooking. Inspired by old MLG montage parodies and YouTube poops, he began making what can only be called schizophrenic edits of Overwatch gameplay. He had opened his channel in April of 2016, and the growth from there was pretty steady, racking up around 10,000 subscribers a year later. In just 2 months, he grew to 160,000 subscribers, thanks to a few of his edits really popping off. How to Doomfist, Nerf Lucio, and Rip Roadhog got millions of views within a few weeks of posting. On Twitter, he thanked his new viewers for the massive growth. But he wasn't about to slow down. His time had come, and he needed to seriously keep momentum going if he was going to maintain this strong new viewer base. He didn't spend his money, he didn't party, he sank into his computer chair a little deeper, and cranked out video after video, week after week. By January of 2018, he had 450,000 subscribers. Just 1 year later, he doubled it. By this time, his videos had also gotten much longer. Instead of posting 1-minute long edits, he was posting 10-minute gaming videos with his editing and commentary mixed in.
I look at the water and I build the castle. I go to the fridge and I take me the goat. I go to my Xbox and I turn it back on. I get my reflections, then I shoot at the This editing, with constant bruh noises, random sound effects, and memes thrown in, became extremely influential, with a lot of other editors taking note. There truly was never a dull moment in these videos. They were great for keeping viewers engaged. In an age where every Zoomer's attention span is less than 12.4 milliseconds, keeping people locked in was really important, and Too Mad, intentionally or unintentionally, was a master at it.
Oh, get wrecked. Okay, let's go. One more left. Let me show you how good Blitz really is, bro. Flash!
The last thing you want in your video you are fake news, sir. You don't admit it.
By June of 2017, he already had 100,000 subscribers from his Overwatch edits. At the same time, he had been streaming on Twitch, where he cycled through Overwatch, Rainbow Six Siege, Fortnite, and really whatever game was really pulling in new viewers at the time. His personality was slowly but surely getting out there, and it helped that his manner of speaking was basically in line with his editing, constantly quoting different memes, movies, games, songs, never staying in one place or on one topic for more than 15 seconds. He was definitely unique, and viewers loved it. In February of 2019, he did a face reveal on Twitch, which on YouTube got 1.5 million views.
Literally every black person in fucking existence is gonna be mentioned. They're gonna say Obama, they're gonna say X, they're gonna say T'Challa, they're gonna say who else is black? Nelson Mandela? Who else? Thanos? He's half black, he's mixed, so
now his face and his personality were out there on full display, giving him a golden opportunity to move from being just an editor to a media sensation. And that all really started with Goodnight Girl.
Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
The Goodnight Girl meme came at the perfect time. Just a few months out from his face reveal, his audience was already familiarized with his appearance. This video, which portrays him as a lonely simp or Discord mod, telling his e-kitten it's alright she deprived him of attention, went absolutely viral. Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, 4chan, you name it, it was posted there to millions upon millions of views. And the clip itself is not like standalone, it's from a What's interesting is that this was not accidental. It was a calculated move by Too Mad that he created in one take.
I put the camera angle, the webcam mic is so shit, so I was like, alright, this audio is gonna be perfect. And then it took one take, it was just one take, one single take, where I just go up and I start saying some shit, all on the spot. I don't know what the fuck I was saying. I was like, go to Skype, nah. And I just did that, and I just like, I literally just let my legs slip under me, and I just fell straight on the ground. There's nothing there.
The memes he would use, like the Baba Booey sound effect.
You think that, like, North Korea's gonna pick it up and send an ICBM to my Canadian house?
Saying bruh constantly.
Bruh.
And his poor impression of various ethnicities similarly spread across the internet and became synonymous with his brand. Around this time, the original Too Mad channel was renamed to Too Mad 360, and his old second channel became his new main. He also expanded his content from just gaming videos to literally everything. Live streams of him trying to sleep while his viewers sent text-to-speech donations to bully him. You Laugh, You Lose videos, where he would challenge his viewers to make him chuckle, with the prize being thousands of dollars. IRL videos of him acting like a psychopath while riding an electric scooter. Then his neighbor stole that electric bike, so he tried to get the police to kick the door down, which they would not do. So he left them a troll face with a note asking for them to give it back.
This dude literally lives right beside me and I can't do shit about it, but leave him a goddamn letter. What the fuck, man? 1984. I'm gonna leave him a stack of money too. I'll give him everything he wants. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Let's not put our face in the camera. Your photo is required. I just showed Obama at work. What company are you delivering for? Building management. Bob gives me his name too. Thank you for that information. There we go. Let's open that up. Put in the letter. Give him that lock so you know he can give it back. There you go, buddy. And we'll give him a little bit of money too. Give him about like $5 in the ting, yeet. And lock him up. Goodbye.
Any random event from his life would become content. He went out of his way to enrage sensitive fan bases like K-pop stans.
Now, dude, now you see this has 6.2 likes, right? There were like 2 other tweets with like 20K likes trying to get my removed.
He was really killing it in the content department. At this time, he was also taking prescription Adderall to focus. He describes his thought process naturally as extremely random and all over the place. This drug allowed him to lock in creatively and actually get things done.
I'm on fucking ADHD meds.
Are you? What are you on right now?
Dexedrine. 10 milligram daily dose.
I have never even heard of Dexedrine. That sounds intense.
Generic Adderall.
Is it fun though?
It's not necessarily fun. It more like it's like essential to function.
It makes. Oh, do you need like Adderall to function on a day to day? Adderall is. It
tell you what, I don't need it, but it's probably a lot better if I use it. Otherwise, I'll just be like, bruh, moment all day, just like, hello, I'm thinking of literally the world.
He was also smoking a considerable amount of weed at this time.
Kush is all I need.
And like good Kush and alcohol.
I wake and bake and I'm just like, I don't need shit.
But this cocktail, for the time being, didn't seem to affect him negatively. It allowed him to push past whatever his mental problems were to make content on a consistent basis. While his popularity was rising, Too Mad was also on the move. Due to some complications with living with his family, he planned to move to Los Angeles, California. And one content creator who offered for him to move in was none other than Jameski.
Who? Nobody know who that is.
Welcome back to another episode of N-Word News. Did Too Mad really say the N-word? Well, according to Jameski, he did, but the thing is, Too Mad's black.
Jameski is a content creator who similarly came from a gaming background. You probably know him from his Uganda Knuckles VR chat videos that blew up a few years ago. These guys seemingly have a similar sense of humor and style of content. So where was their disagreement? In October of 2019, Too Mad began tweeting out claiming Jameski was actually Russian and not Danish as he claimed to be. This kind of became a meme at the time with a lot of people spamming Russian text at him. James did not take this lightly and decided to post a big twit longer outlining his side of the story. James says he offered Too Mad a place to stay, but their relationship had been deteriorating in the lead up to this move. He said that he hadn't spoken to Medea for a few months because he knowingly and purposely was harassing him over his PTSD speech problems. He said Too Mad would go as far as to mock him for sounding alike to terrorists. Apparently this really hurt his feelings coming from a friend. He also said that he would often use the N-word to farm emotes in chat, even though James asked him not to do it because it made a lot of people uncomfortable. He dropped the hard R multiple times in text chat and voice during streams, which is one of the reasons why they stopped streaming together. Now, to criticize Too Mad for using this word is dumb because 1, based, and 2, he's black, so in the eyes of the world, he should be able to say it.
Yo, the pass! Yo, this Craigslist to hand! Oh my god, you want to buy this? Buy this now, it'll never be here again.
Can you shout out my son, Nick?
But it appears James's problem was less to do with the word itself and more to do with the potential of a Twitch ban when it's uttered. James also said Too Mad would constantly make fun of him during his Rainbow Six Siege tournament, which made him very uncomfortable. He felt it went beyond basic banter and it genuinely hurt him. Despite this, he agreed to let Medea move into his home in LA. But as the move-in date got closer, he apparently was warned by people about Too Mad. All of my friends said they didn't have a pleasant experience with Too Mad or knew somebody who would have a word or two about it. Without dropping names, all of the friends I spoke to collectively said they wouldn't let Too Mad in their house. But I imagine it's biased based on their experience with him. Too Mad is known for being vengeful, harassing people behind their backs, and leaking private conversations with malicious intents. After this, he decided to call Too Mad to make sure he actually wanted to move to Los Angeles for the right reasons. We called him to ask him this question because we wanted to make sure he's not going to regret his sudden decision to move to a foreign country without a proper plan. First of all, his getting kicked out within a few months suddenly changed to I just want to move out and that he wants to move to LA because it's where you make it big. Huge twist of the situation if you ask me. We tried to explain to him that Los Angeles is extremely expensive and that he's going to live here at a loss and it might not meet his expectations. As I mentioned earlier, he just insisted that we wait until he gets partnered, yada yada. He He also made a Patreon a few minutes after our call, which is probably the right decision. So the plans to move in were still on. Too Mad was to attend TwitchCon 2019, at which time he would also swing by the house to check it out. But during the actual event, they didn't get to hang out as much as James would have liked because of a complication with Too Mad missing his initial flight. His reason for not getting on a plane was because there was a guy who had a turban. I hope it's a joke, but knowing his racist attitude, I doubt it is. So TwitchCon that year was in San Diego, which is a 2.5-hour drive from Los Angeles where the house is. James had to return early because his friend Scott got food poisoning. So while busy with that, Too Mad messaged him saying he was coming by the house to see it and will be staying with them. According to James, this was somewhat uninvited. Too Mad suddenly messaged me, "See you at your house in LA on October 2nd, to which I responded that me and Scott might be at the hospital and can't hang out as our flu was getting worse. He didn't care about how we feel or what we're going through. He said that he's still coming and that he's going to stay at my house for 5 days. I called him out on his dumb assumption and he began to guilt trip me for spending hundreds of dollars and that he can't even show up. Just a clarification that I never said he can't come, I was only confused about his intentions. After making it clear that I'm not claiming he can't come, just might not be able to stay by himself at the house if I'm at a hospital, and I asked him to clarify the part where I told him he could stay at my place. He showed screenshots where I mentioned that the corner room is reserved for him since he specifically wanted it and that there's no furniture including no mattress. I explained to him that it's just a miscommunication and it's not like I wouldn't let you in the house, but you should be more clear next time, alright? He started guilt tripping me even more. At the time I didn't realize he was just being manipulative, and I offered to pay full price for a hotel stay in case I'm at a hospital and he can't stay at my place. A week in Los Angeles at a hotel is $1,000 to $2,000 if you book it at the last moment, by the way. He continued guilt tripping me. After a few hours, I told him that if he promises to take full responsibility for the house, I can let him stay in my room, even if I'm at the hospital. He told me he promised and reminded me it would be cool if I pay for his hotel. So Too Mad flies to San Diego, but says he has a place to stay, so he doesn't have to stay with James or stay somewhere James would pay for. James was hurt. Too Mad had been ghosting his messages in LA and not hanging out with him. In San Diego, he tried to get Medea to go to the zoo with him, and Too Mad apparently continued the same behavior despite being there to visit the house, which caused James sleep deprivation as he was really stressed out and confused. Later, James had planned a trip across the world to Australia and wanted to hang out there with Medea. Apparently, James messaged him asking if the two would be hanging out, at which point he just said, "sex immediately," before giving him a fake address of where he was staying to mess with him. The same kind of stuff continued while there. Too Mad said to James he was staying with a friend from Canada, when in reality he was staying with anything for views. James, upset, messaged him saying the following: "You really think it's fair to lie to me for 2 weeks for absolutely no reason? What happened?" Too Mad then sent a cringe.mp4 file he deleted immediately, and then just sent a really shitty image of Captain America saying, "No, I don't think I will." Yeah, I mean, that sounds like something Too Mad would do. Eventually, James messaged anything for views about the situation. I spoke to Chad about this briefly. At no point did I say anything like, "Don't talk to Too Mad," yada yada. I just shared my experience and how I feel about it. When Chad was saying that everything seems fine, I told him that's all that matters and I'm just sharing my experience. I don't know what Chad told Too Mad, but a few minutes later, Too Mad wrote a 1,000-word rant about what a bad person I am. He twisted the situation multiple times and tried to guilt trip me really hard, but it didn't work this time because I could see everything right through. The cherry on top was quit the pettiness. This is literally the definition of high school drama. Just leave me alone, man. I didn't bring this to the public because I didn't want drama. I didn't want our viewers to be involved, and I thought he was just a scum person who will move on after this. The only people who knew about the situation at the time were people who were around both of us and just saw it slowly develop. At no point did I call anyone up to get them against Too Mad. The only conversations were just me sharing my experience and asking for advice because at the time I didn't realize I was being manipulated. Pretty ironic because Too Mad allegedly went ahead and started trying to get people against me behind my back almost immediately. Despite the "just leave me alone, man" part he said to me, he was tweeting at me all morning, targeting not just my tweets but also replies to my fans. He blocked me on Twitter so I couldn't even see his replies. Worth mentioning, he has been deleting some of the Discord messages and then edited his manipulative rants. Good thing Discord shows the time of his edits. He also deleted me everywhere right after I got no contact with him. After reading all of this, I bet a lot of you are asking, who cares? I mean, Too Mad was known for roasting and talking people in game, so that's expected. The situation with dodging James and ghosting him is definitely mean, but nothing that needed to be made public. Overall, kind of a nothing burger. James did not acknowledge the fake Russian claims at all in this, which definitely threw some people through a loop. This tweet longer is 3,200 words. It's almost the full length of a YouTube video. So why does it even exist? You could say it's because James felt attacked by the Russian thing, but then why not address it instead of whatever else this is all about? So Too Mad responds with a video on his YouTube channel. He opens by reiterating his claim that James pretended to be Danish when in fact he is Russian. To prove this, he shows old footage of Jameski under a different username speaking fluent Russian to Russian YouTuber Nfuckers.
Want actual footage of him speaking fluent Russian? Here you go. Nfuckers has a lot of it because they used to be friends until dun dun. The meme happened. I'm Danish.
Смотри наверх, подожди ногами. Смотри наверх, подожди ногами.
Every trace of conversation in Russian with no fuckers, fucking purged. Why, you might ask? Knows I'm not trying to get assassinated.
He also claims that James got his Twitter taken down for making fun of him.
Considering that it's a really good theory that you got my Twitter terminated. You literally deplatformed me for calling you out for being Russian. Why did I call you out for being Russian? Because you called my current roommate anything for views, asked him if he was alone, and then proceeded to tell him that I took advantage of you, I'm a clout chaser, I must warn you of too mad. All I do is make videos with my titties out. Leave me the fuck alone. I tried to resolve it privately, but you didn't respond. So yeah, I've never seen someone get banned for something this tame. Without outer input from Jameski, how would a Twitter employee know that I'm trying to spread hate or violence when I'm not even doing that?
As for the talking, Medea frames what he said to James as casual talking that was taken too seriously, causing him to freak out during both tournaments they did and behind the scenes. Despite his perspective that James was a somewhat sensitive person, he needed a place to stay, so he was open to moving in with him. As for why he made his tweets about James, well, he took James calling Chad to talk about him as a manipulative move to turn his friends against him. As for not wanting to hang out with James, I'd say he pretty much owned that one.
I just didn't want to hang out. I'd give you excuses over and over. You just wouldn't pick up on the cue. You wanted to force it. You were so insecure that I didn't like you, that if I didn't meet up with you in real life, you would just start spreading shit. And that's exactly what the you did. You crossed the line and you started spreading garbage, vile shit to people who are important to me in order to manipulate them.
Now, during James's twit longer, he had an issue with not believing Too Mad's intentions for wanting to leave. Too Mad shows a message he had sent James trying to resolve things, where he said he was consistent that the reason he needed to leave Winnipeg was because he was in a toxic household where his dad was attacking him regularly, which is why the cops were called there. Too Mad claimed in this long message he got red flags when James took his banter too seriously, and also that when he had joked about the Russian thing among friends, James freaked out, which once again gave him cold feet and made him believe he was hiding something, which is why he didn't want to hang out with him. His real problem with James started when he messaged Chad and other friends to talk about him. Too Mad says that James's lack of evidence for the events that went down is very telling of the truth.
He says here I lied to him and a mutual friend about getting kicked out of my house, and we'll never know who because you guessed it. He was claiming he's only got a few months and he needs help to move to Los Angeles. This is a complete manufactured narrative. I had zero interest to move to Los Angeles. I wanted to go anywhere in the continent. Like I said before, Jameski was just the first person to offer, and he ended up being in LA, and that's why I wanted to go to LA. Not the other way around like Jameski says it. This is how he tries to convince you that I'm a cloud chaser.
He admits to saying the N-word, but said it's because it's just a part of his vocabulary, and James could just kick him off the stream if he thinks he's being out of line or going to cause a ban. He also says he did make fun of James, but nothing resembling harassment. Him making fun of James was more him making fun of the Russian accent instead of his PTSD speech problems.
No, Jameski, I did not make fun of your speech problems. At worst, your accent! Once again, he's making it look like I had some sort of issue against his health problems, which I had no idea about, and frankly can't tell exist. I'm sure I was being a prick solely for entertainment, to be toxic, for the stream, which I explained to you while I was apologizing profusely in the call we had the day after. You're bringing it up just to make me look bad. You're actually trying to convince people that I actually meant what I said.
He goes on to disagree with the majority of James's retelling and ends the video with this.
End of the day, what did we learn? Jameski's Russian. Jameski will lie about his entire identity, so why believe about everything else? If you're gonna believe Jameski, get receipts. Don't blindly believe people. If you're under the age of 14 and you blindly believe twit-longers, you get a pass. But if you're over 14, I prescribe you with children brain.
James responded with another twit longer. Just make a video, bro. You're really gonna make me read this? Well, it is my job, so big bullet points. During the drama, Too Mad said that after his video, James would come out and threaten to off himself. James sees this as an immature comment. He claims he did not mass flag or report at Too Mad. It was actually Maximilian Muss. The real reason James was mad about the tournament in the recording Too Mad shows is because he had invited someone James does not like, which made him uncomfortable. He rebuttals Too Mad, saying he was never kicked out of his house, with a DM of him saying he was. But I guess you could take this to mean he was being forced to move due to circumstances and not literally kicked out if you want to be charitable to Medea. He shows messages of Too Mad dodging him when asking to hang out, and the rest is mostly just stuff that is up to interpretation between the two. And he finally responds to the Russian thing. He proceeds to manipulate his audience into a mindset that I always have something to hide, that I flip out whenever someone brings this up and more. The way the video is edited is also very manipulative. He claims that he's a victim and that he dodged a bullet. He claims everyone is afraid to speak out and that he's the only one brave enough to talk about it. He drags in a Roman into this. Me and Roman are friends, although we haven't spoken much lately. For the record, I used to study in Russia for a part of my life. It was the worst part of my life experience I ever had. I was also mostly homeschooled. It was around that time when my house was set on fire twice due to arson. Too Mad knows my house was set on fire. Too Mad knows I was hospitalized after. Too Mad knows I had a horrible depression and that my family was broke and that I was extremely distressed. It's worth mentioning that he didn't mention in his video about me living in other countries, and he didn't talk about me talking French, broken Suomi, etc. back in the day. Also, it's worth mentioning that I mostly spoke to fuckers in English when he was recording in Russian. Speaking anything but English is outside of my comfort zone, and I will address that later down below. I know some people have made up lies about me, and I didn't want to address it publicly. However, my close friends knew from the beginning my name is James, and it always was. I did study in Russia for a few years, like I mentioned before. It was a horrible experience. No offense towards Russians, it's the life situation more than anything. Too Mad never brought up that I also lived in Poland, Denmark, most significant, and many other countries. My family moved a lot. Longtime viewers also know I have a bit of a French background and I spoke French in some of my videos. The arson is one of the primary reasons why I had to leave my education to work to support my family. I made it clear many times during my live streams I can understand multiple languages, but English is the only language I'm comfortable fluently speaking. I never tried to hide it. I don't understand why people stick to that so much. I think this entire beef was extremely dumb. A lot of miscommunication clearly happened. Too Mad probably never lied about why he wanted to go to LA, but James clearly read some things as more definitive and serious than they actually were. James probably did not pretend to be Russian, and this was just a misinterpretation, and Too Mad took his sensitivity around the subject as proof he was lying. James probably called Chad because he was weirded out by Too Mad's behavior, which Too Mad had every right to take personally as some weird way of cutting off his new YouTube connections. To say one person is extremely in the right while the other is not is dumb. Frankly, the reason why Too Mad won this beef is because he's just way funnier than James. But by the end of it, there was no resolution. James hated Too Mad, and Too Mad hated James. And from here, they go their separate ways to continue on with their respective careers as niche internet micro-celebrities.
Booty.
Shortly after this, during his trip to Australia, one of the first episodes of Cold Ones was released, starring the Sleepyhead himself. This is one of the most coherent appearances of Madea ever released. He talks about his experiences during school and even reveals he never finished high school.
But I think all parents are like, because they're boomers, man, they don't understand. They're like, you make money on the internet, like that makes us. I had the exact same problem with my parents.
Yeah, your dad, right?
Yeah.
There's like a balance where they're simultaneously trying to look out for you and support. Absolutely, like, that's your how passion. my mom was looking at it. But
Yeah,
I was
because
like,
they're just like,
you're a fucking dumb kid. You're not gonna make anything out of this. I want you to, get an education, then maybe blah blah blah.
They didn't fucking get it, but like I said, I didn't even have subs and I knew I'd blow up. I just do it.
It's
like,
definitely a risk, but it's a risk worth taking.
I wasn't doing
For certain
shit in
people.
school. All I did was get fucking in fights constantly and just fucking do nothing. Everyone wants to be a YouTuber. That's like the top one job.
It's in surveys, it's the most requested job. I'm like, just finish school. Like, it's not going anywhere.
Nah, fuck that. Not always you need to finish school. Like, if you're like me,
school, I guarantee you,
high
school is not getting in the way of you making a YouTube video.
Depends.
Just go to school and f around then if you're not interested.
High school probably finished that. I didn't finish it.
They did a video where they made prank calls, they did a vlog in Los Angeles, and Too Mad continued doing his regular content as well. Now, there are a lot of examples I could give. The guy was at the peak of his creativity and comedic prowess, but my personal favorite thing he did is also probably the most obnoxious out of it all: the Zoom videos. When the pandemic was happening, many students had to take classes online from their home or dorm room to prevent the spread of COVID-20. So Too Mad would get his fans to send him links to their classrooms and then mess with the teacher by just being himself.
Sorry, I mean, class is over. Hi. Sorry. I'm sorry. You're gonna have a stroke. You're too old for this. Leave! 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 Leave, bro! I'm telling you, man! Fucking run! Run!
This video got 16 million views, more than double the hits of his second place video on the Too Mad channel. He was absolutely killing it during this time, collaborating with Swagger Souls, Call Me Carson, Super Mega. Really anyone who was remotely related to gaming or comedy stuff did something with Too Mad. KSI couldn't stop laughing at his videos. Goodnight Girl was featured in PewDiePie's YouTube Rewind, which got 28 million views. He did a photo shoot with Belle Delphine. As far as influence goes, from 2019 to 2021, he was at the top of his game, and it seemed like no one could stop him. Not K-pop stans, not the principal of a school who he called while pretending to be his viewer's dad so he could justify why he brought Too Mad's N-word past the school.
Are people allowed to say the N-word in the school?
Actually, if you look at our code of conduct, it is very specific in there about somebody making racial slurs.
Oh, okay, so it's not allowed, but...
Yes, yes.
But what
you
if
can
he...
check and if you want to look, that's all. I'll have her give you a call.
Wait,
okay?
wait, just 1 second. If the N-word isn't allowed, what if he has the pass? Does that allow it? Like the N-word pass? If he has the pass, he can say it, right?
What pass are you referring to, sir?
The pass, like to say the N-word?
I don't know what a mega. I'm kind of confused. You're saying that he would have a card that would allow him to make a racial slur at school? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
And this was a post-edgy YouTube. It wasn't 2016 with Filthy Frank and all of those guys. It was 2020 and 2021, and he just kept the spirit of the golden age alive. He even managed to get healthier and lose some weight. He was mewing, he was looks maxing even. Nice to see. It seemed like nothing could stand in his way, and he would continue on this upward trajectory. Surely someday he would be remembered in the YouTube Hall of Fame as a unique and innovative creator. Until one fateful day when he just stopped posting. The last video on the 2Mad channel was posted in August of 2022. Meanwhile, videos being released on the 2Mad 360 channel slowed to a crawl, and those that were posted became increasingly low effort. He just wasn't active like he used to be, at least on YouTube. On Twitter, meanwhile, he was posting incessantly, sometimes hundreds of times a day, just posting mostly incoherent bullshit. Not that his tweets weren't already that way, but it got really bad during this period. I'm giving many thanks to my insatiable horniness, Turkey, and Jesus Lord. Michael Jackson just walked into Subway, they were out of cookies and milk, and he got hangry about it and screamed, but it just sounded high-pitched and funny. Britney Spears just walked into my Subway and won't stop talking in the "it's Britney bitch" voice. She insists it's her normal speaking voice, but I don't buy it. Now this was nothing too out of the ordinary for him because his sense of humor was basically just random references repeated anyway. I mean, you know, I'm kind of stupid, so I find it funny. But it did become even more incoherent during this time. He had also stopped uploading, which definitely raised some genuine concern. Meanwhile, his Twitter account turned from just incoherent babble to trying to piss off as many people as possible. It all started with this tweet where 2Mad tweets out his drawing of Blaze the Cat from the Sonic franchise and is like, "Hey guys, I made this art, I drew this." The caption is "work in progress," and then he tags his own account. And right here on the screen, there's also a mustache covering the original signature, showing that he basically ripped this art from someone's account and then took credit for it. Stealing art isn't funny. You're not fooling anyone. Credit the original artist's post, please. And the fact he's 22 as well, bro fell off from nothing so hard because he's washed, and doing these shenanigans is the most interaction he's had in weeks. For whatever reason, he was too lazy to actually make content and was instead passing the time by baiting people on Twitter into being angry at him. And it never became a video like the K-pop thing had in the past. It was all bait with no gain whatsoever apart from his personal dopamine and enjoyment. This happened in March of 2023, and he copied these events further as a means of baiting angry interactions on Twitter. Nothing substantial happened for a few months until the allegations were made public. During one of his attention-baiting episodes, 2Mad mocks the death of a British trans girl named Brianna Gay by saying that she was his girlfriend. She was murdered, with the teenage pair who did it sentenced to life in prison for an exceptionally brutal killing, partly motivated by her transgender identity. I mean, there's just no benefit to saying stuff like that. Like, I was trying to tell him, I was like, dude, I know you're not a pedophile, but like, there's just no reason to like tweet the picture of the trans 16-year-old who's dead, like repeatedly, be like, she's so sexy. Like, there's no benefit to that. I even think it's funny. Like, I can acknowledge like there's a funny aspect to joking about something that's that up. Like, I almost get it, but it's like, just why? Like, why do that to yourself? You know the response you're gonna get if you're in that position, and
right.
He just seems to genuinely just not care. A lot of trans people on Twitter were upset about this, and with the hate swirling, a user named Goldie Bell took it as an opportunity to talk about her experience with 2Mad. On June 24th at 1:41 a.m., she posted saying the following: 2Mad is psychotic. What he said about the trans girl is genuinely how he is IRL. He's way worse in real life. Most psychopathic person I've ever met. If you're reading this, Medea, this isn't an excuse to try talking about me again. I'm completely serious about involving the police. Spam from 2Mad after I blocked him for SAing me. He made 6 burner numbers after this to also spam me on, as well as Instagram accounts and a Twitter account. If you want proof, I have all of it. Just ask. You can see him send texts actively at the end of this clip. Yeah, I met him October 2022. I hung out with him in person a few times. There's seriously so much insanely terrible stuff he did to me, it would take ages to explain, but the highlights is that he was taking a lot of drugs, pressured me into sex, verbally belittling me constantly, jokes about things like if I myself that it would be hot, that he would kill me and stuff, locked me outside his house in the middle of the night for fun. Then when he asked me to come over to apologize, he sexually assaulted me by groping me the whole time while I kept pushing his hands off, telling him no. Pressured me into sex again after I asked, does it matter if I don't want to? He said no, then grabbed me as I was trying to run out of his house's front door and started groping me while I was crying and had to use my full power to get him off. His friends showed up as I was running to my car and helped me get out after 2Mad started running to my car as I was about to go. Then that night he saw XQC and his girlfriend and told them both everything because he thought it was so funny. I didn't really say much, but yeah, the groping thing was nothing nothing compared to what happened earlier. Basically, I was extremely uncomfortable and telling him to stop touching me. He kept grabbing my thighs and messing with my skirt, started like touching my feet and shit, and I'm literally stuck in a corner basically, and the MF stands up, takes out his and kept telling me to grab it and look at it and stuff. And keep in mind, I'm super uncomfortable. I told him to put it away, and he kept getting closer to me, doing same shit until I tried leaving the room. He grabbed me then, and like, he grabbed me from behind. He was still hard, and I could feel it against my back as I was trying to get away, and he was still like grabbing my stuff. Sorry for wall of text. Oops. He did that twice. At the time, Too Mad responded by saying, okay, and call the cops. Do it. They'll be like, who asked? Goldie Bell then posted a screenshot of Too Mad supposedly mocking Bianca Devins, who is a 17-year-old girl who was brutally murdered by a guy she knew online. She also said she had more screenshots of him being a bad person compiled in a folder, but refused to reveal it for the time being. She then posted a video of him apologizing for misgivings, including making sexual advances she was uncomfortable with and pushing past her boundaries.
I am literally driving, but I'm literally in Oregon, fucking Washington, Oregon. Yeah, okay. So apology. All right. So I can't take the damage away that I've done, but I'll try my best. Okay. Okay. I at least want to take responsibility for what I did. You know.
So is there a reason?
You know, like the way I treated you, and like.
At the very least, he seemed to admit some kind of wrongdoing, but what it was unclear, as was the severity. She then posted literally thousands of messages of him spamming her, acting like a nut job basically. Some people questioned if this was just typical Too Mad behavior, while others speculated he had to be using some substance to justify spamming someone this much. While he wasn't on YouTube, he was still infrequently streaming on Twitch. The same night Goldie Bell posted all of this, he went live and made fun of her, saying she was desperate for attention, and that the allegations were cookie cutter and dumb. Getting a real response out of him was nigh impossible.
Nobody fucking believes you. Okay, actually, the first thing that I did was, I'm not that bad. I didn't fucking... Bro, I was on the couch with the fucking cat, scrolling!
Welcome.
Mindlessly. And then I saw the fucking kid. Oh my god, it was an honest mistake. I was just posting. I was just talking, okay? Like, I don't know what to tell you.
In this stream, he also said she was his girlfriend at some point, and this was a relationship struggle. He also, in a few different contexts, claimed he had paid Goldie Bell for oral sex, which she supposedly accepted. Meanwhile, Goldie Bell said she was never in a relationship with him. There also seemed to be some conversation about him giving her money here. He says he wants to shower her in cash. They discuss some money that he's to give her to make her feel better for something he did. And then, when they're talking about him giving her money, he says she should get the sperm out of him.
Most fucking ridiculous shit. Whatever. I don't like cancel culture anyways. So many fucking dudes that you guys trust on a day-to-day basis have done that same shit, if not worse. It's common!
Him downplaying the allegations by saying this kind of thing, whatever the truth was, and saying it happens all the time, definitely didn't help him in the eyes of the public. Now, at the same time, this clip looks especially bad when taken out of context. He does, however, outright deny any sexual misconduct ever took place.
Some of it's false. Like, she's over-dramatizing it. Like, I didn't say this all, it just didn't happen. That never happened. That's her main headline, right? That's the main headline? Never happened.
He also said she was mentally ill, which informed her supposed false allegations, as she was abused in her youth.
The truth is that she was molested as a child, right? Okay, it happens all the time, and that makes it so like what happened to her is a lot worse in her fucking head.
Finally, he reflects that had he not started shit with the trans community on Twitter, this may have never come out and he would have been left alone.
You made this shit 10 times worse for yourself? Okay, yeah, if I wasn't doing that trans, I don't know if she would have posted that shit on Twitter. If I wasn't like wilding out originally. Finally! This is like a train, like I'm just having a train ran on me.
In response to the apology video, he claimed it was a coerced confession. Meanwhile, others leaked messages of him spamming people for no response. When questioned about his harassment, he told people to end their lives, spammed even more, complaining about how his personality doesn't make up for his physical appearance, and more schizo babble. It was clear by this point that he had some delusions of grandeur, believing himself to be a few notches above the average man. He was also constantly posting memes about light yagami from Death Note. I mentioned earlier how he was consistently using stimulants and also marijuana. While both of these can have negative effects, their toll on your body in the short term tends tends to be much less extreme than with hard stuff, which by this point in time he was very into. Introducing ketamine. A big aspect of ketamine is in fact delusions. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic that has some hallucinogenic effects, and the more you take, the more these effects take hold. This is a drug he has referenced tens of times, and so at the time, many assumed he was frequently under the influence of the powerful psychoactive drug, which was definitely impacting how he responded to everything. But with most situations like this, they never actually escape the Twitterverse. This time, it did, when Goldie Bell filed a civil suit against him. On July 6, 2023, Goldie Bell, real name Isabella, filed a request for a protection order against Too Mad or Medea Sadiq. She claimed she was being harassed by him through threats, both public and private. She also said they've been witnessed by James Prime, the real-life name of Jameski. She claimed it began in December of 2021 and lasted until the present. When asked if he had threatened her with a weapon, she said, "Respondent pulled his gun on me while I was standing on his front porch," which was caught on video and posted to Too Mad's Twitter account. He owns numerous firearms. In connection with his threats, she posted a video to Twitter showing him firing his pistol in the air while sitting on his patio. She also claimed to have been sexually assaulted on multiple occasions, including coerced oral sex and intercourse. "I live in constant fear of my life. I am Isabella, and I am the petitioner in this action. I bring this petition because I fear for my life and safety. I am a 19-year-old art student. Beginning in November 2021, respondent Medea Sadiq sexually assaulted me on multiple occasions, and over the last several weeks has made private and public threats to my life, repeatedly harassing me online and by phone. Respondent also pulled a gun on me, which is captured on video. Exhibit C. I believe that respondent is severely mentally ill and unstable. I fear that he's going to harm me. I met respondent online in October 2021, shortly after I turned 18 years old. Respondent is a famous YouTube video creator with millions of subscribers and hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter and other social media platforms. On or around November 21st, 2021, respondent invited me over to his house to spend time together. When I arrived at his door, he immediately asked me for my ID to verify that I was 18 years old. He then asked me to give him my phone, which I did. He then deleted our prior text message conversations on my phone and told me to leave. I immediately felt very uncomfortable and left after just 10 minutes. In December 2021, respondent manipulated me into coming back to his house to visit. He assured me that he would not make any sexual advances towards me and that he simply wanted to apologize to me for how he had previously acted. He gave me marijuana, and I quickly became intoxicated. He then returned to making advances. As we were watching a YouTube video together, he pulled out his penis and demanded that I give him oral sex. I was in shock and refused him over and over again. At that point, he placed himself between me and the door and began to get enraged. I knew he had multiple guns in the house and he was not going to let me leave. Because I was scared of what he would do to me if I continued to refuse his advances, I performed oral on him against my will. I was too intoxicated to drive home that night. His manipulation continued over the next several weeks, and he exerted sexual control over me, eventually forcing me to have sex with him against my will. I repeatedly told him that I was not consenting to sexual relations with him, and in an attempt to lure me back into his house again, he sent me a photograph of a contract he drafted, wherein he promised not to demand sexual acts from me, and he acknowledges his wild, uncontrollable psychological problems. A true and correct copy of the photograph is attached. By January of 2022, I had enough. I told the respondent that I would never allow him to touch me again. As I turned to run out of his house, he ran after me, tried to tackle me, and grope my breasts. He seemed to find this funny. I was in tears and begging him to let me leave. When I finally got out of the front door, two of the respondent's friends happened to pull into the driveway. They saw my highly emotional state and asked me if I was okay. I told them I was not okay, and his friends acknowledged that the respondent was known to act this way towards women. At the time, I did not go to the police for fear of him retaliating against me. Shortly thereafter, respondent sent me a video of him apologizing for assaulting me. The video will be provided to the court at the evidentiary hearing. Over the last several months, respondent has continuously harassed and stalked, making several threats to my safety. His threats and harassment have become more and more alarming over the past 2 weeks. In the past, he's shown up to my apartment unannounced, and as recently as 4 days ago, under information and belief, he sent a package to my parents' address in Orange County. While I blocked his phone number, he set up 8 burner phone numbers so that he could continue to spam me, contact me, and threaten me. The text and spam messages number in the thousands. In one unsolicited direct message, he threatened, "School shooters are like tortured souls that fester in dark rooms with their misery. Is there a chance? Yeah. Like I might get a phone call from Jesus Christ to exhume your soul for the sacrifice, and unfortunately in this situation, I must do." Further, respondent repeatedly harasses and threatens me online, including on Twitter, which has provoked his large following of fans to join in the harassment. Just a few days ago, the respondent referred to me in a threatening tweet, watching Death Note to mentally prepare the most effective way to make this bitch jump out of her skin in her apartment. In another tweet while talking about me, the respondent posted a meme depicting 3 assault rifles with the caption, "Who's getting the assault rifle?" He further tweeted that he will burn my life to the ground and that he is plotting on the bitch. In another tweet, he bragged about sexually assaulting me. What do you mean? I got a bunch of head and sex from her. I won. Lol. He continued, well, actually, it's around 30 when our students become successful. They kind of die inside in the meantime. I'ma get away with this shit. After being confronted online for essaying me, he tweeted to his hundreds of thousands of followers, you know what? I would do it again. In another tweet, he posted a video of two birds mating with the caption, so this is what I did to Bella, basically. Respondent continues to post photos of me in connection with threats to my safety. Examples of respondents' online and telephone harassment are attached here too as Exhibit B. Further, respondent is in possession of multiple firearms and his online harassment makes reference to his firearms. In between his threatening tweets, respondent posted a video of him firing his gun off on his patio at his home. Respondent is known for flaunting his significant arsenal of weapons online, and he appears to have a fascination with firearms. On one occasion, the respondent pulled a gun on me while I was standing at his front door. The act was photographed on his doorbell camera, and he posted the photo to his Twitter account. True and correct copies of respondent's gun-related activity are attached as Exhibit C. Fearing for my life, on or around June 26, 2023, I went to the Culver City Police Station and filed a police report, case number 233383. Officer Bo Railsbach suggested that I immediately hire counsel and seek a civil harassment restraining order. I am terrified that respondent is going to kill me and or continue to attempt to exert sexual control over me. Respondent appears to be severely mentally ill and unpredictable. The constant threats and harassment are ongoing, and respondent has caused me substantial psychological and physical harm. His conduct has led to my extreme anxiety, depression, and habits of self-harm. Alright, so with her main statement out of the way, let's get to the evidence. Exhibit A features a written apology that Tumad had signed saying he would agree to not demand sex from her. It was apparently a sleeper agent code word which would make him be forced to admit how he was scaring Isabella and apologize for his actions. Past this point, most of the evidence regards Twitter posts and messages Medea made and sent to Goldie Bell. Exhibit B shows that Discord message of him saying school shooters are like tortured souls, but he has a life worth living. The next one shows him saying, is there a chance? Yeah, low-key. I can lie and say no though. Like I might get a phone call from Jesus Christ to exhume your soul for the sacrifice. And unfortunately in that situation, I must do it. Now some of the posts entered into evidence are just straight up goofy to be included here. This one shows him making some meme about Death Note. The next image is a Halo meme assigning the assault rifles featured throughout the series to their respective Alvin and the Chipmunks character. Page 16 meanwhile shows Leafy is here asking Tumad why his Riz is so bad, with him responding saying he got a bunch of head and sex from her, so he won. In the same screenshot we see him saying the reason he made the apology was to get her to unblock him, and it was not sincere. They feature him spam posting about driving in Oregon, which was his favorite bit during this time. You guys don't get it. He's not giving a good response, not because he's crazy, but because he was driving. You're not supposed to text and drive, especially not in Oregon. Page 22 features a tweet of him saying, you want me to suffer for it? Hell nah, and you know what? I would do it again. The next page is a meme he made about Oregon and the allegations. Finally, at the end, we get some text messages of Tumad and her. She asks him not to send her sexual things anymore, and he just dismisses her. Then there's a bunch of nonsense about self-improvement, and I miss the rage. Now for Exhibit C. The first piece of evidence here is an 11-second video Tumad posted himself, which appears to feature Goldie Bell coming to his door and him holding a gun. She claims this is one of the moments when he threatened her with a firearm. Here is that video. Now in the video itself, Tumad claims that this Glock is just an airsoft gun, but he does have a real one. The next video is a re-uploaded edit from Tumad depicting him walking on his patio with a different airsoft gun, shooting it into the air with artificial muzzle flashes and sound effects.
Look, whoever's the CEO of WebP, look at this shit. What the fuck? This is not a PNG. This is some bullshit. What the fuck?
They then show Google image search results for Tumad gun, and there are various images here. The one on the top right is obviously photoshopped. The one on the top left is a video where he uses an airsoft gun to kill a spider.
It's on your leg. No!
The one on the bottom right was confirmed by YouTuber Yumi to be an airsoft gun and appears to possibly be the same one he shot on his patio. Finally, the photo of him with the Thompson also appears to be airsoft, but it's really difficult to be certain here. I'm not a gun expert.
It's just uncomfy. Yeah, it's kind of unwieldy.
And that's the end of the evidence for the initial suit. Now, the purpose of this suit, to be clear, is to secure a protection order for her so that the court orders Tumad to stop contacting her altogether, which honestly is a valid motivation considering the fact that he was constantly going schizo on her and wouldn't stop contacting her. He incessantly posted about the situation after it all came out with vague memes and directly addressed her. In August of 2023, he called into the TBH podcast to respond to the allegations.
I deny everything. Okay, I did some of that Alright, so not everything.
Which things?
No, I didn't do Okay, I don't deny everything. I deny some things and I accept some things, okay? Thank you. I'm just describing what I'm asking you to do. I'm in Oreo right now.
Too mad? Are you still there?
He left.
Then he called into Augie RFC's live show while I was there to just spam a bunch of memes and really not say much of anything.
I have more marketable skills than you too. I'm a better editor. Literally, if I didn't have a YouTube channel at all, I could work as a manager, could work as an editor.
No, you couldn't.
And be
Where, like a Denny's?
Dude, do you even know how to use Sun Vegas? Do you know how to use Sun Vegas? Dude, if there's anybody who's more likely to work at Denny's, it's fucking you, bro. Please stop coping.
Now, around this time, a lot of people had been making videos about what was going on. Myself, Oompaville, really any commentary channel was making a video about the 2Mad allegations. Decided to start posting a series of responses which are completely unwatchable garbage.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. You know who 2Mad is? Yeah, he's a legend. Yes, that's me.
But if we're to summarize what he said here, he basically says, 1, yes, I am a scumbag. 2, yes, I did try to and successfully paid her for sex, and I did also, 3, spam her with messages. However, he does not believe this constitutes stalking and claims he didn't sexually assault her. He admits to being a manipulative weirdo, but not someone who has assaulted a girl. While I was reviewing these allegations on my own live stream with Gokanaru, 2Mad decided to call into the show to have a chat about everything. He joins the call, to which I immediately ask him why he has posted this suicide-inducing, unwatchable response, to which he claims it is watchable because other people have low production quality and still succeed. I, of course, rebuttal saying that this is an important video where he's responding to allegations and he just sort of acts dense and doesn't get it. It's unwatchable, dude. I turned it off.
It's not unwatchable. You turned it off.
I shot myself in the throat after watching it.
I have to watch furries have
C920 mic. There's that one streamer with the C920 mic that there's millions of views of J-Schlatt C920 videos. Like, this is like, it's irreverent.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be like a serious response.
Yeah, but why the thing is okay, so there's a balance to be struck with, so you were talking about, oh, this dude fell off, right? Okay, so he gets canceled, still fell off, right? Okay, so part of that is like, okay, well, you haven't posted anything interesting in a while.
Yeah.
And the other part of it is you just straight up aren't, like, you don't care, like, unironically uncancelable.
Gokanaru then makes the case to him that not caring what the internet thinks at all is dumb, especially with an ongoing lawsuit which could result in financial damages to him. He doesn't seem to agree.
Being beholden to the internet. You know, like if you give a f about what people think, you're beholden to them.
Yeah, but like, do you realize how that can like result in you going like off the rails and smashing into a brick wall?
All right, what's the worst thing that I did? What's the most off the rails thing I did?
I mean, you're being sued right now. Yeah.
Oh, the being sued thing, I didn't do that to myself. I did that to myself a year and a half ago, but that was a year and a half ago.
What do you mean did it to yourself as in like, you did what she said?
Like
or
everything
you're just saying like,
what
happened?
Yeah, what I'm being sued for, I did it a year and a half ago.
Okay. But now your response to it is to like make this like insane video where you just like blow out the mic and say a bunch of bullshit, babble, and like scream like...
Well, okay, well, so the alternative is to say nothing.
Yeah, it's a lawsuit, an ongoing lawsuit. Do you have to comment right now?
But if you say nothing, it's like, then it's like I'm beholden to people.
Couldn't you just make a statement and be like, yeah, I mean, I'm just dealing with it right now, like, you know, I'm gonna deal with it legally in the proper channel. Like, I feel like there's literally no benefit to that video. The first time that whole audience has heard of you is just like schizo unwatchable video. It's like his mission at this moment seemed to be to completely just go off the rails publicly and piss off as many people as possible. He didn't care about pleasing anyone. In fact, he wanted to rid his audience of the Emily BLM types, as he puts it, and just leave the based ones, so to speak. But given the serious situation he was in, being in a lawsuit, it didn't make sense to us why he would be posting things like, I did it and I would do it again, and to make all of these terrible response videos. No matter what we said, he didn't seem to get it.
Yeah, my prediction is like, so basically it's literally what I said in the video, which is just like she's traumatized by somebody else, so she's like having an overreaction to what happened to her. So like the actual like intelligent opinion on like what actually happened is like pretty innocuous, non-excessive. But it's like it's still not good, just in the sense of like, because she's traumatized, it's like I should have been more delicate about it. But what I did is like she's definitely like, she's gay, like she's a little gay person.
Do you think that anything you've said on like Twitter or in the video was like admissible in court in any way?
Yes.
Do you think that would like
But the thing
do you
is,
think that would bode well for you in court or no?
They're gonna try their hardest to like paint this image, but I feel like that's what you do when you have way too much money. The thing is, like, they're not gonna take the tweets and be like, ah, yes, he's schizo.
They might. I mean, I don't think that's what they say. I think they'd take it and be like, why is he like saying all this bullshit, contradicting himself? Like, it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like the contradicting thing, but like
that's like a
it's just like, well, not as bad as it is because like it's gonna all get aggregated anyways, right? All together, testify, and then they're gonna look at the tweets and stuff like that.
Dude,
and then
like, just what are you doing? Has your lawyer told you if it's a good idea or not to post on social media? I assume he said it's a bad idea.
Yeah, he told me not to, but it's like I can just tell the guy is like not taking it too serious. Like he's an experienced lawyer, so he's dealt with like a.
He's not taking it seriously. I feel like he is taking it seriously.
Well, no, he's taking it seriously, but he's not taking it seriously in the sense of like you need to stop doing that now. It's more like you should stop doing it rather than you should stop doing it now. Like for example, like killing somebody, that would be like a thing that a lawyer would be like, you need to stop doing that now.
Yeah. During this stream, we tried to convince him to just make a coherent response that was actually watchable. We compared his case to those like Quiet, where they managed to respond and debunk the allegations to the public. He just didn't get it and delusionally believed that if Quiet had posted a 240p ear reaction video instead of his comprehensive debunking, then he would have gotten off scot-free. I mean,
bro, you're basically worried you're gonna undermine your swag when your swag's already like insanely undermined, bro.
Yeah.
Like the whole point of kind of like the Quiet video was the guy like took his mask off and he was like being candid, right? I mean,
yeah, but he didn't need to do that. He didn't need to show his face. He didn't need to
video.
Wait, but Quiet didn't need to show his face for the first time and just irreparably.
Okay. The concession that he had to make was like, I'm a virgin addict. The concession Pyrocycle had to make is I'm a disgusting furry. Like I have all these up things. I'm a addict as well. But then he was like, well, I'm not a file, and like that is terrible. But it's that is terrible. But in the public opinion, I know. But in the public opinion, both of those people won. So wouldn't you just take some pointers? It also became clear during this interview that Too Mad did not have much going on. He basically spent all day alone in his apartment, letting mold grow on his brain.
She's trying to kill you by making these allegations. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
All right.
You said that.
All right. Too Mad, what do you do on a daily basis, brother?
Jerk off.
You're 100% like mentally. You feel like you're fine, right? Like unironically.
I guess I'm fine.
Like, do you have best friends, bro? They're like offline.
Yeah. Wait, no, not offline.
Okay.
Have you been like? Has there anyone like this like been around you throughout this? So, like, just kind of keep your head on straight or no?
Not really. I'm based.
I see. Okay.
You're making being based sound really depressing, bro.
What do you mean depressing? It builds character.
Being alone? It can.
Yes.
I mean,
absolutely. You don't think that builds fortitude, having a hard life?
No, I want a hard life. I've never wanted an easy life, but doesn't mean you need to like experience it alone. Anyway.
Yeah. I think having people around you is really important.
Well, there's 7 billion people, so eventually I'll just find.
Afterwards, we moved into the allegations themselves. Too Mad claims the nature of their meeting was prostitution. He said he messaged her asking her to give him oral for money, and she agreed, at which point their interactions in real life began.
Like, the never sucked my ever, like, without $200. The $200 was just like, now I'm doing it.
So she wouldn't give you head if not for the money, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Just completely knocked open the door. It was like, I never do that. It was before, there was like, I never do that. And after that, she's like, okay, how big are you? I think I'm gonna swallow. It's like, what the It's a complete switch in the head.
However, during their interactions, they developed actual feelings for each other and were hanging out pretty frequently, talking every day.
I've had like a little girlfriend thing before too, but it's like, this was more than that.
No, I get
That's what I mean.
Like, yeah, this is like your first time being like intimate with a chick, basically. There was messages where you were saying like not trying to date or whatever. Was that you kind of like trying to convince her you weren't trying to date because she didn't want to date? Like, I'm kind of confused how she's claiming you weren't dating and then you're saying like you are. Like, she didn't want to date, but like you were effectively dating. Is that kind of what it was?
I mean, so there was like, okay, for example, she'll say like you chose me, or like she'll say like I'm trying to lock down this dub, or I'll say like, oh, we're gonna be friends if you don't have sex with me, and then she'll be like, oh, that feels like shit. Stuff like this, or it'll be like it's just like I don't know what the distinction is. Like, it's the only thing I know about like an intimate relationship with a woman. It's like,
yeah,
it's like I've had little friendship things, but it's like I've had like a little girlfriend thing before too, but it's like this was more than that.
He considered it to be a relationship, although keep in mind, he had never had a girlfriend, so it's hard to say what his understanding of that would be. And this brings us to the night Isabella describes in her lawsuit. In Isabella's version of events, Too Mad wanted her to come into his home and told her he would not make any advances. He then gave her weed and returned to making those advances. She says as they are watching YouTube, he pulled out his penis and demanded oral. She refused over and over again. Then he places himself in front of the door, becoming angry that she won't give in. She said she was scared because she knew he had multiple guns and was not going to let her leave, so she gives in. During the live stream, some of these interactions do seem to line up. According to him, she comes inside, they go upstairs, she sits down on his bed and calls him an incel. He starts touching her right away and making advances. She shoves his hands off. He does it again. She gives him a strange smile and shoves his hands off again. He advances again. She declines and says stop, and Tumad says that past that point nothing happens. During the same night, though, he started touching her toes, and she says she's going to drive home if he keeps touching her. And according to Tumad, this is where the interaction ends. I'll also let him speak for himself here so you can hear exactly what he said.
This time with the gun was the second time you met her. What goes down then?
I don't know if it was the second time. It probably wasn't. But yeah, she comes inside, and then we go upstairs. This is me telling you exactly like what happened with this girl.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it's like the first time I did this. Okay. So I remember that we went upstairs. She sat down in a chair and was complaining about, oh, you tell me to cut myself. You don't like women. You're like an incel. Blah 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 blah. She's always complaining about some stupid shit. And then I start touching her, like I sit in front of her, she's sitting in a chair, right? So I'm sitting on the floor, and I just start like, I'm trying to make advances, right? So I'm like touching her thigh, and then what she originally, she didn't care the first time, and she eventually was like, she looks at me, and she shoves my hands off, okay? And then she does that like, again, that loop happens where I put my hand on her thigh. Not really like grasping it or anything, I would just put it on top of the thigh. And then she like, gives me this, she looks at me again, she gives me like a smile, like it's like a weird smile, and she shoves my hand off again. So like that's like the third time or something like that. And the fourth time she was like stop, and then I stopped. When she said stop, I stopped. And then like some little while later I start touching her toes, and then she's like, do you have like a foot fetish? And I'm like, no. And then she eventually gets to like, I'm gonna want to drive home if you keep touching me, I'm clearly not happy, says that. And then she says I like pulled my dick out or whatever the fuck. It's like I don't remember this. But after the toes thing, and then she starts complaining like I want to drive home or whatever, I'm pretty sure I just like, that was kind of the end of it. It doesn't really go.
Was this the same interaction that she claimed was like a sexual experience, or was this just your first time meeting her in person, like the sexual assault or whatever happened? Because there's a moment where she's like, she's like, she claimed that you like shoved her, pushed her down, tried to make her do stuff.
Whoa, wait, what? When did she say that?
Didn't I see this a while ago on Twitter?
Wait, when
she was claiming there was sexual like assault, like it was like an assault.
Yeah, no, she's using the word sexual assault for sure. But when did she say like?
I can't remember. I mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought I saw that on Twitter.
Well, she says like tackle in the TRO. She says like he tried to tackle me. He got enraged, blocked the door.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Sure.
Yeah, there's definitely no shoving. Like I wouldn't be surprised if she claimed it, but I didn't actually do that. But she says that I blocked the door.
Okay.
And that I made it so she couldn't leave, or she knew that she couldn't leave.
Did you do that?
So when she gets in the courtroom, blocking the door, dude. Okay, she said that I trapped her in a corner or some shit like that. Okay, I know what corner that was. She was sitting in a chair. This girl, you have to understand, we've already had many incidents where it's just like the same routine where I'm just like, hey, you gonna suck my dick one day or what? And she's like, no. And then and then she's like, I'm gonna leave. And then she leaves, and then she comes back, and she leaves, and then she comes back, and I walk her outside, and she leaves, and then she comes back. Like, we've already done this a million times. If she wanted to leave, she could leave just like the other time. But because I was touching her, that's why her brain becomes like, well, I'm stuck here. I can't leave. But the truth is, if she stood up and decided to just like, I don't know, go to the washroom or something, I would have just been like, I wouldn't have even noticed.
So there's never been a scenario in which you've been like, you can't leave right now, you have to stay.
Absolutely not.
Now these are two very different interpretations of that night. He says he doesn't even remember his dick leaving his pants. It's worth noting that at this point he was already heavy into drug use, so it's possible his interpretation of events is affected by that use.
So were there ever times when you would take ketamine, you just pass the out and you don't even like remember, you get like a ketamine blackout?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you basically like use the ketamine kind of as a crutch to like, make you feel like more, base level when you would like get...
Yeah, I used it to talk to girls, yeah.
Yeah, no, to talk to girls, yeah, but like I'm saying like to literally like, like when you would basically make like sexual advances and shit like that, would you usually...
Not really. No, not like that. Like I would use ketamine not because of like... Say again?
Like earlier in the day, like would you...
Yeah, like earlier in the day, like I would use ketamine like...
He also said he absolutely offered her weed that night.
I definitely offered her marijuana that day. I know that because I have a video of me when I sexually assaulted her, she claims, or whatever.
Speaking of weed, this is an underexplored aspect of Tumad. In the past, he'd been known to use it and other drugs excessively, showing this was not the first time a problem presented itself.
You about to lay down?
Yeah, because he fucking has that weed vape and hit like 40 fucking hits off it since we started the podcast.
Yeah.
It's likely that for a lot of his career, the guy was using something. And on the same stream, he also says he definitely pressured her into sex. But in his view, she could have left at any point in time and he never would have stopped her. From your perspective, it's all going to get thrown out because of the sexual assault stuff just being unprovable.
It's possible. The sexual assault stuff, I really just don't... Like, I was literally Googling it earlier today. I still think about it all the time. Is what I did sexual assault? It says coerced sexual assault, right?
Yeah.
Coercion. The thing is, I definitely pressured her, right? I absolutely did. Since day one, it was just like the same question. Like, it wasn't like I sprung it on her. It was just the same question every time we would hang out.
You pressured her to give you head, right?
Come, yeah. When she comes over and when she leaves, it's just like I would and ask for the same thing over and over and over and over.
So I think when someone hears like pressure, like chat's going crazy right now, they hear like you there was some level of like trying to force her or be like, you need to do this right now.
Yeah.
I mean you were asking her repeatedly. Was there, do you think that you went over the line in terms of like any level of consent in any of those interactions?
So here's what pushed her into it. When she had sex with me, I remember that when all I had to do was ask. So I don't know, that was easier. I feel like all I had to do was like keep asking her over and over. She eventually was like, okay, when my period's over, we can have sex. So that was a dub, which then she claims is sexual assault. We agreed to it days before. What the
You're saying you did not force her, you just asked her, and then eventually, like, if she wanted out of that interaction, she could have left at any point in time, but she didn't. She stayed.
Yeah, she absolutely.
And eventually she agreed to have sex with you. Like, you weren't keeping her in a house or anything, right?
Yeah, she says that I used guns. I had guns. Okay, so what she says, I have guns. She knew that I had guns in the house, and that she knew that I wouldn't let her leave. What the Why would I stop you from leaving for the first time? This is a repeat of every night we ever hung out where you come and go. I'm like a virgin. It's not like I know what I'm doing. I don't know how to secure sex. If I knew how to get sex from girls, I would have done that. It's not that. It's just like my way of getting sex is literally just asking them, can I please cunnilingus? Can I please?
Zemo Nitrum says he nagged his way into sex, douchey move, but not sexual assault. I mean, that's what it sounds like from his perspective. Like, he just asked her enough and eventually she said yes. Like, as far as pressuring, I think when people hear pressuring, they think like you were like, you need to do this right now or I'm gonna you.
But here's the thing.
You're saying you didn't say that.
Yeah, okay, there definitely, it wasn't killing. But
it was just like, were you just like begging her? Is that what it was? Like please have sex with me?
There was begging. There's the begging. There was always begging, but there was an ultimatum. Like when she had sex with me, it was just begging. When she sucked my balls the day like I sexually assaulted her, she claimed, I gave her an ultimatum.
And the ultimatum was like, you either suck me off or I'm gonna stop hanging out with you.
Yeah, it wasn't even stop hanging out with you. It was just like, we can be friends. And then a fucking switch in her brain flipped, and she started walking towards my bedroom.
In the court documents, Goldie Bell cites an apology Two Mad made as evidence of his crime, an admission basically. She also posted this original video on Twitter for everyone to see. Now, Two Mad claims this apology was disingenuous and merely a way for him to continue talking to her. He also claims the person in question who wrote the apology for him to say to her had his own allegations and as a result was an unreliable narrator.
I do have a legit question though. There was that one guy you brought up in the response to Oompaville that had sex with a 15-year-old or whatever, allegedly. Sorry. Do you have like, is there any evidence that he's the one that wrote all that? Like the apology? Did he write it out? Like,
no, it's just like he sends me a text message, he's like, rewrite it so she doesn't know. Like, yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's
I don't really
mention that a lot.
Like, so that's a disregard for truth, right? She knows that it's not a true apology, she puts it on the internet. That also is defamation case.
She knew that?
Yes, she knew that.
Basically, there was this this situation where you were, the whole driving in Oregon meme comes from. You're driving, reading the apology. You claim that apology was written by someone who later turned out to be some kind of like creep himself. Like, what is your? I guess I was curious if you could go deeper on that, like who that person is.
That guy, he was an opportunist that he saw the opportunity of so she has roommates, right? He's like an opportunist. He saw it as a chance to get with girls. That guy.
Who is that guy? Who is that guy?
Just some kid who had a DJ career that got destroyed when everybody found out that he was having sex with a 15-year-old.
How old was he?
You didn't know?
He was 19.
You didn't know that, like, while you were hanging out?
No, I did know that. At some point, somebody told me that, and I was like, that's weird, and I just kind of ignored it.
Okay. You just kept hanging out with the guy?
Not really. I didn't hang out with the guy very often. You gotta understand.
He's just a guy you knew? Okay.
I've met him like 3-4 times, like something like that. Yeah, it's just like, well, the thing is, I don't have friends IRL. I saw him as many times as I saw Bella, you know what I mean? Like, that's like one of the closest people I knew here in LA.
How many times you see Bella though? Like roughly?
Like 4 or 5 times, something like that. Less than 10.
Did you end up seeing her after the Oregon apology?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then you texted her apologizing, like actually meaning it afterward, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you actually felt like you meant the apology, what were you apologizing for?
Plenty of stuff. I was saying like all types of things, like psychopath, sociopath, doing drugs.
Because you're saying now that she was saying you can whatever essayed her while you were in the relationship. So now I'm trying to understand, like, what were you apologizing for? Were you like doing like a lip service apology for the SA stuff even though you didn't mean it?
Yeah, one part of it is that I wanted her to forgive me. That's one. So that meant buying into her delusions so I could like get her to forgive me, right? And then the other thing is like, I don't know if I meant it in the sense of like, I treated her like a bad boyfriend. I don't know if I meant it as like a sincere apology. It's the most sincere one that I've given her, but it's like, it was mainly because I wanted the girl back, right?
One thing they don't disagree on is the obsession he had with her. Goldie Bell claims she was harassed and stalked by Too Mad, which is part of why she needed the protective order against him. He would use alternate phone numbers to message her a bunch of nonsense, spamming I Miss the Rage, which is a Playboi Carti song famously covered by Mario Judah, over and over and over and over. He sent her the Easter Island emoji hundreds of times. He said Donda about 1,000 times. And he also sent her messages trying desperately to convince her to speak to him again.
I know there is nothing I can do to take away the damage that I have done to you, but at the very least I want to take responsibility. The way that I treated you and viewed you was not okay. I pushed past your boundaries for only the benefit of myself. I made sexual advances that you were clearly not comfortable with, and I chose to ignore it. I regret all of that so much. As for the kind of jokes that I made, it was never my intention to make you fear for your safety, but I understand now that's how I made you feel. I am sorry. As if this was all not enough for you, I acted very obsessive after I realized you had left. I am working hard in therapy to correct the parts of my brain that allowed me to act like this, and I'm going to make damn sure I never repeat these actions to anyone else. Enjoy, love. I'm good.
In these messages, it's clear he knows he did something to her, but doesn't really specify. Regardless, he continued messaging her for weeks.
When you were spamming her in messages, okay, what time was that? Like, at what point in your relationship was, you know what I mean?
I did that all the time, but I don't know.
Why did you do that? Were you just like desperate for her attention, or?
Sure.
Like you were in love type of thing, but I
get. Oh yeah, no, I was completely infatuated with this girl. That's why I also say like we were like dating or whatever because I don't know, man. Like I was very invested. That's the word I need to use. Yeah. Very invested. Very invested.
They're not like. I guess it's like you were invested. I just feel like I don't know. There must have been other girls you could talk to. You're like famous.
No. There's no girl that was nearly as invested with this girl.
So it was just a fixation on her in particular. I see.
I mean, like people don't want to use the word dating, but it's like, bro, yeah, invest. I had large stonks.
Was she invested?
500. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There are a lot of other interesting pieces of information from this stream that iron out some of the details the public has been confused on, at least from Too Mad's perspective. One thing he says was that during the sexual encounters he had with Goldie Bell, he actually didn't even enjoy it, but he claims that she did.
Is there any point where, while you were or doing whatever that she switched up during that?
No, when we were having sex, it was like I don't know. She said when she did tell me like after we had sex, I was just completely like grossed out and like I don't want to do that again. I was like I need to take a shower, and then she was just kind of like whatever. She was like laying down on the bed like face down, and then like later on she was like, well, I enjoyed myself, and then I just sort of said nothing. I was like I didn't want to tell her like I hated it or whatever, but she was like yeah, she
enjoyed herself. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, she said she enjoyed herself. Okay. She said I enjoyed myself because I was giving her signals that I didn't like it.
Keep in mind, Too Mad was also a virgin before he met her, and here he is saying all of his times having sex weren't even enjoyable. After this stream, I got added to a group chat with other drama channels to talk about the allegations. A bunch of people were in there, and for the time I was there, it consisted of everyone trying to convince him to take the allegations seriously and make a proper response because his goofy, aloof attitude towards it all was making him look guilty by default. He was also working on a WordPress website at some point to prove his innocence, but I don't think that was ever finished. Meanwhile, his tweets were as schizophrenic as ever. Too Mad will remember this. Guys, you can't make edgy jokes. Freedom of expression is Jover, demonetized. Kinda having everything happen all at once. Maybe it's ADHD. I don't know. I think I need a new lawyer. In any case, I won't kill myself or whatever, but I will lose faith in humanity forever if I don't get vindicated. Bowling noises intensify. Lord knows the community is itching for some drama to get knee deep into. This might be compelling. He was basically begging for someone to make a video debunking the allegations for him so he would be off the hook. He asked me for as much in DMs multiple times. He also asked me to loan him like $40,000 to pay for his lawyer, which he said he would then pay back tenfold if he won through making more videos. Gotta say, not the most enticing offer. Ultimately, Goldie Bell's restraining order was granted. Too Mad was to not contact her for 3 years. Whatever the truth of what happened between them, he had no formal criminal charges and was a free man. Many expected him to turn a new leaf and get back to making the content everyone loved from him. Why wouldn't he? Unfortunately, that just didn't happen. Instead, his brain began to Too Mad continued to schizophrenically post into the void on Twitter every single day. Sometimes he would deny any wrongdoing related to Goldie Bell. Sometimes he would claim he did assault her and he would do it again. Part of this can be chalked up to his mental illness, which J-Reg claims is schizophrenia or autism, and part of it is because he was doing drugs. A lot. Too Mad had already admitted to using ketamine multiple times, admitting he didn't even know how much he was taking and would just snort it indiscriminately. During a stream with Kanklemore, he also said he was taking Xanax. This Xanax was not prescription. Not only was it not not his own, it wasn't a prescription at all. It was a Mexican-made version called Pharmapram. This version of the drug is often made with fentanyl due to its cheapness when compared to the actual compounds to make proper American Xanax. Even in small doses, this can prove deadly. Fentanyl has become such an epidemic that country artist Jelly Roll recently addressed the United States Congress about the epidemic of overdoses related to the drug. Too Mad was taking Pharmapram regularly, and on a live stream with Kanklemore, he said he'd taken many of them at once.
There's a lot of different things I've heard about Xan today, and I'm like, am I gonna die?
If you're taking 20, yeah, you're gonna die.
Okay, I won't take 20.
Yeah, probably don't even take 5. If you take, like the way you said you blacked out half of one, if you take 3, you're gonna die.
I took 5 already.
Today?
Yeah.
Really?
Not real. Like, I would just keep popping them in, and then I'd wait a little bit, pop it in, and then wait a little bit, pop it in. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I would do 2 at a time.
While in this drugged out state, he even said something that some have taken as a full-on admission to the Goldie Bell situation.
Even in the recording where I was like being that girl, it's like you can tell this nigga's got his head on straight. Like, yeah, he's doing irreparable, reprehensible shit. He is sane.
With all of this combined, it's hard to take Too Mad at his word for almost anything. To put it scientifically, he's fried, he's cooked even. He seemed to be sinking deeper and deeper into this activity, spending his days rotting inside of his bedroom and getting high, and appearing on live streams to talk about all of his struggles.
You haven't wanted to keep a good relationship with people?
Yeah, for like years, man. It's like chronic.
Why do you think that is?
That's the thing. I've been asking myself that question for a long time. All I can tell you is, like, it's just been a lifelong struggle, and it's just, there's a lot of different things you can try, but really, it comes down to, like, the motivation the person needs to do it. And then, when he does do that, you might stop resenting all these normal people, and you might be happy and fulfilled.
Maybe.
Or not, maybe, or not, or do more drugs until you die.
I mean, I've been there.
Yeah, have you been there?
Yeah, I've been clean from heroin for 6 years.
That's why you're so chill, bro. I'm just kidding.
You're probably right, dude. You're probably right.
I've been just smoking whatever the fuck I'm given. I can barely walk. Holy, it's hard.
What'd you do?
The Xanax.
Oh shit, I used to have a little bit of I went on a bender. Xans once.
I think that's what I'm gonna start going into soon.
Oh, Xanny bender?
Yes.
That's the worst kind of bender.
Why?
Okay, so if you get addicted to Xanax and you want to get off of it, it'll fucking kill you.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna get addicted.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Okay, that's terrible news.
He was sinking further into his addiction to the point where he would take anything. Weed, Adderall, Xanax, ketamine, meth even. All of this was supposedly a part of his regular waking diet. He couldn't even walk, sometimes he was so deep in it. This is an extremely hard thing to pull yourself out of. In late January of 2024, it seemed things may be getting better. He messaged Kanklemore saying he was actually sober. This news didn't last very long. Within days, he was posting videos on Instagram of his ramblings, describing his life in no uncertain terms.
Okay, so it's like this, right? You have 3 lawsuits, and then you're like 22 year old. You smoke ketamine meth combination. And then what was the thing? What was the thing in the beginning? Oh, sorry, don't chill. I make loud noise, motherfucker. Chill. Okay, wait, go back to the thing I was gonna say. What was I gonna say? What the fuck? Dude, bro, I haven't had good. No, I didn't say that. No, it's a bar though. Say it, dude. No, I'm not gonna say it. No, I'm not gonna say it. What was I gonna say originally?
On his Discord server, he was streaming his activities to his mods while tripping out.
What the fuck is going on with this dog? The fuck is going on with this? Why is he taping his fucking arm? This nigga think he in Dead Island. What the weapon is he making? What is he gonna do with that dongo?
His final live stream was on February 8th, 2024, and featured him once again spamming gibberish to his audience. Many believe the following video as him foreshadowing his own passing.
It's the question you cannot answer ever. Why did I kill my...
No, don't say that.
Say it! Say it! Stop the internal conflict and say it!
Sorry, I don't mean to yell. Fuck, they hear me. My neighbor.
On February 14th, 2024, TMZ reported that Too Mad had died of a possible overdose. The internet erupted at the news. On Twitter, there was a celebration. Hundreds of thousands of people cheered on his death. Many of them were unaware of the details of the allegations, and instead cheered it on because he was racist and transphobic. Those that did know about the allegations mostly expressed confusion. On YouTube, fans expressed disappointment in comment sections. They took to the most memorable videos and podcast appearances to mourn the death of a talented creator.
Who is it?
Somebody that we did like 2 Mad's content together. Like we did a stream with him. They got cited in this court case. 2 Mad is dead.
No.
Yes.
Whoa.
The cops found his body. He's dead. TMZ just reported it. He's fucking gone.
Oh my fucking god.
This is not like a joke. I'm not pranking you. Like he killed himself. He overdosed. Law enforcement sources tell us the internet personality was found unresponsive Tuesday night at his Los Angeles area home. This is after somebody called in to ask for a welfare check. He hadn't been heard from for a few days by concerned parties, and he missed some appointments. As a result, the cops were sent to check on him, and that's when they found the body. Well, it's unclear how long he'd been in that state. Our sources say there was drug paraphernalia found on the scene. I talked to this guy 1 day ago. 1 day ago I talked to this dude.
What do you mean? What was the context?
He just messaged me. He said, am I a genius on the 9th? And I said, yes. He said, why in layman terms? I said, you're really funny and made good videos. And he didn't respond. I was planning on doing a video about him soon with an interview. Like a post-lawsuit interview because he didn't lose it. But
damn.
He just killed himself.
Yeah.
He straight up died.
Whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, I just gotta basically just not think about it for a bit, I guess. But yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, I have nothing to say. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to say about it.
I gotta send this to my friend. This is insane. Fucking insane.
Yeah. Do you think you'll make a video on Tom Tark, or you think let that be, or what's your
maybe in a week or two. I'm traveling anyway, so I really can't right now. But
yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway. All right. Whatever. Safe travels, bro.
Yeah. Thanks, man. You too. Take it easy.
Yeah. I will. Bye.
Holy shit. I knew this. I fucking knew this guy. He died last night when we were like partying in Mardi Gras or whatever, hanging out with VG Cumby. That is fucking crazy. It was clear that his final days were not peaceful, but to this day we don't technically know how he died. According to TMZ, they were told by the police that it was a possible overdose, which is a reasonable assumption, but we don't really know. His Twitter, effectively his diary, was marked with incoherent nonsense during all of February 8th. His last tweet ever was just 2 words: neutron star.
It'd been a while since we worked with him because of the spiral he went down and the that came out. It's not like we were actively still working with him through all of that. He used to say a lot of terrible to, like, Matt. It was a spiral that started pretty much out of nowhere. So most likely drug related, and it completely destroyed him as a human being. No, I hadn't talked to him in quite a while. After the stuff he was saying, like, to Matt, it was very clear he was not the same person that I, like, played games with back in, like, 2018, whenever that was, with, like, Rainbow Six. He had completely lost himself, so I hadn't talked to him in a while. He did message me, like, whenever TwitchCon was, seeing if I could give him a pass because he needed to do something there, which, in retrospect to some of the things people were claiming, is really kind of chilling. I didn't answer, but that was looking at, like, having that and then seeing what people were saying about what he was trying to do at TwitchCon is really weird now.
It's a really situation. It really is. Like, I've seen so many people say so much bad shit about him. I'll be honest, from personal experience, he was an asshole to me as well. He tried to poach one of my editors from me, and that's pretty normal in the YouTube scene, like editors getting taken on by other YouTubers. But he went behind my back and then reached out to one of my editors, and he said, you know, whatever Pyro's paying you, I'll pay you double. He was really unapologetic, and he basically just blamed it on his ADHD. And then, like, a couple of days later, he deleted his entire Discord account, almost as if to kind of like hide the evidence. So I've had bad experiences with him. But that being said, as much as I see everyone dunking on him on Twitter for, like, horrible stuff that he's done, that's still someone that's incredibly young that died, like 23. And also on top of that, that's a situation where someone's parents have outlived their child, which I think is just, it's fucking horrible.
Apparently he passed away. That's really fucking sad, man. That's 23 years old. I mean, that's actually really, that's legit sad, dude. What contributed to his mental state, in my opinion, is that he constantly wanted to up the ante and went from, like, troll to being a genuinely weird guy who also was definitely doing a bunch of behind the scenes.
Hold on.
According to other witnesses and victims as well. And there's a sense of desperation that people feel when they feel like their time in the spotlight is waning, and then they lean into the worst tendencies and, like, try to grab on. It's like you're in a state of free fall and you're trying to grab onto anything and everything you can in that state of free fall. There are always contributing factors to people behaving in the ways that they do. It's not an excuse at all for their actions. I'm not a defender of Too Mad at all. As a matter of fact, I did not like him at all. He was consistently harassing me, routinely. In a perfect world, however, he should have been institutionalized. That's what should have happened.
When the controversy around him began, he told me his father had started smoking again after a long time of having quit because the dad was so stressed about seeing his son appear in YouTube drama thumbnails. I don't think he deserves to be dead. That's my hot take for today. My hot take about a corpse. I do really feel, right now at least, like the internet killed Too Mad, gave an awkward teenage boy a false sense of being understood and a false sense of purpose. It gave him opportunities and social and financial power, all of which he abused at some point. And it encouraged him to lean into his eccentricities until the person he was offline and the person he was online were no longer distinguishable. It hollowed out his mind to the point where his video responding to the allegations about him, he was complaining that it didn't get enough views on youtube.com. It gave him an endless stream of stimulation that allowed him to stay atomized and alone and content in his room, and then it provided him the pathways to drugs which ultimately killed him. I can, here, rattle off the same platitudes that I've been rattling off on this channel for years. Have homies, have love, don't spend 14 hours a day on the computer. Don't think you're too good to know people, don't think you're too good to love people, don't become too warped into the character you play online. I don't think Too Mad knew how to be a real person. I don't think he ever had to learn. The only thing I really do want to say is, over the last few years, I've started talking to more and more people who are strange in some way, autistic or schizophrenic or something. And when I talk to them and when I listen to them, what really stands out is how grateful they are that someone is taking the time to understand them beyond just viewing them as a nuisance. And I don't think being a nuisance on the internet warrants a death sentence. And I don't think that is a good enough excuse to celebrate someone's death. I don't know how he would have wanted to have been remembered. He was a deeply nihilistic person, and I don't think he believed in anything besides himself. It's ultimately up to you as to what you think the lesson here is, if there's any lesson at all. And because I don't have a conclusion, I also don't know how to end this video, so Baba Booey.
Belle Delphine posted her own statement, saying, "After talking online for around a year, Too Mad flew all the way out to the UK to film a video with me, and we spent 2 days together. Over those 2 days, he was friendly, funny, playful, and a lot more shy than I expected. We were almost the same age, both enjoyed making random shit on the internet, so I related with him a lot. I know lots of people who were hurt by him, and it's not all magically washed away, but serious substance abuse can bring out the worst in some people, changing them in ways that are unrecognizable. He created a cycle where the deranged and erratic efforts of drug abuse led him to isolation, which in turn exacerbates the substance abuse. It was so sad to watch all of this unfold. My old best friend who actually introduced me to Too Mad also died from drug abuse in the exact same way, which has made me feel even more heartbroken about the situation. Both of my last interactions with them were nearly identical. I'm really sad that he's gone without ever knowing what life could have been like for him without his drug problem, or to have even lived to the age to be able to self-reflect on his insanely unique adolescence he had growing up on the internet. I found his content hilarious and admired how confident he seemed in his videos. He was so creative and often shared ideas with me, and we'd both laugh about them. He really created his own genre of YouTube videos, doing it all while so young. He inspired me a lot, and I will miss him. Those with more negative experiences also posted, but not exactly in celebration of his passing. As of his death, Goldie Bell posted the following, saying, "I don't know how to process the news of Medea's passing. It's a lot all at once, and I have conflicting emotions. He was a terrible, terrible person, and people tried to help teach him how to properly dose his drugs because they knew he would do it anyway, but he would do the opposite to get a reaction from them. He took it too far before, and he took it too far this time. I don't feel relieved because I don't know what will happen from here. I'm nervous about the internet's impending reaction as I already see it's trending on Twitter. I'm not happy he's dead. I'm not sad. I'm shocked, and I can't feel anything but dread. I feel terrible for his family." Shortly after this, Goldie Bell deactivated her account. His former video editor posted his own statement as well. "The last few days have been very difficult for me. I first started editing for Too Mad at the start of 2021, and although I had no real skill at the time, he was extremely patient and helpful with me. He allowed me to grow my skills over time while working with him. He made it clear that he believed in me. I was very excited around this time as I'd been a huge fan of him and his editing. It felt like a dream come true. Eventually, I would completely take over the editing of both the Too Mad and Too Mad 360 channels. I worked full-time until the beginning of 2023. In the time leading up to when I had quit working for him, Too Mad had become heavily addicted to ketamine and DMT, and it became increasingly difficult to communicate with him. I found it extremely challenging to create any narrative with whatever footage he would send me. It also became clear that he no longer had the same drive to create videos, and I decided it'd be best for me to find another client, which he understood, albeit with disappointment. I tried my best to consistently communicate with him after this and keep him company as best I could, as I understood he did not have many people to talk to and was worried what he might be doing left alone for too long. He told me that he was seeking therapy and was working on bettering himself. I found this very difficult to believe as I don't think he even knew what that would entail. Over time, my frustrations with him grew, and I eventually found it impossible to talk to him. I now understand that many other people have had the same experience. Something I would like people to understand is that no matter what the subject matter was or what it was you were trying to bring to his attention, Too Mad would only ever respond to you in a cryptic, meme-like speech, which you would then have to interpolate into something understandable. This was the case with work assignments, personal stories, basic questions or requests, etc. The crazy, unintelligible personality you watched escalate over time in his videos is exactly who he was in his personal life. This is what made it so hard for anybody to try and help him with his addiction and any other troubles, as not only could he not listen, he would derail anything you were trying to say into a nonsensical mess. This ability to communicate only became worse as his drug abuse became more constant, ultimately resulting in a completely different Too Mad to the one I had first been a fan of and eventually became friends with. A crazy and erratic...
Hold on, guys. We gotta... Yeah. Yelling Rhonda's still alive. The fuck? You must be smoking rocks, real shit. Fuck her, please.
This was supposed to be our year, bro. We was gonna win this game. We was gonna win this game. We was gonna come back to OKC, win that game, and win again.
Cried loudly, crying loudly, crying loudly, crying loudly.
A song about drugs or alcohol.
Ooh. I was stand up in my living room, bro. I was stuck there for like 5 minutes, real shit, bro.
This black guy is still alive.
Why do you ignore me?
That's what they all say. No, we literally would have did it, bro. Literally would have did it, bro. That's a terrible shot. That is such a bad shot. Y'all on his dick. Like that's like real shit. Y'all on dick, like real shit, bro. Y'all jumping on one man because he made one shot, bro? Really? 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 Did y'all jump on Barack Obama when he won president? Lame ass niggas, bro. You would have done that if that was Shay. You goddamn right.
For the Rockets fans, so many on their feet right now. Curry launches a three-pointer.
Fucking bitch.
Personality, yes, but ultimately a talented, funny, creatively ambitious, and at times deeply insightful person. The response to Tumad's death has been equal parts upsetting and unsurprising. I will not defend him from anyone he harmed through personal attacks and emotional abuse. His behavior towards women in the space I find particularly disgusting. I did not find his incessant edgy trolling within the past year funny or acceptable. Although his passing pains me personally, to those who were hurt by him, and find relief that he is gone, I understand you. I can only imagine what it was like to be on the receiving end of constant harassment from someone as cynically relentless as he was. I am, however, emotionally torn. Watching him project his mental deterioration in real time over Twitter in the past year has been very unsettling to me. Knowing his self-destructive behavior was a result of desocialization, drug abuse, and an inability to understand and communicate with the people who wanted to see him on the correct path. I, like many others, spent countless hours trying to help him get his life in order, trying to explain to him why his behavior could only end in disaster, but to no avail. I cannot stress exactly how far gone he was towards the end. He would frequently send me several screen-long rants about the discoveries or theories he had come up with through psychedelic trips, which could result in the transformation of our world, giving examples of physics equations and anecdotes from famous scientists like Einstein to back his points. He had become manic and had severe delusions of grandeur. I wish there was a way he could have gotten the help he needed. I wish he didn't handle loneliness and confusion with drug abuse. I wish he didn't treat people the way he did while having so much potential and wasted talent. I wanted more than anything for him to text me out of the blue one day with a positive, coherent plan of what he wanted to do with himself next. I hope that his family finds peace, and I hope people can take some sort of lesson away from all of this. Rest in peace, brother. This is where many expected the story to end.
Uh-oh. Who?
10 minutes after the announcement of his death, a familiar face popped up. I can finally say it. Tumad was a rapist and a pedophile. Over the past few years, he tried to murder me multiple times for helping the police and detectives in multiple states to investigate a lot of horrible things he's done. He wanted to take out multiple innocent lives by getting behind a wheel and going head-on on a freeway while being high on drugs. He didn't succeed once as he overdosed before killing anybody, so he tried it again. Despite him trying to murder me and multiple innocent lives, I've been trying to help law enforcement to make sure he's safe, doesn't get hurt, and doesn't harm anybody. From this, there were a few corroborating testimonies. Robert Ross posted about what happened at TwitchCon. This is a lot. I witnessed firsthand Tumad's threats on James's life during TwitchCon. He couldn't even go home because he knew his address and was en route to Vegas after threats. He had to use our hotel room to hide out while waiting for law enforcement. Can back this up too. He was scared for his life at the partner lounge during TwitchCon Vegas and talked to security at the event because of threats made towards himself. James elaborated on his perspective. When my friends and colleagues say that my life was in constant danger, they're not talking about just threats. Within a short time frame, I had a bullet hole put in my office window, was told to wear a concealed bulletproof vest when I'm in public, witnessed a SWAT team with ballistic shields outside of my home, and had to cooperate with an anti-terrorism unit when the rapist made implications of people's
Wait, hold on.
lives being in my control at TwitchCon, leading to the entire convention center being surrounded by police SUVs. This isn't even all the things I, my colleagues, and my close ones had to endure, just to give a perspective. I don't think I need to explain why I was not talking about it publicly, but if multiple people coming forward confirming what I said isn't true enough, a lot of information is now public records and can be accessed by anyone. There was never a lawsuit at any point. There were court orders that led to multiple cases, civil and criminal. Once again, there has never been a lawsuit. A lot of these things are public records and always have been. It was never about money. He lied to the public, and some morons ate it up despite court cases being public records. The justice courts in multiple jurisdictions deemed it necessary to provide restraining orders to protect the victims and witnesses and those around him. The burden of proof is on the prosecution, and it was met in full. The courts issued multiple permanent restraining orders for many of his victims as he was vicious, unhinged, and violent, going out of his way to hurt not just his victims but those who were close to him, all just to inflict maximum damage on everyone he's hurt. Tumad has been caught destroying evidence, sending death threats to witnesses, and fabricating stuff to brainwash his audience. The judge shut down his lies during the hearing, and all of this is public records. Just a reminder that this guy got caught hiding in the court's cafeteria when he realized he would have to see one of his victims in person again. This is the same guy who was dancing on the grave of a murdered child just a year ago. This is the same guy who secretly recorded multiple videos of him committing crimes, including SA and pointing a gun at one of his victims. He shared those videos with friends, but was mortified to find out the court had gotten a hold of them. This is public records once again. I was told the arrest warrant was supposed to go just before the final overdose. There are multiple reasons why it took so long. The main reason being that the investigation involved many jurisdictions in multiple states, and the amount of everything they had to go through has been insane. Outside of direct messages, phone calls, and live streams, he tweeted over 17,200 times since August alone. Also, some people interfered with the investigation, and I'm waiting on confirmation whose names I can bring up today. All while, a lot of information is public or will soon be made public by the authorities. Please don't bring up the victims' names and don't wish ill will on Tumad's family. Jamesky claims that Tumad illegally owned firearms. However, he claimed on my live stream that he didn't own any.
So you don't own any real guns? That's what I was gonna say, because you're a Canadian citizen. You're not, and you're in California, right? So like, what was the?
Yeah, I don't own any guns.
But apart from that, these are some very heavy accusations. This 13-year-old in the mental hospital was determined to be a girl named Misty, who Tumad apparently had some level of contact with. Jamesky said that he continued to prey on the vulnerable even after the police got involved, including a 13-year-old in a mental hospital. If you look at her posts and his posts, you can see that the two clearly interacted publicly. Tumad had reposted a video from her account of this apparent mental institution, and he also posted a tweet of her outfit. Now, this is definitely weird and something to be concerned about. A 23-year-old being online friends with a 13-year-old is odd. But as for any inappropriate contact, there was none at the time, and she herself denied it when the accusations initially came out. Another person who spoke about this drama was just a Minx. Minx quote tweeted James and called his tweet insane, while clarifying she supported the lawsuit and investigations into Tumad. James then responded accusing Minx of interfering with the investigations and providing confidential information to Medea. He says Minx knew there was never a lawsuit and that she switched sides constantly. He then uploads 2 clips of Minx talking about Medea.
I think he's just trying to cope because he has none left to live for, which I understand because he has none. Yeah, I hope he gets help too. And by help, I mean I hope he learns how to tie a noose in a video game.
The second clip shows her revealing publicly they could use her phone calls to track him. Then Medea calls her on stream confirming that he's listening.
Well, answering his calls, this dumbass doesn't realize when I answer them, I can track his location, not me personally, sorry. The police can, and see where it came from. If I don't answer it, I can't. And that's what they advised me to do. They said don't talk to him, just answer it, and then you just show us the call and they can track where he goes to right now. Oh look, he's calling again.
Minx claimed the only way she could have interfered is by the report she made to the LAPD of him stalking and threatening her or mentioning other cases. James posts a clip of her doing this, which she disputes unsuccessfully. These two were really going at it, and it's clear behind the scenes there have been a lot going on. Minx posted some images from the lawsuit and alluded to releasing the lawyer's name. The most notable screenshot posted by James, meanwhile, are pages of Tumad posing with various guns, of which many include verifiably fake guns, as I said before. If he did own any real guns, there was no evidence based on these tweets. Following this, a few girls also came forward claiming they had been harassed by Tumad with incessant messages, much in the same way he did to Goldie Bell. Keep in mind he didn't know these girls at all, he just did this at random. These statements left a lot of room for speculation. Where was the proof of pedophilia? Where was the proof that this bullet hole in the window was from Tumad? Where was the proof of the SWAT team arriving, apart from this blurry image? Detractors of James saw him dancing on the grave of a dead man, skirting around a defamation lawsuit because, well, you cannot defame someone who is dead. Others saw Tumad's prior behavior and instantly believed these claims. It would be weeks before James posted his follow-up evidence, but it did eventually come, in the form of a 52-page document. The document opens by painting Tumad as a narcissistic crazy person, one who didn't even trust his own intentions and thought he may commit a violent crime against Jamesky or against someone else.
That I'm still like madly infatuated with this fucking bitch.
Why?
Because it's like I touched her that one time and then she sued me, and that's why I must get my ultimate revenge.
Ultimate revenge.
Yeah, a lot of people like to scare themselves into thinking I'm like a harmless person. I could be, right? But and it's worthwhile do your due diligence to make sure that doesn't happen. But I think if I go into schizo mode for real, what's more likely is I'm gonna do a mixed skillet or like get in a bunch of crimes before I go and commit murder.
I try to avoid that.
I definitely try to avoid that. 100%.
For the unaware, McSkillet drove his car over the speed limit against traffic and killed 2 people in 2018.
You drop the rest.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill this. Are you stupid? No, I mean, I don't mean to say stupid. What do you mean? Come on! I understand that you're in the end game of life when you've just begun, and you don't have any anger towards anyone ever. But like, you have to understand, I'm not fucking married like you.
I think this is probably the most fair allegation that James makes, and is just an extension of what we already knew. Too Mad was clearly a deeply mentally ill person, and from these clips, I don't think you can claim all of them are jokes. The guy definitely was out of his mind. The rest of the document is full of a lot of claims. That 13-year-old in the mental hospital named Misty is never mentioned. He does claim that it's public knowledge Too Mad had expressed predatory behavior, and shows that through a few different tweets. And while these messages do look horrible, it's my belief that in these contexts, Too Mad was making some very crude jokes. There's no proof in this document or elsewhere that Too Mad had any inappropriate contact with a minor, and we've never seen any evidence of such. However, James claims that he's been working with multiple victims of Medea for months on a criminal investigation, people he intends to keep anonymous to protect their privacy. This would be separate from the civil case with Goldie Bell, and in his words, the government was already preparing everything necessary for the prosecution. The criminal investigation had nothing to do with the civil case, and criminal contempt related to violating the civil order. What the government knew, or even what this is about, is not explained in detail at this moment in the doc. What is talked about is details from the civil trial. James claims that at one point, Too Mad read a statement written by ChatGPT, which was then quickly shut down by the judge. He even has a court transcript for this. He goes back to talking about Goldie Bell at this point, and the various clips of Too Mad saying, "I'll do it again," as well as the moments from my stream in which he admitted to plying Goldie Bell with drugs to make her more susceptible to his advances. Hey Too Mad, quick question. When you tried to give weed, was it to sort of ease her into finally giving you coochie? That's for 5 from Polbun.
I think so. Yeah, I feel like that's obvious though, right? Like I don't usually, I've never done that before. But that's kind of why you do drugs. Like I remember when I was like 14, I was like, a girl rejected me and I was like, I should smoke weed. I fucking did it. I'd do it again.
You know, bro, but you know you can't, bro. They're gonna use this in court.
I can. I know they can use it. Fuck y'all. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad, dog. Well, I'm paying my lawyer top dollar to explain it to them. That's just humor and fun.
Ultimately, what this part of the document does well, in terms of things that can be proven, is make Too Mad look unhinged. It shows that in his final days, he was so drugged out he didn't even trust himself to not do something horrible. That, in and of itself, makes Too Mad basically impossible to defend, which is why I'm not going to do that. But as for the multiple other victims James claims exist, they are nowhere to be found. On page 22, he shows a DM of someone, who knows who, messaging another person, who knows who, about Too Mad, where they say they matched on Tinder. The other person says they matched on Hinge. What this means or proves, I do not know. All it shows is that someone claimed they matched with Too Mad on a dating app. James also claims Too Mad went as far as to meet multiple of these girls in person. It includes a blurred out video of Too Mad supposedly meeting some girl.
See, I get bitches. See?
Even if I'm to take both of these extremely out of context materials seriously, all I can deduce is that Too Mad met a girl on a dating app and then met her in real life. This is the most proof we get, by the way, apart from some gross tweets that Too Mad made. To make extremely strong public accusations about pedophilia and say there will be more details, and then never reveal any of those details beyond a few screenshots that could be chalked up to jokes is very irresponsible. I understand Jamesky claims that there is evidence he cannot reveal because the victims don't want to be identified, but you could always censor names much like he did for Goldie Bell. If he censored it for her, why not censor it for them? Well, this leaves us with a few possibilities. The first is that these victims are real. Too Mad is guilty of all of this, and they refuse to let Jamesky publicize any proof, even with the addition of censoring their names. The second option is that Jamesky preemptively tweeted about these allegations believing they would want to go public, and they did not, putting him in a difficult position. The third option is that James believes Too Mad to be a creep based off of these screenshots, but has no actual proof beyond that. The fourth option is that James is intentionally lying. Whichever of these possibilities it is, making a tweet claiming that Too Mad is the worst thing you could possibly be after his death, and then never revealing details is retarded, and should make you question what his motivations are and what happened behind the scenes. James claims there's an investigation that happened behind the scenes, which is why he's recorded calls to the LAPD. But if that investigation was actually underway in a serious manner, James doesn't prove it, and he probably never will. James also claimed publicly that he saved Tumad's life and prevented a mass tragedy. I have no proof of this. Did Tumad do horrible things, bad things we know about? Yes. Is he a pedophile who groomed people and sexually assaulted multiple people?
Right.
I honestly think Jameski thinks this, and I don't know that he's lying, but I don't have evidence of it either.
Right, yeah, like specifically, obviously, like, okay, we're pretty much accepting now, like, the pedophilia thing, like, he's not providing proof for. He's still kind of claiming it's a thing, right? But
he's saying because the victims don't want their identities public, he can't release it.
Yeah, right,
But,
yeah.
But I don't know Jameski, so am I to trust that? I don't really know.
What I'm more interested in is gaining context into the scenarios where he claims that he saved Tumad's life, right? Or prevented tragedy, right? Like, what is the context of that, right?
Yeah, they're saying he's saying he prevented a mass shooting like 4 times, basically, right?
Right, but he's also saying that he intervened to save Tumad's life in the past, which is confusing to me because it's like, what does that mean? You just called the cops on him and then they went to do a wellness check? Like, what is that?
In this document, James accuses the LAPD of corruption and incompetence. On page 33, he says that the Southern California police in general are notorious for their misconduct and not doing anything in their power until it's too late. He says that if you check the Wikipedia article for the LAPD alone, the section about their corruption and misconduct is half of the entire article. However, throughout this, he fails to show even one instance of police incompetence, never mind corruption. He claims that when Tumad violated his restraining order, they refused to act unless the court told them to.
We're not going to go over there and break his door down and take the guns. It's going to be interesting.
But this is actually what the police are supposed to do. It's called obtaining a warrant. A warrant is signed by a judge and is basically a permission slip for them to go inside someone's home. The police cannot indiscriminately bust down someone's door unless they believe there's an imminent threat to someone's well-being or life behind that door. For them to bust down someone's door just because James said so would be actual incompetence and corruption and would probably result in some kind of suspension for officers involved. Frankly, if there was enough evidence for arrest, he'd be in jail if he wasn't dead. On page 3, James called Tumad a criminal, actually guilty of committing a Class C felony to be precise. Not sure why, because Tumad has never been charged with a felony and is not a felon. Unless James means he committed a felonious crime and thus should be a felon, in which case he should be far more specific with what he means here. As for what that crime may be, it's never proven. But James claims this separate criminal case was just about to close in. We already knew Tumad was going to be arrested. The government was preparing everything necessary. The criminal investigation had nothing to do with a civil case. This is a ridiculous thing for me to believe. I'm supposed to believe James knew he was going to be arrested? How? Did the police personally inform him of every step of the investigation? Is he a detective? The amount of knowledge he supposedly has is pretty absurd. He claims Tumad had illegal firearms and the police were investigating it. On page 36, he said, "I'll make it very clear for the last time the investigation into his possession of illegal firearms was conducted by professionals in real life, not Twitter detectives. The existence of real firearms had been proven many times, and authorities were just trying to figure out where they came from. Tumad tried to dispose of those firearms, and it made the investigation significantly more complicated as a result." Okay, so I'll make this clear, very clear. If the police had proof Tumad not only illegally owned firearms on U.S. soil, but was also doing it despite the restraining order and was trying to dispose of them, he would have been formally charged and arrested, full stop. There is no reason for any alternative. But James has an explanation for this too. You see, the cops were actually trying to catch whoever sold it to him first, and then take the dangerous schizophrenic man's guns. On page 37, he writes, "Imagine how complicated it is when the end goal, from the law's perspective, is to destroy the supply and not the customer, because you will only solve one problem and not be the source of many. I think it goes without saying that it's obvious that if there's somebody out there who can supply firearms to psychopaths like Tumad without actually being noticed by authorities, this is a huge source of problems. That's why the investigation into Tumad's firearms was so extensive, and the main reason why nobody was allowed to talk about it." Jameski's claiming here that the police are not catching Tumad for having illegal firearms so they can wait to catch the bigger fish. This is an insane allegation, and that's actually clear police misconduct if true. Unless the FBI is investigating Tumad, and he's a member of an organized crime family, it is super illegal for the cops to not take those guns, especially if they believe he's a dangerous person. Having guns is a violation of his TRO, and if they're illegal guns, then that's also illegal. The cops would not wait. This is not the FBI. They're not investigating the mafia. And once again, how would Jameski know this? Does he personally know the chief of police? Is he a detective? Is he being clued into their every move? It's possible Tumad possessed real guns, but if the police had proof he had illegally obtained weapons, he'd have been in jail and caught a charge, full stop. But James claims he spent 6 figures on an investigation to the point where he had to sell his car to pay for it. But you don't pay the police police to investigate someone, they do that with taxpayer dollars. So who did this? Who are these real-life professionals, not Twitter detectives that James is referencing? Well, the only thing that would make sense here is that James hired a private investigator and paid them to investigate 2Mad personally. But apparently that PI couldn't find enough for the cops to arrest the guy at any point in time. If the police have reason to believe a schizophrenic, retarded Canadian person has illegal firearms, they will arrest them and then figure out where they're from, not the other way around. One of the initial claims that Jamesky made on Twitter was that 2Mad had put a bullet hole through his office window. Well, a YouTuber named Henry Resilient was actually able to obtain a copy of the lawsuit Jamesky filed against 2Mad, and in it we get a bit more explanation of what this is about.
We found a bullet hole in office room of my house in Los Angeles. Witnessed a full SWAT team raid a house across of where I reside and had my ex-roommate's family address used for false swatting attempt. Neither I or my roommates feel ourselves safe anywhere we go, and especially at our home.
It seems that in reality what happened was that James found a bullet hole in his window and assumed it was from 2Mad. I mean, the guy lives in Los Angeles. Depending on where you live, it's not entirely unlikely that bullets are whizzing around. The same applies for James's claim he was swatted by 2Mad. The funny thing is, James didn't even get swatted. The house across from him did. James just saw the SWAT team and assumed that 2Mad called him there, but got the address wrong. Additionally, if there was proof he swatted anyone or shot Jamesky's window, it would be a criminal investigation, not a civil suit like James filed. Swatting is an offense punishable by major jail time, as is shooting someone's window in an attempt to kill them. If the police or anyone had proof 2Mad did either of these things, he would have been in jail long before his death. There wouldn't have been a waiting game. We don't actually even have proof that a swatting happened. The police actually could have been there for any reason. But James carefully worded his public tweets about this so as to make it as extreme as possible, to make everyone think that 2Mad personally swatted him. So what happened at TwitchCon? Multiple of James's friends came out and said they could confirm that James was in serious danger because of something 2Mad did or said. On page 8, James writes, "During TwitchCon Las Vegas, 2Mad made ominous threats towards me and the public. To my knowledge, he didn't explicitly make a statement that he planned to shut up the convention center, and I have no idea where this rumor originates. However, he did make numerous concerning threats, some of which directly referenced me and other people he's held a deadly grudge against. The convention center and the public were aware of his threats before I had a chance to speak to any first responders. When the threats began, I was told urgently to talk to people at the central station, where they acknowledged that the sheriff and convention were already aware of the situation. According to the investigation, 2Mad was actively looking for me specifically, but implied that others would also be affected using me as a reason. James even claims he was placed under police protection during the ordeal to hide from the threat of Medea Sadiq. During that night, the authorities deemed it necessary to shelter me at a remote location to ensure my safety." He then shows a message from him at the police station. Apparently he was there at 5:41, and then he was still there 40 minutes later, and then he left at 6:30. How do I know he was at the police station during this time when he was talking to the cops? Well, he filed a police report at 6 o'clock, and the address for the report is the police station. There's no detail here apart from the fact James claims some threats were made, and that's literally it in the police report. Now, James does have some unhinged videos of 2Mad from this time.
Kill. Do the Mario. Kill? Who? You know. Burn them all.
And given how generally unhinged 2Mad is, it's not surprising James felt threatened by him in some way. But the main problem here is, once again, the lack of evidence around statements he makes about what happened here. James claims the investigation also determined he was in a state of psychosis during his last live stream before going to Las Vegas, and that he'd talked to himself. How would anyone know he was experiencing psychosis without the evaluation of a medical professional? How would this be declared literally anywhere if the guy was never arrested? And additionally, how would James know that the investigation determined this? Do the police typically inform civilians of every step of the prosecution so they know police business inside and out? Well, the answer is no. We also have no indication James was held anywhere or under police protection. I think, in reality, he was just at the station. That is the remote location. If the police are willing to put someone under protection because they believe with a credible source or reason that their life is in danger, it's also typical that they will, mobilize a police response to arrest the guy who was armed and dangerous. Do you think that happened? No, it did not. But according to James, 2Mad turned around before he got there in his secret car. I had to wait for a while to be updated on whether it was safe to return home, and I spent most of my time at a friend group's Airbnb the next day. The investigation found that 2Mad did not use his primary legally registered Tesla with a real license plate to enter Nevada. The investigation was aware he had two nearly identical Teslas, one of which was bought via private sale and wasn't registered to his name, making it more challenging to track down 2Mad. However, I've been told that after 2Mad realized the level of police response to his actions, he decided to drive back home and make ominous paranoid posts with various threats at the end. So 2Mad had a separate identical Tesla he purchased purchased illegally, which is also a crime. You can be fined or arrested for driving a car with a plate that isn't registered to you, and you can easily be pulled over for having your registration out of date. Never mind owning an unmarked car that doesn't exist in the system and isn't registered to you. Is this guy a double agent? Is Too Mad Jason Bourne? If there was proof of any of this, don't you think the dude would be in jail? And now that Too Mad is dead of a possible overdose, where is this extra car? Where are these extra guns? Now keep in mind, there is still a possibility this is real. Maybe he did have an extra secret unmarked car, and maybe he did own all these illegal firearms. But James didn't provide proof of any of it, and if he wants to make this claim, he needs to for the general public to believe it. Additionally, keep in mind every time James says the investigation, he's not referencing the police, usually anyway. It's probably his private investigator he hired. And this document gets even crazier as time goes on. One major claim by James was that Isabella and Too Mad were never actually dating. Now, I don't know if they were official at any point, but it's clear that at some point they did know each other and were hanging out regularly. She admitted to willingly going to his home before the alleged assault took place, so this doesn't really make sense. And according to James, she was never paid for sex. On page 44, he writes that the prostitution was also entirely made up by Too Mad in an attempt to discredit the victim in the public eye. The investigation fully debunked it, including the fake messages he posted on Twitter that his fans took as gospel at the time, which is brought up later again in this document. Now, it's possible the messages are fake, and Too Mad is the master at faking messages, but this is never proven. It's not proven later in this document. Too Mad multiple times claimed his relationship with Goldie Bell began with him paying her for sex. He even posted these messages to corroborate this claim. Goldie Bell herself never even claimed Too Mad faked these messages in her own court case or on Twitter. I guess it's possible he fakes them, but I'm gonna need a little more than the guy who understands nothing about the criminal justice system to believe it. On page 35, he writes that the court instructed the police they were supposed to arrest Too Mad. The authorities always argued it was a different police department's job. This is the definition of weaponized ignorance and incompetence. The instances provided throughout this document are just a few examples. There were countless instances that were way worse. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do a little work to dissect what Jamesky is saying here, but here's what this means. As per Too Mad's restraining order, he was not supposed to contact Isabella or harass her online. Despite that, he tweeted about her multiple times, and as a result, that can be seen as a violation of the temporary restraining order. Goldie Bell's lawyer then filed paperwork claiming that Too Mad violated that order, and he should be held in contempt of the court. All of this is publicly documented. What's also publicly documented is the strain between Too Mad and his lawyer. Towards the end of the court proceedings, Too Mad's relationship with his lawyer was strained. It's not clear why exactly, and ultimately it's held under attorney-client privilege, but we could guess Too Mad wasn't paying him properly towards the end. Whatever the case, in court his lawyer argued Too Mad may not even be mentally competent to stand trial, therefore serving him this contempt order is an issue because he may not even understand what's going on. He asked for a continuance in the case to make preparations before Too Mad is formally charged with the contempt order.
I'm stating to the court that I don't believe that he has the capacity to understand the nature of the proceedings today and cannot proceed on his behalf. This is covering his ass. This is some CYA stuff. I don't understand why Too Mad wouldn't understand it being served, but also Too Mad cannot proceed in pro per to go forward with the arraignment. So Too Mad needs a lawyer for the contempt hearing because it's criminal.
Now keep in mind here, just because Too Mad was served does not mean he is convicted. He was served the contempt order, but the judge had not ruled on it yet. If he was convicted, it's possible he would actually get some jail time. Now at that later date, Too Mad's lawyer spoke to Goldie Bell's lawyer, and they actually mutually decided to drop the contempt order, meaning he would not be arrested. No warrant was ever issued, so he didn't need to be arrested. Too Mad's lawyer then stops representing him at the end of the case, and Too Mad represents himself. In court, at the final moments of the case, Goldie Bell states in court that she has continued to be harassed by Too Mad and fears for her life because she believes he owns real firearms. She even says that she believes he swatted her. Too Mad denies this, saying he has not directly texted Goldie Bell since 2022 and has no desire to harm anyone, including her. Too Mad also says he doesn't own any firearms. Goldie Bell's lawyer rebuttals, saying that he does, submitting the video from the front door, which we now believe is a video of Too Mad with a fake gun, and submits a video of Too Mad on his balcony where he supposedly fires a gun into the air. Too Mad claims this video is fake and is edited for YouTube. Goldie Bell's lawyer has no evidence to the contrary, and as a result, he doesn't even argue. So Too Mad is not arrested, and instead, the restraining order that Goldie Bell requested at the beginning of the case is basically upgraded to a restraining order for a period of 3 years for the harassment, not for any violence or threat of violence, and once again, Too Mad is never ordered to be arrested. Jamesky's problem here is that the court didn't arrest Too Mad, but a warrant was never issued. The court case was concluded without any need for him to be arrested. Jamesky paid 6 figures and went into debt to get this guy behind behind bars and still couldn't do it. What does that tell you? Well, in the eyes of the law, Tumad is innocent of owning a gun or making attempts on anyone's life. If there was evidence to convict, he'd be arrested and charged. Ultimately, I'm not that concerned with going after Jameski. If he lied, then he'll get his in due time, but this document is bad and ultimately leaves more questions than answers. If you want my personal opinion, James is a very paranoid person who believes that a lot is happening when it just is not. On page 33, James shows a money spread of police reports. A police report, by the way, just means someone claimed a crime was committed and told a police officer. It's not proof of an active investigation or proof of someone being charged with a crime by the government. Now, for my video, I actually had someone call up a few police departments. Here's a quote of what the Culver City PD said about the report filed to them. On June 26, 2023, Isabella and James Prime came to the apartment lobby to report criminal threats made by Isabella's previous intimate partner. She was saying that she met him in November 2021. She said they were together for a month to the police. Claims he had possibly sexually assaulted her. Came in to report threats from messages he had sent on social media. Took it as a courtesy for Inglewood PD. No follow-up. For the record, every police station we were able to contact said basically the same thing. In my opinion, at the end of this, there are three distinct possibilities. One is that Jameski is knowingly lying, and two is that Jameski has no understanding of the criminal justice system or chain of evidence or anything. And possibility three, somehow, some way, everything in this document is true, and he just refuses to post evidence of all of it. Also, the California police are the worst government body in the world, and everyone involved needs to be sent to the moon. Either way, based on this document, his word is basically nothing. You can believe James wrote this all and conducted his $100,000 investigation and had to get rid of his car for the right reasons. You can believe it's because he's been obsessed with Tumad for years. I don't really care. What I do know is that he made some extremely strong accusations off the bat as soon as he found out that someone died, and then he didn't prove any of them. The final update on all of this is that Misty, the 13-year-old, also recently sent out a message, once again saying she was never groomed by Tumad in any way. One of the things that stuck out to me the most from my interview with Tumad was when he told Gokanaru and I that he had no one helping him through the most trying time of his life. Tumad began his YouTube career as a loner. Alone in his bedroom, he had no friends, and could only fathom sinking his time into playing Overwatch. He died alone in his apartment with no friends to help him, high on ketamine, playing Overwatch. Tumad is not innocent. We don't have proof of him being a rapist or a file, and this is something I hope Jameski can account for in due time. But what we do know is that he became absolutely obsessed with this girl. He begged her for attention. He slammed her with incoherent memes and diatribes about how she needs him, and he's the only path forward for her. He definitely pressured her into sex repeatedly, and whatever you want to call the interactions of that night, what he personally described to me is already pretty over the line. And he tried to do the same to like 20 other girls. He obsessed over them, he sent them random messages, and I know if they agreed, he would have met up with them probably high on ketamine, and who knows what would have happened there. Thankfully, they were smart enough to not play into his behavior. He was also a very deeply lonely person. No matter what, he couldn't seem to break down the barrier of flesh and air between him and other people. When he did try to, he deeply hurt many of them in ways some described as sociopathic. His empathy for others seemed to be at an all-time low, and his regard for himself was only in that he could continue behaving like a schizophrenic online. He tried to cope with his reality with substances, which actually only pushed him further from people and into a hole he couldn't climb out of. No one's advice impacted him whatsoever in his final days. Nobody was able to get through to him. He just wanted to rot. In his final months, Tumad identified a lot with Light Yagami, a sociopathic genius who was always 23 steps ahead of everyone else, acting to save the world. But ultimately, the problem with Light was his ego and callousness. He didn't write the names of criminals in the death note to do the right thing. He did it because he thought he was better than everyone else. It clouded his judgment, and it led him to do things that no one could forgive. And no matter what he did, Light was always alone. He had no genuine emotional connection with anyone.
結構長い間、互いの退屈しのぎになったじゃないか。いろいろ面白かったぜ。
I guess it makes sense why Tumad resonated with his story so much, even if at the time he couldn't realize how that would end. I think Tumad, Medea Sadiq, whatever you want to call him, should be remembered. You can't deny his influence, but he was a very complicated person, and ultimately his shitty behavior, inability to cope with the world around him, and drug addiction led to his untimely death at the age of 23 years old. For those he hurt, they have a right to be thankful he won't hurt them anymore. For those who liked him as a person or enjoyed his content, they have every right to miss him too. As for the moral of this story, I don't know. Don't do drugs or something. Don't be an asshole. Don't isolate yourself from everyone in the world, because no matter how much you convince yourself that you're all you need, that will never be the case. You need other people around you to feel human. Clearly, clearly Too Mad didn't feel that. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching. And until next time, good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you in the next episode. Too Mad out.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. I don't know if he's here, but damn. You little cocksuckers. You want my dick. How long am I gonna play? Haley, I know you miss your mom, and I know you miss your dad, and I'm gone. I can see you. I feel like deja. What the? Whoa. I remember it all. I miss the rage. I remember it all. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. How am I gonna drain all this? Huh. Damn, that video was... oh my goodness. 59. Don't I still need to bring it down anyways? Well, no, because I need to make a floor. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot longer than I thought. Oh my fucking goodness. Alright, let's put this back down to 58. Oh my. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need like a moment to think about what we just watched. Damn. Alright, well, I'll be right back. Yeah, I might just do an all-nighter. Oh, I gotta text my friends. Actually, I'm gonna write this on the computer. I gotta change it to Minecraft. Just because I don't wanna, like, dox my friends or whatever. Damn, I'm hungry. I don't know what to put on. We'll put on it again.
Of such great powers or beings, there may be conceivably a survival of a hugely remote period when, consciousness was manifested, perhaps, in shapes and forms long since withdrawn before the tide of advancing humanity, forms of which poetry and legend alone have caught a flying memory and called them gods, monsters, mythical beings of all sorts of kinds.
Are here.
Algernon Blackwood. This is the opening quote of what is undoubtedly one of the most infamous horror stories ever told. That story, of course, because you saw the title, is Call of Cthulhu. It's hard to argue that H.P. Lovecraft is not an influential writer, but what I think can be argued is that more people are familiar with the impacts of his stories than they are the stories themselves. For example, I'm sure most of you have heard of Cthulhu or concepts of things like cosmic horror, for which a lot of people point Lovecraft as the originator of, but I guarantee that far fewer of you have actually read the guy's stuff. Why is that? Why is Lovecraft more remembered for his concepts and ideas rather than the narratives he told? And on top of that, are those narratives worth reading? And is it scary? All of that we're going to look at today because I want to go through the story, talk about some of Lovecraft's impact, or at least Call of Cthulhu's impact on horror as a whole, and all in all, talk about why I find this book to be so interesting. I'm also trying out a lot of new things this video. I have this new green screen room I've been building out. I'm finally holding a lapel mic that I'm too afraid to actually use as a lapel because I'm convinced I'll mess it up somehow. So good job. You guys finally bullied me enough for my shotgun mic, so thanks for that. So we'll see how this video goes, but I for one am excited to talk about the unknown, cosmic, and infinite horror of Call of Cthulhu. But do you know what's even better than forbidden knowledge and forgotten nightmares? I mean, I would hope so. I'm wearing the shirt. That is right, today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 has been a partner of the channel for a long time, and it's no wonder because of their comprehensive, fundamental nutritional supplement. AG1 is one simple drink that contains your daily dose of things like pre- and probiotics, multivitamins, multiminerals, cognitive support supplements, immune support supplements, and instead of being a bunch of different pills and doses that you have to keep up with, it is instead just one drink. I understand that it's pretty easy to just rot, because unhealthy foods are often the most affordable and easy to prepare. But now with AG1, it is just as easy and affordable to be healthy instead of the aforementioned rotting. Because all it takes is 8 ounces of water, a spoonful of AG1, and you're ready to start your day. AG1 has been leading the nutritional supplement pack since 2010, and it's not hard to see because of how easy and effective this one drink can be. Those of us who are chronically online, which is everyone watching this video right now, probably aren't eating the diet that they're supposed to. And by just putting the things in your body that your body needs, you'll be amazed at how much more productive and energetic you are throughout the day. I used to be really bad about taking naps in the middle of the day, or feeling really sluggish and not getting anything done. Now, of course, I'm not saying that AG1 is some cure-all that's going to immediately fix all your problems and make you more productive. But what I am saying is AG1 can help you to be healthier and more energetic to do those things. A good lifestyle contains things like a healthy mindset and a good exercise schedule, but a piece of a good lifestyle is the things that your body needs, and AG1 is here to help with that. And if you're looking at this drink and worried that it tastes terrible, don't be, because AG1 tastes just fine. It's not a super strong flavor. I mean, the majority of what's in here is water, but what flavor it does have is just kind of like a natural sweetness. Let AG1 do the hard part and start taking care of your body the way that you deserve. And if you're looking to get in on this fantastic nutritional supplement, then there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That's because if you head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, along with your order of AG1, you'll receive these 2 free gifts. One is a year's supply of vitamin D3 and K2. Just take a drop of it in the morning to get even more of the vitamins you need. And the other is 5 days worth of AG1 in their convenient travel packs. So not only do you get AG1 on the go, but you get a bonus 5 days along with your order. That is right, both of these gifts for free along with your first order at the link in the description, drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, to get in on this fantastic offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to AG1 for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. The first lines of the story tell us that the things we are about to read were found among the papers of the late Francis Wayland Thurston of Boston. So hopeful beginnings. Everything we're about to read is from a dead guy. We then have that quote from Algernon Blackwood that I opened the video with. Algernon Blackwood spent a lot of his life detailing stories about different ancient cultures and myths, and then kind of combining them and publishing them for a lot of people to see, one of those being the Wendigo, so, you know, I appreciate it. But our first words from the author, from Francis himself, kind of paint a picture of where this story's going.
The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little, but someday the piecing together of disassociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality and of our frightful position therein, that we shall either go mad from the revelation or flee from the light into the peace and safety of a new dark age.
Now already we have some of the concepts that make Lovecraft so famous. The ideas of not our nightmares being these new manifestations or these beasts that we conjure up in our minds. Instead, there's some kind of collective forgotten memory. This building off of the Blackwood quote that the story opens with. But then for Francis to say here that not only are we building off of some collective nightmare we've forgotten, but that it's a good thing, we can't really put it together, paints a picture of what's going to be uncovered throughout this tale. Francis tells us that the reason he's writing is because his great uncle has passed away. His great uncle was Professor George Ongle, a language professor at Brown University. His great uncle, 92 years of age, died when he was attacked by a man and then collapsed to the ground. However, it didn't seem that the man who attacked him had actually attacked him in any physical way, because there were no clear signs of his cause of death. However, due to his age, the doctors figured it was probably a heart-related ailment, so no one thought anything suspicious. Since Ongle had no children or spouse to speak of, Francis is the executor of his estate. While going through his great-uncle's belongings, Francis comes across a locked box that it takes him some time to find the key for. What he finds in that box would lead to all of the horrors you're going to hear from here on out. Now, we're about to get into spoiler territory. We're about to get into the meat of the story. So I emphasize now, what is more important than listening to my video or to hearing what someone else has to say about literature is consuming literature for yourself. Not literally, don't eat the book. Unless it's really good, I guess. I will make the caveat, however, that while this book doesn't really contain any, like, super hyper-violence or anything like some of the stories I cover, it does contain a lot of racism. So if you're not comfortable with that, maybe don't read it. And you may hear that and be like, oh, what? Does it say, like, a couple slurs? No, actually, racism is integral to the plot. We'll talk about it more as we get to it, but just know that if you're wanting to read this story for yourself. Viewer discretion. Francis opens the locked box and inside finds several papers and a
Lovercraft. Ooh.
Welcome back to another episode of Creepcast.
Let's go, baby. Episode 3. Let's get it.
Episode 3.
Yeah.
So it seems like we were talking about doing do you pronounce it Baraskis or Baraska?
I've always pronounced it Baraska, but I have no idea if that's correct or not. I only read it, so...
Yeah, we could be completely wrong here. But we're gonna do that one, but it's a bit of a long one, so I think that we're gonna wait to get all of the holiday rigmarole out of the way with visiting people and, you know, back-to-back holidays, all that jazz. So I think we're gonna say Baraska for the new year, and we'll probably break that up into 2 parts since that's a bit of a longer one. But to me, I was like, you know, episode 3. What's a great way to end the year? And it's on another classic, in my opinion, which is the Russian sleep experiment. You know, I feel like that. I honestly am wondering if this is the first creepypasta that I ever read or saw. I want to say that it is.
It's one of like the OGs. I remember. I don't know if it was the first one. Honestly, Jeff the Killer might have been the first one I read. That or something like Laughing Jack. But like the Russian sleep experiment had to be the first 10 I ever read, right? Like it's one of the earliest creepypastas out there. And it's definitely one of the ones that's most well remembered because I don't remember that much. Before we get into it, I don't remember that much around like specific story beats. But I remember the ending. And I remember, obviously, the image that got associated with it. So it had things that worked for me. That things that, like, I liked. That even looking back on them, like, yeah, that was well done. I'm not as, what's the word, pessimistic going into this as I was Jeff the Killer.
No.
But I'm a little worried. I don't remember a lot of the bones of this story, so we'll see.
Yeah, and I guess well, here's the thing. This is a short enough story to where me and Wendy, we were like, why don't we just read it? It's not that long. I feel like we've been getting more and more feedback that people like when we read this stuff. So I figured, why not? I will say, I am not as pessimistic as Jeff the Killer, like you are, going into it as well. Like, I think we're on the same boat there. But I do think that there's definitely going to be a level of cheese and angst. Like I think it's if I remember right, the ending is chock full of like some Joker level energy, like lines, whatever, that I fuck with. I think that like even from a personal level, I think that like that has even translated into my work. I like really cheesy, grandiose, almost like theater driven dialogue. Regardless if you think that the problem is when people write it, they feel like Shakespeare, when really it looks like it should be a line on the side of a Monster Energy drink can. That's the juxtaposition that's happening. And I guess before we get into it as well, here's the thing too, like you were saying that the imagery stuck with you, that that it tied in into some really good ways. To me, when I first read this, I'm almost positive 100% I thought it was real. Because what I love about this is that it does, I mean, like, it branches into the fantastical in a way, but really it feels like any other fucked up war crime that would happen.
Yeah,
and especially Russia? Like, okay.
Like, sure, the things it gets to are fantastical, but the actual premise of where it starts, you're like, yeah, I could easily see this happening at, like, a labor camp that's being used by scientists or something. Like, it is a much less far out there premise than a lot of these other stories start with. And for that, I don't know if I thought it was real per se, but I remember as a kid thinking this could be real until it gets to, where the story does in the end.
Sure.
So it's already tapering itself in a way most creepypastas didn't, like it's reeling itself back a bit. So yeah, like I said, I'm kind of nervous to see how it goes from here, but we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, just the idea that like this has to be one of the first creepypasta, and speaking completely out of ignorance, totally out of my ass here. But it has to be one of the first ones that has based itself around trying to be something that is very because for people that don't know, this whole thing is that it's supposed to be a Russian sleep test done on Russian military. I don't know if they're participants. We'd have to find in the story, but the idea.
I think
is
it says they're political. If I remember right, it's political prisoners. I think.
Okay, so they're political prisoners. But essentially, it's in the Russia in the 40s, which, World War II. By this time, which also it's all through gas therapy, or like some kind of gas treatment, which is more of a World War II kind of like early 1900s, like 1918, World War I kind of vibe. But still, the 40s, it has this like this kind of atmosphere to it that can have some kind of realism. Just because, talk about stupid fucking American, all right? When I see a picture of just some old-timey gas masks and they're black and white, I'm like, this is real.
This happened. I can't. Look, they're wearing the masks. How could this be fake?
They're wearing the mask, all right? And also, you know, as it gets on, it's more and more obvious. Okay, we're like, okay, well now we're getting a little crazy, sure. But even the image that got associated with the Russian sleep experiment and like all the iconography that's with it, because you know, which I have a little thing where our source that we're using today is creepypasta.com. All right, which is, I mean, can you get any better? I don't know. I doubt it. They had something interesting here for the origin of the story that I thought was kind of interesting that plays into a bunch of different things, which this is all quoted from creepypasta.com, so don't yell at me. But they say that there is some disagreement as to where the story first originated. While some sources claim that the tale's first appearance can be linked back to a user known only as Orange Soda, who posted the story to Creepypasta website on August 10th, 2010. Others trace its origin to an August 8th, 2009 post on the RIP747 WordPress blog, pointing out that the story was also posted to the miscellaneous board of a bodybuilding forum by user named Falcon Punch on August 20th, 2009, which would again predate Orange Soda's post on Creepypasta. Which, this was funny when I read this because the amount of heinous shit to come out of bodybuilding forums in the early 2000s was unbelievable. I don't know why it had the internet culture and like all kinds of weird shit had to happen on bodybuilding forums. But anytime I do like weird deep dives, like there's this great YouTube channel called Danknut. Anytime that it's like an interesting figure that started like, I don't know, like a military cult or like a guy who thinks that, you know, he can bench press 6,000 pounds or something. It always starts on a bodybuilding forum somehow. It does. Yeah, it does. So we don't really know. I mean, like, you know, it goes back and forth of people saying that, you know, the original creepypasta was written by a British author named Ice, but we don't really know. So essentially, the story could have been posted. It's basically said that it started from 2009 2010. Which, if I remember correctly, is still a little later than Jeff. A little later than Jeff the Killer, but still up there. But I think that this grew in popularity when it went on the Mr. Creepypasta channel on YouTube in 2011.
Yeah, that would have been where I saw it for the first time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is where people also speculate that where the imagery got tied in, like that you know, the infamous picture and stuff like that.
So the one of the guy like in a straight jacket on the ground. He's got the big teeth and the eyes, which it turns out that's actually like a Halloween prop. Just the image is edited to make it look like it's some old-timey photo. But yeah, like I said, as a kid, that worked. Even now, looking back on it, I'm like, that's a creepy photo. That's a cool thing to say that like what these people got to by the end of an experiment. I think it still holds up, even if I do know now it's just a Halloween prop.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, like, and that's the thing too that I'm finding with more and more of these creepypastas. What I like about a lot of these early creepypastas is you didn't have to. It was like we're getting into like really vague Bigfoot territory, where it's like I don't need a great video. I just
Yeah. How do you talk about a creepypasta? Okay, let's watch some more Turkey Tom. 4 hours. Can I kiss you? Andy Dick? Hey, Bella, man. Oh, yeah.
Chris Chan.
I say we watch this 3. Oh, fuck.
is often called the most documented person on the internet. From an extensive wiki to thousands of YouTube videos, millions of onlookers who have jumped on to observe the story, it's hard to name someone more synonymous with modern internet culture. And even with Chris being a subject of forum talk for more than a decade at this point, it seems like people are hardly losing interest. So today, we'll try to cover the entire story of everyone's favorite, or least favorite, internet celebrity. Chris Chan's story starts and ends with women, and with one in particular, his mother. Her allegedly abusive parenting being why he became the most documented individual in the world. And it was on account of his unspeakable acts toward her that he was suddenly pulled out of the public eye and into a jail cell. Seeing as he was just released from that jail cell, everyone's worried about what's next for Chris. It's natural to think history will repeat itself, but many still don't know the full extent of that history. A history which spans over 40 years, with its groundwork being laid even prior to that. It all started in the year of our Lord, 1980, when a 53-year-old Bob Chandler and a 39-year-old Barbara Weston got married. Barb was involved with a few other men before Rob, such as a man named Ron Coleman Yeats Sr., who she had a child with by the name of Cole. Barb, however, disputes this and claims to have never been involved with Rand, but with a man named Jack Smithy, with whom she supposedly had a fancy wedding. Cole grew dubious of his mother's claims about who his father was and decided to hire private investigators to settle the matter. In emails he eventually exchanged about the pursuit of the identity of his father, Cole said, "It seems likely, since Rand's middle name is Coleman, that this man is my biological father." However, Barbara never spoke of this marriage. I would never have known about it had I not made a special trip to Richmond to get copies of all of her marriage certificates. Can you imagine having an essential part of your personal family history shrouded in mystery for 44 years because the one person who could clear the air insists on lying to you? Barbara hung up the phone in my face when I asked her about these revelations. Needless to say, I really don't give a fuck about Barbara or about her fucking lies. In 1966, when Cole was 3 years old, Barbara began a relationship with a man named Jerry Harmon Jr., who would become Cole's stepfather. Another finding of Cole's investigations was that Barb never actually married Jerry despite her claims of having done so. A trend of dishonesty was forming. In an email about the domestic situation during this time, Cole said, "Barbara is mistaken about the bunch of good years we supposedly had together. I grew up in an abusive household with Barbara and my former stepfather, Jerry, where physical and mental punishments ran the gamut, from bare beatings to cold showers to bizarre scenarios acted out with glee by two deeply neurotic adults. The treatment I received in Richmond, Virginia was another matter altogether. To raise a child in such conditions is inexcusable. Even at a very young age, I knew they would abandon me. They were both irresponsible and incompetent parents who exposed me to traumas that I would rather not remember. As for Barbara professing her love for me, I have not seen any evidence of it in close to 20 years, and that's a very long time. Barbara's definition of love is a hackneyed sentimental term she uses to extract a response. At some point in the early 1970s, Barbara nearly killed Cole when attempting to scare off a would-be robber. A burglar tried to break in when my dad was out cheating on my mom. We had a steel front door. Some dirtbag was making no bones about trying to break down our front door. Richmond was the capital of America at the time. My mother Barbara left the living room for the adjacent bedroom, where said pistol sat waiting. She returned with a fully loaded gun. I stood beside her about 10 feet from the door, where the would-be thief was still loudly at work trying to break down the front door. My mother pulled back the hammer, attempting to cock it, but she didn't pull it back far enough for it to lock. Blam! The gun fired. The bullet hit the floor, ricocheted onto the steel door, then onto the ceiling, before lodging in the plaster wall less than a foot to the left of my head. The would-be thief was scared off, so mission accomplished there. But I could have easily died. In 1978, Barbara and Jerry separated, and not long after, Cole moved to California, presumably to get as far away as possible from his dysfunctional mother. Despite being directly connected to the endless odyssey of Christery, as it's often called, Cole is a relatively normal person. After they both separated from their respective spouses and married one another, Bob and Barb didn't see their advanced ages as a reason to avoid conceiving a child. Whether this was due to their lack of knowledge of the risks, carelessness, or a mixture of both is anyone's guess. By 1981, Barb was pregnant, and on February 24th, 1982, a child was born that would change the world forever. Christopher Weston Chandler. Unfortunately, whatever bad parenting techniques were present when Barbara was raising Cole were at least as bad, if not worse, when it came to raising Chris. By 1983, probably due to her lack of interest in raising Chris herself, Barbara hired a babysitter that would end up abusing 1.5-year-old Chris by locking him in a closet. Later on, he would claim that this led to him having autism, although that claim is doubted. This situation caused him to become nonverbal, only occasionally screeching and crying, which made him very difficult to deal with for his parents. By 1985, Chris met the first person besides his parents whom he recalls as a friend, Sarah Nicole Hammer. According to what he himself says in his Wikipedia autobiography, which, yes, exists, Sarah brought him out of his autistic shell and helped him become more social, though she did, every once in a while, take advantage of Chris's less than advantaged intellect by doing things like locking him in a house's crawl space or trying to get him to put a honeysuckle in his mouth. But apart from that, Sarah was actually nice to him. They played hide and seek, rode swing sets, and even roller skated. This was one of the very few times Chris got to be a regular child. A couple of years later, Chris began kindergarten and Bob retired from his job. In fear that he was going to die from his heart problems, Bob decided to write Chris a letter for him to read in the future, in the case that he passed away. In one excerpt, it read, "I hope I've been able to provide for you and your mother until you at least get to college, and for your mother until she joins me at the great sing-along in the sky, or wherever. Anyway, I expect you to take care of her, love her, and never disappoint her for as long as she lives. I also expect you to never disappoint me, because I will always be with you to help you when the going gets tough, and you need me. Since everything always seems to happen for the best for me and when I need it, I've always felt like my mother was my guardian angel. You look exactly like my mother and I. I didn't plan my life. I just took it as it came along. I seem to have had no control."
Hold on. I have videos on TikTok to watch. Ew, I almost threw up. 12, oops.
Please do a poem about being caught stroking it. Say no more, buddy. I've been exposed. I'm sat exposed. Shaft in hand, wearing no clothes.
The Bella Lala Man. In a lie, whoa.
Control over it. It always came along with what was right for me. Look at me 8 years ago in 1979. When I was really down and out and ready to cash in my chips with heart problems I didn't even know about, your mother, Barbara Ann, helped me through the rough spots, and together we had you. Now I really had something to live for. No better things or events could have happened to me. Your mother and I have done our best for you, and in return, we expect at least that from you, for yourself, and your children. Despite Chris still being mute at the time, it's evident that Bob had high hopes for him, which included college and children. On top of all of that, he emphasized as much as he could, Chris ought to love and take care of Barb. Advice which we'll eventually know Chris took to heart in quite a peculiar way. Regardless of Bob's shortcomings as a father, it seems that he did genuinely care for Chris and wanted the best for him, at least based on this letter. As his childhood progressed and he attended speech therapy classes, Chris eventually started speaking again at age 7. This was a relief for his parents, who could now actually communicate with him instead of having to guess what was on his mind. According to Chris himself, he quickly made up for his time in silence by talking a lot with his classmates. Through the entirety of his childhood, Chris's parents showered him with gifts, the brunt of which were video games. For Christmas that year, he was given a Nintendo Game Boy, which eventually allowed him to play Pokemon. As we'll learn later, this culminated in a major timeline shift in Christory. For the rest of primary school, Chris's life wasn't any more eventful than your average kid. He had a crush on a girl for a little while and played lots of video games. However, when he entered 4th grade, something very odd happened. 5 faculty members, ranging from teachers to the principal, as he retells it, abused him by pinning him to the ground, holding his wrists and ankles, and audio taping his cries and shouts. Regardless of how far-fetched or possibly false the story may sound, it must have had some degree of truth to it, since Bob and Barb went as far as suing the school, proceeding to homeschool Chris for the time being. We don't have detailed knowledge about the legal proceedings of this lawsuit, but we do know that it eventually got dismissed. Whatever your opinions about homeschooling may be when it concerns children, in Chris's case, being around other kids was beneficial for him and he needed the social interaction to improve. While taking him out of school might have been necessary due to the treatment he was getting from the staff, being isolated entirely was certain to do him harm. In December of '92, Bob and Barb took Chris to a mall, where they would stumble across the Leonard Bernstein Symphony Orchestra, a band of animatronic bears. During their interaction with the leader of the band, Leonard Bernstein himself, the performer that operated the animatronics behind the scenes accidentally called Chris Christian instead of Christopher, his birth name. For whatever reason, this deeply struck a chord with Chris, who insisted that his name be legally changed to Christian, a wish that would eventually be granted by his parents and even got coverage in a local newspaper. Later on, it seems Chris believed God himself was acting through that bear.
I am Christian Weston Chandler! So get it through your damn f***ing skull and call me the real name that God has been given to me and the
In 1993, the passion for Sonic the Hedgehog that Chris already had for years at that point would grow to new degrees, with him entering the Sonic the Hedgehog Watch and Win sweepstakes contest where he won the grand prize, a $1,000 shopping spree at a local toy store. This win was reported on television, making it another instance of Chris attracting the attention of the media, even as a young boy. By 1996, Barb would retire as well, meaning both her and Bob were spending the entirety of their time raising Chris, though whether their increased presence was good or bad for him, only time would tell. This was also the year Chris began high school, and in his opinion, these were his happiest years. It was during this period that he became the water boy for the basketball team, and just a year later, he's a manager for it. However, I assume that if Chris was able to exercise that position, it must not have been that serious of a position in the first place. During one of his high school's basketball games, Chris unknowingly received a vision of the things to come. As he tells it, "One day during b-ball practice, I was randomly thinking, with a picture of Mighty the Armadillo of Knuckles' Chaotix 32X leaning against one of a bunch of tall lockers in my head, when suddenly the door behind him opened up, and out popped this orange hedgehog with a basketball. So I drew and colored him on paper immediately. Bionic the Hedgehog, Sonic's long-lost brother, was born." As you can imagine, it's just a dismal recoloring of Sonic, but orange. Oh, and by the way, in case you didn't figure it out, his name is Bionic because B is for basketball. Along with having crushes on a couple of cheerleaders and involving himself in an altercation that got him demoted to the short bus, his time in high school was marked by a prophetic dream about Sonic being on Game Boy. After getting an F in English, a 16-year-old Chris recorded his very first video dubbed Song of Christian, where he read a poem he wrote and proceeded to meander about other topics.
I hear America singing as I sing of myself, and you experience as I experience. The problems of yourself are my problems. These are the young singing cries of happiness. The children's song is song of laughter. And also, sometimes Mother and I buy some Lego sets to build them together. Like for example, this old bicycle pitch shop here. You can tell this is an old-fashioned Lego set on the counter. This is the old-fashioned Lego land on the corner.
If you're already familiar with Chris Chan in any way, you might be able to notice that he sounds different in this clip, almost like he's a different person. His voice is deeper and his speech is clearer than what he later became known for. To some extent, it's almost as if he was just your regular 90s nerd as opposed to the Lovecraftian entity he eventually came to embody. This is due to the fact that during this time, Chris was regularly interacting with people that weren't his beyond geriatric parents, which resulted in him being a lot more socially capable and normal. But normalcy was on borrowed time in the Chandler household. For starters, Chris discovered how to, as he puts it, mass debate in the ripe old age of 16 years old. After figuring out how to break the parental lock on his TV, he figured it out for himself, whatever that means. In 1998, the Pokemon anime began being broadcasted, and Chris was immediately hooked, becoming a fan of the series. Shortly thereafter, the Pokemon Red and Blue game would hit the shelves in America, and in a way, Christian's fate was sealed at that very moment. During 1999, Chris's obsession with Pokemon would grow more evident, and in April, he created his first website called CWC's PokeSite, which was meant to be a Pokemon content and news aggregator, which, of course, Chris lacks the competence to maintain. It seems the site's code was based mostly on a pre-built template, and, most likely, was made under adult supervision considering one of the entries on the site's guest book seemed to be from one of Chris's teachers. Throughout most of the year, Chris created playing cards for his Pokemon OCs. His ideas weren't always the most creative, such as Drummore and Symbolic, two Pokemon that were basically just sentient drums. One of these Pokemon, Espinolic, a comically stereotypical Hispanic Pokemon, served as the mascot of the Spanish version of the second edition of CWC's PokeSite. The absolutely broken miscarriage of a website that came as a result of Chris trying to make his website from scratch in HTML instead of using a template. In late August, he made Yoshi into a Pokemon, which set a precedent for him taking copyrighted characters from other franchises and making them into Pokemon. In the year 2000, Chris turned 18 and held a birthday party he eventually wrote about, saying, "We hung balloons and streamers and we laid refreshments out on the table. At the door was 4 of my high school amigas, and one of them brought a friend. We ate pepperoni pizza and drank Pepsi. It was great."
So this
As mother
is 1998.
lit the candles, I was filling up with ecstasy. After I blew the candles, I was presented with a big jawbreaker from Kelly, an R.L. Stein novel from Sarah, a planner with stickers from Miranda, and a rabbit doll with jelly beans from Tiffany. We watched Good Burger and had fun. After they left, it was done.
Good Burger, isn't that? Hell yeah.
What did I wish for? I'm not telling. Though they obviously went to his party in the spirit of charitability, the fact that he was likable enough to inspire these girls to humor him is a sign that, despite his problems, Chris was functional, even if in his own way. In the same year, Chris began taking Paxil, a medication to help with his autism, and overall, it seemed like things were headed in the direction of stability. But who could ever predict what was coming next? Chris's interest in Pokemon endured, and he continued to create new Pokemon playing cards while having people from his school sign his site's guest book, complimenting his art. With all of these social rewards he was getting from expressing his creativity through his interests, Chris's ambition and belief in the potential of his creations only grew. During a computer graphics class, Chris was assigned to create a CD album cover, but with the caveat that the image could not include any copyrighted character. Because of his dependence on derivative material, he struggled with this limitation. That is, until he came up with a brilliant idea. If he were to make a hybrid of two copyrighted characters, the resulting admixture wouldn't be copyrighted, and thus, it had to be acceptable. The CD, dubbed Christian's Favorite Hits, would feature a picture of Chris himself alongside a few OCs of his, but with one unforeseen addition, the one and only Sonichu, a mixture of Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu. He commented on this moment, saying, "It dawned on me at that moment after lunch, much like the random creation of Bionic the Hedgehog during basketball practice in my freshman year, Sonichu just bursted right into my imagination. A blur at first, but then it became more clear and came together very well. So as swiftly as the creation of Bionic, I drew Sonichu on paper from imagination. Then I drew him on my currently open Photoshop program. After checking with my teacher and my father, who is big on copyrights and whatnot, Sonichu was legal then, and still is, and only mine. So, soon after, the CD cover was made, printed, and passed with an A+ grade. And just like that, things would never, ever be the same. Soon after Sonichu's conceptualization, Chris would immediately start making homemade Sonichu merchandise as if he was a real character. One of the girls that went to his birthday party, Kelly, received a Sonichu sweater Chris had made. Though it's a virtual certainty she had no idea what kind of psychotic horcrux she was dealing with at the time. Chris's creative streak would continue to manifest through another assignment he had to do, wherein he would have to document a week of his high school life, which he would dub A Week with Christian Chandler. The cover art is a picture of him wearing an Ash Ketchum hat with his dog, Patty. Above it is the title scribbled in Chris's incomprehensible handwriting, while underneath is the most menacing drawing of Sonic the Hedgehog ever made. This pattern of randomly drawing Sonic's head continued through the project. As in the first page of this assignment, we have this rendition of Sonic looking like he's been run over by a Japanese bullet train. As for the actual content of Chris's paper, it details a pretty uneventful week, with Chris helping his parents move, sleeping during class, playing Pokemon, and reading R.L. Stein books. While most aspects of his life kept their monotonous rhythm, Sonichu festered in the deepest crevices of Christian's mind, taking on a myriad of different forms such as Dark Sonichu, Surfing Sonichu, and Snowboarding Sonichu. A man for all seasons. By June, Chris graduated from high school, though it was not a good experience for him. In his Wikipedia autobiography, he said, "Graduation for me was a sad one then. I only got recognized for my grades with a star pin, yet they had more fancier awards for more important qualities. I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents I showed in many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation day. I felt crestfallen greatly from not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. I had gotten over the award ceremony on the graduation day, but to add lemon juice to an open wound, it was dark and rainy that day, and they handed out more talented awards right before handing out any diplomas. When I went up there to get mine, I was feeling depressed, upset, crestfallen, and ticked off. When the award was handed to me, I took it without looking anyone in the eye, and I did not shake anyone's hand. I just walked back to my seat in the graduating crowd. Then, soon after, I just walked the wrong way up the center aisle, found an isolated table, and cried myself out. My mother found me later and comforted me. My father was so ashamed of the way I acted, and he would later still be angry at recalling the moment. Tiffany also found me and gave me a caring amount of condolences back there. I gave her a plush Psyduck as a graduating gift beforehand. But I left out two other reasons why I felt crestfallen at graduation. I never got the chance to ask Kelly out on a date, and more importantly, that I was leaving all my close gal friends behind. Soon after finishing high school, Chris would enroll in a community college, though at this point his priority was clearly Sonichu. In CWC's Poke site, he announced that a dedicated Sonichu page was in the works, and a logo for it was released. His indelible originality follows Sonichu and Rosechu with Chikachu and Meichu, the female versions of Pikachu and Raichu respectively, though what function these pieces of OC serve is completely unknown. In October, the Sonichu site goes live and it looks about how you'd expect. Zero improvement whatsoever in website creation since CWC's Poke site 2. As a matter of fact, the Sonichu website is mostly a carbon copy of the Poke site, mostly containing recycled material from it. At around the same time, Chris decides to further his commitment to the Sonichu IP and makes a Crayola medallion of Sonichu's head with his mouth covered with red sauce, like he just feasted on an order of glizzies. At the tail end of that year, he creates Sonichu's female counterpart, Rosechu, which is basically just Amy Rose from Sonic the Hedgehog with little if any changes to her appearance. All of this marks the beginning of Chris's rapidly deteriorating mental health, as his obsession kept growing into unhealthy and straight up odd directions, and he started putting on significant amounts of weight. Though the first half of 2001 was mostly uneventful, Chris began working at a Wendy's in August, his job description being cleaning trays, tables, and carpet/tile flooring, keeping the place neat, and serving the customers with kind, understanding help. Just a couple of months after he was hired, however, he was let go. Chris claims this was due to emotional differences and that the manager had a spike on his shoulder against him. Over time, more concrete reasons for his dismissal began surfacing, such as drawing a coworker of his as an ugly Pokemon, or making a child cry by doing a terrifying impression of Donald Duck. Regardless, he made a total of $500 off the job before being fired. 2002 was a pretty uneventful year for Chris Chan's standards, with nothing much happening besides him turning 20 and developing a nigh unexplainable seething hatred for Harry Potter, apparently because it became more popular than Pokemon around that time. In a card he made of himself called Dark Christian, where his Pokemon type is autistic, his ability is knocking out whoever says that they love Harry Potter more than they love Pokemon. The bottom of the card reads, Christian says, kill Harry Potter, revive Pokemon. Early on in the year, his 21st birthday is ruined by his teacher, as he details. My 21st should have been as nice as my 18th or Sweet 16, right? Wrong! I was attending an English class at PVCC with this old male teacher. I don't even remember the son of his name. Anyway, on February 24th, 2003, the day of my 21st birthday, he had the nerve to kick me out of his class just because of my doggone autism. If I could do it over, I'd give him a swift kick, but then I might have gotten kicked out of PVCC, and violence is rarely the answer anyway. Still though, he wrecked my turning 21. Angry face. The actual reason for him being kicked out of—
Wait, what? What year is this? How old is he?
Still though, he wrecked—
Oh, 30? I was born in 82. Oh.
My turning 21. Angry face. The actual reason for him being kicked out of class is mostly unknown, with Chris sporadically saying the teacher randomly ejected him from the class because he was autistic. A more believable iteration of this story happens in one of Chris's retellings of it, where he mentions that the topic of homosexuality came up in a group discussion during class, and Chris, being the fancy gentleman we know him to be, said something offensive. Though we don't know what exactly it was, Chris expounded on it, saying, essentially, when it came to critiquing the papers of the other students, when they started talking about drug use and homosexual content, I wrote with exclamations you'd likely hear from a black person in church. He also emphasizes that the teacher, being a man, had something to do with it, and how whatever problems he was having in English class went away once he retook the class with a female teacher. Chris also says without explanation that after that day, he realized he needed a female sweetheart. This was the beginning of what would be known as Chris's love quest. Initially, not much changed in Chris's general behavior. He continued to give CDs and gifts to his gal pals, and of course, they all included Sonichu in some form because he genuinely thought it was charming. Being romantically inspired, he wrote the first Sonichu story called Sonichu and Rosechu, the genesis of the Love Hogs. Though this story was not illustrated, as the latter entries into the Chris Chan cinematic universe would be, it provided revelatory insight into the inner workings of Sonichu's canon. According to this sacred text, Sonichu came to be when Chris accidentally collided with a Pikachu that stood nearby as he fought a monster. Due to being charged with energy from the Chaos Emeralds, the Pikachu was permanently transformed into Sonichu. Rosechu, on the other hand, was a Raichu that happened to get hit with the rainbow that emitted from the creation of Sonichu. Eventually, for no reason other than Chris's tendency to insert everything from real life into his work, Sonichu and Rosechu kissed and became lovers. About a month later, as Chris resumed his community college classes for the 4th year, he came up with a brilliant idea to solve his problem. He posted up the very first attraction sign, which was a resume to attract a girlfriend. The sign read, 21 and single white male. Shy, smart, young at heart, computer skilled, humorous. A great thinker and go-getter. Natural salesperson. Enjoys good parts of life. Diplomatic, friendly, loves his family, peaceful, very creative. He's lonely, seeking a cute 18 to 21 single female companion. 18 to 21 years of age, does not already have a boyfriend. Single, average to slender weight/body type. White, lives in Charlottesville or Ruckersville area. Does not smoke or drink alcohol. Happy, positive personality. Average/high income. Drives a vehicle. If any men read this huge sign, mind your own business. And to all men with girlfriends, except marrieds and blacks, go jump off a—
To all men with
Cliff, have a nice day. You know, I would make fun of the fact that he requires the girl to be average to slender, have income, and drive a vehicle, despite Chris himself possessing none of those things. However, my standards have become so low due to the typical kind of person I cover in my videos that, honestly, I'm just glad he's looking for someone older than 18. Even lolcows used to have standards back then. They should strive to be more like Chris. Oh yeah, don't let me forget to mention that he also emblazoned this sign with some, like, white version of Sonichu, perhaps to signal how much importance he attributes to the girl being white. This month is also special because that's when Chris makes his debut as a recording artist, dropping his album Christian and the Hedgehog Boys. It's interesting to note that the cover includes Chris alongside Sonic and Sonichu in the foreground, while two black versions of Sonic, at least one of which is supposed to be Shadow the Hedgehog, are in the back, looking upset. The album boasts 8 tracks, all of which consist of Chris reciting parody lyrics over—
Is this real? Christian... Wait. Shit. No fucking way. Hey! Oh my goodness. Steve-O. God, Steve-O.
over actual songs, not even instrumentals, just full-on songs, ranging anywhere from Backstreet Boys to the Macarena. Seriously, just get a load of So Need a Cute Girl, Chris's rendition of the Backstreet Boys' I Want It That Way.
And I never wanna hear I want it that way.
Another track, Best Friends Forever, is subliminally dedicated to the aforementioned Sarah Hammer, who at this point had a boyfriend whom Chris was jealous of. The lyrics are quite interesting. You hang out with your new friends you made and your boyfriend who acts as a black Sonichu. It is your choice to go with them instead of me. Soon you'll realize you're not complete because I'm not there. If it wasn't clear yet, Sonichu, along with pretty much every other character he made up, were either self-inserts or blatant wish fulfillment fantasies for Chris. Because of his utter inability to deal with the problems he was facing in his life, he articulated them through his OC. After a few months of his sign being posted up without any takers, as you'd expect, it was taken down by the dean of the college, Mary Lee Walsh. Chris had a few words to say about her. That evil witch, Mary Lee Walsh, mocked me and even crumbled my efforts and threw them into my face. It was serious, heart-shattering insults like that which literally shattered my heart to almost nothing and murdered my soul. Like, as if I didn't already understand that love can't be hurried, but they all left a huge impression among the general population that having a sweetheart was illegal in Virginia. Thus, Virginia is for virgins, not lovers. Despite Mary's best efforts, every time she took one of Chris's signs down, he just made more and more of them and posted them up around campus, even creating MySpace and Facebook pages to advertise his pursuit of a boyfriend-free girl. As 2004 began, Chris began mulling over the idea of merging his writings with his drawings and making comic strips for his Sonichu stories. He also tries to negotiate with Mary Lee over emails, saying, "Mary, I've slept on it and I've realized that note hanging is not the way to get attention, and I don't really want to meet with either you nor Susan, no offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you will allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes on the wall again, I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan, I'll consider knocking you and Susan up my scale of respect each by 2 points. 0 equals no respect, 10 equals respect." By newsletter, Chris means Sonichu's news dash, which he thought would more effectively attract girls by mesmerizing them with his artistic talent. Mary wisely chose to not engage with Chris's shenanigans, opting to just remind him of when his appointment was and leave it at that. At said meeting, despite Chris's Saul Goodman tier bargaining skills, he was forbidden from putting up signs as well as distributing his newsletter, which deeply embittered him, leading him to resent Mary and make her the primary villain of Sonichu's adventures from then on. In one of the diary entries he would post to his no longer existent MySpace account, Chris wrote, "Mary Lee Walsh made it illegal to distribute the news dash. I am very angry at that. In response, I plan to incite the masses and hope they demand the return of the news dash so my chances on getting a girlfriend can be restored. I've also declared war on them as well." About a month later, he added that Mary Lee was trying to get him kicked out of college altogether for his stunts, though it's unknown the degree to which that's true, as Chris is a very unreliable narrator. Since he could no longer attract the ladies in the college campus, he took his sign to the Charlottesville Fashion Square Mall, though initially apparently seeming more promising than his Love Quest attempt in the college campus, it ran into problems at the mall as well. His diary entries go into detail. I've just had my worst trip to the mall. I was working with my heart on a red string of fate when from out of the blue, a jerk cop shattered my heart and ripped up the red string. I am very mad and upset because that jerk took my idea for a fall, just like that expletive at PVCC did. Before I read on, I have to make a note here to explain that the red string of fate Chris mentions is referring to a heart made out of paper that he would throw at girls at the mall, in the hopes they held onto it so that he could reel them in. If this sounds insane, it's because it is. Anyway, Chris continues, I was not bothering anyone at the mall today while I was just trying to sell myself when I got arrested for trying. I fortunately did not go to jail, but I've been stripped of my right to go to the mall by myself. I would be required to bring my mom or dad with me. My independence and my soul were practically murdered. This encounter inspired him to create one of his most famous terms, jerk-offs, a portmanteau of jerk and cops. From then on, whenever something bad happened to him, Chris would find a way to blame it on the jerk-offs. He even made a Pokemon card for them, with the description reading, "This copper fiend wants to shatter the virgin's heart by destroying his tools for attracting a boyfriend-free woman." Within a week of his arrest, and possibly because of it, Chris gets suspended from his college, saying, I got suspended from PVCC by the board, and I have that meddling, expletive, to thank for this as well. I am super angry. My dad is bloodthirsty for revenge as well. He's going to write to U.S. President George W. Bush Jr. and Laura Bush to help me get allowed back to PVCC. We all curse death upon Mary Lee Walsh. After this, both his diary entries and his attempts at the love quest die down for the time being, most likely due to his parents telling him to cut back on it to avoid getting in even more trouble. In the meantime, Chris was mandated to consult a psychiatrist for an evaluation as a result of his community college's board. It has a few noteworthy excerpts, such as, according to his parents, there have been a number of incidents which led to his suspension. They feel strongly that the suspension was unwarranted and did not take into account the patient's developmental limitations. One such occurrence was during an interaction with African-American classmates. These young women were questioning the patient regarding his search for a girlfriend, at which point he told them they could not be his girlfriend because they were not white. This was perceived as racially insensitive, although from the patient's perspective, he was merely pointing out that they did not meet his standard criteria for a female companion. To the surprise of many, the psychiatrist considered Chris to be dealing with his autism in a relatively healthy way, despite the occasional mischief he got up to. One interesting point that has been brought up as a consequence of this document is the fact that both the Love Quest and Sonichu, Chris's two most destructive obsessions by far, only began manifesting after Chris began taking Paxil in 2000. Though I'm no specialist on the matter, some have said that Chris should not have been put on an antidepressant, let alone Paxil, which is the most potent SSRI available. Considering how mild his symptoms were up until that point, it would make a lot more sense for him to just have regular appointments with a psychologist instead of being medicated with no follow-up whatsoever. The psychiatrist that did this particular evaluation, however, was not of this opinion, and instead recommended that his dose of Paxil be increased from 20 milligrams to 30 milligrams daily. I bet that after this, Chris improved by leaps and bounds. Regardless, the rest of 2004 was quiet, with the exception of a video Chris recorded in his bedroom singing a few of his songs, wherein he was wearing the outfit he would become almost exclusively associated with. Along with it, he is donning his esteemed Sonichu medallion, completing the Chris Chan uniform to a T. Unfortunately, despite asking Santa Claus for a girlfriend, Chris spends yet another Christmas as a virgin full of rage. 2005 rolls around, and a few posts begin popping up on Chris's website, claiming to be hot chicks who have seen him at the mall, but didn't come up to him for one reason or another. Though few and far between at this point, these were Chris's first proper trolls, first of exceedingly many. However, one of the people that commented this wasn't joking. An actual girl witnessed what Chris was up to at the mall she worked at and decided to seek his website out. This was quite the event since, up until this moment, Chris never got the time of day from anyone, let alone a girl. Her name was Anna, and in a blog post titled, "The Tale of the Crazy Pacer," she writes extensively about her encounter with Chris, saying, "Once upon a time there was a guy who paced in front of Abercrombie & Fitch. He'd come and do it for hours on end, just walking back and forth. He was an okay looking guy, not evil looking like creepy molester dude, so he would pace for his allotted time, then leave. Sometimes as he paced, he would sing or shout. Nobody really could ever tell what he was saying. Oh yeah, and he always wore the same shirt, a nice little long-sleeved red and blue number that had a gold crest on the left side and a white collar and cuffs. Someone, I can't remember who, suggested that the next time he looked in, we wave at him. Whoever suggested it should die, unless it was me, in which case I feel I've received enough punishment. Of course, he looked in and we all waved at him. He looked kind of bewildered and sort of scared at first, but quickly caught on and waved back. So we went about our business doing floor set and junks, and a little while later he came in. I was kind of apprehensive about this. I mean, I've been doing floor set all day and I didn't really feel up to dealing with another crazy, but he came right up to the counter I was standing behind, and he looks right at me, all fidgety and twitchy, and this conversation ensued. Chris. You look to be about 19 years old, right? I busted out laughing because he guessed it right. That's exactly right. See, I know these things. I can just tell how old someone is, he said, kind of proud and still timid at the same time. My name is Christian, but you can call me Chris. I'm Christian W. Chandler. Oh, hi, Chris. So, do angels have names? I found out later that he meant to say, do angels like you have names? Poor guy was so nervous he didn't get it right. Probably, but I don't know. Well, what's your name? Sorry, I don't go for pickup lines, I replied, kind of laughing. His face kind of fell, and I felt sorry for him, but he pressed on. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. I was just asking your name. So what is your name? My name is Anna. Okay, well, Anna, is there any way I could, get your phone number and maybe I could give you a call sometime? No. Well, do you want my phone number then? You can call me on my cell phone. No thanks. So, do you have a boyfriend, Anna? No, I'm not looking for one, though. Alright, well, do you have access to the internet? Yes. Okay, hold on one second, I'll be right back. I nodded, and he went back to his spot where he kept his 2 tote bags and his Sam's Club cup. So, Christian came back and handed me a card with a crudely drawn Sonic the Hedgehog and some other yellow Sonic-looking creature on it, along with Christian's name, email address, and website. It was a homemade business card. That's my email address, and you can just email me sometime, okay? Okay, I said, not intending to email him at all. Despite how awkward these exchanges self-evidently were, you gotta give it up for Chris's autistic riz, even if just a little bit. For a guy with as many setbacks as him, he handled the situation with more dignity than expected. Many guys today are afraid to even approach a girl. On March 24th, he released one of the earliest proper comic book productions, Sonichu Adventure Sub-Episode 1, dubbed Jerkop-Tastrophe. Despite being called Sonichu Adventure, it's mostly just about Chris himself, retelling the story about being banned from a mall. On March 29th, an update to his love quest is posted to his diary. Well, at the mall today, my heart had an extremely fast recovery. Then it became majorly shattered again. I went to the mall like normal. I picked up some chicken nuggets and a drink. Then I went to my spot. I pulled up a chair to sit and eat my food. Then from out of the blue, this cute girl approached me and she asked me if I was looking for a girlfriend. Her name was Hannah and she was 18 years old. I said yes and we small talked for a bit. Then she invited me over to Starbucks for coffee. After she left, I became very excited and oh my god, all over. After calling mom and eating my nuggets, I lifted the chair with such cheer and grace and spun around with it like a dancer. Then I put it back where it was. I felt that my love quest had finally come to an end. And I so elated that my shattered heart had a full fast recovery. I went to Starbucks and we talked about basic things. I showed her my Sonichu scrapbook. She was very impressed. I gave her my email and both my phone numbers on a Sonichu site card and she gave me her email address. I was very attentive as I took notes about her and maintained eye contact. As I left her, I gave a double take flirt. That was the rise. Now here comes the fall. As I was sitting at my spot thinking about future steps for later dates, Anna and Dana told me that when they talked to Hannah, she told them she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then in major shock, Anna and Dana told me that when they talked to Hannah, she told them that she was setting me up in a prank. I could not believe it, so I found and asked Hannah. Sadly, it was true. Then in major shock, my heart shattered again by 85%, and I let out a big, no! After that shout, I got kicked out again, and I'm still without the Fashion Square shopping center that I've grown accustomed to after my whole life. So my love quest has restarted, and as for that date of ours, I'll always remember it, but as far as I'm concerned, it does not count as my first date. I was not as happy as I was today in a long time. I am once again heart-shattered and sad, but I will not give up on my love quest, because there has to be one true boyfriend-free, dateable, non-pranking girl out there somewhere. Poor guy really cannot catch a break. Around this time, Chris finished Sonichu number 0, the first proper edition of the comic book series. The hand-drawn premiere issue as he puts it. The stories in it were mostly reworkings of previous standalone comic strips, complete with nonsensical plots and nightmarishly ugly artwork that Chris Chan later became synonymous with. He also begins drawing new Sonichu releases during his public outings for his love quest, and is even noticed by someone who gives probably one of the best summaries of Chris Chan's essence at this point in their blog post. So Sonichu returned to Alderman today. I am not sure what to make of him. He sits in his chair and draws the Sonichu comics, harmless I assume, yet I feel like he knows he's different. He knows that the world rushing in front of him is not his own. Surrounded by the brightest students in America, whatever that means, he sits in his chair and draws, 23 years old. I'm not sure he even graduated high school. In front of him, texts of Plato, Faulkner, God, and Kleist swirl. Does he have the capacity to understand these works? Whether he can or not, I'm not sure, but there is something in his eyes that realizes that there is a level of understanding and thought that he is unable to partake in. As he slumps lower and lower in his chair, with each student he eyes reading or holding a book, he falls into himself, into the markers and colors on the page in front of him. He seems intelligent enough to understand that he does not understand, and that is the hardest part of all. I never thought I'd see Chris be described this poetically in my life. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Amidst these sightings, Chris decides to go to the Mid-Atlantic Anime Convention, where he took a few printed copies of Sonichu number 0 and distributed them to whoever would accept. As his love quest sinks to new lows, Chris gets kicked out from the local McDonald's, where he's also been conducting his attraction sign experiments. I'll spare you from hearing the diary entry in its full extent, but the Managerks, Chris's nickname for the managers, started calling the cops on Chris for loitering in their establishment. In later Sonichu episodes, the manager received in-universe stand-ins. One of them was named Married Senor Comic, an alias which is completely unexplainable to anyone with a functioning brain, and for no apparent reason, had robot arms and legs. After Married Senor, Chris's creativity must have run out, since the other one was just succinctly referred to as Black Fat Jerk, on account of the fact that, to Chris, that's all he really was. If his diary entry is anything to go by, Chris began explaining his situation to them in song and dance. When one of the managers asked Chris to just have a normal conversation with him, he sat silent for a minute until he came up with possibly the most schizophrenic own ever uttered. I do not speak to any man other than myself, because they have all taken the pretty girls, leaving me with none. What a wordsmith. He followed this up by giving them verbal punishment, the finger, and last but not least, curse ye ha-me-has. What's a curse ye ha-me-ha, you may ask? Well, luckily for us, Chris has demonstrated in video.
Curse ye ha-me-ha!
A month later, a similar situation played out at Target, as the managers called the cops on Chris. He claims that, as he was about to give them a prepared speech, 5 cops chased him down, pulled his pants, handcuffed his wrists and legs, and hogtied him. After being briefly taken to county jail, Chris was given a court date for disorderly conduct and trespassing. Later on, he dramatized the situation in a Sonichu comic, as he always did. Fortunately for Chris, after 2 hearings, he was given a $30 fine and had to pay $56 in costs. Within a week of the Target fiasco, he was once again arrested for following too close while driving. And yes, at this point he was a licensed driver, if you can believe it. After his
5'10". Spot. Damn. I was damn. Hey, what the fuck? That was 6 years before my cousin was born.
Suspension from college was lifted and he started regularly interacting with other people his age again. Things relaxed a bit for a while as advances were made in the love quest. After bidding goodbye to Anna, who moved to Utah, Chris makes a few more attempts at finding a date over MySpace messages, mostly to no avail. The first one was Jelena, who turned him down because he seemed too desperate. Then came Lindsay, who consistently rescheduled her dates over the course of 2 months in order to never actually have to see Chris in real life. Overall, things seemed dire for our brave hero. But it was around this time that he began to rouse online attention, with a thread on a Sega forum centered around Sonichu popping up. Earlier that year, YouTube was created, so the golden age of Chris Chan was at the gates. Meanwhile, he was getting some traction in his emails. Though his application to become an official Nintendo game tester was rejected, Chris got into regular correspondence with a girl named Megan. On the 1st of November, Megan emailed Chris asking him to buy an episode of Tintin on eBay for her. They had already met in person before in a video game convention a year prior, but it wasn't until these emails at the tail end of 2005 that Chris grew obsessed with her. Though she clarified from the get-go that she wasn't interested in Chris, or anyone for that matter, in a romantic way, this didn't deter Chris, who clearly saw her as a love interest and continued to invite her on dates. To date, Megan was probably the person who had been the nicest and most patient with Chris. 2006 marked a significant rise in Chris buying the most random, useless garbage from eBay, from My Little Pony and Sailor Moon paraphernalia to German World War II photos. Apparently, all of the purchases were influenced by Megan's interests. Based on their emails, we know that Megan was into MLP, Sailor Moon, and for some mysterious reason, Wehrmacht soldiers from World War II. Considering how desperate Chris was to get a girlfriend, it's surprising he didn't start LARPing as a novelty to impress her. Eventually, he got her a Nintendo DS, which she turned down due to the fact that she already had one she bought herself. While Chris was busy spinning his wheels into the mud during his love quest by chasing after an uninterested Megan, he managed to graduate from community college, getting a degree in computer-aided drafting and design. Over time, Chris began wearing her down, continually being pushy about wanting to date her despite her repeatedly saying she wasn't interested. Most likely because of this, Megan severely limited the amount of times they met up in real life to once a week, and even then, Chris would take that as an opportunity to be as handsy as possible, which she obviously wasn't okay with. After months of this dynamic going back and forth, Chris overstepped a few boundaries when he started complaining about Megan being friendly with other guys. This was grating for her since not only were they not dating, but she was also not interested in the guys Chris was paranoid about. This caused her to email him in a slightly stricter tone, saying, "I don't want to have to tell you again or I might get really angry, because you know unwanted remarks or advances to a girl is sexual harassment, and I don't take that lightly, okay? So can you understand now? Anyway, sometimes I get the feeling that you copy me to get me to like you. Like Sailor Moon, for example. The only Sailor Moon thing you had ad was at Adult Video, and since I told you how much I love it, then you start getting into it. Kind of like My Little Pony. That kind of thing really annoys me. You make it sound like I have to get your approval to be that kind of friendly to
The fuck was that? Hello?
someone. And I felt rather disappointed about those remarks. And you already know I don't love you, so why do you make yourself unhappy by holding grudges and trying so hard to win me over? So please, if you really want to make me happy, please let me make my own decisions and figure out my own life, okay? Besides, even if I had a boyfriend, what makes you think I'll stop being friends with you? I'm not that kind of person who'd say, well, I have a boyfriend now, so see ya. No, I'm not that kind of bitchy girl. You know I haven't talked to this person in a year. I'm not really wanting to get together with him either. Boyfriends aren't for me. Don't want them, don't need them. However, I can't say I like how much you call him a lucky jerk. Why is he a jerk? Why do you call all guys that? Because they take all the pretty girls, leaving you none to choose from? Hate to be blunt, but that's a pathetic way to think. You don't go to a mall and buy a girlfriend. The thing is, guys didn't take all the girls. The girls just didn't choose you. Quit blaming other men. Personally, I think you shouldn't be so picky about what they look like. All you say is you want a pretty girl. Well, it's the inside that counts. After all, a pretty girl can have the personality of Satan. Meanwhile, an ugly girl may have a heart of gold, but you wouldn't even give a second look, would you? I often wonder, if I was an ugly girl, you wouldn't even come near me, would you? Little did poor Megan know that the powers of the Chaos Emeralds render Chris impervious to reality checks of any nature. While this drama ensued, Chris never stopped cranking out new issues of Sonichu, all containing the same themes recycled over and over again, such as Sonichu's enemies always being conspicuously black, the text bubbles being randomly placed on the page with no discernible reading order, Chris vicariously defeating his real-life opponents such as Mary Lee Walsh and the guy who Sarah Hammer dated instead of him, so on and so forth. What was noticeable in the later episodes was that, progressively, Sonichu became a secondary character in his own comic, with the protagonist becoming Chris himself. Sonichu's function was primarily to serve and protect Chris, and every once in a while symbolically represent who he wanted to be. Additionally, other than real-life people, Chris also added a character called Crystal Weston Chandler, a female version of himself that seems to simultaneously fulfill the ideal role of the mom, the ideal daughter, the ideal sister, and the ideal girlfriend. The fact that this guy wasn't regularly seeing a therapist is a travesty, to be honest. As Megan put a healthy amount of distance between herself and Chris, his eBay purchases started drifting towards the salacious. Items include Bootylicious Love Doll, Pearl Beaded Prolong Ring, Nina Hartley's Guide to Sex Toys, and my personal favorite, Space Nuts. After years of
fuck is Space Nuts?
frustration, Chris began taking matters into his own hands, and following this general theme, he also decided to give up on Santa, since for the past 3 years, he was asking for a girlfriend which Santa never delivered. 2007 begins, and Chris begins working on a new project called Yep, I'm on TV, which consists of videos he had recorded on VHS tapes burned onto a DVD. Of course, he had no idea how valuable an archive of his activities would eventually become, and most likely he just did this out of his narcissistic self-obsession with every moment of his life. Later on, the leaking of this DVD was of great assistance to those interested in the CWC lore. But at the very end of this highlight reel about Chris's life, there was one video filmed solely for the purposes of being put into the DVD called Christian Weston Chandler's Future Message.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers.
In this 9-minute-long prophetic manifesto, Chris summarizes the lessons he had learned up until this point. He did this because, ideally, he wanted this video to be played in schools. In it, he goes on about why going to school isn't torture, why drinking and smoking are bad, the extreme importance of staying straight, and last but not least, that girls should consider dating uglier guys because they will have a better personality and a brighter future. It's around this time that Chris reconnects with Cole, his previously mentioned half-brother, to offer him a copy of his autobiographical DVD. For the first half of the year, it's business as usual for Chris, who continues to exchange emails with Megan, where she continually complains about him touching her when she doesn't want him to. By June, she leaves for Kentucky, and Chris misses her dearly, since she was pretty much the only female he could get close to that wasn't his mom. This wasn't the only thing causing him to be upset, though, as by the end of June, Chris's dog Patty, that he had had since 1988, had to be put down. He even wrote his dog a eulogy, saying, "When Patty was brought to the vet on that faithful day, I was distraught with fright and concern for her health. I stayed with her during her final moments with my hand on her head and a tear in my eye. When my mother was brought the paper that gave the doctor permission to send her on her way, I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take the strain for signing the one-way ticket. It was hard for me, but it was for the best. So I signed that paper with a crying Sonichu face saying, 'We love you, Patty.' After that, I gave her my final pets, hug, hand to paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek to fur rub, and I sadly waved her for the final time, and I said, "Goodbye, Patty, I love you." As I stood outside, I heard Patty's last bark saying, "I will always love you, Chris. Thank you." Regardless of how thorny and problematic of an individual Chris Chan is, losing a pet you've had for that long is tough, especially considering how few and far between were his sources of affection. Patty must have meant a lot for him, and it's hard not to feel for the guy. But let's not dwell on this for too long, because Chris did not either. By July, Christian had entered a contest called Chop Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown, which was created to promote the Parappa the Rapper game that was coming out that year. The grand prize was 2 PSPs and an all-expenses-paid trip to Seattle for the 2007 Penny Arcade Expo, which Chris was hoping to use in order to seduce Megan out of Kentucky and back into his arms. Well, not quite back since she was never there. Anyway, this is Chris's entry if you were curious.
AP Station. My name is Christian Chandler. I live in Bucksville, Virginia. I have a PSP. I like to rap. I play with the rapper. I go with you now. The only song I know is Master Onion.
July was also a very active month for his eBay, and he bought plenty of more sex dolls, adult videos, and masturbation aids of all kinds. Mind you, all of these trinkets, gizmos, and gadgets were bought on the credit card of a nearly 80-year-old Bob. Whenever he wasn't getting busy with those, he was emailing every person he'd ever interacted with in his life to vote for his Parappa the Rapper contest entry so that he'd win the prize. He even tried Cole, but to no avail, since he seemed to be interested exclusively in trashing Chris's parents. This technique must have proved effective since his video made it to the final rounds, but in early August, it was made public that the winner of the contest was not Chris, but a guy named Adam Stackhouse. Chris would put in his 2 cents about this unfavorable result. That stupid, no good Adam Stackhouse won the trip. He had music and more than one person in his video, which were in violation of the official rules. 3 other videos out of the remaining 9, Apralewski, Brutal, and Soria Buckwald all violated the official rules as well. Those 7 people of those 4 videos should have been disqualified. Period. I am so angry of the fact that the PlayStation Company and their promotional associates will not do anything to bring these violators to justice. Sworn on my autism, justice will be served to the 7 people of those 4 videos. Okay. Of course, while accusing other people of cheating, Chris overlooked the fact that he himself had made over 120 fake accounts to vote for himself, as he admitted in an email to Megan. Also, his claims that Adam's video had music are based on the facts that Adam beatboxed, which hardly qualifies. In any event, his tirades continued over at his PSN blog. This is directed mostly to Adam Stackhouse, the SOB who was the alphabetically first video in the Parappa contest and got wrongfully the big prize. I loathe Adam and his sister for stealing my one chance at taking my sweet gal friend to Seattle. It would have been terrific. I might have even been able to change her outlook on not planning on having children. She and I are both virgins, although I am a frustrated, high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin. I don't have much going on for me, really, because I have been the dog in America's favorite game, Kick the Autistic, for my whole life. I curse those 7 people, between the cast of the 3 illegal videos, to die and burn. As for Adam, if he's reading this and is asking, "You've got something to say to me?" I do. P.S. Fuck you, you dream-smashing son of a bitch. One thing I've neglected to mention is that, while Megan was away in Kentucky, she wasn't checking her emails, so she had no idea what kind of garbage Chris was filling her inbox with. When she returned and saw what he had been up to, she once again tried her very best to shut Chris down. I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me. I'm not your girlfriend and I never will be. When I say, don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. You whine that you're just being friendly, but you obviously have no consideration for my feelings. Also, I can't say I like how you use my photo in your video and on the cover of your comic book. I want them removed from the internet immediately. Since I'm not a MySpace member, I can't view what you post. If there are any photos of me on your blog, I want them removed. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out. With all that said, we're down to 2 options. A, we remain friends and only friends, period, as in no more touching me, following me, asking me personal questions, and giving me things. We can still battle and trade cards and talk. Or B, never see me again. I'm sorry it's come down to this, but I've told you repeatedly in a nice way to stop, but you've never listened. I hope you will finally take what I just said into serious consideration, and now know that if you try your advances again, I won't be very nice about it. Despite how clear Megan was being, it would once again fall on mostly deaf ears, as Chris would reply with another email titled, "Ouch, my heart," trying his hardest to guilt trip and yakking about his love quest once again, concluding it with a declaration of his love for her. A couple of weeks go by and Chris continues sending her love mail, all while purchasing more and more sex dolls. Eventually, it seems he did take what Megan said to heart and complied with her demands, and she thanks him for it. The peace treaty between them didn't last very long after Chris began expressing his distaste for one of Megan's friends who happened to be gay. After being confronted by Megan about it, Chris replied, "Originally, I was not fond of him because it was obvious that he was a homo. Yes, I am a homophobe. I fear them all, and I fear the tormenting temptations of falling off the straight path. But then I mentally, sometimes from a DVD, and if you'll pardon the expression, shove some pussy in my face. I'll tell you what, if I ever stoop down to changing my path, I might as well would get a gender change operation." What a prophetic statement from Mr. Chandler. By some miracle, Megan is once again tolerant and patient with him, saying she understands why he's like this, since she also had a tough time in high school and felt very lonely. In that same month, a new dimension to the CWC story was revealed, as for the very first time, an online community took note of his existence. On a thread about Eulalia on the website Something Awful, Chris gets brought up, along with his Sonichu comics. Soon, he gets his own dedicated thread titled Sonichu and His Quest for a Boyfriend-Free Girl. After 2 decades of people either pitying or distancing themselves from him due to his eccentric sensibilities, Chris finally finds his niche, a target audience of people who relish in how strange and demented he is. In the thread, people point out how his website looks like a visual rendition of a grand mal seizure. Some even theorize that there was no way everything CWC made was this naturally awful, and that he must have been doing it on purpose as a really elaborate prank or performance art piece. But a handful of the users actually had experienced Chris in person. One user said, "I posted in the other thread, but I've seen this guy in real life. This is no prank. He used to go to the college I attended until he got kicked out. If anyone here is from Charlottesville, Virginia, you may have seen him also. He hangs around the UVA Alderman Library and the Fashion Square Mall. I had seen him around campus and just thought he was in an anime club or something. I never saw him with his signs. I learned a lot more about him when he messaged my sister on MySpace and invited her out for a soda. She declined and he became increasingly more harassive towards her until she blocked him. Yes, he wears that Sonichu necklace around everywhere he goes." People slowly realized that Chris was definitely not your run-of-the-mill internet weirdo. Not only was it evident he was a special kind of, well, special, but no one up until that point had probed the depths of the Quickie-verse. Despite how small of a community there was around Chris and Sonichu at the time, it was like stumbling into King Tut's tomb and finding mountains of archaeological artifacts that had been hidden away from the world for centuries. The same user from the previous post found and shared an updated and enhanced version of the attraction sign on Chris's website. This edition included a list of Chris's turnoffs, which are the following: smokers, real drunk alcoholics, gone to Moe's often, current/previous mothers. I support them fully, but I would not feel comfortable walking into a previously made family. I would feel more comfortable starting fresh and having my own children. Real ugly women, currently over 230 pounds, the low functionally mentally handicapped, the seriously physically deformed, autistic, high functional or otherwise, although I myself am high functionally autistic, but that's besides the point. Medium or dark chocolate, police women. What stands out, firstly, is the amount of hypocrisy in this list. Not only does he exclude the ugly, fat, and autistic, all of them being categories many would group him in with, but he says police women are a turnoff when, at this point, he had bought a total of 3 cop-themed blow-up dolls. He also mentions that mothers are a turnoff, but I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I'll save that wretched can of worms for later. In the dark underbelly of the internet, news travels at light speed, and just a little after CWC's debut as a lolcow in the Something Awful forums, discussions about him sprung up in the cartoon and video game boards on 4chan. Unfortunately, because these were from so long ago that 4chan didn't have the reputation it currently has, and consequently, almost nobody archived what went on, we don't have all of this chatter saved. Regardless, we can imagine the kind of discussions that were going on. A few days after the word of Chris Chan had been spread around, someone named Evan from the cartoons board emailed Chris saying, "This is some fan art of Sonichu my friends and I have drawn. I hope you enjoy it." One of the attached images seemed to be a GIF that depicted Chris in a staring match with a Sonic-like figure, and that was the only attachment that wasn't a veiled troll. The first one was a drawing of Chris in his love quest with a sign that said, "No darkies," while the other two were NSFW renditions of Chris and Sonichu doing unspeakable acts. Because of his infinite naivete, Chris replied, saying, "Thank you for your fan art contribution."
Sonichu Rule 34. We gotta check this out. Sonichu R34. Ugh.
In constructive criticism, I like the one with me in the girlfriend auditions, as well as my glaring in the eyes of the blue guy. But I am feeling great to test towards the other two. Sonichu and I are not of that nature at all. If you would like to make it up to me though, please draw a strip of Rosachu stripping for Sonichu, and have him her and draw Rosachu masturbating and squirting. Emphasis added. I am straight, damn it. I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction. Again, most nasty fan arts are not appreciated at all. Please feel free to share that quote with the rest of the fans. Sincerely, Christian Weston Chandler. Attached was an image of Chris and Sonichu staring menacingly, subtitled by the phrase, "We're keeping track." It's bad enough that Chris likes the No Darkies image, but the Rosachu hentai request signals a major shift that Chris was undergoing at this time, from oddball virgin to corrupt pervert. Evan obeyed his wish, but with a twist. Much to Chris's surprise and chagrin, Rosachu was depicted as having a giant penis. Chris replied, "Do me a favor, draw a vagina on Rosachu. Rosachu is a girl. She never had a freaking pickle. If I see one more freaking pickle, and you may spread this quote to other adult fan artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow." To which Evan responded with a simple, "Uh-oh," along with another MS Paint drawing of Rosachu holding a pickle, this time literally and not figuratively. This trolling conflagration hit its peak when an article about Chris went up on Encyclopedia Dramatica. After being informed about it by two people who seemed to genuinely care, Chris claimed that the article caused him to have the worst weekend of his life, saying a hacking terrorist group, Anonymous, and 4chan are somehow involved in that page. When the article itself mostly went over the things we've already covered, it did so in the typical ED fashion, rife with insulting expletives directed at Chris and his creations. Along with it came a few people trolling on his email, but no one really got to him besides Evan, probably because Chris's attention was directed elsewhere. All of this obviously upset him, and a couple of days later, he expressed his disapproval of the ED page in an uncharacteristically polite and genuine way that it's hard not to sympathize with him. In the video titled Chris Chan's Public Announcement, he simply asked that the page be rewritten in a more favorable light, suggesting edits such as including his family history. According to his headcanon, he was a descendant of Anne Boleyn on his mother's part, despite the fact that Anne Boleyn never had any children. Additionally, he claims to be 1/16th Cherokee through his father, saying, "We're a respected tribe." After apologizing for anything he could have possibly done that wasn't nice, he asks that the page be taken down. Much later, Chris relayed on emails that during this time, he and his mother were badgering the management of the game place for CCTV footage to try and figure out who took that picture of him that was featured on the ED article, which they deduced must be the same person who wrote it. However, they stopped once the owner of the place threatened to ban him for a month. It's really funny how Chris isn't afraid of being arrested by actual cops like he was at Target, but if someone merely suggests taking away his ability to play Pokemon cards with preteens for a single month, he folds just like that. On November 10th, an image of Goatsy was added to the article's gallery of images above the caption, "The true brains behind Chris Chan," and this was the straw that broke the camel's back. That set him off to make an account and try to edit it into a positive light himself. Emphasis on the word try because it seems not even Christian is capable of making himself look better. He removes Goatsy along with words like retarded and scary because he doesn't like them. In the section about Evan's trolling, he replaces the phrase masturbation and squirtin' with just masturbate, and added a couple of notes that said every person is doing it and relief, with a smiley face next to it. In an attempt to defend himself from the accusations that he was racist, Chris edited in the following section. He's also old-fashioned in his idea of a sweetheart. She is not black. He is cool with adoption, but his dream of his future daughter calls for blood, tears, and sentinel descent. His verbal acumen never ceases to amaze me. In regards to the mockery of his attraction sign, he put in the only reasonable and inexpensive idea he could ever fucking think of. There was also some clarification about the medallion, which people were speculating was made of clay, but Chris specifically said it was made of Crayola model magic. This was just the first day's worth of edits. It was a day later, on November 12th, that Chris made the brunt of his most notable edits, such as commenting on his Officer Nasty doll, saying, "Nah, it's just my artificial woman in her plastic blue outfit. Awesome to and the cleaning maintenance is simple. She'll only last until she has her internal injury." Among these discretionary, even humorous additions, he also makes possibly one of the worst mistakes of his life. For absolutely no comprehensible reason, he makes multiple additions to the gallery, all consisting of hand-drawn Sonichu hentai, with the exception of two images. The first is titled MaryWantsIt.jpg, a nude Mary Walsh on her evil throne, beckoning with her finger and saying, "Come and lick my pussy, my jerk-off slave." What the fuck? If you can believe it, that wasn't what got him in trouble. But the next image. The infamous Shame Came for Quickie.jpg, which featured Chris with a smirk.
Shame came for Quickie. Let's go see what this is. Should I be scared? Shane came for Quickie.jpg. Oh, it's she came, not shame. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Every snowflake's different, just like you.
Fingering a naked female with one hand and doing a thumbs up in the other, captioned with, "Your sister has come for me." Though obviously I can't show the whole image, people have done some anatomical analysis on it in order to understand the inner workings of Chris Chan's creative mind. People began wondering what Chris meant with the caption, because usually when doing trash talk, the target tends to be people's mom, not their sister. Discussions ensued as to what this actually meant to Chris, with some even thinking that the girl in the drawing was Crystal, his imaginary sister slash daughter slash girlfriend. Little did they know that Chris, at least at the time he wrote the caption, believed John, Megan's brother, was the mastermind behind the trolling, and the caption was meant for him. The girl in the drawing was Megan, but no one knew this other than Chris. The rest of that year's edits of the ED page were uneventful back and forth between Chris and the site's moderation. Over in Chris's emails on December 30th, he wrote and sent a poem that's quite the mouthful to say the least. For my true love, I'd treat her tenderly, sweetly, gently, like a summer breeze. I'd caress her skin gently with my strong fingers. I'd take her to eat and provide for her to my ability. I'd start small at McDonald's, then let it get better in due time. When the mood is right, I'd whisk her in my arms and lift her up in sweet gentleness. If she is willing to allow the pleasure, I'd lay her down, caress her gently, tickle her fancy, have her tickle my fancy, and give it to her with the learned, lonely experience I've endured. I have no idea how Chris's post-McDonald's erotica is more articulate than the writing of Sonichu. It's insane to think he thought this would be romantic for a woman to read. By the way, he didn't send this directly to Megan, but to a mutual acquaintance of theirs, who presumably read it before passing it on to Megan. It's unknown if it actually got to her, as there's no email of hers acknowledging any of the stuff said in the poem. For the first 2 months of 2008, there was a great quiet before the storm. That is, besides Chris getting some anal beads that came with another one of his purchases, and Megan briefly living under the same roof as him due to her having issues with her family. Given his reputation for touchiness, I'm sure she tried to keep her time there as short as possible. Their uneasy, but not quite all negative relationship survived until early March, when Megan emailed Chris thanking him for a trade and consoling him over being banned from his local church, which later we find out happened because the pastor found out about his ED page. The tune suddenly changes to a very different one come the 12th, when Chris emails her profusely apologizing, saying he was caught up in the rage when he did that, followed by a string of, "Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you." It's worth noting he doesn't specify what he's apologizing for exactly. This may seem like a random thing, but it's actually because, in their communications outside of emails, Chris was trying to pretend that the girl in the drawing wasn't Megan, but Crystal, as the trolls had supposed. At the time of sending this email, he hadn't quite let go of that lie, hence the vague language he uses. He also promises to take the ED page down, or his name isn't Christian Weston Chandler, which is interesting considering it used to be Christopher and eventually would become Christine, but that's for later. The next day, he emails her again with some quote-unquote detective work on this 4chan fella that's been ruining his life. In this one, he does specify that he was the one that made the drawing, giving up trying to dodge that particular bullet. On the same day, Megan replied saying, "I just don't know what to say now. I'm very much scared by that image and it will never leave me. And I can't decide what's worse, the image in general or the fact you intentionally drew it and gave it to the webmaster for that site that you hate so much." Not only have you poured gas on the fire by doing that, adding obscenities to the already horrific site, but you've also embarrassed and humiliated me and degraded and demeaned me, whether you realize it or not. I mean, I'm not that kind of girl, and you know what? So why? And you also lied to me about it. So I'm unsure what to do about this. I can't say I really think of you the same way anymore. I'm sorry to say. I will continue to give the remaining items for the Zune, and that will be all the contact you will have with me unless I decide otherwise. I hope you understand. So we'll let time decide how I feel about this current situation. Until then, please don't come up to me anymore unless it's to give you what I owe, which seems kind of awkward now. I know how it feels to be alone, but I can't keep throwing away my pride little by little just to keep you satisfied, you know what I mean? There has to be an enough is enough at some point, and I cannot continue to disgrace myself by forgiving things that I never find forgivable in the first place. I'd like for you to just completely leave me alone for a while until I can sort things out myself, you understand? It's not like I hate you, but I don't see you in the same light anymore, so just leave me be for a while. Let me try to recuperate with my few other friends, and maybe we can just start from scratch sometime. Despite this message having a much more final perspective on Chris and Megan's relationship, by some unexplainable reason, she still leaves a window open for possible reconciliation in the future. Chris, in his all-enduring grace, sees this charitable reluctance to completely cut ties with him as an opportunity to cork out the gnarliest, gigantic turd on it. Here's what he replied with. I understand, you may or may not have had much exposure to sexual images as I've had, so the idea of a hand job, which was the act drawn there, as a part of outer course versus intercourse was a surprise to you. I'm sorry. If it helps put things in perspective, I can recommend finding information on the internet through this educational website I found through adameve.com, or I recommend renting The 40-Year-Old Virgin. That movie touches on some of the issues around and how it can really frustrate an older virgin who hasn't had the pleasure yet, or I can loan you my copy of The 40-Year-Old Virgin. The point is allowing yourself more exposure to sex acts to make yourself more comfortable with that fact of life. While I am on the verge of taking that Encyclopedia Dramatica page down, I understand that there are a number of other web pages of hate against me, and as much as I would like to be able to track down everyone and report them and get on the verge of taking them down as well, someone else may put up another hate page up against me. It's a fact of this modern world known as cyberbullying. As for the drawings, while I have shoved the text information down their throat in an attempt to drown them into submission, there were too many images of penises, yetch, on there. I drew drawings promoting the to go against those heads. I did the drawing of Sonichu f***ing Rosichu. I did the drawing of Bubbles getting it from Black Sonichu. I had the idea of pairing them up in the comic book anyway. I did the drawings of Angelica and Mary Lee Walsh, that witch hag masturbating, and I did draw the drawings of me giving you a hand job from among my adult fantasies, with your eyes censored to conceal your identity. It was a massive step outside of my boundaries, and I did it out of anger, and I regret having done it, and I'm really, really sorry. But we all do things in the heat of anger and or out of our boundaries that we end up regretting later. No accountability whatsoever, with the cherry on top being Chris implying the only reason she got upset was because she wasn't as sexually mature as him. To make matters worse, a couple of days later, after getting no reply from her for entirely justifiable reasons, he emails her again asking for her to help him out with the ED page. He also mentions he's been trying to remove or work around mentions of her in the article, and his genius way of doing that is concealing her face by zooming into her vagina in the drawing. This once again sparked Megan's ire, who replied, "Look, my main issue is not the website itself, it's just the fact that you drew those weird pictures. Instead of removing that one completely, you just enlarged my crotch. Thanks a lot. Why didn't you just remove it? I don't care how lonely you are. I haven't had luck with relationships either, but I don't boast about being a virgin with rage. When you say things like that, it just makes you sound like you're looking for someone to fuck. P.S. I think it's rather amusing how you complain of these people defiling you. Yes, many posts are ridiculous, but you have defiled Mary Lee Walsh and our wonderful security officers who were simply doing their job. Then you defiled me and lied about it. You need to stop with this mindset that the whole world's against you and start taking some responsibility for once. Example, it's wrong to hate these people when you broke the rule by soliciting/loitering. Hey, at least they're doing their job and I support that. In many instances during the general story, there are moments where we can sympathize with Chris, but this certainly is not one of them. No. He continues to email her, blaming everything on ED and claiming he's the resistance against the alien dominators, whatever that means. Worst of all, he begins defending his drawing of She Came for CWC.jpg, saying, "As for the drawing itself, I've realized that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy, angst against ED and love for you, but also a major release for my crazy mixed up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac, so thank God for allowing me to release my bottled up frustrations in a more positive yet not so politically correct and not physically hurting others method." So not only is he blameless for the actual drawing, it's actually a good thing he did and should be thanking him for, because if it weren't for She Came for Quickie, he might have raped her or something. I don't know exactly what's being implied. What a thing to admit to a girl you're supposedly in love with. He follows us up with claims that he's suffering way more than she is to get her to pity him, which does not work as intended. I can't stress enough how disrespectful it is that he keeps acting like it's somehow ED's fault he drew part of his friend. If that wasn't bad enough, his next email was him complaining to her that she brought the page up again, describing the drawing as a little dirty detail they should both forget about, and that in giving it so much attention, she made his month stressful. He also reiterated his lack of regret for drawing the image, just in case it was understated in the previous one. Completely unaware of how deranged he sounds, he closes it off with the following statement. "Although I do understand your feelings, and I can only respect your wish of staying away from you, sob, sob, my heart still cries for you. I'll always be worrying about you, and I will always love you, Megan Schroeder." In order to display how contrite he is, he edits ED once again, creating a gallery of images called "You Know What? I Hate Me Too," consisting exclusively of drawings from Sonichu wherein Chris was being beat up or hurt in some way. This was not an effective strategy, as a month later, later, Chris and Megan shared their last email correspondence, with Megan saying she wasn't interested in any more gifts from Chris. And just like that, Chris's most worthwhile acquaintance is alienated because he couldn't resist drawing himself fingering her and putting it up online. After being baptized in the month of May, Chris earns himself a permanent ban from the game place for reasons such as scaring the kids he played card games with, taking his consoles with him into the store and hogging the TV with them, singing Britney Spears during games, among other things. He tried to apologize and appeal the ban along with his parents to no avail, as the manager of the game place, Mike, would just call the cops on them. Much later, he had this to say about Mike. He's hated my guts after multiple times borrowing the store's HD TV for console gameplay, and in subtle retaliation, I handed out on a cardboard box, Michael loves the F out of Mary Lee Walsh. I tried to protect myself when he found it weeks later after having wrote it. I even convinced myself that the F meant fiddlesticks. It originally meant fuck. That was why the son of a bitch kicked me out of the game place permanently. After years of loyal volunteer service in the Pokemon TCG League, I had apologized numerously before, but he's still the pig-headed, stubborn he was back then. Out of all of the isms Chris had expressed up until that point, a dislike of the Jewish people was certainly a new one. With both Megan and the game place now gone from his life, he was in the darkest place he'd ever been. Without any place to escape to and no one to vent to anymore, Chris takes to YouTube to confront Encyclopedia Dramatica and its surrounding community over the article on him, blaming them for his fallout with Megan, all the while very explicitly publicizing that the girl in the drawing he made was her, which most of the time did not know. The video was titled Quicky's Second Message, and it was a certified golden age of YouTube classic. In it, Chris coins terms like pedoforks when trying to defend himself from pedophile accusations, as well as proclaiming his love for China, not the country, but his stilted way of saying vagina. Conclusively, he threatens to never release the 7th issue of Sonichu if the ED page wasn't promptly taken down. A little while later, Chris would post another video requesting that people send hate mail to the creator of the page, Jason, closing the video with the iconic line,
As sure as I am to get at least 1 ounce of vagina, I have your number, and you're going down.
I should mention that for the duration of both of these videos, Chris always held a PS3 controller as he spoke as if it were some kind of regal staff. Through the rest of the month, Chris made and uploaded more videos in the same vein, dictating commands to an imaginary community of loyal followers, telling them the latest Sonichu news and teasing the new issue. In the middle of August, a now octogenarian Bob would make an extremely depressing addition to his letter to future Chris, saying, Dear Christian, at this time in life, you and Sonichu need a quest and purpose in life. Let Sonichu become a champion for autistic persons everywhere, and continually defeat the perils of autism. Sonichu could become the spokesperson for autistic persons, with an ongoing fight for them in chapter after chapter, or good deeds on the internet. He could become the spokesperson from now on. You and Sonichu could become famous worldwide. Jesus, I forgot how stupid this story is. In a few ways, you know, Bob was right, and Chris would become famous worldwide, just not for being a good role model for autists. During the same period, Chris would establish contact with another girl through emails. Her name was Blanca, and she took the initiative in emailing him to show her OC character, Jiggly Amy, a hybrid between Jigglypuff and Amy from Sonic. Of course, they were lying and trolling, and of course, Chris fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. And within a single day, he was telling her he was interested in a relationship. Not only that, but he also asked her opinions on porn and asked her to get on webcam with him. Mr. Chan was in quite the hurry. After uploading even more images of Rosachu drawn naked to the ED article for no particular reason, he does the unthinkable and sends nudes to Blanca. For the sake of accuracy and journalistic integrity, I should make it clear that this wasn't exactly Blanca he sent nudes to. It was someone unrelated to the 3 trolls behind the original Blanca identity who took it upon himself to pose as her and ask him for nudes, which Chris gracefully obliged. I should also specify that these aren't your regular nudes, but a close-up picture of Chris's penis with a Sonichu drawn on it, along with pictures of Chris wearing his mother's panties. Within a month of the nudes being successfully acquired, they went up on the ED page, much to Chris's despair, who preemptively emailed his church to notify them of it. Blanca's MySpace page would have its About Me section edited to say, Hello, I am a large, hairy, homosexual black man in a pickle costume. You love me. Pay no mind to my profile pictures, this is the real me. The message is followed by a picture of a man in a pickle suit. In Chris's email to his church, he says he was deceived and that Blanca was a troll, but that was just posturing on his part, as he would hang on to to the obviously non-existent Blanca for much longer after this incident, claiming she was real and exchanging emails with the other Blanca accounts. It's also during this roller coaster of a month that he briefly entertains the idea of a love triangle between him, Blanca, and another troll that claimed to be a Sarah Jackson. Unfortunately for Sarah, Chris picked Blanca, eventually drawing Sarah getting hit by a truck in one of the later issues of Sonichu. The fallout of the news being sent was still going strong, as a whole week later, all of Chris's accounts were hacked and everybody in his contacts list got a copy of the images. Meanwhile, Chris got himself involved in yet another conflict with a troll, this one called Jimmy Hill, who was claiming to be the original creator and IP holder of Sonichu. Speaking of Sonichu, around the same time that the 7th edition of the comics were released online, Chris would announce that a video game was in the works. He announced it on his website, saying, "With the Sonichu franchise growing wildly with lots of energetic hype, I'm ready to take Sonichu and my world of Quickieville back to Nintendo of America and Sega of America. And upon the unity in business between Nintendo, the company provided me with my second gaming system, the Game Boy, after my very first Commodore 64 computer. Sega, the company who introduced Sonic the Hedgehog, is not only my lifelong hero, after the American Rabbit, but as the true role model icon I am proud to have learned some of my attitudes and beliefs from since 1991, and myself, Christian Weston Chandler, we will make Sonichu and Rosachu and their world being more real than I was able to make them by myself with pen and markers in hand, and a vastly knowledgeable imagination. You won't be able to truly say you've caught them all until you've caught the original Sonichu and Rosachu in a Quickie-approved Nintendo/Sega Pokemon Lightning version on GBA and DS to catch a great share of the other currently available 493 Pokemon. And I have the idea for the video game myself, if I can swing that with Sega as well, an epic tale of my tragic adult life straight from my tortured heart and soul. I will bring the pain to the jerk-offs. I will kick Mary Lee Walsh into her cauldron to burn, as well as the other villains. And I will have support from my electric hedgehogs, my mother and father, my closest gal pals who I've grown to love, Megan Schroeder and Anna McLaren, to name a few, sparingly in the game. I plan to have this game alone go multi-console between Nintendo Wii, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 3 with downloadable content. And all this can come to fruition with your help, the populace of Sonichu, Rosachu, and Christian Chandler fans. All I ask for in minimum is to contact Nintendo of America and Sega of America by way of posting in their respective forums, sending them emails, and highly recommended handwritten letters to both companies that you want Sonichu and that they should get in touch with me, Christian Weston Chandler, via telephone or snail mail or in person. Both companies have my information in their computers, as I have written to them a number of times in my life. In the wake of this catastrophe, a brief opportunity to find solace presented itself to Chris. First, his church got him in contact with a counselor, a particularly patient woman called Rocky, who began accompanying him from a distance through his misadventures, for whatever that was worth. But that wasn't all. Someone had been emailing Chris for a while now, a girl named Vivian Gee. Despite being a girl, Chris never gave her his usual CWC treatment for a combination of reasons. She never sent pictures or indulged in his delusions about Sonichu. As a matter of fact, she was the one person who was always consistently realistic and bluntly honest about Chris's situation, which scared him off like the plague, since he only wanted enablers to count on and naysayers to antagonize. While initially acting similar to the other trolls, this quickly gave way to a much more sincere and concerned attitude towards Chris. She was also deeply familiar with the Sonichu comics and held them in a kind of fascination, even making audiobook renditions of every single one of them. In a strange way, during this period, Vivian was one of Chris's only friends, if you could call her that. On the day the news were leaked, she emailed him trying to snap him out of his delusions. I don't know where to begin. I'm not even sure why I'm sending this to you. Listen to me. Listen. No one gives two shits. Your pictures are now all on the internet for everyone to see. Tons of celebrities have nudes and they don't care. They are way more popular than you'll ever be, so don't get your fucking panties in a bunch. There are no fans of Sonichu. Sonichu is a bastardization of properties that belong to other people. Your entire comic is pretty much a bastardization of your life. Sonichu will never get anywhere. Quit your dreams of Sonichu, the game, the comic merchandise, everything now. And if you still feel you need to be creative or whatever bullshit you say, make something completely original. Don't base it off your life. Don't base it off stuff that exists. Just make something completely new. If you quit Sonichu and start working on your real life harder, I'm sure you'll find success. If you stay in your deluded fantasy land, I don't know what you'll become. You have never tried when it comes to women. Never. You can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. You have to make it happen. If you can't muster up the courage to do that, then you will never get a wife, let alone a girlfriend. There are places where single men and women go to. I'll let you find them on your own in your area. Take off that medallion. I can't stress this enough. If you do, it will signify your detachment from Sonichu and a brighter future. Forget about all those haters. They don't hate you. They're trolling you. They want to see you become this way. Don't you understand there's no reason for you to get upset at them? That's what they want. If they see you upset, defeated, angry, you're just giving them victory. Their latest comics as a retaliation is a result of that, and they love it. They don't view it as an attack, they view it as a victory. If you feel you can't do any of this, get a therapist. Get a real one. Ask your parents to send you to one. Do something about your life instead of bitch and draw comics about it. Chris, you've got a way to fall, but you can change that. This didn't even get a reply from Chris, so you can imagine how successful an attempt to help him this was. Later on in the month, Chris goes back and forth between dating Blanca and a new troll account called Panda, and more images come out. This time of Chris making sweet love to his Officer Nasty doll. A Skype conversation of his with Panda, where they discuss sex, was also leaked at this time. From it, we can glean that Chris believes that men have a limited amount of semen, which Chris refers to as comeuppance, the same way women have a limited amount of eggs. At this point, Chris was well aware that everything he told anyone always ended up on ED, but since he wanted to keep lying to himself and pretending Blanca and Panda were real girls and not trolls, he started pretending everything was due to him being hacked. Early on in October, the trolls got him to mail her a Sonichu medallion along with a heartfelt letter. After receiving the package on October 9th, it was instantly leaked online, prompting Chris to make a video doing damage control, saying that Blanca wasn't the one behind this, but random trolls that lived in her area and intercepted the package. He also lied about having gotten the medallion back to make himself look like less of a loser. This lie is dispelled on October 20th when a video is uploaded of the trolls cutting the medallion up, putting it in a pickle jar, beating it with a hammer, and finally burning it all together. A day later, Blanca broke up with Chris, supposedly over the photo of him wearing his mom's underwear that the pickle man tricked him into taking. The same day, he releases an update declaration that he has reached his lowest low. A few days later, he was pushed into doing a Q&A with the people from his IRC chat in an attempt to get him in better spirits, though this wasn't very effective. After years of claiming to be lonely, depressed, upset, and a heap of other negative emotions, this is the first time Chris genuinely seemed completely despondent, without the motivation to keep up his regular spiel. The only mention-worthy thing from the Q&A is that he pretends he's met a girl in real life, claiming he's kissed her and lost his virginity to her. He quickly forgot he told this lie and resumed his lamentations over the loss of Blanca, while Vivian Guy was still trying in vain to prove to him that she wasn't another troll. The next 2 months are notably uneventful compared to the rest of the year. Other than a few Q&As in his IRC chat and some conversations with Panda, right near the year's end, we have the founding of 2 online forums, the Sonichu Girls Fan Club and Gays for Sonichu. It would still be a while before he said anything about the latter, but just days after Sonichu Girls popped up, Chris was already posting on it himself, introducing himself, and once again, reigniting his sweetheart search. His introductory post read, "Yes, it's your man of the way more than an hour. I've read my accent/voice was a favorited feature. Blush. I've rarely thought my voice was that alluring, although in my honest opinion, it sounds like a direct match to Sonic the Hedgehog. Anywhere from the classic and Sonic X shows and all games, starting from Sonic Adventure, and when singing, I can have a Frank Sinatra or Bing Crosby flavor." Yeah, honestly, I honestly don't even disagree. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still single either. Even my own mother finds me handsome. Oh, no, 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 no. Aside from the understood facts, I feel that I'm truly in touch with my feminine side, to the point where I am capable of learning from that to better understand how to treat women in a caring, nurturing, positive way. Sometimes I wonder, between my caring attitude and the lack of a sweetheart, if I was born the wrong gender. I would wonder what life would have been like if I'd actually been born a girl. But afterwards, I'd realize that I should still appreciate being born a boy to gentlemen. God gave me the package and I signed for it. And while it is true, and I am not ashamed to admit it, that I've seen my fair share of I have learned how to better, positively treat a woman before, during and after the act. I would definitely stay until she woke up, and I would call her back later to see how her day was. And I would have put the seat up, then back down when I use the restroom she would use later. I care more about every woman's feelings and opinions over their body. On the flip side, I feel discomfort around men because they can be such mean and cruel jerks. I should go on with what I detest about them, but I will not stoop to their level of cruelty. Also, I feel discomfort when shopping for underwear for myself. They do not need models pictured on the package. It grosses me out to see that thing. It's bad enough that I sometimes see my own when I look down, of which I don't feel as much discomfort, but the very sight of others is like kryptonite to me. It makes me feel like throwing up even when the image randomly pops up in my head. The amount of foreshadowing is tremendous, but the lack of self-awareness manages to be even more fantastic. He genuinely believes that the Sonichu Girls forum popped up organically, and beyond that, that there's a worldwide fan base out there somewhere. At this point, Chris Chan's popularity had significantly died down, and with it, a lot more disorganized specialized trolls appeared. The only people left behind were stragglers interested in where this story would go next, and dedicated trolls who saw Chris's full potential and weren't keen on letting him slip away anytime soon. 2009 held exponentially worse things for Chris. The year started out slow, with Chris doing very little besides continuing his work on new Sonichu episodes and his correspondence with the Sonichu girls on IRC, which in reality consisted of multiple male trolls actively participating in group sexting a severely autistic man in his late 20s. Honestly, the lengths people will go to do it for the Vine are astounding, and sometimes funny, and sometimes pathetic. On the 5th of January, Chris is contacted via emails by none other than Shigeru Miyamoto, the game director behind most of Nintendo's biggest franchises. The troll behind this particular interaction was Clyde Cash, who later became the central troll in the Quickie saga, at least for a period. Chris fell for the Shigeru bit, especially since, a few days prior to this email, Clyde was already preparing the groundwork for it, emailing Chris as Takashi Tezuka, the general producer for Animal Crossing, acting as if he wanted to feature Sonichu in the next game. The day after the Shigeru email, Chris was already announcing that Sonichu and Rosashu would be in Animal Crossing. Clyde was multitasking the trolling of Chris, simultaneously posing as multiple different characters. After establishing the connection with Nintendo, he began emailing Chris as Greg Mays, posing as another Nintendo employee that was in charge of updating the Sonichu website with an appropriate redesign to market Sonichu for Animal Crossing. By doing this, he finessed the admin password for Chris's site, promptly logged into it, changed the password, and locked Chris out.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Sonichu fan base, unfortunately, due to a troll having found access to the database behind Sonichu.net, it is temporarily shut down, and I cannot change the password at the moment. Greg Mays, if you do not re-upload Sonichu.net back to the way it was before you even started, I will come down at you. And my lawyer man from Nintendo, Jay-Z, he gonna come down with his boys from Nintendo and the boys at Sega. They're gonna track you down.
His next email to Chris read as follows. It is I, Jason Hendrick Howell. If you ever want to see your beloved site restored, you must meet my demands. If you ever wish for me to hand over your beloved website, you must announce your homosexuality to YouTube. You must not reveal that I told you to do this. Otherwise, you will never see your site restored. You must detail how you've been kept in the closet for so long, your search for a sweetheart as a cover-up, and why Sonichu is so gay. You must be angry. Of course, you could always make a video proclaiming how straight you are. Either choice, gay or straight, which will it be? Chris quickly obliged.
I, Kristen Chandler, am straight. Don't you forget it.
But this didn't satisfy Clyde's demands for a longer video, wherein he explained why he was straight and totally not gay. Chris once again obliged.
So I tell you for sure and for true that I am straight. I can tell you why from my lifetime stories, but I'll tell it to you in just a few short minutes. Anyway, right. So, Christian Weston Chandler, I am straight.
After this, Clyde's next request is for Chris to upload a short video where he and his parents go over his accomplishments in life. That video would never be made. Instead, Chris's next upload was him denouncing the ED page and 4chan once again, though what led him to rekindle this beef is unknown. This lack of compliance with Clyde led to the site being hacked once again, and in email, he admits to Chris he isn't Jason Howell, the creator of the ED page. Chris doesn't even quite absorb this information, replying with threats instead about involving the police in the situation and praying to God and Jesus for Clyde's death, while Chris continues to refer to him as Jason. This led into a voicemail Chris left for the real Jason, who had no idea what was going on or why he was receiving it.
Saved message. Jason Kendrick Howe, you bastard! Bastard! You hacked into everything! You have driven me so beyond the wall I can't even describe it! You love me now, but I pray you dead! Goodbye!
This would do nothing to stop all of Sonichu's web presence, along with Chris's personal accounts, from being constantly hacked and vandalized in all sorts of ways. Because of this, he ceased communications with the Sonichu girls, unknowingly ending their cryptic troll campaign. However, he only did this after sending all of them locks of his hair in plastic packets, along with certificates of authenticity. You know, just in case someone tries to make fake quickie hair packets to sell on eBay. He had to make sure people knew these were the real deal. In the meantime, over at the Shigeru email situation, because of all the hackings, Chris's identity came into question, and to prove that it was actually him and not a troll, he made a video addressing Miyamoto and showing his driver's license on camera. Chris also made another update to declare that he continues to be straight as an arrow, despite what his more recent outgoing emails may claim. In order to prove his straightness, he claims to have a subscription to Playboy and stomps on the dildo he got from Adam and Eve. A couple of days later, in his IRC chat, when Clyde accuses him of wearing women's underwear, which Chris did do at least once, Chris inexplicably decides to reveal the fact that he has, and I quote, numbers of pairs of dirty, crapped briefs. Amidst his claims to loathe and love boobs and vaginas, Chris also claims that at those times it mostly slipped out without my knowledge, in reference to his bowel movements. During this time, Chris hardly did anything besides staying in those IRC chats, interacting almost exclusively with trolls to a masochistic degree. Though a lot of it isn't worth getting into, as it's mostly just Chris voluntarily exposing himself to verbal abuse. At one point, Clyde and Panda, Chris's quote-unquote girlfriend at the time, cooperate to say that Clyde has raped Panda and that she's expecting a child. I would say that's cruel if Chris hadn't flat out ignored multiple people that told him Panda was a malicious troll because he'd rather believe he had a girlfriend. If their objective was to freak Chris out, they didn't quite accomplish the goal because he reacted nonchalantly, even suggesting she should move in with Clyde since the child was going to need a father, going as far as to say Clyde had proven himself to be a good man after repenting for hacking the Sonashu site and being willing to let Panda and the child move into his house. I can barely believe the words coming out of my mouth right now. For the majority of January, Chris fluctuated between wholeheartedly believing that Nintendo representatives were in direct contact with him and trying to set up a meeting, and being dubious of the whole thing and just admitting that the emails were once again the work of trolls. On the 22nd, Chris claimed to leave Washington for the meeting, and after that, he spent a few days offline, which caused people to wonder if he managed to convince his parents to let him go there. 5 days later, he came back with another upload talking about how he spent the past few days with Shigeru Miyamoto, which confirmed that Chris had just been lying. Soon after, he admits to Clyde over emails that this video was a lie, and later on, makes this same admission publicly in a new video. In it, he blames the deal falling apart on Reggie Fils-Aimé having an issue with a panty shot in Chris's PowerPoint presentation he made to pitch Sonichu, even implying that this meant Reggie was in some way opposed to heterosexuality. He also makes several references to seeing them in court, as if that was a remote possibility, though it was probably Chris's wishful thinking at work, trying to make himself seem important enough to warrant lawsuits from the top brass at Nintendo. A day later, Chris took the video down, retracting his statements and apologizing for this behavior, which I can only assume was some attempt to get back on Reggie and Shigeru's good graces. In a recorded conversation Chris had the same day, he mentions he often ponders what his life would look like if he was born a woman, saying that it would at least be better than his life was right now. It's during this time that another troll enters the fold, Blue Spike, a 13-year-old boy who used his high-pitched voice to pretend he was a girl called Julie, and this is possibly the most disturbing and horrible chapter of Christery, at least early on. While Clyde Cash stuck to tricking Chris into admitting he was gay, which is relatively harmless, Blue Spike went much further. Initially, the Julie LARP consisted of nothing but acting as a potential sweetheart. By the 13th of February, an audio had surfaced of Chris and Julie having what can only be described as furry phone sex, where Chris is Sonichu and Julie is a cat. I won't play the audio to spare you the psychological scarring that inevitably comes from it, but as Sonichu, Chris electrocutes Julie's genitals.
CWC. What does that say? Fondful memories. What the fuck? No.
Seems to have a lactation fetish and can be heard manipulating a plastic cup at the end of this hellish event. What's the plastic cup for, you might ask? Well, later on, Chris explains quite explicitly. I don't like to make a mess, so when I come, I have a clean plastic cup by my side, and I just make sure to put all of my semen in the cup there. After recycle, I rinse the cup and dispose of it. I recycle my own semen because, you know, yes, I do masturbate. I'm not ashamed to admit it, as a lot of guys, I'm sure, have done the same thing in their time. Anyway, I recycle it, so that way I won't lose any unborn children. Then I can still have a good number of good semen counts. Maintain that by recycling it. Though personally, I've been getting sick of swallowing my own, so lately I've been disposing of them. Where to begin? So Chris spends 20 minutes masturbating while in character as Sonichu, having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy pretending to be an adult woman, pretending to be a cat furry. Just a few days later, it happened again, and this time, Blue Spike would notify other trolls that he'd be engaging in cyber sex with Chris, and they took this opportunity to make 4 calls with Bob, asking about Chris to try and cause Bob to walk in on it.
What are you doing? Nothing. Give me that crap. Now, what's going on? Dad, will you get out of here? No, I will not. People tell me that you're about to kill yourself on YouTube. What? What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm going to wake your mother up and find out? No. Then get out of here, off that internet. Fine. What is your trouble? I'm not going to kill myself. Get away from that TV. Fine. Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down right now. No! Dad, no! Yes. No! What are you doing? Don't do it, Dad. I'm going to shut this thing right down. No. Yes. No. Dad, no. Stop. Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Okay? Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Go and wake your mother up. You tell her what's going on. This thing is going to go down. No. Yes.
While initially this wouldn't succeed, the trolls began claiming that Chris posted a YouTube video threatening to kill himself, which prompted Bob to run as fast as he could to where Chris was at, which was in the kitchen where the computer was. You can imagine how traumatic of a situation this was for all parties involved. Honestly, I understand that a lot of things that happened in the late 2000s and early 2010s only happened because the internet was a wildly different place, but this crosses multiple lines. Trolling Chris by telling him you're the original creator of Sonichu is one thing, but having cyber sex with someone as mentally debilitated as him borders on unspeakable. Besides, Blue Spike eventually said he was having phone sex with Chris pretty much every night. I mean, for what? What was the point in doing that exactly? And where were this kid's parents? How can you be motivated to do that at just 13 years old? And how could the other trolls be okay with this kid simultaneously subjecting himself and Chris to this hell? All of this is beyond unexplainable, and I doubt we'll ever get a good explanation. Bob managed to spare himself from ever knowing the full extent of what was going on that night, as when he walked in, Chris instantly stopped what he was doing. Understandably, having his sleep disturbed, he was mad at Chris and delivered the line he's probably the most famous for, "Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now," which earned him the nickname the Lumberjack. Days later, another audio of this same kind was leaked, all the while Blue Spike continued to share his Skype conversations with Chris and everyone else. On the 20th of February, the results of another of Blue Spike's Julie antics became public. As some kind of private tantalizing display for her, Chris made love to his body pillow of Kimmy, filmed it, and emailed it to her. The video is 8 minutes long and it's available on YouTube in audio format, though I doubt that anyone would be interested in suffering through it. It was originally uploaded to an adult website where it received over 3 million views. That's no small feat, seeing as I have a hard time cracking that number myself. If only Chris had the mind to use his autistic superpowers for good. But the abject cruelty is not over yet. In order to cover up the obviously deliberate leaking of Chris's sex tape, Julie claimed that the leaker was her abusive older brother, Max. Immediately following this new development in the Julie canon, a new narrative was created. Max had kidnapped Julie and took her to the headquarters of the Miscreants, the name for the group of trolls that Blue Spike was a part of. What he was planning to do with her was not clear, but the conclusion was that in order to save her, Chris would have to drive to Cleveland, Ohio. This Herculean task was mostly discussed in his IRC chat with the trolls, though at this point the line was being blurred between trolls and people who interacted with Chris out of a genuine infatuation with him, even if coded in irony. While some people were all for pushing Chris to do this trip, whether because they thought it would amount to anything beyond an inconvenience for him, or that he wouldn't do it at all and just pretend he did, or other people were becoming a tad more hesitant about this particular mission. The drive to Ohio would be 7 hours long, as Chris had to drive 400 miles. This was a cause for concern since, as you might have noticed, Chris is severely autistic and not quite the street-smart survivalist. If he were to encounter some serious trouble along the way, he certainly would not be able to fend for himself like a normal person. Additionally, an interstate car trip on the highway is a very different beast than driving around your little hometown in your mom's car, which was the totality of Chris's driving experience according to Bob himself. Another person with whom Chris discussed the trip to Cleveland, Ohio was the co-founder of Sonichu Girls, Sarah May. In this conversation, Chris says, "I've been planning my trip to go to Cleveland to meet and escort to Virginia, Julie. I have received much support in the trip not only from my online fans, including yourself, but also from God, Jesus, and the spirits of my Aunt Corinna," as I touched her hand before they closed her casket. "Even these spirits from my past Weston family members who were buried at the same church, including my grandparents and my great-grandparents. I'm using money I got on my birthday for the trip. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I have a road map for Eastern USA, directions to Julie, and from MapQuest. I have set aside 6 changes of clothes, and I'm not informing my mother and father until the last minute with a note and photocopy of my printed directions and the portion of my road map with a marked path. Confidentially, I have about $45 in my bank, $16 in my wallet, my phone will be fully charged, and I have a freshly filled tank of gas. On the morning of the 26th of February, precisely at 5:30, which is the exact hour that Chris was born, he left his Ruckersville home to head for Ohio, ignoring his parents' concern that this was some kind of elaborate troll or to catch a predator sting operation. Upon waking up and finding the note he left behind, Bob and Barb notified the police and filed a missing persons report in fear that he would get himself killed on the trip. The ride to Ohio would be mostly uneventful, and when he was crossing state lines and passing a toll booth, Chris managed to lock himself out of his own car. Luckily, someone else at the toll booth had AAA and called on them to help Chris get back in his car. In a fateful coincidence, his other stop on his way to saving Julie was to get a hamburger at a restaurant called Sonic. Eventually, he made it to the random address given as Max and Julie's residence, but all he found was a beat-up old house where an old black lady lived, with no sign of his sweetheart or her abusive brother. Fortunately, this trip was harmless for Chris, and after calling his parents, he headed back to Ruckersville, getting home at about 3 in the morning. Despite how much trouble he got in with his parents, who threatened to leave him homeless if he ever did anything like that again, and despite the money he wasted and the fact he was tricked into going there, Chris himself eventually came to hold quite the positive outlook on it, saying he enjoyed the sights as he drove. After his safe return, he had one last conversation with Blue Spike where he relayed his story of the trip, while Blue Spike struggled to believe he actually went to Ohio. The conversation shows that Chris continued to be in the dark about Julie being completely fake even after the trip. Promptly, Marsh began with his left foot. Someone from ED produced postcards with frames from Chris's tape with Kimmy and sent them to Bob, who took away Chris's ability to make videos, which is quite fair and should have been done a long time before it came to this. Just 2 days after this, another absolute tragedy happens, also due to malevolent deeds of Blue Spike. On the 3rd of March, Chris gets in a call with Julie, Max, Clyde, and a few other people. The circumstance now was that Max had control over Chris's PSN account, his Yahoo email, and the login information of Sonichu and Rosashoe.com. By threatening to sell his accounts on eBay and send Julie back to Europe, which is where she came from according to the lore, Max gets Chris to do his bidding. The particulars of this began mildly, having Chris declare Billy Mays, one of the other trolls, as the mayor of Quickville, and have himself imprisoned. However, things would go downhill in a way that every other troll didn't expect and weren't okay with. In the middle of this hour-long torture session, Max begins demanding that Chris either burn the Sonichu medallion or cut it up into pieces and introduce them into his butt. Throughout this entire ordeal, Blue Spike's psychopathic mean-spiritedness came off towards Chris as extremely off-putting, and the other trolls would intervene, telling him to stop what he was doing as it went way past any line imaginable. Blue Spike would follow it up with telling Chris to burn his house down, which Chris immediately resisted against, and the other people in the call once again intervened. After all of that, Julie finally made an appearance, only to start telling Chris that she had something to tell him. Chris went along with it, only for Blue Spike to finally make the long overdue reveal, stating that all of this time, Chris had been having phones with a 13-year-old boy. Chris reluctantly absorbed the information, while the now fully revealed Blue Spike accused him of being a pedophile, and that Chris Hansen would have him arrested. When Blue was about to start up another narrative about how Julie died in a wildfire, like many of Chris's other faux girlfriends, Clyde decides that enough is enough and chimes in an attempt to get Chris to understand what had just happened. He says, "Now you're going crazy, okay? We don't have to do the whole wildfire thing. Shut the hell up. Look, Chris, there are more things to life than your PS3 and whatever. Your whole internet life has been a lie. There are no Sonichu fans. Nobody gives two shits about you. The best thing you could do is go outside for the love of God, okay? Shut up, Blue Spike. He's been fooled so many times." What is this, the 9th time so far? You know how many people have told you this, that Blue Spike is a boy? I can't believe how many times. And you still believed. There are very few moments in Christery as grueling as this one. Thankfully, it seems Clyde's message got back to Chris, even if just a little bit. After being ill for a little while and asking for his fans to attack Blue Spike, Chris takes up contact with another girl named Emily, and on the 19th of March, he's chaperoned by his father for a date with Emily at the mall. Sure, she was also a troll who orchestrated the whole thing and planned to head to wear a wire during the date to record it, but at least this time it would be in real life. The video of this incident is scant and Emily's face is obscured. However, we have the audio of the entire thing. From it, we learn that the whole thing lasted for a little over an hour, and that though the date was Chris's, it got completely hijacked by Bob, who began talking to Emily way more than Chris did. The date ends when a man dressed up in a pickle costume arrives at their table and invites Emily to go to the Watchmen movie, which greatly disturbs and upsets Chris, while Bob is mostly just confused about the situation. After the date, he calls her up, but not before he receives hookers at his door, ordered by Clyde cash. Later on in March, Chris uploads himself giving a tour of his house, as well as a video of him singing a song wherein he declares his love for farting. Chris also mentions Megan, but only to ask for trolls to stop bothering her. After the end of the Julie arc, Chris moves towards another potential sweetheart by the name of Ivy. He also pledges to leave YouTube forever, though just a week later he returns, announcing his new website. Shortly after this, he makes another video greeting Ivy, which is paired with yet another video, this time of him kissing Kimmy, the sex doll, with an image of Ivy taped to her face. The first half of April is more or less calm, with Chris uploading a few funny videos, such as this one where he pretends to be some kind of Irish Easter bunny.
Damn it.
By the 16th, the miscreants leaked 3 videos they obtained directly from Chris by pretending to be girls. One where he's drinking his own semen mixed with Fanta, one where he's spanking his own naked ass, and lastly, one where he's dancing around naked in his filthy shower stall. While absolutely depressing, Chris takes these in stride, as just a day later, he uploads another video kissing Ivy's face on Kimmy. It's also in the month of April that the long-forgotten Christian and the Hedgehog Boys drop a comeback album. Other than that, we have a potential marriage proposal for Ivy, and a couple of other leaked videos of Chris displaying his raw strength to attract possible mates.
I have the power!
You will now be watching the strongman lifting a very heavy office chair. Note, the chair weighs a grand number of pounds. Now we will be seeing the strongman lifting the same chair, but with a very heavy basket full of junk in the chair.
I want you a man from Nantucket!
As well as a video of him sprinting naked in his room, which I can't show you, but you can imagine how graceful it is. One of this month's highlights is a comic Chris drew for Ivy of himself about to begin intercourse with his giant ding-dong. Of course, these instances of trolling are much more lighthearted than what preceded them. When informed that a little girl called, bear with me here, their words not mine, Ching Chong stumbled across the videos leaked of him doing those egregious things, Chris felt compelled to explain himself, and so he did. In the couple of videos he posted, he says the things he did were normal and good, and Ivy, the person whom he admits was the reason at least one of the videos was made, is definitely a real girl and not a troll, and that they soon will meet up in real life and have sex, and it will be awesome. One of the videos got linked to the website Fark, where it got over 200,000 views. This landed him in the public eye of mainstream media. A few of his videos were being featured on a Boston radio station, while his admission to drinking his own semen was being discussed on an LA radio station. Chris Chan's fame had gone nationwide, but he had no idea. As while this was happening, he was too busy drawing a comic of himself marrying Ivy, as well as a few of himself, as Sonic, having explicit sex with a Sonic furry version of Ivy. He also attempts to put his autobiographical article on Wikipedia, but it gets taken down and he subsequently protests. By the 15th, his relationship with Ivy quietly ends as he takes down all the videos mentioning her, and Clyde announces that they broke up. Later on, Clyde goes into detail about what caused the breakup. It was revealed during this time that Chris had gone to the police because of Josh, and with Rocky. As previously stated, Chris kept mentioning going to the police, but I didn't think he'd actually do so, as that would entail explaining things to his parents. Also, Bob and Barb have always been extremely afraid of the authorities. Bob hid the vast majority of troll material from Barb. The breaking point for Bob and Barb had been Josh. He had sold Chris a PSP with a non-existent feature for a higher price than a normal PSP. While Josh was scamming Chris, Chris scammed Josh back by giving him a bad check. Bob and Barb ended up agreeing to go to the police with Rocky to catch Josh, and only Josh. They agreed only to discuss matters regarding Josh, as they were handling Clyde and the other trolls on their own terms. Taking advantage of the situation, Rocky blindsided Bob and Barb at the station by monopolizing and domineering the police's help. She pushed for the authorities to investigate all the trolls, and Ivy as well. Despite his parents' protests, Rocky went against their wishes and ignored their harbored anxiety. Needless to say, I was pretty pissed. While Bob and Barb and Josh continued their feud over a PSP, I broke up with Chris over his betrayal. Fun fact, this Josh character happens to be one of Chris's oldest acquaintances, having attended the same speech therapy classes as him during their childhood. While this was going on, Quickieville.com, Chris's site at the time, got hacked, and messages attacking Chris began being displayed on it. 4 days later, the site went down, and the revelation that Ivy 2 was a troll prompted Chris to upload a video to his YouTube channel saying that, from now on, he would only be taking real-life encounters with women into consideration when it came to finding a sweetheart. Too little, too late. A few days later, his drinking confession finds its way to the, at the time, infamous Opie and Anthony show, which was nationally syndicated and one of the largest comedy shows in the US. It's unsure if Chris ever found out that this happened, but if he did, it certainly contributed to the delusions of grandeur he was already harboring. At the tail end of May, Chris tries to engage in his love quest on Craigslist, but his ad gets taken down for racism. In June, his YouTube account gets hacked, and the hackers re-upload the video where he admits to being gay, which he was coerced in the first place into making by Clyde. When Chris gets a hold of his account, he immediately deletes it and favorites multiple Britney Spears videos to prove how straight he is. Later on in the month, he uploads a song called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There, a spoof of a similarly named song from the Boondocks.
Hello, my name is Uncle Ruckus. No relation. I'm gonna sing y'all a song I just made up. It's called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There. Sing along if you know the words. Da 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 da. Don't trust any homos over there. Leaving their homo stank in the air. Them sappy, flappy, dumb homos with their finger on the trigger. Don't trust any homos over there.
Once again, in his attempt to attack gay people, he throws some racism in for good measure. Also, he appears not to know how to upload a video not recorded from his camera and is manually holding up a sign that says this video is audio only. Besides this, the month is pretty scarce of any salacious occurrences, other than Chris drinking his first ever alcoholic beverage, and a pretty strong one at that. Meanwhile, possibly one of, if not the best Chris trolls makes his debut in the latter half of June. C-Chan Sonichu CWC, better known as Liquid Chris, despite sharing essentially no similarity to CWC, better known as Liquid Chris.
Liquid Chris.
Despite sharing essentially no similarity with Chris Chan besides his last name, Liquid Chris decided to make the account to claim that he was the real CWC. In early July, he uploaded a video formally denouncing the original Chris Chan, whom we'll be calling Solid Chris whenever both him and Liquid are being discussed simultaneously. Initially, Solid Chris chose to ignore this, either out of laziness or because Rocky, his advisor from church, helped him avoid needless conflicts online. At this time, Larry Bundy Jr., or Guru Larry as his channel is called, conducted an interview with Chris and began uploading selective excerpts online. In this interview, Chris is decidedly uncooperative and not his usual energetic self, though it's unknown if this was accidental or done intentionally by Chris to appear as more of an unfazed diva who is used to being interviewed. Rocky's efforts, however effective they may have been at other moments, came up short on the 17th of July, when Chris uploaded multiple videos attacking random trolls, calling them the R-word, which Chris previously denounced prior to this, and also telling them to keep themselves safe. The thing is, the people that Chris was targeting in these messages had already closed their accounts by the time the videos went up, so this was completely gratuitous. Because of the not exactly terms of service friendly rhetoric Chris was espousing, his channel was shortly terminated thereafter. A day later, he makes a new channel called IBA Chandler, and he makes a post titled A Near Public Apology, where he tries to get forgiveness for his past actions of attacking those users. The real motivation for doing this was because his PSN kept being hacked, and he was trying to appear contrite to get it back. However, the trolls noticed that Chris wasn't wearing a Sonichu medallion in the video, which in Chris-chanism meant that he wasn't being sincere. After more videos of Chris drinking came out, a picture of Chris with a lady surfaces on the V-board of 4chan, though little is known of her or the precise context of this image. Along with this shift in demeanor, the Chris Chan classic Rollin' and Trollin' comes out, which is widely seen as one of the more positive moments in this story.
Alright, we're coming to you live from Quickville today. We're over at the Quickville Pavilion. The Hedgehog Boys and Master Christian Mayor, they perform here every Friday night, and it draws a crowd. It's very good, you know.
In it, Chris displays some self-awareness about the fact that he's an online phenomenon for being who he is, and plays into the theory that he had been a troll all along. Though it's evident he's just pretending, Chris tries his hardest to sound like a normal guy in his 20s, with a regular voice instead of his usual high-pitched register, and no Sonichu medallion on. Even if he was coached into doing this, which he most likely was, as this doesn't really seem like an idea he'd come up with himself, the video shows that Chris is well aware he's an unusual guy, as he can approximate how an actual normal person behaves better than you'd expect. For a myriad of reasons, many people see this video as the canon ending to Chris's story. Little did he know that this little ruse of his was playing right into Liquid Chris's campaign. A couple of days after Rollin' and Trollin', Chris uploaded another video dispelling it because a troll threatened to cut off his disability checks due to his claims to have a job and his LARP as a normal man. After Liquid Chris supposedly sold some Sonichu merchandise at an anime convention, Solid Chris decides enough is enough and makes a video addressing his counterpart. In it, he derives the fact that Sonichu merch being sold at the convention was made out of paper when he the true and honest Chris Chan only ever makes medallions out of clay. As the embers of the conflict against Liquid Chris slowly grew into a raging fire, Solid's battle to reclaim his PSN account from hackers raged on, and he kept being coerced into making humiliating videos. One of these videos, which leaked to the V-board, contains Chris humping his PS3 while declaring Sony and PlayStation the winners of the console wars against Xbox and Microsoft. Approaching the end of July, Solid Chris posted a video of himself playing More Than a Feeling in Guitar Hero, which then prompted Liquid Chris to reply with footage of himself playing the same song, but on an acoustic guitar. People were taking Liquid Chris's side en masse to rile up Solid Chris, even making version versus Chad type meme images mocking the real Chris and acting as if Liquid Chris was the original one and the creator of Sonichu. This culminated in Solid Chris shaving his goatee in the aptly titled video. It took me weeks to perfect that goatee, but it will grow back, because for whatever reason that would prove that he is the authentic one, I guess? This isn't ever really explained, and of course it did nothing to sway the people swarming his comment section saying Liquid Chris was the real one to deliberately annoy him, so Solid proceeded to challenge Liquid to a battle on SingStar, which if you don't know is a competitive karaoke game for PlayStation. For most of the first half of August, they were squaring off for a total of 5 rounds. In his entry for the third round, Liquid Chris took advantage of the fact that Solid's online handle was IBA Chandler, and decided to allege that his real name was Ian Brandon Anderson. This led every troll under the sun to instantly pack Solid's comment sections with mentions of Ian, which deeply irritated his narcissistic sensibilities. No matter how desecrated and disfigured the reputations and images of Quickie and Sonichu were, he wanted to be the center of the attention it got, regardless of whether it was negative or positive. In order to preserve himself, Solid went even as far as shedding his pride, pointing out that if Liquid Chris was the real one, he'd be a lot more challenged, and I'm paraphrasing here because Chris uses the R word to refer to himself. In the video where he does this, he claims that Liquid Chris's real name is Jeff, while acting like his dad somehow got in touch with a task force to settle this matter once and for all, and that all Liquid had to do in order for Solid to call them off was to admit that he wasn't the original creator of Sonichu. As you can imagine, this didn't have very much of an effect, as Solid's threats were obviously unfounded. After Liquid's 5th entry to the competition, Solid drops one of the most memorable highlights of his YouTube content, succinctly dubbed Chris Chandler.
And another thing, my name is not Ian Brandon something! I am Christian Weston Chandler! So get it through your damn fucking skull and call me the real name that God has been given to me and the bear at Regency Square Shopping Center during 1989. You damn fucking bastard!
Apparently, he was deeply irritated that Liquid hadn't done the entire song but opted to just do a portion of it and then do commentary. Whenever he isn't comically raging about being called Ian Brandon Anderson, he's once again threatening Liquid with some type of unspecified legal action. Though it's a virtual certainty, Solid never actually went through the hassle of registering Sonichu as his intellectual property, so it's not a very credible threat, is it? He also reiterates that the medallion is made of Crayola model magic and not paper, which only signify how much importance he attributes to the exact composition of these Sonichu artifacts. Like it must be made of just the right combination of materials or else it cannot be consecrated as truly Sonichu. A few days later, Solid Chris posts yet another video saying all of the same things, but this time without the rages, probably due to some counseling from Rocky, who informed him that screaming and throwing tantrums like a 10-year-old doesn't do him any favors with the trolls. While he's certainly not at his most likable, this month is punctuated with a post from Chris where he expresses his disgust and disapproval of some fan art that was sent him, which included Guro. It's a category of not safe for work stuff that includes grotesque themes, and Chris specifies that the
Euro Guro. Let's see what this is. Ew, what am I ew. What the hell? Fuck.
The fan art of Sonichu that was sent to him included pedophilia. Surprisingly, this has been one of the things that he's been the most consistent on over the years, despite the blue spike occurrence. He also claims to have the mind of a family man and compares himself to Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin, as if that was necessary to justify his opposition to drawn CP. Approaching the middle of August, the winner of the SingStar Challenge is to be declared based on the votes of 6 judges, and Liquid and Solid each get to pick 3. Most likely due to the influence exercised by trolls, one of Solid's judge picks chose Liquid, giving him the win win by 4-2. Liquid uploads a video celebrating his win, and at this point, he's become extremely good at impersonating the real Chris's mannerisms and way of speaking. After a few days of silence, Chris decides to manifest himself, only to claim that the contest was never to decide who was the real Chris, but just for fun, obviously because he lost. Behind the scenes, Chris was furious at the gal pal, Katie Bay, who voted for Liquid, emailing her saying, "You know yourself after the extensive online history that I am the real deal, so why did you final vote for that brown imposter? I am on an emotional edge right now, and I apologize for raising my voice like that. I implore you, Kate, please change your vote. I had just dedicated 2 White Stripe songs for you during a recent KCWC Light Everything lunch hour. Sigh. Stay safe. Christopher Christian W. Chandler." Unfortunately for Chris, votes couldn't be changed and the result was set in stone. For a while, he was noticeably affected by this, behaving a lot more irritable and vengeful towards people. Vivian Guy, who had been remarkably amicable to him in emails, would once again start getting Chris's negative attention for promoting DVDs of her audiobooks of Sonichu. He commented on a YouTube video of her saying, "And you, Vivian, I liked your book, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let you get away with that counterfeit law-breaking stunt. Christian W. Chandler." To which Vivian laconically replied, "It ain't law-breaking, bro." On August 14th, Liquid Chris respectfully bows out of being an active Chris troll, with the in-universe explanation that he would be focusing his endeavors on turning Sonichu into an acclaimed media franchise. This once again aggravated Solid to no end, as he would publish yet another diatribe screaming his personal information at the top of his lungs to prove he was the real him. This is also the source of the Curse Yehameha video played earlier, but we'll play it again right here just for good measure.
Curse Yehameha!
It appears that Chris takes the Curse Yehameha much more seriously than everyone else did, as soon after delivering it, he becomes remorseful and fears that it was too great a punishment for Liquid, and decides to issue a retraction and forgive Chris for his past misdeeds. We stand a merciful king. As Clyde had previously mentioned, Bob and Barb purposely decided to not involve anyone else in the troll situation, claiming that they were dealing with it on their own terms. Partly, this was because they didn't want anyone else finding out how inept and negligent they were in regards to their son's obvious special needs, but to an extent, it's also because they didn't know how bad it was, most likely due to Chris downplaying or straight up not telling them about it. The Chandler family strategy, or lack thereof when it came to handling trolls, was compelled to change after Bob found out Chris had uploaded 2 tours of their house, which revealed where they lived. In emails, Chris said, "Because of my months-old mistake," referring to the house tour, "my mother took away my car keys, my driver's license, trapping me in the house that love built. But years later, chaos ensued. Sob. Mom and Dad are both very angry with me. I'll call my detective tomorrow. I don't know. You have in with the trolls. Please see if you can talk to them into helping me remove that footage off the internet. I know they'll be too damn stubborn, stupid, and cocky to help, but any port in a hurricane, feeling dizzy, I gotta get back to searching on YouTube for the similar videos and flagging them. Rally the good, loyal troops. Yet another major reason to take down that ED page, because they probably have all that shit on there as well. And all it took was one troll calling my house and telling my father about seeing a portion of his wall of records in pictures. The same day, Chris takes this concern to YouTube in quite the peaceful fashion.
Not even deserve the captain's log introduction, because this is dead serious. The inside and outside tour I did a few months ago of my house, everyone on the internet, my mother and my father are angry at me. They're blaming me. It's my fault. I admit it's my fault. I want everything about my house off the internet. I'll send in detectives, I'll send in police, I'll send in everything in my power. So yeah, please get everything off of the internet now. Curse the trolls. Peace to everybody else.
You might have noticed the strange jump cut in the middle of the video. That's because there is a full uncut version of it, which was leaked by Vivian Guy just a few days later after the upload. In this extended version, Bob walks in and begins explaining to Chris that the reason he's pissed off at him for exposing the house isn't just that it violates their privacy, but due to how filthy and unkempt their living conditions were due to the fact they were hoarders, the health department of Greene County could condemn the house to be demolished and they'd be evicted and left homeless. Because of this leak, along with their previous deeds, Chris was furious at Vivian, expressing his wish that she suffers a heart attack and subsequently blocking her. Concomitantly, Chris reveals in emails that he had recently begun applying for retail jobs like Target and Walmart, probably in order to soothe his parents' qualms about how much time he spent on the internet. However, he stressed out about potentially losing his disability checks. When he looked for a job, Chris discovered he really enjoyed wearing sports bras, describing it as a guilty pleasure. At the same time, he'd been using comment sections to signal that he was suffering from something like split personality disorder, and that his alter was a homosexual asking to come out of the closet. For quite some time now, he had been talking to one of his gal pals about how he thought he had DID, which is a bad omen that his mental health started deteriorating again. In the middle of September, Chris finally registered Sonichu as his copyright property after around a decade of working on the project. He also puts up 2 of his Guitar Hero guitars for sale on eBay, which is a sign that he was either having to clear out his room or that he needed some money for whatever reason. Near the end of September, another of Chris's sexual drawings gets leaked, this one of him having a foursome which included a black girl, signifying that he's overcoming his racial issues at last. Also, the girls with whom Chris is enjoying himself are the members of his Guitar Hero band, according to him. While September was somewhat of a more quiet month as Chris was putting his nose to the grindstone as far as work on Sonichu was concerned, October was full of interactions with trolls. On the first of the month, Barbara contracted colitis, and as soon as this news made it to Chris's online following, the telephone game turned that to AIDS, which upset Chris, prompting him to post it to YouTube in an attempt to dispel the AIDS rumors, as well as to defend himself against allegations that he was gay for the umpteenth time. He also posted this comment under a clip of Megan from Family Guy. Megan has always looked good, and here she is really hot, even better than when she had her makeover. If Seth would let her turn 18, I'd be all over her sweet and breasts. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. This moment is not particularly important. I just wanted to share my pain with you guys, frankly. Moving on from here, we have a deranged video of Chris wigging out and breaking things in his room, as well as throwing them at the camera. This fit of rage was most likely prompted by his conflicts with Clyde Cash, which were still going on and developing into multiple threats and invitations to a real-life physical fight between the two. Later on in the month, Chris makes an attempt at blackmail by blowing smoke at Clyde, suggesting that he may have some kind of compromising picture of him and demanding that Clyde stop the trolling. Of course, Clyde calls his bluff, and nothing happens as predicted. In his attempts to be intimidating, Chris does some flexing of his massive guns, and even attempts to do 30 push-ups while listening to Eye of the Tiger. He does manage it, but it's noticeable that he set up the camera in such a way to conceal the fact that he had his knees on the ground the whole time, which made every single push-up way easier. Though not easy enough considering he's grunting through the entire thing. During October, there's a brief return of the Liquid versus Solid conflict to fight for the heart of Casey, a mutual love interest of theirs. And the month closes with Solid Chris making a video addressed to her parents, saying how much of a better boyfriend he would be instead of Liquid. For context, Casey was Liquid Chris's real-life girlfriend who was roped into the trolling campaign and played along. After a 2-hour-long phone call with her retired Marine father, in which Solid is humiliated for being a narcissistic and entitled man-child, he uploaded Sonichu Special Number 4, in which he shoots Liquid Chris in the shins and gets together with Casey. This culminated in another call, this time between Casey and Solid Chris, that lasted for about a half an hour. For the first 20 minutes, Casey is reiterating what her father said, which really puts Solid in distress. However, this distress doesn't hold a candle to how he gets when Liquid Chris joins the call. A shouting match instantly erupts, with Solid losing his marbles every time he's referred to as Ian Brandon Anderson. It's interesting that when other trolls call him this name, he can keep his rage in without much of an issue, but Liquid saying it immediately gets under his skin. Insult is added to injury when Liquid calls him fat, which Solid strictly denies despite the evidence suggesting otherwise. Things really come to a head when Liquid says he and Casey made passionate love at Solid's house, at which point Solid decides to wake up Bob and Barb to get them to fight Liquid for him. Mind you, this call took place in the middle of the night, and this madman actually woke up his parents to vicariously attack an internet troll for him. The call comes to an end with Casey declaring she will marry Liquid Chris. One more call was made after this, and Casey continued to carpet bomb Solid Chris with the truth. She tells him he won't make it past 30, and that just like every other potential sweetheart before her, Chris will immediately forget about her as soon as she's gone, going back to his usual routine of playing video games and being a general man baby, while Chris does nothing but sigh. After Liquid and Casey's marriage, Chris actually did try and muster up some kind of genuine melancholy, even posting a video of himself doing his best to cry on camera. As Casey predicted, however, he was back to his usual self the day after. A little while after this, he shoots Vivian Guy an email with a very different tone. Now that I finally have peace of mind, I apologize for the past unformalities and emotional outbursts and past communications. I have decided I will fully approve your continued audiobook videos and sales, but in return, I ask for 25% of all the money changed to USA currency you have and will have made from all that you have put together and sold, as well as 2 copies of each CD and DVD of the audiobooks and 2 of each other additional merchandise aside from the audiobooks. I extend an olive branch of peace, and I await your well-thought response. Have a good, safe day, Miss Vivian. Initially, Vivian is doubtful that this all-business act that Chris was putting on had anything behind it. In order to have him prove himself, she sent him an email detailing the kind of things he'd have to do if he ever wanted to make Sonichu anything besides these schizophrenic doodles on his website. She began pressing him on emails, asking him how he spent his time, telling him to get new pages of Sonichu done every day, suggesting new ways to market and promote it. It's actually impressive that someone actually put time and effort into trying to make Sonichu into a thing, because despite Chris's psychotic obsession with inserting it into every facet of his life and clinging to it as his magnum opus, he was more than comfortable to let it just fester in obscurity. For the rest of 09, Chris was cooperative with Vivian's efforts to whip him into something resembling an actually productive artist, even if he frequently failed. Another thing Vivian pushed him to do is start taking and responding to fan mail, even if most of the mail won't be coming from actual fans. Surprisingly, based on the mail from the first edition of the mailbag, most of the interactions were pretty positive towards Chris, even if occasionally trollish and ironic. Until the end of 2009, he would do around 30 mailbag entries, and this proved successful at keeping his following engaged and interacting with the content. While things began running a bit more smoothly on the Sonichu end of the CWC operation, his YouTube was as erratic as ever. Upon Vivian's request, he posted himself doing parkour to promote Sonichu, except he calls it parquet and just does some light jogging. Also, due to some interactions from the mailbag, Chris also begins to attack the idea that Asperger's syndrome is in any way related to autism, and to this day it's not clear why he takes offense to that concept, as if people who suffer from Asperger's are somehow trying to attract attention away from autistic people. Autism's stolen valor. He takes this seriously enough to write an entire article about it. Good day. I, Christian Weston Chandler, of sound mind and body, type the following from honest personal opinions, and I apologize for all offensive remarks I'll be making in the statement. Asperger's is nothing at all like autism. I have stated this fact over and over in my replies to messages from people who tell me otherwise. I feel very sick and tired of hearing that false rumor that the two are anything to full similar. Firstly, I can verify that I was diagnosed with autism with papers in my parents' filing cabinets, and I quote, Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays and autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. Despite his significant delays in language, he has over the years developed relatively effective communication skills. And with that, I have not only helped cultivate the first generation of autistic people, but I have gone beyond the Autistic Dreams Academy, communicatively and socially. Still, I have trouble maintaining eye contact. My mentality is sometimes slow yet quick at other times. The people who first evaluated me ever even stated that I would never even make it to high school, much less even write his name. Take that and smoke it, oldest doctors. And those with Asperger's dare to try and take the shine and limelight away from us autistic people, not only with their social flaws and such possibly similar traits to autism, but to shun us autistics by being better communicatively and mentally than us. I have received a message from one who dared to call me normal in comparison to him. If anything,
what the fuck just happened? What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta clip that. That was a little insane. I'll take. Hey, we only have an hour. We're gonna finish this at like 6. What the fuck?
Solid Chris that lasted for about a half.
Oh my gosh. Am I safe? Yeah. I'm so damn hungry. When my mother wakes up, I'm gonna try and go to. I don't know. It's the eye of the tiger.
Light away from us autistic people, not only with their social flaws and such possibly similar traits to autism, but to shun us autistics by being better communicatively and mentally than us. I have received a message from one who dared to call me normal in comparison to him. If anything,
what the fuck just happened?
I have trouble maintaining eye contact. My mentality is sometimes slow yet quick at other times. The people who first evaluated me ever even stated that I would never even make it to high school, much less even write his name.
Is this fucker still streaming?
us to have this fun. And on behalf of everyone, we just say thank you. Somehow escapes the first wave from Clowney, and then a flag goes down at the end of it as Jefferson eventually brought him down, and Clowney's just looking up at Alex Kemp with an incredulous glare.
Just in case it leaks where I live.
Personal foul, lowering the head to initiate contact. Defense number 99. 15-yard penalty. First down.
So they tag Jefferson. Here's the first look at Clowney. Clowney has been unbelievable tonight. You put
Maryland,
he ranked well
540.
in, it doesn't matter. He has been dominating.
Damn!
Getting to the
So
quarterback.
yeah, the sun's starting to come up.
John Perry. Do you agree with that call there? You know, they let you say help.
If like you. I was supposed to be building a fucking coliseum. You know what I've been doing? Oh yeah, I'm not even in the. Let's come
Asperger
back
people
before.
are and have been normal. They think they can one-up or even match autism with the lack of social capability and their clumsiness and such. Those characteristics can be faked by them, who are most normal compared to us true autistic people. Even their title is flawed, Asperger's. It can be misconstrued into a most terrible cut of meat from any animal, even something that can be picked nasally. I have fought long and hard to make a stand for the autistic people. I will most certainly not let these imposters steal the true original title of autistic from any of us. Victory over autism belongs only to us true autistic people. You would never expect a mentally disabled guy to find a way to be ableist, I guess, but Chris Chan has no limits. To add to his war against Asperger's, he creates an extra mailbag called Autism Mailbag, dedicated solely to blowing up on anyone that tries to inform him on what Asperger's actually is. On the 9th, Chris makes a video complaining about how trolls bought up all the ad space on Wikipedia, a site created to document all of his adventures, only to use them to display gay ads. This complaint only served to make the problem worse, as the gay ads that were on the website were removed, only to be replaced by more gay ads, along with images of pickles to terrorize Chris even further. Besides this, the video also has him asking for €1,000 from his European fans, and then pitching a Sonichu-themed episode of Family Guy to Seth MacFarlane, who some troll said was considering making an episode with CWC in it. His pitch consisted of an elaborate crossover that concluded in CWC dating Meg, and he was confident enough that Seth would watch the video that he left his phone number in the description, which obviously was exclusively used by trolls who wanted to harass him and never used by Seth MacFarlane to get this deal of a lifetime together. In the midpoint of the month, Chris decided that the Hedgehog Boys music wasn't enough for him, and he tried out being a solo rapper. His first song, called iPods Down and Listen Up, has him describing himself non-consensually making love from the perspective of an animal. Not kidding, here are the lyrics. I tell you what, ladies, I have a game. Let's play Jungle Fever. I'm the manly tiger, you're the sleek, sexy cat. I pounce on you, you run away. I haven't missed, but I chase you. Then we chase for a while, and then you wear it out. You take it like a gal, and then we pump until we'll have your little tiger panther cubs. To top it all off, he finishes the song by shouting out Viagra. A few days later, he posted another rap, this time in full Juggalo garb, but this one isn't original and just a cover of an already existent song. The year closes with Chris expressing his discontent at the people managing the Wikipedia because they wouldn't allow him to edit it to his liking, which meant removing anything that wasn't saccharine Sonichu worship. The year of 2010 begins with the ads once again being replaced, this time with comics of Asperchu, a troll campaign designed to do to Sonichu what Chris did to Sonic and Pokemon. Copyright abuse and plagiarism. The tweaks made to the character in order to keep it original were also selected to maximize the amount of anger in Chris. The name of the character, Asperchu, is because he suffers from Asperger's. So if Chris were to accuse it of being derivative of the CWC Extended Universe, he would also be guilty of likening Asperger's to autism, which he would hate. With the success that Liquid had at infuriating Chris by imitating him, the combination of copying Chris with Asperger's was sure to be effective. The ads on the website even had depictions of Asperchu and Sonichu with some degree of homosexuality suggested, which ensured the CWC stamp of approval. Meanwhile, Chris quietly established contact with another girl, and though he tried to keep it private so the trolls wouldn't get to it, he couldn't help himself and began name-dropping her in his videos. In a lot of ways, this girl was Megan's successor, though her communications with Chris were a lot less cogent and lasted less as well. well. While Chris kept pushing for them to date and being a general weirdo, she kept herself at a safe distance. On the YouTube end of things, having a new good-intentioned gal pal did nothing to calm his anger, as after a wiki is created for Asperchu to further liken it to Sonichu, Chris threatens to kill them with psychic powers. While these visible trolling stunts tried to be as entertaining as possible when it came to annoying Chris, the demeanor of the trolls behind it was not particularly malevolent. Calls between Chris and the creator of Asperchu, who went by the alias of Alec Benson Leary, show that Alec was trying to do the same thing Vivian was doing, make Chris productive and care more about working on Sonichu and not letting it rot away. On the 2nd of March, Chris took to his Twitter to say this: "My father went to the hospital last night at 3 a.m. with a case of congested heart failure. He will be back out in a couple of days, but I have had a long, stressful day. I only got 4 hours of sleep. I will resume daily updates after this week. Redrawing on the last few pages of book 10 are in the works, so Alec, his crew, and I can be on peaceful terms, and that we can all move on with better stories that are more canon to all things Sonichu and Rosachu. Currently, daily updates will mostly consist of mailbag answerings, bio page creations, captain's log updates, etc. I appreciate your loyalty and patience, and also thank yous go out to all who have sent me positive emails and US mail letters, cards, and presents with opposite feelings towards the few who sent me offensive, graphically inappropriate fan art." In the updates that followed this announcement up, Chris said that Bob had made it through safely and was no longer in danger. However, if this event didn't have enough of an impact on Chris, what happened soon after definitely did. Because of an oversight while making his Little Big Planet level, Chris accidentally left in the full name of the girl who he had been interacting with, and the trolls picked up on it and immediately contacted her with all the defamatory information on Chris that the CWCpedia could offer. Her response was to tell him to get all of her information off of his things, and that if someone were to go after her and bother her, it'd be his fault. His reaction was this:
God damn, another story when you try to hurt my friends and get them involved like you've been doing.
After some back and forth, as Chris tried to do the same thing he did with Megan and placate her, just enough so that she'll overlook his blatant boundary violations, Chris decides to send her a letter and once again invite her out. This was her response: "Sorry, I won't be able to make it. Besides, I wouldn't want to go if you were going to be there. And I'm not going to the thing next week because I don't want to deal with you. By the way, that letter, don't do that again, ever. I wasn't even impressed with your little gift. I threw it away. Not only that, I was pissed when you said that we had been going out for a month and a half. First of all, I never agreed to anything of the sort. Second, I would never date you. You're not my type. Also, if you want me to stay safe, then you would leave me alone. From phone, email, and mail. I don't want to hear from you ever again. Do you hear me? And who cares if you're a fucking acoustic virgin? I'd rather have my best friend's boyfriend take me first because I trust him than you. Besides, I'm asexual, so there's no hope for you, at least from me. Not only that, not even a cheap would want your small dick inside of her. Neither would I. Pretty aggressive as far as put-downs go, but given how things went with Megan, it was probably for the best. Because of the compounded negative feelings, Chris quits the internet, only to come back in a day and a half to talk about Family Guy. Mind you, during this whole time, little to no work is being done on Sonichu, which drives Vivian, who up until this point was trying her best to be supportive and helpful, into giving up on Chris and Sonichu. On emails, she says, "Obviously you don't give a shit anymore, so there's no point in managing something you don't care about. You had weeks to update with anything. You're just playing video games and pretending you're actually putting effort into something. You've shown zero intention of actually updating. A week ago you said you might update, but then you do nothing. You told me like 2 days ago you would, and you still haven't done anything. How hard is it to do anything? You probably spend like 5 hours a day just watching TV and playing video games instead of actually doing anything productive. I'm still offering to take Sonichu off your hands." After this, their communication slowly died down and eventually stopped altogether. Through the month of June, Chris's drinking once again perked up as he began attending Fridays after 5, a kind of block party festival that takes place in Charlottesville. He's actually been cited multiple times attending it, sometimes dancing, sometimes just posing menacingly in his sports bra with the writings "Want Woman" emblazoned over it, and last but not least, mysteriously walking around with a hula hoop under his arm. An account of a sighting reads, he was wearing a bright orange sleeveless shirt with what looked like a beer logo on the back and holding a Budweiser aluminum bottle, a little minifan made to look like an iPod, and a hula hoop for some reason. Most importantly, he had a sort of basic attraction sign with him, nothing elaborate or directly sexual, but it says something like friendly and flirty man zone or something similar to that, and with more smaller text under that I couldn't make out. He was sitting on the back grass part and left a few minutes before the music was over. I would have loved to catch Chris's attempt at using the hula hoop. I bet it was funny as hell. Following one of his attendances to Fridays after 5, Chris goes to a bar and drinks by his lonesome until the brilliant idea of paying a visit to the game place crosses his mind. He instantly drives there while obviously under the influence and decides to try and take pictures of the manager, Mike, to use as a dartboard. That's the story that Chris told in this video about the incident anyway, because according to Michael, the police, and an unnamed woman, he was taking pictures not of Mike, but of his daughter. Chris alludes to this himself as he admits that the police made him delete the pictures, and if they had just been pictures of Mike, there really wouldn't have been any reason for them to do so. Regardless of whether he went there for Mike or his daughter, Chris certainly went above and beyond the call of duty. After police were called on him for trespassing on private property, Chris tried to make a run for it, and on his way out, he tried to run Mike over twice, as well as the unnamed woman once. Of course, Chris's retelling renders this as Mike and the woman jumping on the hood of his car to make him look bad. When the police showed up, he still tried to drive away, but due to his very limited getaway driver skills, he was stopped by the cops. In their interrogation of him, he immediately breaks into a monologue about how internet trolls ruined his life. It's safe to say it didn't take very long for the cops to figure out that Chris was mentally challenged. They decided against arresting him, settling for having him delete the photos. Speaking of the trolls, Christian decides to one-up them. Instead of having his mediums of communication be hacked by them, he takes the initiative to infiltrate the trolls. At least that's what Chris believed. In actuality, the trolls set up a fake forum and made it look like it was their main hub for planning out the next attacks against Chris. Falling for it hook, line, and sinker, Chris made an account on the forum under the alias of Jinkies Jenkins, followed with a truly bizarre introductory post. My real name is Junior Jenkins. Scooby-Doo was the inspiration behind the Jinkies. Lol. I had a birthday party recently on the 16th of July, so now I'm 15. I couldn't celebrate it with my friends like I would have wanted to because I was hitchhiking my way to Ruckersville from Boston. I'm crashing at a house where I have some relatives there. They're the black sheep of the family, and they're not close within the same house. It is cool because they won't rat me out to my parents and siblings. Like I need another damn minute with those assholes who overlook me. And a better part, their house is across the street from Chrissy's house. Sadly though, the blinds to his bedroom are always closed, but I still get some sights of him and the family out of their house. I've arrived at my new home a few days ago on the
Okay. This shit's still going, right? I got scared.
20th. I'll be spending my sophomore year, and so on, in Greene County's high school. I promised I'd write my gal back in Boston, but what happens here, she doesn't have to know. I'll have to make some new friends come September, but I'll be cool. I'm a stud. I'll also miss my favorite duo of dudes, Jerry and Dino. They taught me the ropes of high school life. They were both 16. I looked up to them, like I would have for my older sister if she wasn't such a drag. They were a gay couple, and they respected me as a friend only. I made it my final realization I was not gay with the help of Jerry and my girlfriend Lisa.
Oh, we did it.
Sweet little whore took me in with
Damn. How long has this shit taken?
20th. I'll be spending my sophomore year, and so on. But he was a very complicated person, and ultimately his shitty behavior, inability
Looks
to cope
like
with the world
3
around,
hours.
the contempt order, meaning he was
About 3 hours. Uh-oh. What the fuck have I been doing? Uh-oh. Have I not been showing my Minecraft gameplay? Fuck. Okay, looks like it's only been for the past like 12 minutes. Oopsies. Monster, how should I feel? Creatures lie here. Looking through the window, monster. How should I feel? Monster, how should I feel?
attitude on my 14th birthday. She had a few exes from middle school, and her mom was a bondage queen. What? Before then, I had a gay experience in summer camp when I was 7. My bunkmates were experimenting and made me their mofo unwilling guinea pig. I was blindfolded during the entire thing. I can't read this. I seriously can't read this. The next part is basically like a gay erotica that Chris is describing from summer camp when he was a child, I guess. I guess it didn't actually happen because this is the perspective of his troll who he's like making out to be gay. So with that, I was able to move forward feeling more confident in my orientation. Anyway, after moving here, I've studied the times of exits and entries from the Chandler Chateau, looking for a pattern. There was definitely one with Robert, morning for breakfast at BK, and afternoon outings to I don't know where. Barbara camera appears to come out mostly either in the afternoon or night, sometimes in the mornings. And Chris has no set pattern as far as I can tell yet, but I'll post new stuff as I learn them. Some with, hopefully embarrassing, photographs of Chris as I learn and take. Smell you later, Junior Jenkins, Jinkies. I'm actually speechless as to this. I know I avoided reading a bunch of it. You can look it up for yourself, but...
Junior Jenkins. Here we go. Should we read it? Where is it? Oh, we don't want to get it spoiled. I'm not Whoa! I'm not reading that. What? I want to Junior Jenkins Jinkies. I wanna read it. Fuck. Oh, I gotta be careful with what I'm doing. Why is this here? Yeah. Fuck, I'm not joining DeviantArt. Oh, wait. What's this? J, reading. What? I'm getting it spoiled.
It's basically like summer camp erotica.
Hey everyone. Hold on. 2/18/39.
Actuality, the troll set up a fake forum and made it look like it was their main hub for planning out the next attacks against Chris. Falling for it, hook, line, and sinker, Chris made an account on the forum under the alias of Jinkies Jenkins, followed with a truly bizarre introductory post. My real name is Junior Jenkins,
introduction. Reading. Fuck. No, I don't wanna, I wanna read it.
Jenkins. Scooby-Doo was the inspiration. Now I'm Fifthville from me. The made an account was their main hub for planning out the next attacks against Chris. Falling for it, hook.
Trollin' Train. Is this it? Yay! Oh dear. Oh, oh. Oh fuck. Okay, I think this is it. What the fuck?
Lights of him and the happens here, Sheen. I looked up to them, like I would have for my older sister if she wasn't such a drag. They were a gay
It actually says fucking cunt.
couple, and they respect Lisa. Sweet little whore took me in with gratitude on my
What is this? Oh.
my 14th birthday. She had a few exes from middle school, and her mom was a bondage queen. What? Before then, I had a gay experience in summer camp when I was 7. My bunkmates were experimenting and made me their mofo unwilling guinea pig. I was blindfolded during the entire thing.
Oh.
I can't read this. I seriously can't read this. The next part is basically like a gay erotica that Chris is describing from summer camp when he was a child, I guess. I guess it didn't actually happen because this is the perspective of his troll who he's like making out to be gay. So with that, I was able to move forward feeling more confident in my orientation. Anyway, after moving here, I've studied the times of exits and entries from the Chandler Chateau, looking for a pattern. There was definitely one with Robert, morning for breakfast at BK, and afternoon outings to I don't know where. Barbara appears to come out mostly either in the afternoon or night, sometimes in the mornings. And Chris has no set pattern as far as I can tell yet, but I'll post new stuff as I learn them. Some with, hopefully embarrassing, photographs of Chris as I learn and take. Smell you later, Junior Jenkins, Jinkies. I'm actually speechless as to this. I know I avoided reading a bunch of it. You can look it up for yourself, but it's basically like summer camp erotica written by Chris. What the is this post? It makes sense for him to make the troll character he's playing kind of gay as a roundabout of attacking, you know, them, but the amount of detail he goes into is beyond disturbing. Did Chris just post like CP erotica? Did any of this happen to him? Is he telling someone else's stories? Did he witness this? I have a lot of questions. I mean, since the forum was a honeypot to begin with, and they knew from the beginning that Jenkins was Chris, how did the trolls feel when reading this? I don't think I want to know the answer to most of these questions, to be honest, but it does leave a lot to the imagination, so to speak. Something Chris did not do. All of his other posts as Jenkins are relatively normal, but that one was more than sufficient to dump buckets of fuel to the already raging fire of rumors that Chris was secretly gay. Around the same time, Alec, the guy behind Asperchew, was running the usual pretend sweetheart program on Chris via emails, and as their conversations drifted into the topic of sex, Chris messaged him this whammy. I've had the question of sexual fantasies posed to me before, and there are a few. One is having sex in a swimming pool to emulate a dream I had of being lost in a water-filled labyrinth where I was intercepted by a woman and we made out and had sex. I am game for anal sex as long as you're my partner and you wore a strap-on or used a butt plug in me, as long as it is not penis shape. I would also like oral sex, swing set, pole dancing, me, you, or both at once, three-way with 2 women, role play, and others I can't remember right now. Feel free to suggest other topics and I'll let you know if it's cool with me or not. It's not gay as long as it's not penis shaped, a quote to live by. Also, though it doesn't behoove me to body shame him, the only way Chris pole dances is if the pole is roughly the diameter of a fire hydrant. Another emails to Jackie, he also admits that he'd applied to an escort service, passed out cards, and even put an ad up on escorts.com under the name of Carlos Chanter, but never managed to score one single client. He's not managing to get with girls for free. Why does he think he'd succeed at getting paid for it? According to Chris, his attempt to become an escort wasn't necessarily related to his new forlorn and destitute love quest, but because he's in debt. In more emails, he explains that he has just one credit card and that he owes $720 on it, though he's only paid $50 on it monthly which means that the interest rate would prevent him from ever being debt-free. Despite Jackie pleading with him to be more frugal, he's unwilling to cancel his Netflix subscription or sell any of his 400 video games. Actually, I have to correct myself here. After repeatedly telling him to sell his video games to pay off his debt, Chris did get rid of them, and by that I mean he exchanged them for store credit at GameStop so he could buy even more games. Truly hopeless. On top of that, every month he buys a $50 PSN card to buy add-ons for Guitar Hero. He also admits that, though he has told his mom and Rocky about the debt, he's kept Bob in the dark about all of this because he didn't want to get yelled at. Meanwhile, the troll set up a reward system for whoever gets their hands on or destroys relics that belong to or came from Chris. One of the larger payouts of $9,000 was for someone to sequester and destroy his PS3 due to how much Chris noticeably loved it. Initially, when Jackie brought this up as a potential way to make money, Chris reacts negatively, saying, "I saw their rewards topic. Firstly, let me inform you that considering most of the trolls are immature, underage, demented, twisted, sick, evil, and such, the rewards would obviously be false. If a troll actually comes up with such footage and gives it to someone like Clyde Cash, Clyde would not give out any money. So with that considered, I would never make such a gay video or PS3 wrecking video or even $1 billion. And with that, I would appreciate if you would not even think of me making any footage for the trolls' money ever again. Please." However, in his despair for some quick cash to pay off his debt with, ideally before Bob found out, Chris destroys his PS3, which at the time was at least worth a couple $100, or maybe even more if he marketed it properly on eBay with some games. Given Jackie was the only one who talked him into it, promising the destruction of the PS3 would mean Chris was moving forward from being a man-child and becoming an adult who gets his joy from being with his sweetheart. Of course, as he himself predicted, Clyde never paid for this. This doesn't at all hinder his trust and love for Jackie, though, and soon after he declares his love for her, followed by sending her multiple images of drawn, not safe for work stuff of her, which I obviously can't feature uncensored. Also, upon Jackie's request, Chris sings her a song while cosplaying as Dragon Ball's Mr. Popo, which obviously was just Alec getting him to do blackface. This was just one of many instances of Chris doing cosplay, other victims of which include Fred Flintstone and the infamous video of him turning into Sonic with a defective ear.
Hello, folks. Well, and now for something completely different. Electric hedgehog power. Pew! Pew! This would be me in my super mode. If I actually had the superpowers.
Other illustrious productions from this period include not one, but two different videos of Chris simulating himself giving birth.
What?
My goodness, look at this. I had sex with my girlfriend, and it backfired on me. Can't believe this. Her egg went inside my... And now it's been in me for like 9 months. Ugh.
As well as an attempt at doing a single pull-up, which he fails. Finally, Alec is no longer capable of keeping up the loving Jackie facade, and after months upon months of half trolling him, half trying to genuinely help him, he cracks when Chris suggests a friends with benefits arrangement and replies with a barrage of emails with the most scathing words he could think of. There are some girls who are perfectly willing to have a casual sex-based relationship with no strings attached. However, these girls always possess the same qualities. 1, they usually have some kind of psychological hang-up, whether it be that they have terrible self-esteem and hate themselves, or they feel like no one could love them and that they couldn't deserve a real relationship, or something like that. Basically, every minute they're in this sort of hollow mockery of a relationship, they're in pain and suffering. But you probably wouldn't care about any of that, since all you want to do is have sex with them and then ignore them. 2, the thing I bet you will care about is that those women only care about the shallowest aspects of men. By that, I mean they want guys who are good-looking, muscular, manly, and have big dicks. You do not fit any of those criteria, Chris. You are significantly overweight and flabby, you have virtually no muscle, your skin is pasty, and your forehead is covered in acne scarring that is the most readily visible thing about you even in low light, low resolution picture or video. Your hair is thinning and looks stringy and greasy all the time because you don't take care of it, your body isn't getting the nutrients it needs to maintain it, and you probably don't wash it all that much. When you dressed up as Christiane Sonichu, your distended gut was hanging so low it completely covered your belt buckle and much of your front pants. It reminded me of when Peter Griffin is naked and they don't have to blur his genitals because his giant gut covers them completely. All of those are things that you could take care of if you actually tried, but you just stuff yourself with fast food, soft drinks, and hungry man dinners all day and night and make no effort to exercise or keep in shape, which is why you can't do a single pull-up and your body is falling apart before you even turn 30. Also, your penis is rather small and bent at an awkward angle. Girls who want a friends with benefits arrangement just want the biggest, straightest dick they can find. And trust me, they don't have trouble finding them. For every one of a guy like you, there are 5 or 10 guys who actually actually take care of themselves physically that these girls can choose from instead. Oh, the other thing is that these girls will often forgive a less than attractive physique if the guy in question has a lot of money to spend on them, but having never tried to pursue an actual career or earn money with your comics, which you have claimed many times you always wanted to do, means you have no money either. In all our time communicating with each other, you show that you're incredibly petty and vindictive. You show that you care nothing for other people's property or livelihood, as evidenced by the ridiculous grudge you still possess against Michael Snyder. You went into the store he was in charge of running, you hogged his TV to play your games, even though he never owed you that, and then when he tried to assert his dominance over the business he runs, you scrawled vile graffiti slandering him in his own store, and you refused to play by the rules, and that forced him to ban you. And years go by and you still hold this childish grudge, to the point of repeatedly trespassing on the store's property and taking pictures of his children in a threatening manner. You are hateful and judgmental towards entire groups of people you know nothing about. You hate gays for absolutely no reason. You're afraid of black people. You think calling someone a Jew is an insult, and yet you still get super self-righteous and act all offended whenever you think someone is disrespecting you because they don't like your autism. You are a hypocrite of immense proportions, always holding other people to standards of behavior that you believe you yourself have no obligation to follow. You criticize other people for social networking, saying the internet is turning them autistic, even though you sit at home playing your PlayStation 3 all day long. You throw words from the Bible at people when they do something that offends you, even though you lie, cheat, steal, want premarital sex, threaten bodily harm on others, and a whole host of other activities that God doesn't like. And whenever you are cornered and can't explain away your rampant egotism and hypocrisy, you'll just claim that the trolls are responsible for all your problems, great and small, and act as though your bad internet experience excuses you from having to take responsibility for anything. And what's more, you expect others to do everything for you and offer nothing in return. Whenever either of us offer you an idea of how to deal with some problem of yours, you come up with some rationalization why you are too lazy to do it and beg us to do it for you instead. You'll complain about the same problems over and over, but you refuse to consider any solution that is offered to you. You've talked down to me, insulted me, lied to me repeatedly, refused to do something I asked you to do many times, yet you still expect me to be some perfect girlfriend who makes you happy all the time. You place your prized video games above all other concerns in your life. You drop the majority of what little money you have every month on video games, and then whine about how you don't have money you would need to accomplish actual goals. You complain about other people being addicted. You make excuses that once we're together, then you will improve yourself, suggesting that you expect me to be a babysitter and give your life direction because you're too lazy to give it direction yourself. If you had been a good person, things might have turned out different between us, but you proved your inside was even uglier than your outside. The most succinct way to put why you are not currently ready to be with a girl is that you want to be taken seriously as an adult man, even though you're a person who sits in your room playing video games all day, leeching money off the government that could be going to people who are homeless and starving, and at the same time convincing yourself that God wants you to have free money, have no goals, no aspirations, and no direction, who avoids any and all work like the plague, whines about his father telling him to do chores to real adults who have to work 60 hours a week and take care of themselves, all the while growing fatter, balder, greasier, and closer to death off your diet of fast food and hungry man's and a total lack of exercise or activity. You need to change all of these things about yourself before a relationship, friends with benefits or not, with any girl is practical. You might be wondering, after I just got done explaining why you're such a bad friend, why I would want to be your friend, and that's a valid point. Well, I want to be your friend because I think it is possible for you to change, become good, and get things you want, and it's not hurting me to help you to try. One more thing, I have to ask you again, what has Rocky really done for you? Has Rocky helped you get a girlfriend and or partner? No, you're still alone and a virgin. Has she helped you get healthy or develop a means of interacting with adults? No, you still live like a slob and play with toys all day. You are severely depressed because you don't have a social life, but she hasn't helped you with all of that. All she tells you is that nothing is your fault and that your problems will be solved when the trolls are gone. Well, when the trolls are all punished, you'll still be a lonely, depressed version.
That cocksucker. How fucking long it took for me to get these? You fucker. Oh my gosh. Little cocksuckers.
With no real social life, no job, no hobbies, and nothing significant in his life. Why don't you ask Rocky to help you with your actual personal problems instead of just blaming the trolls for everything? I'm trying to help you by pointing out things you need to change about yourself. Doesn't Rocky? Or does she just tell you that it's okay to sit on your ass playing video games and doing nothing with your life? I've got news for you. If that's what she was telling you, it's because she believes you're too and stupid to accomplish anything, and she's just humoring you. Anyway, I know this probably sounds all pretty brutal and shocking to you. That's why I want you to save this email and reread it over and over. Read it again each day so the shock can fade, but my message can sink in. Because you really need this message to sink in, Chris. You need to do something different with your life. If you don't, then the life you have now is all you'll ever have. This email, unlike most of the other emails trying to get Chris to realize the cold hard truth, was effective. However, it wasn't effective at getting Chris to improve his life. Instead, it essentially caused what is called an ego death, though it would take a while before it manifested. He still replied to Jackie's email, only to say that she has hurt him deeply, and that his penis was in fact bigger than previously photographed and no longer bent. Oh, and he's not overweight. In a follow-up email, he says, while the truth is appreciated sometimes, there is a certain level of truth-telling that should never be exceeded, because of hurting the other's feelings and emotions worse than they already are. Is sympathy a lost art in this damn digital communicative age that makes more and more society autistic-like every day? To which Jackie replied, sympathy has nothing to do with this. I have spent months sympathizing with you on every subject that bothers you, but it has gotten you nowhere. You still sit alone in your room, depressed and resentful towards the rest of the world. You don't listen when people sympathize with you. I chose my words very carefully because I knew they would shock you. I knew that shocking you was the only thing that might stand a chance of making you realize that you don't have a luxury of just sitting and waiting for the world to make itself perfect for you. Secondly, you complain about not receiving sympathy, but when have you ever offered it? When people sympathize with you, all you end up doing is demanding that they fix your problems for you. You don't sympathize at all with people like me or Samantha when we get frustrated at how you routinely ignore our advice and would rather piss your life away playing video games. Friendship seems to be a one-sided affair with you. You expect sympathy, which I think you misinterpret to mean coddling, but don't return the favor. The same day as the first email in this exchange was sent, Chris uploads a video announcing that he's leaving the internet.
Attention, read my lips. Online socialization is a bust. Socialize in real life is the tops. And also, no more videos. You most, and you social sites like MySpace and Facebook. I'm out.
Unlike all of his previous claims, he actually managed to keep himself from uploading videos to YouTube for a total of 8 months. This could have, and in my opinion, should have been a major turning point in the Chris story. Despite his obvious learning disability, it was an opportunity to turn his life around. It was when someone was bluntly honest with him about the current conditions of his life and what he needed to do to change it. Jackie was not kind to him, but she was honest, and if anything, that's what he needed. That's what a lot of people—
Paranoid android, holy shit.
need. In this period of public silence, his conversations with Jackie continued, though they didn't become public until much later. In January, Chris mentions that conversations with Jackie continued, though they didn't become public until much later. In January, Chris mentions that Barb's mental health has also begun to deteriorate, as he essentially expresses that, due to how fragile their familial unit is given financially, emotionally, and pretty much every other day, she no longer wants to continue living. Within a month of this, Chris films himself sticking his penis in snow for a jackass challenge.
About 6 minutes in now. I've had previous experience with freezing my and I've even stretched it a bit. Right, I'll be checking back in 7.
Besides his now private PSN, Chris was exclusively communicating through emails and no longer socializing online. This also marked an entire year of absolutely no updates on Sonichu. It wasn't until March that the aforementioned ego death that resulted from the Jackie email reared its head. Chris realized that indeed he couldn't go on as he was, but instead of improving who he was, he decided that he wanted to be someone else. Near the end of March, he emails Jackie saying the following: "The emails I'm sending you are strictly confidential. Do not share the content of anything I send you with anyone. I've gone through an emotional 180 more or less within the past month. In a nutshell, I've grown my hair out and am continuing to let it grow. I have learned the best term to describe me, Tom Girl. Yes, I am a Tom Girl, and I'm damn proud of it. I have embraced and appreciated my feminine side. I'm still totally heterosexual. Otherwise, I would be a full-blown you-know-what. I have also had my ears pierced with amethyst studs, my birthstone, recently. I've also been more self-confident, and I have a sweet sachet walk, hair, and wink flirts, and I am greeting women left and right. Hello. Also, here's another way to consider me. I am a Ken doll any Barbie can dress in her clothes, and I would feel most comfortable in them and to model them for her. Come shopping with me, sweetie." Chris, who is infamously homophobic, is now dressing up as a woman and has a sachet walk.
My gosh.
Couldn't make this up if I tried. The pictures he was referring to in the email eventually leak, and they look about as mesmerizing as you'd expect. While Bob was going through a surgery to remove a tumor in his colon, Barb was concerned that Chris was becoming a transvestite or gay of some kind, which Chris resented. This culminated on May 17th when Barb randomly conjures up the idea that Chris is preparing to kill her, so she threatens to kill him, takes the car keys, and last but not least, she cuts Chris's hair, which according to him, broke the last straw on his camel's back, causing him to call her a B-word. Chris, being the complete deranged psychopath that he is, decides that he will wear the clippings of his hair as a necklace as a charm to make it grow back faster. I don't even know. On a forum for tomboys and tomgirls he joined, Chris shares that his parents hadn't been accepting of his transition and that Barb had tried to pay him to stop wearing panties. When Bob found out, he shared many of Barb's concerns. While he did stop uploading to YouTube, he was still producing videos, some even of an explicit nature, for Jackie, where he has sex with one of his dolls, and twerks in the fitting rooms of a clothing store. A couple of months after this, Chris sits naked on a store-bought cake and farts for Jackie's amusement, while Bob dies of heart failure 2 days after turning the ripe old age of 84. Much later on, it's discovered that when Bob died, he had already been hospitalized, not for any cardiac issue, but for bug bites. As he aged and his health deteriorated, he stopped doing maintenance in the house, and since Barb and Chris never did any in the first place, their home became infested with the bugs. Poor guy, what a way to go. Just a month after his passing, Barb and Chris are arrested for running Mike over, this time successfully. The story goes that Chris saw the game place was under new management and deliberately ignored the fact that Mike was named as part of it. After entering it, which constitutes trespassing, he took pictures of Mike with his 3DS and yelled out, "For the internet!" Presumably, the cops were called by the game place's management while Mike followed the Chandlers back to their car. And, no joke, according to Chris, Mike began hitting himself with the car. And no, that's not a joke, that is what he claims. After that, what happened is no longer a matter of what Chris or Mike claimed, but what the cops themselves witnessed. Chris and Barb failed to stop after their quote-unquote accidentally hitting Mike, followed by Chris assaulting someone, most likely Mike, and Barb attacking a police officer. The court proceedings drew well into the next year, and thanks to a pair of CWCpedia users who lived near the court in which the hearings took place, the information about it was spread despite Chris's radio silence. Despite filing protection orders against both Barb and Chris, Mike didn't intend for them to get felony charges and hoped that the judge would take their plea bargain. Ultimately, Chris was sentenced to community service, 1 year of probation, mandatory psychological treatment and evaluation, which would result in jail time if he didn't comply, plus $247 in court costs. Barb, on the other hand, got community service with 2 years of probation and almost $500 in court costs. Besides the hearings, 2012 was a quiet year, and the only one since the beginning of his online presence with no YouTube uploads. However, there's one glaring exception to this uneventfulness. This is the year Chris lost his virginity to a lady of the night. He posted to Facebook about it, saying, "I've been in a good mood a lot lately because I finally had sex, so I'll divulge a couple of details. I mean, seriously, I literally awake, and the first thing that comes to mind is the occasion, and I'm smiling for hours. She was a very nice and sweet early 20s woman, and even better, she's half Cherokee. We've hit it off from the shared characteristic of being good people, and a very delightful and pleasant conversation. We exchanged phone numbers, and we did it in her room. I put together a nice gift basket for her to show my appreciation. Oh, I forgot to mention, she really enjoyed my dick. It was so big and good that it put the last dude she was with to shame." Her words. While initially pretending this was some kind of romantic rendezvous, eventually, over private emails, he would admit to having done it with an escort. Do yourself a really big favor. Go on Craigslist for your area, find yourself a to play with, dump your virginity. For me, it was the best thing I was ever able to do for myself, twice. Now I don't feel as bad because I won't be dying an untouched virgin, and I have not obsessed about so much since then. Plus, she was a nice woman, the one who did it. Caring mother of two, half Cherokee, she was really good. Much later on, he retold the war story of how exactly their interaction went down, which I won't read out for the sake of your sanity and my own, but it's not that hard to find. One thing that's worth mentioning is that he goes out of his way to say that he gave her the same strong-handed massage he gives to his mother, which is both deeply disturbing and incredibly foreboding, like many things are with Chris. Most of 2013 has little to no significant activity from Chris besides him wasting his time on Facebook and Twitter. A few more videos of Chris's house leak, and he opens up a group on Facebook called Brasseries for Males to see if he can find other men who share his interest in wearing bras as a totally straight heterosexual tomgirl. You can imagine how successful this endeavor was. In February, he made a new video but didn't upload it to YouTube, and we only have it now because it eventually leaked due to the diligent work of trolls. In it, he calls out his half-brother, Cole, for not inviting Chris and Barb to his wedding, and scolds him for not giving her attention as if it was his job, as if he hadn't extensively explained to him over emails why he moved away from the Chandler clan. Another sign that Chris was completely divorcing himself from reality was that around this time, he left his church, which had for a long time been one of the few positive influences on his life. Explaining the decision, he said, "I, Christian Weston Chandler, will not be attending church for a long time. The pastor banned me from the church for a month. He has banned me from speaking my piece during the sharing of joys and concerns, and from that, I have felt unnecessarily silenced. I also feel my meetings with Rocky no longer have much effect on me or my life. My life continues to be at a disappointing standstill of sadness, loneliness, and a great stress. Only the people way older than me ever do so much as greet me, and I have very little to share in common with any of them. Nobody even close to my age or even in their 20s gives me much to do, or include me in their conversations. Aside from that, I am hated by a number of people, for reasons beyond my full understanding, because I always tried to be a good and nice person for a long time, and in public I'm constantly overlooked, ignored, or ostracized by everybody. Even speaking out gets me absolutely no attention. I continue to be paranoid of most everyone, because of them likely being among the internet trolls that still continue to haunt and taunt me. I am still long desperate for a woman to be my sweetheart. I am tired of being single, dang it. I continue to serve my family the best I can, and I continue to feel sad, depressed, and lonely. My heart feels numb, and I'm forced to keep a great emotional distance from everybody outside my house and home. I am an autistic, mental, and emotional mess, and there's very little I can do to help myself, beyond my knowledge. And God sees fit, for some hate-filled reason, to continue to curse me as a jinx. And so, the church is not helping me much in my life, mentally or emotionally at all. So I will not be coming back for a long time. Along with his distance from the church came his hatred for Megan after years of barely mentioning her at all. In a Facebook post, he called her an ungrateful B-word, essentially saying that she owed him $6 for the stuff he chose to buy her voluntarily from eBay. He also says that the version of her he put in the Sonishue comics, Megagi La Skunk, no longer trusts her, whatever that's supposed to mean. To top it all off, he accuses her, and the army of trolls he's now convinced was being ordered by her, of being responsible for his dad's death. Certainly, the fact Bob ate at Burger King for decades, or his multiple bypass surgeries, or the fact he was 84 had nothing to do with his passing, and it was all Megan's fault. Finally, he comes back to YouTube, but only to post a Lego recreation of his high school, which is a little too close for comfort to a doom wad of his school, if you get what I'm saying. For the longest time, Chris, much like his parents, was a pathological hoarder and only bought more and more paraphernalia he just kept around and never got rid of. It's the man-child classic. However, it's at this time that we see him putting up certain things for sale, which is quite unusual. The first item, comically enough, was a package of all his used that he listed on Craigslist. This odd action went overlooked, at least for a little while, because all of the attention towards Chris Chan was drawn to when the Chandler household went up in flames. The main theory as to why it happened was that, due to the general hoarding, the kitchen sink was inaccessible, leading the downstairs bathroom sink to be the main source of water for the Chandlers. Because of this, an unusual amount of electrical devices were plugged in or near the bathroom. One of these things was the coffee brewer, which had an extension cord looping over a door. Because of the door opening and closing, the cord's plastic covering was gradually chewed away until the wires were completely exposed. This part is pretty much confirmed, as the fire department itself named it specifically as the cause of the fire. After about 3 hours, the firemen managed to put the fire out, while Chris went on Facebook to complain at Keurig, blaming them for the brewer's faulty wiring. With a house that was as much of a fire hazard as theirs, it's unsurprising that a 3-hour-long fire absolutely ravaged their living space. At the time, they made it out with pretty much nothing but what they had on their backs. It would take about a year for the house to be restored to its former glory, and during this period, Chris and Barb lived at a rental house provided by their insurance company. Fortunately for them, after the place was cleared for them to visit and inspect the objects that had been damaged by the fire, many things were left unscathed. As soon as the chaos died down, Chris returned to selling things on eBay for cash, though people generally presume this need for money was caused by the fire. On an unrelated note, in April, he says this on an email to one of the pretend girls he was communicating with. A new feat. I have just randomly done something that would normally be useless and trivial, and it would be something that would be more often done in a dream. But I actually did it, and I felt like I wanted to tell someone who would keep it confidential and possibly be interested. Right now, I'm telling only you in confidence. Warning, it is obscene, and I mean no offense. I have reached from behind and under and pulled my penis and literally stretched it to being wedged between the middle of my butt crack. I could push
I haven't, like... What the fuck have I missed? Okay, so the church, the fire, what the fuck is this?
Cleared for them to visit and inspect the objects that had been damaged by the fire, many things were left unscathed. As soon as the chaos died down, Chris returned to selling things on eBay for cash, though people generally presume this need for money was caused by the fire. On an unrelated note, in April, he says this on an email to one of the pretend girls he was communicating with. A new feat. I have just randomly done something that would normally be useless and trivial, and it would be something that would be more often done in a dream. But I actually did it, and I felt like I wanted to tell someone who would keep it confidential confidential and possibly be interested. Right now, I'm telling only you in confidence. Warning, it is obscene, and I mean no offense. I have reached from behind and under and pulled my penis and literally stretched it to being wedged between the middle of my butt crack. I could push the head into the hole, but it was really smelly in there, and I had just bathed. Oh my god. Oh my god. And while stretched, the balls can remain tucked in, and I can walk like this. It is that long. And to take an opportunity, you and a lot of women around here and wherever, not counting the Cherokee women, are really missing out. Thank you for listening and keeping it confidential. On second thought, I gave you permission to tell other women about it, only if you feel it valid for the conversation. Just when you thought that Chris couldn't be any more of an elegant gentleman. He's now practicing aerobics. People had been speculating that he had some psychological complex that made him want to bang himself all the way back when he created the Crystal character, and now it had come full circle. However, through some unimaginable mental acrobatics, he remained homophobic, struggling to consider gay males a legitimate category of the LGBT acronym because of his feelings towards them. Another exquisite morsel of Chris's gender expression is the, and I quote, unclipped. You may be wondering, Tom, what Lovecraftian horror beyond human comprehension are you talking about? Well, I'll let Chris explain it. I had something done to me that is radical, that I did for my lesbian soul. I got a new piercing on my taint on Monday the 15th, about where my clitoris would be if I was a woman. It is a short, steel-straight piece with steel spheres, of which I rendered to them as my unclipped. I am tending to its cleaning personally in daily baths or showers, as well as cleaning the area with rubbing alcohol twice a day. I, Christian Weston Chandler, with no other outside opinions from anyone, have long been thinking about getting a piercing on my taint with a steel sphere from where my clitoris would be if I was born female. In my soul identity as a female, and a lesbian as a fair substitute for that, and to stimulate the woman's clitoris via scissoring. Years ago, after watching the lesbian couple tribbing each other in the softcore movie The Key to Sex, and to make sure everyone understands me once and for all, lesbian soul trapped in a male body. Or to put it another way, I am a lesbian transgender. I am seriously into women. Males offend me. Even my own penis totally grosses me out. I'm glad that I tuck it underneath my taint so I don't have to look down at the ugly bulge. I have come out as the lesbian transgender that I've always been and ever will. And for every one of you sods who continue to mislabel me as a homosexual male or hint towards anything of that even in distasteful jest, you can all kiss my vagina of my soul. You might have noticed that I deliberately expunged the parts of his little missive that go into the ins and outs of bonobo clitorises, but I wouldn't punish my worst enemy with that information, so consider yourself lucky. Also, I'm real iffy on how accurate his locating of the organ is, and I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to use rubbing alcohol on a recently done piercing, but then again, even if he got both of those things hilariously wrong, there's just no topping the fact that he chose to pierce his perineum. The words perineum and piercing shouldn't even be in the same sentence, and here we are. Chris Chan. Once again, Chris gets roped into dating an online troll. This time it was an open relationship that included Chris, Catherine, and another guy, Colin. Because of his plethora of bad past experiences with purely online dating, there was a lot more riding on going on an actual real-life date, and eventually it did take place. Catherine's retelling of how it went down follows. Chris wanted to spend an entire day together, go bra shopping at Target with him, wanted me to spend the night and watch movies with him, even asked me what I like for breakfast so he could buy it. It would have been kind of nice behavior if it weren't the first time he was going to meet this woman. I told him a few times that I wasn't going to spend the night with him, but he persisted in believing I would. He was 2 booths down, I bit the bullet and went over. He wanted me to use some stupid pickup line. What's a pretty girl like you doing in a place like this? But I just asked if he was Christian. He all but leaped up and squawked, "Catherine, you're here!" Then he side-hugged me before I could employ evasive tactics, and I led him to our table. The look on the waitress's face was priceless. She may need some serious therapy after this. Chris was wearing a red t-shirt and gray undershirt, his kilt, really some old lady-style plaid skirt to the calf, with turquoise tights and grotty sneakers. I hoped he would wear high heels, since he said he likes wearing them. His hair looked like straw, probably from the bleach he used to use, and he had a silver hairband and green earrings. He had on blue eyeshadow and purple eyeliner and red lipstick that appeared to have been applied by someone with advanced Parkinson's. He smelled very strongly of what we later found out was that Britney Spears perfume. He seemed genuinely amazed I was even there. He kept trying to hold my hand, so I negotiated lunch like a T-Rex with stumpy little arms. Then he tried footsie under the table, and he stared at my tits a lot. In retrospect, I should have called him out on it. Barb's family apparently also think Barb is a useless drunken whore too. A few days after the meeting, Chris told me that when Barb was young, she aggressively went after her sister's husband or fiance. When he offered to show us his house, we took him up on it. We followed him even though Al knew where we were going. Chris seriously drives like my demented old grandma who doesn't have a license anymore because she kept going the wrong way up one-way streets. The place is bad. Much smaller than I thought it would be too. It's overgrown and there's broken glass everywhere. Everywhere you look look, there's stuff. All garbage. Bob's old workshop is full of rubbish. His greenhouse is doing slightly better, but not much. There's an early 90s Cadillac in the yard covered in plant growth that hasn't been moved since the fire. They want to sell it and expect $2,000 to $5,000 for it. We go to the rental. It is literally stacked to the ceiling with stuff in places, no exaggeration. Chris occupies both upstairs rooms. One is full of Lego, including melted, warped, fire damaged Lego, a lot of it, and the other has the same grotty bedding from the old house. The Chandler's pets pee and poop in the house on newspaper because they're too lazy to take them for walks. The dogs are untrained, hate strangers, and are at least 20 pounds overweight. Their bellies all but drag on the floor. One nearly bit me when I offered to let it smell me. When we made our escape, Chris said, "You asked what a girl like me was doing in a place like this?" Which I didn't. "Well, I'm waiting for the sweetest, most honest woman in my life," and put his arm around me to kiss me, so I sneezed again to get him to back off. I waved at him when we got in the car, and he still thinks I blew him a kiss. It's been over a decade now, and Chris is still as absurdly inept at respecting people's boundaries. It's good to know some things don't change. Or maybe bad. Probably bad. After this, Chris goes to a gay club looking like a creature out of Goosebumps, and then he attempts to donate sperm, but gets rejected. Truly, nobody wants that comeuppance. Another unexplainable surge of aggression would flare up in protest of Sonic's arms and the Sonic Boom game being blue instead of classic beige color. No, it's not a joke. That actually pissed him off and led him to create entire groups to protest the change. His obsession with stopping the game from being sold around him got so bad that, after he had already been banned from every game store in the area due to his protests, he decided that on the day after Christmas, he'd once more go into GameStop and vandalize Sonic Boom copies. A Tumblr user who happened to be present and know of Chris Chan eventually made a post detailing the occurrence. I was in GameStop looking at the 3DS rack when I heard a racket from my left. I looked up and saw Chris surrounded by 3 to 4 employees in a corner. I recognized Chris's voice before their appearance. A woman was telling Chris that they'd been banned from the store and needed to leave, to which Chris responded with something like, "Oh, come on. Can't we let bygones be bygones?" The employees ignored him and continued to tell him to leave and threatened to call security. Eventually, they dispersed to do so, which is about when I began filming. A woman buying a game at the counter asked the employee she had been interacting with what had just happened, and the employee replied that Chris was some guy that came in from time to time to mess with the Sonic Boom games because he was upset that Sonic's arms had changed color, or something to that effect. Sadly, I did not check to see what happened to the Sonic Boom, and only stayed for another 5 minutes or so before leaving. In the brief but very telling video that we have of the occurrence, we can see Chris in what can only be described as an incomprehensible getup, imperatively telling people not to call anyone, presumably because of his terrible fear of being pinned down and handcuffed. As he speed walks out of the GameStop, it's visible that he sprayed something on one of the employees' faces. Later on, it was revealed that he had maced this man for simply standing in his way. Unbeknownst to the bystanders, Chris was at the mall with his mother, but he got in such a state of nerves that in his hurry to leave, he left his elderly mother alone at the food court and drove away. We know this because when the police arrived, she was interviewed, and soon after Chris was located, he was arrested and charged with, and I quote, "dangerous gas unlawful release," which is quite fitting. A few days after the arrest, Chris was released on a $2,500 bail, and in October of the next year, almost a whole 10 months after the macing, Chris managed to plead his Class 6 felony down to a misdemeanor level assault and battery, and was served with 180 days of probation and a $541 fine. This is a relatively light sentence if you consider the fact that, while he was attending the court hearings during the time it took for the case to close, he never showed remorse for his actions. In a Facebook post he made immediately after being released, he said, "To preface what has happened recently, I simply remind everyone that Sonic the Hedgehog's arms are not freaking blue. If #Sega had never changed them or reversed the change between February and November of this year in the new Sonic Boom video games and cartoon series on Cartoon Network, as well as the toys and whatever else, I would never have had to protest and rebel the way I have." I peeked into the GameStop and I spotted a new Skylander figure, Blastermind. I was set to buy it, and I was going to consider checking out of their Wii U pre-owned software selection in their 3-for-2 deal. Innocent, I was not looking for trouble. But then this male loomed out in front of me, frightened the crap out of me, and he said in a booming voice that only scared me worse, "You are banned from here, you need to leave now." But still determined to continue my shopping, I veered into the Wii U direction, when his female accomplice startled me and boomed in as well. Still feeling frightened and mentally overloaded, I made a grab for my pepper spray to use in defense. I offered a few peaceful solutions, but she ended up sending him to go get security. So I shouted, "Fine, I'm leaving," and I dropped the figure. And on my way out, I told the male to not get anyone, and we both stopped near simultaneous. I still felt my own worse for Where with the fear, startle, paranoia, and I did not want him following me and causing more trouble upon me. And then in my defense and not to make my escape, I spritzed a minuscule amount of pepper spray downward, not in his face, and then I left. I did not learn until much later that the spritz had done a lot worse than I had imagined it would, as well as learning that they were the so-called manager and acts manager of that particular store. I had no idea of the contents of the pepper spray or that it was illegal for use in certain situations in the state of Virginia at all. And I had tried the stuff on myself days before in the upstairs bathroom. A 2-second spray onto my left wrist, some of it got into the bathtub wall as well, like sampling a perfume or deodorant. It took me out damn well. I had to open the windows, turn on the bathroom fan, and aim the box fan in the bathroom to air the place out. And I wiped the wall off as well. And of course I washed my hands. It took 15 to 30 minutes to make it bearable in there again. In the end, I was the victim. I did not cause the original provoking. The assistant manager made the first attack onto me and provoked my defensive response. I was minding my own business, not looking for trouble. And then he startled me, similar to a potential rapist in a dark alley in a big city. Any of you would have done the same as I have, in defense and escape. And we can sue Sega for changing Sonic's arm color and ultimately this male getting pepper sprayed. Think about it seriously. If this wasn't bad enough, just a few days after the GameStop debacle, he was up in Walmart causing a ruckus and threatening to pepper spray the employees when they told him he was trespassing. Over his correspondence with a Kiwi Farms user about the incident, he referred to himself as Badass, while explaining that he didn't know for sure the people at Walmart with Walmart name tags were Walmart employees. The cherry on top is that he considers anyone using a threatening tone with him is a self-defense situation that warrants the pepper spray. It was now 2015. In his downtime, Chris worked on Sonichu for the first time in 5 years and posted to YouTube apologizing for his past homophobia. This apparent change in his demeanor didn't last very long, as soon after, he tries to guilt-trip distant family members into contacting Barb, invites people to his lesbian sleepover, presumably so that he can sexually harass them, as he's known to do. His work on Sonichu wasn't exactly selfless, as the comic was only reviewed when one of Chris's donation tiers on Etsy, which promised a 100-page issue of Sonichu for $1,000, was met by some madman with a lot of surplus cash. The donation was to no avail though, as Chris defrauded him by neglecting to work on Sonichu, making only 16 pages out of the promised 100. Chris's videos take a serious turn for the worse at this point, as he shows frozen scene samples and posts a lesbian sex audition, in which he makes suggestive motions in order to impress a lesbian couple he supposedly was corresponding with at the time. Eventually, the reason Chris had been monetizing his creations more and more is revealed in a video called Please Donate, where he explains Barb has been sued for a debt of almost $5,000 that they need to pay off, and in order to do that, they need people to donate. Mind you, he says this while he's surrounded by a gaggle of expensive toys he's unwilling to sell. Later on, the money donated begins also being dedicated to Barb's dental work, which apparently is necessary because she has a lot of cavities and asthma meds. However, keeping in tune with his previously shrewd financial moves, Chris completely wastes the money by buying things like a PS4, Transformers toys, which he later destroyed when Trump won the 2016 election, and a plethora of other useless garbage. Meanwhile, he attacks Cole for not giving them more money and claims they're so poor that they can no longer afford soup. To make matters worse, Barb gets hit with more debt lawsuits and so does Chris, eventually totaling over $30,000 worth of debt between the two of them. With all of this mounting, they begin struggles to pay their mortgage of $115,000. And to solve this, Chris asks for a $250,000 on Patreon. When people begin telling him to get a job, he angrily responds that he already has a full-time job, which is taking care of Barb, and can't apply for any other job because of the trolls. He also implies a job would keep him from drawing and writing for his books, but at that point, new Sonichu comics are extremely hit or miss and a far cry from what they once were. Over at eBay, he manages to sell a Sonic totem for $1,500, but preemptively spends the money and then fails to ship the totem, which means now he not only owes $1,500 worth of garbage he bought on credit cards, but he also has a negative $1,500 balance on his PayPal. In a particularly pithy moment, Chris posts a video of Barb begging for money with a gold and pearl necklace on, items that he bought her with a—
Oh, that's Barb. I'm stupid.
Later on, the money donated Chris completely for not giving them more between the two of them. Job, he angrily new Sonichu comic means now are begging for money with a gold and pearl necklace on, items that he bought her with the donation money instead of getting food or paying off some of their debt. While the Financial crisis was going down, another arc reared its hideous head, the Idea Guy saga. I will abridge this as much as possible because it's so comically insane, it's not worth getting into all the details about. Basically, a troll called Joshua Wise emailed Chris pretending to be a character from the anime hyperdimension Neptunia, asking about Chris's Dreamcast and saying it held a portal to Quickville, the land where Sonichu lives. What became immediately clear was that it was extremely easy to get Chris to believe things when you dangled the possibility of leaving the real world and escaping into the Sonichu universe. It was like pushing a button that instantly detached Chris from reality altogether. In fact, his abandonment of real life was so total that it would even override his sensibilities. Through the Neptunia trolling, Chris was talked into drawing an image of himself equally impregnating Sonichu, which is a sentence I never expected myself to say. The result of this was that now Chris believes Sonichu and a bunch of other fictional characters and their respective universes were alternate realities that he could access. After tricking Chris into unknowingly spreading Wignat jokes, the troll posting to Kiwi Farm said, "Chris doesn't actually know about the Nazi jokes he just told. What really happened was some white knight tried to explain to him that he was making Holocaust references, and the thing was that I saw that coming beforehand. So I told him that anyone who said otherwise was a troll." Really, convincing Chris all this is happening isn't as hard as you might expect. In fact, all it takes is one of the free photo editing sites in Audacity to make Quickville come to life. I actually once took audio from him during an interview and edited it poorly to make it sound like Christine was talking to random people fighting to save Quickville. The images in question are hilariously bad quality, but were more than enough to get Chris on board with pretty much anything the troll said, just as long as it was backed with some drivel about alternate dimensions and timelines. Chris promptly converts from Christianity to the religion of the CPU goddesses, which is something straight from hyperdimension Neptunia, and he now believes he is one. While this bottomless pit of schizophrenia was brewing up online, Chris's real-life adventures raged on. He attended MagFest to a very warm reception and even a standing ovation. Then he once again trespassed and was put on a therapeutic docket instead of facing jail time, which meant he was appointed to see a psychiatrist regularly. Later on, he asked for people to buy all of his Transformers toys so that he makes the $600 he needs to go to BronyCon, followed by his house almost getting foreclosed because they'd been delinquent on mortgage payments. Though the hyperdimension Neptunia trolling remained benign for a brief period, it quickly devolved into the trolls running it, manipulating Chris into making humiliating videos, such as one where he slaps himself repeatedly while sounding like he's calling himself a whore, or another one called Dick Licker, that is I, which they did because they had convinced him he was bisexual, and to act it out, he drew a penis on the wall and began licking it. Though it's not shown in the footage, he then showed it to Barb, who cried and ran upstairs. He attends another convention called Too Many Games and is banned from it for randomly kissing people without their consent, prompting him to crawl up in a ball, which he calls his hedgehog defensive state. A day later, he took to Twitter to justify his actions, saying the following: "One question. What is wrong with this world? A peck on the cheek from a celebrity that one likes. Positively, mind you, is not offensive to me." Finally, the Neptunia trolls are brought to justice, so to speak, when Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms, makes a thread called The Christian Extortionist, dedicated to expose how Chris was tricked into shelling out about $6,000 in gifts and cash to the trolls, as well as having Chris admit to being a pedophile and raping his mother in order to blackmail him. This shift in the tides pretty much marked the end of the specific troll's activity. However, despite this information making it to Chris and him becoming aware that the majority of his current beliefs have been shaped by malicious trolls, he would outright refuse to abandon those delusions. In the epilogue to Sonichu 13, called Awakening of a CPU, Chris said, "They were royally messing with me, as well as literally screwing up the Earth, Equestria, and even the CPU goddesses, themselves destructively. Wise and his associate, Stephen Boyd, extorted $6,000 out of me in Steam and Amazon cards and other toys. They will pay me back the $6,000 with interest. Regardless, the joke is on Wise, because his slanderous, destructive efforts only strengthened my own psychic links with our world. There. And the CPU goddesses and I became allies. And everything that was destined, prophesized, and fated of me, and the link between those Earths and dimensions came full circle, deja vu, and all that. And we are still continuing on as such. Also, I am awakened, and I am still learning of my powers and everything. I had lived a long, trying, and mentally and emotionally enduring life, made my own progress, recovery, and whatnot. Me, a half-Sonichu individual of this Earth 1218, destined to be a console patron unit. So yeah, Chris's mental state was pretty much irreversible. He then announces the dimensional merge on his YouTube channel. Basically, it means that soon the Sonichu-verse and real life will become one, and he'll be able to transform into his other forms and use his powers. Of course, when this doesn't happen, he comes up with a cockamamie expression as to how it's being delayed by an interdimensional war between good guys and bad guys from every fictional universe. The very next video has him screaming because he got blocked by the Brony crew of TF2 Analysis on Twitter, to which he then begs to be unblocked. In December of 2019, Chris shares a dream he had in which his current self is being pursued by his old self, once again reaffirming his narcissistic fantasies. 2020 then rolled by, and of course, Chris uses stimmy checks not to pay for any of his insurmountable debt he was dealing with, but to buy an iPad. If you want to get a good feel for how decrepit and demented the Chandler household had gotten by that point, then just watch this.
Hi, Cole. Thanks for the flowers. They're beautiful. That was very sweet of you. I remember all the cards and letters that you mailed me when you were in college. I still have them, and I still read them. It's so nice to be reminded of your love and support. Thank you very much. I love you.
Very nice. Very nice. Alright. Hey, Cole. Got a little message for you myself. Brother, this is actually Sonichu. Yeah, the one and only prime of the Sonichu species from our sister dimension that's literally right next door to you. Hey, you've been hanging out next to Iron Man.
You could say Chris Chan's singularity was fast approaching. In his DMs with one of the enablers of the Neptunia delusions, he says, "This is seriously, strictly confidential. I genuinely do not want this to get out in public ears and radar, especially anywhere on the freaking Kiwi farms. I have been more positive lately. Masturbation has become easier and more fun with me in recent months. But the more recent significant detail, I have a sex partner of our 1218 half of our universe. She's been very satisfactory. Her identity needs to remain a strict secret, and this is a mutual, genuine affection. I'm finally getting the long overdue experience, and she's helping me explore. Since we've started this ship progress with the first intercourse last Sunday, I've been feeling a lot less physically stressed and improved quality of life. We're mainly still exploring the options and teaching each other up to where we find what works best. She's physically older than I, considerably fragile, but she has great inner strength and soul power. This was odd. Chris was known to lie, but seldom did he ever lie about actually having sex with somebody, which meant that he was probably telling the truth here. But who could he have been talking about? Well, on the 28th of July, he had a call with another one of his online trolls, a girl called Isabella Janke, and in this call, he confided something he hadn't yet told anyone else.
I don't want to believe labels at all, but
Right.
they obviously tell like the incest fanfics have come
fuck.
true. Approach her with care and caution.
Hmm?
It was a time approach, so I just gave her comfort and talked with her, and we just branched out slow and
What
steady.
the fuck?
I encouraged her positively, let her make the first move. If she wanted to do it.
Oh, she did? Really? She made the first move?
Yeah.
It's worth noting I have a separate dedicated video about Isabella Janke, which was released as of the time all this went down, which is pretty easy to find and goes in more depth about her. As soon as this call was made public, Null became involved and started questioning Chris about it, to which he replied that the sex was consensual with Barbara. The air had shifted, and Null became noticeably more revulsed while talking to Chris, and he shut down the GoFundMe page he had set up for him. The police were informed, and Chris was served with an emergency protective order until the 5th of August, and was forbidden from communicating with his mother while she was at the hospital for a senior care inspection. Furthermore, Null decided to follow up on another lead regarding Chris and Barb's relationship, saying, "Chris gave me access to his emails years ago to help out a while back during the Joshua Y situation. I've had access since. Chris is aware I have access to his emails, and after changing his passwords recently, gave me access to them again. I've helped him deal with trolls signing him up for spam and newsletters and other things like that. I was going to send Chris's GoFundMe money, but after talking it over and sleeping on it, I've canceled the payment and I've asked GoFundMe to do a total refund. I told Chris last night to spend one night sleeping in his vehicle, and that this morning I would help him figure out a way to have a roof over his head until August 5th. I suggested that he take some time under the stars to reflect on his situation. Every so often, Chris gets an email alert that Barb has sent him money. I've always been under the impression that Barb tightly manages his finances and sends him a pittance. However, to my surprise, at 12:38 this morning, so less than 8 hours ago, Barb sent Chris $750. I asked Chris about this. The attached images show him questioning Chris about it, who replied that Barb hadn't sent him any money at all, which was a blatant lie, which he justified by saying that it was an emergency, and that he planned on sending her the money back. Null adds that this could classify as a violation of the protective order since he's prohibited from stealing from Barb, and he notified the police. At about 6 p.m. on the 1st of August, the police would arrive and arrest Chris while he rambles about Sonichu and the Merge, all filmed by Killstream host Ethan Ralph. Going to jail and being separated from his network of supporters and enablers certainly had no beneficial effects on Chris's state of mind, as he actually became more insane during lockup. In a letter of his he sent from jail, he says, "Firstly and vitally, it should be made obvious and clear that aside from Andy Warhol, my life events at present, and so far, can directly be compared and matched with that which have been chronicled of of none other than Jesus Christ of Nazareth himself in any holy Bible. Sounds reasonable. In a later letter, he justifies what he did to Barb, essentially claiming he did it for her benefit. You may or may not have heard of Christine, our Lord, having foreknown of an eventual circumstance upon Barbara, that had our Lord not cleansed her aura and regrets, she would have ended up separated from our Lord by such a circumstance as a vehicular accident in August 2021, followed by a most paradoxical premature death from emotional depression and trauma. Wednesday, November 24th, 2021, Barbara was in the van and got hit by a tractor-trailer truck. The van is totaled, but Barbara survived and continues to live with positive emotions and greater divine protection by the power and aura of our Lord from that soul bonding. Barbara has 2 broken ribs and a bump on the head. Chris continues to send many more letters and even drawings from his cell, all the while continuing to ask for over $100,000 to pay off the mortgage of their house, though now he refers to the donations as tithe and the house as the Sonichu Temple. For a period of about 2 years, there was peace as Chris got settled behind bars. Onlookers wishfully believed that perhaps this time the people around Chris would realize that he was simply unfit for living in society. For just a hopeful second, the possibility of the CWC Sonichu Empire meeting its demise in a jail cell glimmered in the horizon, but in Christery, no hope is left unshattered. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, probably go outside after watching this video because this one was way too long. Leave me alone.
The ending felt rushed, but what the fuck? Uh. What the fuck? Did we really just watch this whole thing? When I started. That's too mad. Too mad. There we go. Oh.
Yeah, was another matter altogether. Family history shrouded in mystery for 44 years because the one person who could clear the air insists on lying to you. Barbara hung up the phone in my face when I blog.
The early. Anytime I was just.
Oh, fuck. Oops.
Bob and Barb didn't see their advanced ages as a reason to avoid conceiving a child. Whether this was due to their lack of knowledge of the risks, carelessness, or a mixture of both is anyone's guess. By 1981, Barb was pregnant, and on February 24th, 1982, a child was born that would change the world forever. Christopher Weston Chandler. Unfortunately, whatever bad...
What the fuck? It's 6 in the morning. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We gotta do an update. How long ago was this? An hour? Sun is up. Freezing cold. That's how you already know. Sun's up, but I don't really want to fight the daylight. Whoa, what does that? Okay, don't scare me like that. Every snowflake's different, just like you. What song do we put? Bum, ba-dum. I need like a moment. Like that video was a lot. Like too mad at to Christian, and the fact that like, when was the last time I got up? Have I got?
Just like begging her, is that what it was? Like please have sex.
There was begging. There was the begging. There was always begging, but there was an ultimatum. Like when she.
When did I get up last? Oh my gosh.
Everyone knows who Chris Chan is. He's often been called the most documented person online, a sentiment which many would struggle to argue with. From an entire Wikipedia dedicated to his existence, hundreds of thousands of forum posts, and multiple feature-length documentaries, it's honestly surprising that his tale has only recently attracted mainstream attention. Although, considering the disturbing nature of the latest development, the infamy is deserved.
Chris Chan, incest, mother.
The revelation that Chris had an incestuous relationship with his mother was a new low, many thought impossible, even for him. While on its own, it's extremely revolting, it somehow gets even darker. In the days following the initial leak, forum users have dug through logs and evidence to discover the origin of Chris admitting to his crime, and more importantly, the person he confessed to, someone much more vile than Chris himself.
Damn.
On July 29th, 2021, a YouTube video containing audio from a conversation with Chris was posted to the Chris Chan subreddit, in which he admitted to having incestuous sex on multiple occasions with his 79-year-old mother. Apart from the obvious disgust at such an act, incest between a mother and child in Chris's home state of Virginia is a Class 5 felony, and punishable by up to a maximum of 10 years in prison. This is made worse by the fact that Barbara Chandler suffers from dementia. This is something that Chris openly acknowledges in several instances, detailing that his mother resisted his advances. According to Chris, the two engaged in sexual activities every third night, starting from the 27th of June, implying this had occurred over 10 times prior to the leak. This audio and accompanying screenshots were then posted to Kiwi Farms the following day, and reposted by the site's owner, Null, who stated, "They are considered genuine. Nobody knew of this except one person named Bella, a troll Sona of someone named 10th Anonymous, who Chris confided this information in." Following the spread of the leak, local authorities were bombarded with tips regarding Chris, causing him to be served an emergency protective order, and eventually be arrested on August 1st, 2021, an event that was live-streamed by Killstream host Ethan Ralph for the entire internet to see.
Yeah, you're live to about 3,000 people right now, Chris Chan.
But in the wake of the news, many were still left looking for answers. The latest developments prior to this were simply about Chris attending a Brony convention in Washington and doing art commissions to afford the trip. Naturally, the question on everyone's mind was, where was the audio recording from? And more broadly, did Chris act alone? The obvious first lead was the other voice on the recording, and from the moment following Null's post containing the information, efforts were made to discover the person behind the other voice. A few basic observations were made. Firstly, the person in the conversation spoke very nonchalantly about what Chris had done, as if they were not surprised or put off in any way. Secondly, the recording appeared to take place days before. This would lead to the conclusion that whoever leaked it had been sitting on the confession for some time. As far as identifying who the person on the line actually was, the voice appeared to be female, but that was all they had to start out with. Kiwi users quickly discovered the name Kelly Osbourne through accounts on Reddit, Twitter, and YouTube that were linked with the content leaks, and assumed the name Bella. The original name that Null had attached to the 10th Anon name was simply an alias. Meanwhile, Kelly Osbourne would be the real name. Contained within these accounts was a video of her rescuing her dog Max, as well as a tweet where Kelly Osbourne claimed to have met Chris in 2019. Following Chris's arrest, Kiwi started a dedicated thread to the other voice in that fateful call. They speculated on the circumstance surrounding the event, including the possibility that this figure could have influenced Chris. At the very least, they were sure she was complicit, and that was enough to mobilize them. Afraid of being exposed, Bella began frantically making efforts to distance herself, creating several different alt accounts on the site in an attempt to divert their attention and mislead the investigation. At one point, she claimed the voice on the recording was a pitch-shifted male, revealing in the process that the clip was only a snippet of a, to this day, never resurfaced 4-hour-long call. But once Bella realized these red herrings weren't buying her time, she began attempting to frame several others as being the true culprit. While claiming to be a friend of the supposed pitch-shifted caller, she revealed that the recording had been leaked onto Reddit by a woman named Fiona. Fiona, a former moderator of that same community, would turn out to be the genuine leaker, but was arguably the least malicious of the entire group. In fact, she'd only gotten involved because she developed a genuine romantic interest in Chris, and wanted to have sex with him at the aforementioned Brony convention. Yeah, it's one of those stories. Upon hearing the recording, Fiona decided to release it without permission, out of disgust, not truly comprehending what was occurring until listening to Chris recount the events fondly. By all accounts, Fiona gives the impression of someone in over their head, with a naive attraction to the internet star. This also made her the most optimal person to throw under the bus. And so Bella, with the aid of other trolls, subsequently attempted to frame her as the operation's mastermind. Of most significance was an orbiter named Sean Walker, who had been attempting to incorporate the characters of infamous spree killer Randy Stair into Chris's pre-existing delusions. This collaborative effort entailed selectively leaking and even faking entire conversations in order to deflect blame from themselves. As you can guess by the existence of this video, it didn't work. In an effort to discover the truth, the Kelly Osbourne persona was thoroughly dissected in hopes of leads to zero in on discovering who she really was. Bella, being the absolute genius, began to involve multiple real-life associates in her cover-up, first attempting to frame an ex-roommate as being the caller. She then encouraged a real-life friend to try and participate on the forum as damage control. He did so under the username Ternary Mercury, which wound up being the same alias he'd used on other sites. This eventually led to both him and Bella being conclusively identified. They were now certain that Bella hadn't been an alias at all, and Kelly Osbourne was none other than Isabella Loretta Janke, a 20-year-old college student attending Texas Tech University. Even just a cursory investigation to her previous online presence showed that Bella was an internet pick-me girl, having made posts on Reddit calling herself a lonely 4chan dweller who didn't get along with all the bitchy girls at college. So yeah, needless to say, she fit the profile. But somehow, her real-life background was stranger. Her mother was a Harvard graduate and Air Force pilot, while her father was an ex-Navy SEAL who owned a cybersecurity company. They divorced when she was just 9 years old, and her father remarried to a former Secret Service member. Needless to say, her family is wealthy and connected, providing context for later assertions that she never had to work a day in her life. At this point, all the evidence pretty definitively pointed to her as the woman in the call. Despite this, Bella continued to deny the truth. She made one final attempt to sway public opinion against Fiona by reaching out to a YouTuber known as Jibby, who specializes in producing Chris Chan content. Isabella, or at least someone claiming to be a friend of hers, began emailing Jibby, and using someone else's driver's license, as well as selectively cut screenshots and recording, managed to convince him to make a video proclaiming her innocence. Bear in mind, this was not met without opposition. Jibby was actively warned and chose to follow through regardless. In doing so, he failed to properly redact all of the evidence he was provided, inadvertently revealing Fiona's phone number. For the sake of brevity, I won't go through the rest of her attempts at damage control in depth, but to emphasize how desperate she was to escape consequence, Isabella released an entire 8-page document continuing to repeat the lie that Bella wasn't her real name. She said that she was never a troll, and once again, attempted to reframe Fiona as the center of attention. None of this would be effective, given that Null himself eventually stepped in and cleared any remaining doubt by posting a picture of Bella that had come from Chris himself.
Why are we making edits like this? Why are we making edits like
As forum users continued to mine those involved for information, the picture of what actually went on behind the scenes became much clearer. Isabella first got into contact with Chris by doing animations for him. She was able to turn this business relationship into a personal one, with Chris eventually having wet dreams about her. Like previous trolls, such as the Idea guys, Isabella admitted to stealing money from Chris, writing, "I'm extremely nice to him. That's how I hacked his bank account and stole his money, got free trips, and got him to join a cult." While under the presumption she'd never be identified, Isabella had admitted that she manipulated Chris with the intent of becoming the final, greatest troll of his life story by convincing him to commit suicide. An interesting footnote is that Chris's announcement he was attending the Brony convention in Washington came out of nowhere. He initially planned to drive all the way there by himself, embarking on a nearly 3,000-mile trip. This not only seemed infeasible with Chris's old minivan, but he also planned to simply sleep in parking lots along the way. This led Null to step in, offering to crowdfund plane tickets instead, as he believed Chris's original plan would have led to his death. It was later discovered that the idea to attend the event was partially Isabella's idea, hinting at potentially darker, underlying motivations. By all accounts, Isabella appears to have been the first person aware of Chris's incestual activities. She was made aware weeks before the audio released, and even in the recording can be heard rewarding with positive reinforcement.
I encouraged her positively, let her make the first move. She wanted to do it, and
Oh, she did? Really? She made the first move?
yeah.
Oh, really? Wow, Barbara.
Isabella not only had no part in the information being made public, but was actually upset when Fiona leaked it to Reddit, only changing her mind after it led to Chris Chan trending on Twitter. Once the hashtag #ChrisChanDidWhat erupted the next day, Isabella began gloating that they'd broken the internet, proclaiming her group as the best trolls in history. In her mind, the audio was likely meant to be held as blackmail against Chris, in order to push him to offing himself. I'd like to say that luckily she didn't succeed, but the current outcome is still so horrible that it really doesn't feel appropriate. To this day, it's unclear if she was responsible for encouraging him to initially have sex with Barbara. Interestingly, her contact with Chris lasted up until the very day he was arrested, with her somehow convincing him, even after the leaks, that she was a friend. It just goes to show how much influence she had over him. As all of this information came to light, news of her involvement began to spread on social media. Isabella earned the title she long sought for, becoming the final, greatest troll in Chris Chan's story. Unfortunately for her, that honor is now bestowed upon her real identity. And as it turns out, that association would lead to even further revelations that exposed her to be somehow even more reprehensible than originally thought. With Isabella finally conclusively identified, word began to reach back to the student body of Texas Tech. As it turns out, her sordid past wasn't limited to just pick-meing on 4chan, or trolling Chris Chan. She'd actually become infamous among her real-life peers for the extreme lengths she went to display her degeneracy on campus. On August 7th, a student named Roman posted a thread on Twitter, revealing that Isabella had been the subject of a Title IX investigation. A Title IX refers to the process used to examine allegations of gender-based discrimination and sexual harassment. Isabella is a danger to Texas Tech. They did not do anything when I told them she threatened to rape and murder other students. It turns out that months prior, Roman had filed a complaint against Bella and her former roommate Lewis. Isabella ran a Discord server called Chess Club, which she promoted to other students as the university's actual chess team. In actuality, however, it was a place for her and her friends to harass, stalk, and ridicule anyone who joined. This would be when the first chat logs from the group began to leak, as Roman had collected an assortment in order to build his case. While most of the conversations are about what you would expect from self-labeled trolls, the most disturbing ones are far beyond what anyone could have previously suspected. Page 11 of Roman's presentation is titled Animal Abuse, Animal Murder, and Animal Molestation, and prefaces by noting that Bella and Lewis had forced a cat they adopted, named Goober, to participate in fetish play by purposely overfeeding it and sniffing its gas. I'm warning you guys now, this is the tamest of the allegations. It's only getting worse. The next slide shows chat logs of Bella admitting to having murdered 8
What the fuck?
different hamsters, fondly recalling blowing one up, as well as boiling another. Attached was an alleged photo of the latter act, with the caption, "Swim, fucker, swim." The third screenshot captures the following conversation. Isabella: when Lewis let me murder a hamster in his kitchen and eat it, and when he took a bite of it. Lewis: I hated that day. Isabella: I loved that day. These are extremely heavy allegations, one that, upon hearing, you may expect have led to her and Lewis being immediately expelled. Surprisingly, however, they weren't, with Roman's Title IX investigation being dismissed due to lack of evidence. This means that the information isn't entirely true, right? Well, not exactly. The formal complaint was filed in March of 2021, and by the end of that month, they'd been served no contact orders by the school's administration. However, the two were able to use the university unfamiliarity with Discord to create ambiguity as to if they were actually behind the accounts. They achieved this by spamming their chess club server with gore, and then reporting themselves from new accounts to take credit for stopping whoever was actually behind the harassment. The plan was successful, and as a result, the entire investigation was dismissed, with the university concluding that there was no way to prove the accounts belonged to them. Prior to this, Roman was reluctant to speak out publicly, as the server was filled with them stalking the profiles of students on campus. Bella's group specifically targeted members of the LGBT community, allegedly making the list of self-identifying students at the school. Trans people in particular seemed to be the focus, with the group harassing them in a variety of ways, including outing them publicly. However, due to the investigation, Roman's identity was outed to Bella, who then attempted to get revenge by doxing him on 4chan and 8chan. Bella: nobody will respond on 8kun, but it will always be there for years. That's what's important. After writing the Twitter thread, Roman later visited Kiwi Farms to divulge further information about Bella's on-campus activities, noting that every time you walked past her room, it was like a rancid piss stench. A part of that smell was undoubtedly a result of Goober, who, as mentioned before, they intentionally overfed. The exact reason for the treatment ties into another aspect of Isabella Loretta Janke, which is that she has a fetish for feces and just generally being repulsive. Evidently, she let the smell produced from her cat linger for this reason. But, by extension, Bella refuses to use cleaning products, and from the images shared, gets fungal infections on her fingers and toenails so severe that she's resorted to removing them and gluing them back on. Her stench and just being all around disgusting wasn't the only reason those around Isabella despised her. Bella frequently vandalized the dorm's restrooms, and at one point even framed another student after flooding the laundry room in order to have them charged for the damages. But as if living near her wasn't bad enough, even worse was living with her. Bella would steal her roommate's items and even secretly planted cameras to spy on them, allegedly in an attempt to collect blackmail, which included filming one of them crying. She would later develop a vendetta against that same individual, later photoshopping text messages to frame them as an animal abuser. She even attempted to pin him as the mastermind amidst the post-incest fallout. Really unfortunate that's a real thing. Bella also developed a crush on another one of her female roommates. She began licking their razor blades in order to taste her pubic hair. And after that individual used the restroom, Bella wrote in her server that she saw the yummy streaks in the toilet and thought it was hot. She later admitted to rolling around in urine that they left in the shower. Bella, redacted, peed in the shower. Not like while she was showering, there was just a puddle of pee in the shower, and she never turned the shower on. It's right next to the toilet. I'm gonna lay down in the shower and see if I can get some on my body before it washes off. Bella has since, on occasion, bragged about eventually molesting them after a physical altercation. Referring to being kicked in the clit, she stated, "Bella, it's like your balls getting stepped on. Redacted used to do it to me all the time. She kneed me when I tried to rape her, and I was on the..."
What?
The floor about to puke. Lewis, did it stop you? Bella, no, I raped her in the end. She is also said to have, on multiple occasions, talked about helping her female friends with foot massages or their bra and using it as a chance to fill them up. All of these issues would culminate in Bella being served an eviction notice, with other students speculating that it may be due to the spy cameras. Isabella later claimed that receiving the notice was a mistake, and she was just being transferred. Keep in mind, this is the word of a pathological liar. At this point, you're probably wondering how we can be sure that these chat logs are real. While much of the initial information was sourced from Roman, who had an insider screenshotting evidence, most of this originates from multiple full-server archives that were leaked online. As members of the chess club were outed and identified, each attempted to throw the other under the bus, and used their inside knowledge as leverage to bargain for a better portrayal. Aside from Bella, the other two main members of the Discord were the aforementioned Lewis and another Texas Tech student named Alan. Lewis can be characterized as a pushover, Isabella's designated fall guy, who she also tried to throw under the bus during the incest leaks. Despite this, he refused to completely turn on her, though was the first to leak the server logs. An ex-associate of Bella described the two's dynamic by stating that if Bella aimed a firecracker at a person, Lewis would supply the lighter. Bella is a computer science major and claims to have hacked other students in the past. She also claims to have scripted viruses and spread them to others, one of these victims being Alan. Meanwhile, Alan and Bella made attempts to force feminize Lewis, at one point even plotting to spike his drinks with estrogen, joking about permanently destroying his brain chemistry. Bella once flat out stated that, "I cheer up everyone but him. He's the only friend I have where his downfall and suffering is genuinely hilarious." Alan replied, "Personally, I would never hang out with him on my own accord alone. I can do that with anyone else I know but him." Alan would be responsible for the later chess club leaks, portraying himself as a naive bystander. However, upon being pressed, he later admitted to have personally witnessed Bella kill a hamster in Lewis's kitchen, though defended himself by stating that, unlike them, he didn't eat it. Interviewer: "I'm not sure I believe you weren't present, Alan, because otherwise, you wouldn't have any reason to believe she wasn't just being edgy again. I'll ask again. Were you there?" Alan: "Yes, I was, but I didn't do anything to the hamster or eat it. I'm sorry for lying. I know I should have done something, but I didn't. I feel horrible." Interviewer: "Why did you just lie to me?" Alan: "I'm sorry, I don't know. Please forgive me." If Alan is to be believed, this seems to answer the question of if a lot of things Isabella claimed to have done were fabrications, and that leads into the most questionable of allegations against her. Several of those close to her have claimed that Bella is a pedophile, as well as possessing several other illegal sexual interests. This includes an interview with an ex-member of the chess club who alleged Bella to have collected child pornography, Zorgoth TDK. Bella was an admin for a few 4chan threads and used them to collect CP for her own use, and may have resold it to others. I don't know much about it, but I think she talked about having a doc or note with links of the stuff in there. She said she'd somehow managed to convince everyone she was a middle-aged man. Interviewer: "So, when you say for her own use, you mean she's a pedo?" Zorgoth TDK: "Yeah, I thought that was common knowledge. She talked about wanting to touch little girls constantly." Now, the likelihood of Bella actually being an admin for 4chan is doubtful, but this could be attributed to his misunderstandings of how the site works, or Bella misdirecting her source. Recently, evidence has surfaced to corroborate the allegation of collecting links, with a leaked screenshot surfacing from a compromised Imager account she owned, of what is speculated to be links to child exploitation materials on the deep web. Of course, it's worth reiterating that these are presently allegations, and as of the time of recording, they've been yet to be substantiated. It's currently not known what the fate of Isabella Loretta Janke is. Texas Tech University was bombarded with so many inquiries concerning her behavior that they were forced to confirm that a new investigation was pending, and begs the public to stop emailing them. It's been said by those close that a committee has been formed by the administration to determine what action will be taken, but due to the bureaucratic process, an end date is uncertain. Regardless, it seems unlikely for her to avoid repercussions again, with Isabella's actions being tied to her name and face forever.
Motherfucker, stop it.
The events leading to Chris Chan's incarceration are poetic in a way that seem almost like supernatural force was involved. The identity of Bella was discovered by users of Kiwi Farms, a forum initially created with the explicit purpose of documenting Chris. Chris's mother, whose negligence as a parent was often pointed to as the reason for his behavior a decade ago, ultimately became the greatest victim of the scenario. Greatest of all is Isabella, someone who is the antithesis to the phenomenon that is Chris Chan. Isabella is someone who takes great pleasure in mocking and torturing others, far beyond what anyone else would be willing to do. Above all, she's actually a lesbian, a boyfriend-free girl. It's only fitting that someone hell-bent on trolling Chris, ultimately leading to his arrest, would actually turn out to be far worse than him. On the 31st of August, someone claiming to be Isabella's legal representation sent a message to Null requesting that the threads about her on Kiwi Farms be removed. As of yet, no such action has been taken. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone. Chris Chan is an autistic person who... At this point, the list of lolcows will keep growing indefinitely. There are, and always will be, people willing to make a fool out of themselves online, unwittingly putting their lives up to get picked apart by anonymous trolls. However, there's one name that dominates the category, and that name is Chris Chan. The degree of delusion, the sheer longevity, the funny and memorable moments, the rogues gallery of unforgettable trolls, and the volume of documentation. It all makes for the greatest lolcow of all time. Unlike other cows who become too belligerent for their own good and end up burning themselves out too fast, Chris Chan has been providing
screenshot. Didn't I start this? Like, what the fuck? How long have I been streaming? 8 hours. Oh my goodness. Damn it. I was about this going like the whole night. Fuck.
The community with a slow burn experience, with many people even finding themselves empathizing with him along the way. However, after the events that took place in mid-2021, rates of empathy for Chris Chan plummeted to levels that had never been seen before.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers.
I am Christian Weston Chandler!
Chris Chan is an autistic person who dedicated decades of his life to working on media related to his OC, Sonichu, a hybrid between Sonic and Pikachu. As a consequence, an entire community of trolls and onlookers to his story formed around him, pioneering lolcow culture and dubbing Chris the most documented man in history. After becoming thoroughly unhinged due to the success of a troll campaign to convince him that the fictional worlds of cartoons and video games are all real and would soon merge into ours, Chris jumped the shark that separated him from being a lolcow to being an actual criminal when, in June of 2021, he allegedly had intercourse with his own mother. And I should clarify here, it allegedly happened not one time, not 2 times, but once every 3 days beginning on June 27th and only ending on July 30th, which means there were around 10 instances of it. Initially, he was self-aware enough to not tell anyone about this misdeed, knowing full well how people would react. And on some level, even he himself knew it was wrong, I think. Over the course of many years prior, there had been a lot of inklings that the relationship between Chris and his mom was odd, to say the least. For example, in 2010, in a call between some trolls that included Kim Wilson, a gal pal of Chris's, these things were said.
He's admitted that him and his mother spoon on his bed frequently. Chris has also said that he has had a dream about Barb. And in this dream, Barb is an Egyptian belly dancer.
In August 2016, Chris took to his Facebook to give his thoughts on an article about a mother-son relationship. Who among everyone in this world has not had a dream of being with one of their parents, never acting on them ever? I, myself, did have dreams of being with my mother, although it is quite a controversial...
Is this Libba still asleep?
Take the throne. My uncle is a challenge I welcome, if he dares face me. Feel what I've begun.
Mother Dicker. Mother Dicker.
Streaming exclusively on Max. You're that great. If you're going to be a top 5, one of your guys are missing, you can't make the playoffs, I can't put you in top 5 or top 10. I just can't.
What? T-Mac.
When one of your guys are out, you still got to.
So when his teammates get injured and are short a man on the roster, it's his fault? Rare L take from T-Mac, man.
They don't even
Wake up, Black Eye.
Clay or Draymond is out of the lineups, and they haven't won a play-in game.
Topic, there are circumstances where there would not be so much harm as one may think, feel, or believe. Plus, this offers a chance for better teaching the child how to better satisfy their eventual partners. In a tweet of Chris's from 2019, which he posted while role-playing as one of his OCs, Magichan, he said, "Admittingly, a waifu I had long ago, while they were still developing before Christine came around, were Robert and Barbara. Barbara was more of a guilty pleasure waifu, while Robert was quite a successful model amongst others in Dimension 1218. The reactions those posts got, along with his understanding of basic morality, however tenuous, let Chris know loud and clear that he could not be sharing any details about his affair with Barb with the outside world. However, his resolve wouldn't last very long, and he felt gripped by the urge to talk about it. He also felt gripped by something else, but if I think about it too much, I'll puke all over my desk. On the 2nd of July, he exchanged a few DMs with a troll of his called Sean, or the WCM, which read as follows. I'm actually feeling really good right now. I hit the hay during the 10 o'clock hour last night. I had an extensive and lucidly clear dream, and I didn't wake up until about 4:30 a.m. I know why I'm getting much better quality sleep. It's been so for the past week. I have a sex partner. She has been very satisfactory. Her identity needs to remain a strict secret, and this is a mutual, genuine affection. I'm finally getting the long overdue experience, and she's helping me explore. Since we've started the ship progress with the first intercourse last Sunday, we're mainly still exploring the options and teaching each other up to when we find what works best. She is physically older than I am, considerably fragile, but she has great inner strength and soul power. The message is followed by one of those custom emoji things depicting Chris with a satisfied smile. When asked about how old she is, Chris replies that he can't be too specific, but that this mysterious lady friend of his is physically older. A day later, Chris talks about having bought a massage oil that he'd be trying out with this unknown woman. On the 10th, there are a few messages about a sheer gown called a negligee, which Chris repeatedly calls negligent, that he got from Adam and Eve, an adult store that he's a known client of. He tells Sean that he's planning to wear it to this next bout of fun with his partner. The next time a conversation between them got around to this topic was on the 14th, when Chris decided to share a few details about his partner. He stated that she was over 50, gray-haired, blue-eyed, and shorter than he was. Sean's messages read like he already suspected it was Barb, since after Chris confirmed his partner was in their 70s, he said, "Damn, so close to your mother's age." As time went on, keeping the information to himself was becoming too much to bear. He just wanted to tell the world about his new love. On the 25th, he sent a screenshot to one of his trolls of a Watch Mojo video he was watching called Top 10 Hottest Anime Moms Ever. It was only somewhere between the 27th and 28th that an outright confession was to be made to none other than Isabella Loretta Yankee, a can of worms in her own right, one that I've covered in a past video. In this call, he decided to come clean and tell Yankee these things.
How did you approach her?
Approached her with care and caution.
Hmm?
It was a time approach. So I just gave her comfort to talk with her, and we just branched out slow and steady, and then I encouraged her positively, let her make the first move. She wanted to do it. And
Oh, she did? Really? She made the first move?
Yeah.
Their conversation goes on, but the gist of it is that Chris copped to everything he was doing in full and just outright said, "Yep, me and my mom, we've been rolling around in the mud like pigs." In text messages he later exchanged with the owner of Kiwi Farms, Null, he reiterated this information, but with a few extra details. After referring to what he does with his mom as a romp in the hay and an extensive cuddle, Chris claims that the 8 guys who had been there before, including his father, Bob, were not doing it right. In Virginia, what Chris did to his mom is a Class 5 felony that can be punishable with up to 10 years behind bars. And it's worth mentioning Barb was already behaving very strangely, zombie-like as Chris described, which led many to speculate she was unable to even consent. Whether that was the case or not, a day or so after the information came to light, the police did a wellness check at their house, relocated Barb to a senior care hospital, and issued an emergency protective order to keep Chris away from her. Over the course of the following day, news about what Chris had done caught on like wildfire on social media, while he had to sleep in his van for the night. Null, who up until that point was trying to help Chris and even trying to get him money coming from a GoFundMe page that he'd set up for Chris, gave up on him after discovering that Chris had embezzled $750 from Barb's bank account. What Chris did, sending himself money from Barb's account, constituted a violation of the protective order, and the police were promptly notified. On the 1st of August, Chris got arrested and sent to jail, eventually being transferred to the Central Virginia Regional Jail, where he spent the next 20 months. Many celebrated, believing this to be the first step leading to Chris being permanently institutionalized, bringing an end to his recent reign of terror. As far as everyone was concerned, there was no chance Chris would get away with this. I mean, he admitted to it. The jail saga was going to seal the book of Chris Chan for good, and now it was only a matter of observing Chris quietly withering away in his cell until he eventually got transferred to a mental hospital that would end up being his final resting place. In its own twisted way, it was the fairy tale ending that Chris kind of deserved. He's just not fit to be in the general public. Regardless of how satisfied people were to see Chris behind bars, he was still very much a person of interest. Soon after his arrest, someone from 4chan's random board claimed to have stolen the license plate off of Chris's car. That same month, Chris made his first court appearance, in which, according to a local news article written about it, he interrupted the court proceedings to loudly exclaim he was famous on the internet, stomping his feet and demanding that they give him his belongings that were still at the house. "Your Honor, I'm a niche internet micro-celebrity, and I was going goblin mode." Later in August, a segment aired on Tucker Carlson Tonight covering Chris's arrest and how he could potentially be placed in a female jail. This marks one of the biggest pieces of media exposure that Chris has ever gotten. To make matters worse, as people were going around Chris's dwellings and scavenging for items they could resell on eBay, someone decided to go to his house, commonly referred to as the Temple. However, when this person got there, they found a lot more than a mere artifact. Barb herself was back at the house, which was shocking since most people presumed that she would stay in hospice care for a while, or some kind of clinic, given her obviously deteriorated state of mind. Meanwhile, after begging for money so that he could buy things from the jail commissary and pay off his jail debt, Chris's next correspondence with the outside world had him comparing himself to Andy Warhol and Jesus Christ. Perhaps, sensing that verbally expressing this perceived likeness wasn't enough, Chris urged the reader to use a visual aid. "Feel free to take any unaltered original photograph of my body's face, neck, and shoulder and chest area where I was not wearing the glasses. Then, simply alter the photo to show a naturally growing beard, mustache, and sideburns. Now, place that photo next to any image of Jesus on or off the cross. Compare. Look deep into my eyes and photograph. See for yourself." People have actually followed his instructions to very mixed results. It's more like Jesus with downs than Jesus. Extending his analogy further, Chris also compared Null to Judas since he was responsible for notifying the police of the embezzlement. Curiously, he also spoke of what he did to Barbara from the perspective of God. Emmanuel, God above all other gods and goddesses, and one of my mentors, herself, had deemed me to heal, cleanse, and clear Barbara of all her past sins and regrets, and improve her abilities directly and personally as her goddess. We mainly cuddled, soul bonded, and talked. Consentful and emotionally and mentally supportive in healing, I did as I had done for and with a chosen few back in Israel over 2,000 years ago in cleansing them. Look, I'll be the first to say I'm no religious scholar, but I'm pretty sure in the Old Testament God wasn't cuddling with the Israelites. Also in September, a video from 2020 was leaked in which Chris is channeling Randy Stair, yes, the spree killer who thought he was a character from Danny Phantom, calling Randy his friend, which only makes sense given how parallel their delusions are, regardless of how radically different they manifest it. By the way, new video about Randy Stair on this channel very soon. The court appearance that month got delayed, and some fans ended up showing up to the Temple, this time actually recording the experience.
Is Chris home?
I didn't understand.
My friend Chris, I'm just wondering if Chris was here.
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Sorry to bother.
By October, Barb was turning 80, while Bob had already been dead for 10 years. If understanding what's going on in Chris's mind is nigh impossible for people who are young and internet savvy, imagine what it must have been like for them. Chris wrote many letters during this month, the first of which had him resisting an attempt to convert to Islam. Despite his resistance, Chris eventually says he ordered a Quran from the jail commissary, though the likelihood of him actually reading it is pretty low. In his next letter, Chris requests more money and a pardon from Joe Biden himself. He also reveals that his jail conditions are pretty good, even though he complains about the chicken there being too dry. On the 25th, he goes further into detail about how he's being treated, writing, "The staff treat me well enough. Then I've experienced the attitudes and bad habits from some of the real jerk-offs and really noisy neighbors after my body was relocated from medical to booking. But the food is mostly good, the commissary has good items on offer, and I've enjoyed the rec room a few times. This facility is 2 out of 5 stars. In the introductory portion of the letter, Chris actually mentions that Barb has written to him, but I haven't been able to find any further information on the communication between them. Just as November started up, Chris had a phone call, the contents of which have been uploaded to YouTube. In that same call, he draws parallels between his early life and Jesus's.
I mean, I foreknew and foresaw that I was going to end up in jail anyway. It was just popular amongst the other timeline.
On the 8th, he explains in a letter that soul bonding is as far as he went with Barb, which is as close to cunning doublespeak as Chris's mind can conjure. On the same day, Chris made a drawing titled Jesus Christ Chan Sonichu, which is beautiful. It should be in every Catholic church across the country. After Chris got another continuance on his trial, Barb got in a car crash after failing to yield the right of way, which isn't even surprising. In fact, my only real question is how is she even on the road at all? How had her driver's license not been suspended at that point? As a result of her accident, she got 2 broken ribs and a concussion, and her car was totaled. In a letter later that same month, Chris claimed he already knew this would happen and that the only reason she didn't immediately pass as a consequence of the accident was because he cleansed her. I guess you could say that. On the 6th of December, he makes a series of prophecies concerning whoever he considers the apostles of himself. Or maybe apostles of his mom, considering she's supposedly the God that's above God. It's really impossible to understand what the hell he even believes in at this point, but regardless, his prophecies are mostly rehashes of Pentecostal Christian things, but filtered through Christian brain rot. During the merge, Christianese for the rapture, people will start speaking in tongues, and many people will suddenly disappear. Then, the veil that hides the truth will be lifted, and people's brains will start to burn from being overloaded with information. Somewhere in there, he also says animals will start talking, and I'm not quite sure why or how that plays into the merge, but maybe it's just like him wanting to talk to Sonichu. He further develops his theory that his healing saved Barb, saying that the reason he's in jail is because he took her sins onto himself, and now he's paying for them. In the same letter, he starts writing in gibberish, which he refers to as authentic Akashic? Akashic? Is this even a real fucking word? Oh, it is. Huh. Well, you know what? You learn something new every day. In the same month, he would update the 10 Commandments, seeing as times have changed since they were first created. And according to Chris, his updates will help human beings better understand the practices of magic, psychic powers, safer sexual intercourse, and soul bonding. Though he hasn't finished his update yet, he mentioned that he planned on making it into the 11 Commandments, which in my opinion, just isn't as punchy as the 10. In January, he made a couple of calls from jail, both of which have been archived and uploaded to YouTube. In the first one, he reveals he's been trying to get a hold of Barb to no avail, as the 3 times he's called her, she never picked up. Because of his concern with Barb, he asked the person he's talking to call in a wellness check on her, since she's probably not doing well after Chris's departure. Not that she was doing great when he was there either. On the 18th of January, in another letter, after declaring his intent to go right back to the temple as soon as he's out, which at this point many people found impossible and thought would never happen, he revisited the old topic of his commandments. And I think now is as good a time as any to go into their actual contents. At this point, Chris had 15 of them down, though of these first 15, because yes, there will be more, we only got to see 11. The commandments of neo-spiritual Christianity, the official name of his religion, are mostly vague, secularized copies of the original ones. He barely made any changes to the more universally accepted ones, such as thou shalt not kill, don't steal, stuff like that. However, a couple of notable changes are that adultery is completely okay, well, and good, and that you are strictly forbidden from commenting mean things online. I mean, if nothing else, you can tell that Chris definitely wrote these. In the same letter, he expresses that the pieces of fan fiction information involving Sonichu that strayed too far away from certain core elements of the canon are making him very upset. So he lays out a few ground rules for them to keep them readable for children under 14. It seems like he's actually forgotten how many times he's put stuff into the Sonichu comics that violate these rules, but with the lack of effort and forethought he treats the comics with, it doesn't really surprise me. A day later, he added to these rules, saying that no authentic Sonichu issue was allowed to cover any of the events surrounding and following his arrest, and depicting Chris as overweight or merely mentioning it would instantly render a story not canon, toxic, and fake. In February, there's yet another continuance, and after turning 40 years old, Chris gets transferred to the Western State Hospital after being deemed incompetent to stand trial. Some people are of the opinion that despite his mental issues, Chris knew what he'd done and should be punished by the full extent of the law, while others say he was better fit for being permanently institutionalized. Either way, it seems like everything was going according to plan, and activity died down significantly until May when he returned to jail. As a result of the transfer, we get the only picture of Chris Chan taken for the entirety of the year 2022, and he doesn't look too happy in it. This may or may not have to do with the fact that, as he alleged in a letter from later that year, on the day he was transferred, the staff pinned him down aggressively, which reminded him of his childhood trauma of being held down by 4 or 5 people at school. However, since we only ever get Chris's point of view, we don't know if the staff was given a reason to do that to him, or if it happened at all. On the 6th of May, we got a few drawings Chris mailed to one of his followers, and 3 days later, another letter was sent in which Chris mentioned that the Sonic.exe creepypasta is officially real and leaking into our dimension. I already know that he believes that all fictional worlds are real, but it consistently surprises me how even the most ridiculous pieces of media get roped into this fantasy, and Chris never doubts it for a second. Due to his lifelong resentment for being considered mentally ill, Chris refuses to reveal where he was while away from jail. He also denies that he did anything to Barb, and in a passage in which he tells a biographical story of Barb's life, he makes a few claims about her that I don't recall him having ever made. For example, he says that she married his dad because he had a house and that she was emotionally abusive, threatening to do something drastic when Chris announced he was going to a convention in another state. Also, adding context to the accusations levied against Chris, he claims that all the way back in 2012, when he paid for the services of Mia Hamm, the Cherokee woman, to no longer be a virgin with rage, Barb supposedly told him that she would have done it herself. I should note that due to his lack of social acumen and extensively documented propensity towards lying, it could easily be the case that Barb said something more along the lines of she would have dated him herself if she weren't his elderly mother. However weird that still may be, it's not exactly a proposition like Chris is making it out to be, but you know what, I mean, it totally could be real. There are some other notable moments in the May 11th letter, such as his claim that Jacob Sockness, one of his more recent trolls, was responsible for cursing the world with the pandemic. And in a random pivot, Chris says, I had foreknown World War III as why My Little Pony Generation 5 being manifested in 2020 to 2025.
Oh my gosh. I thought this was gonna be like a 20 or 30-minute video. Guys, I'm so tired. Fuck. Holy shit, guys. Chat. Why can't we be friends? Well, I'm probably gonna get out. I'm so tired. Why I do this? Oh my gosh, the sun is like up. Like do I even want to sleep? I don't want to stream anymore. So I don't know if I'll get to sleep, but well, I'm gonna end it here. It always sucks ending long ass streams because I feel like I can always go longer and longer and longer, but man, because like this could honestly be like my longest stream. I think.
Making it out to be, but you know what, I mean, it totally could be real. There are some other notable moments in the May 11th letter, such as his claim that Jacob Sockness, one of his more recent trolls, was responsible for cursing the world with the
Why is it going? Fucking numbnuts. Well, I'm gonna log out. Where is it? Look at these streams. Ah, piss. That's only 2 hours. Man, I've spent a long time on this world. These are all on the same fucking world. Playing Jackbox while jacking off in a box. I do want to put the Lego Lord of the Rings all in one video. But yeah. I'm